D. Also, I'm not a noble or anything anymore. At the same time, you guys were discharged, so there's no need to be respectful with me, serious. No, even if not a noble, my master is Sirius Sama D. I also think so, Noel. Me too, I am Sirius Sama's servant for life, Emilia. Me too, Aniki Ruse. I realize everyone has gathered behind me, everyone feeling seemingly the same, look at me with eyes full of trust. Bonds we built weren't for naught, it seems. Sirius Sama's fatherwell, Emilia. He's not my father or anything anymore, so you can call him whatever you want and slander him. I don't mind Sirius. Understood, that person is really awful, even if illegitimate, to be this cold to his own child, unbelievable Emilia. Yeah, that's right, he even made fun of Irina-san. I thought about cutting him down if Aniki wasn't there. Ruse. Silver Wolf Tribe are a race that cherish their family, so they probably can't forgive a guy like that. You're even more furious and are complaining more than me, but you got to learn that that kind of scum exists, right? He hates the beastkin like that, so there were times when I was about to be harassed when I was living at his mansion. Arya-sama and Irina-san protected me though, so nothing too serious happened. Noel. What does he hate about the beastkin, even though Noel is cute? D. Dear Noel. Noel, D's. You two really have troubles restraining yourselves, don't you? I can't even anticipate what will cause them create Love World anymore. When I clear my throat for the time being, the two start panickingly gloss it over by trying to get the conversation back on track. Even so, you really did well restraining yourself, Sirius Sama. If it was me, the moment he spoke ill of Irina-san, I would have slapped him. Yeah, striking back when struck is more like you, Aniki Ruse. Do you really think I did nothing, Sirius? Don't tell me, did you give him counterfeits, Emilia? Wrong, Sirius. Those gold coins I gave Bartimil are indeed genuine, but I put a trick into the coins themselves. I put time-delayed impact onto some of those gold coins. I suppressed the power on them quite a lot, but at some point those gold coins will probably scatter around while giving out an impact. Sirius. I densely covered impact with mana, and with time passing, that mana slowly dissipates, creating a delayed activation of magic. It's the one made use of during the time with the jewel turtle. It will go off after a few hours from when I gave them, and will probably cause an uproar while involving the surroundings. He'll undoubtedly either taste the impact himself while having them near his bosom, or expose his unsightly appearance while trying to collect the scattered gold coins, if he takes them out. Even if it gets to someone other's hands, he'll be the one victim complains to anyway. When I explain, thinking it might be a bit nasty, the servants endorsed it with both hands up high. As expected of Sirius Sama, while it is regrettable I cannot see it for myself, but knowing that that guy will be panicking around makes me feel better. Noel. He serves him right, Ruse. A guy that doesn't treasure his family deserves to suffer, Emilia. He's getting his just desserts. D. They were mouthing him off for some time, but it's about time to set about with the next operation. I clap my hands to get conversation back on track. All right, let's leave that kind of scum aside and switch over to the next objective. Has everyone prepared to depart? Sirius. Yes, nothing is overlooked. D. The house is cleaned perfectly. It's the same as brand new, Noel. No problems here, Emilia. I'm ready to go anytime, Ruse. Pleasantly nodding to everyone's answers, I loudly raise my voice. Very good, then it's a party. Today we'll be merrymaking through the night. Sirius. Yeah, D. Noel, Emilia Ruse. Preparations to set off are complete. We'll leave this house tomorrow. I had decided to leave the day after getting disowned by Bartimil a long time ago. Since I handed him that much money so easily, he might come to loot this house, thinking I have more, so the sooner we leave, the better. I said within half a month, so he would never think we'd be gone the next day. His mortified appearance, after seeing the house completely deserted, comes to mind. Sirius Sama, I have been thinking for a while, but what will you do about your house name, Noel? A Japanese letter, that's right. It will be necessary once I'm outside, Sirius. I got asked this kind of question by Noel while preparing for the party. House name, it points to a name like the Dorianus, that I cast off just before, or the siblings Silbarian. In previous world terms, it's a surname. Of course, Noel and D also have one, but ordinary commoners have almost no opportunity to use a house name, so it's omitted. A house name is mainly used by nobles in the first place, and I was secluding myself in this place, so there was no need to use one. Although it seems that it's a public disgrace to not have one, so I'll have to think of something. Thinking about it normally, you should be naming yourself Eldrand, like Arya-sama Noel. I would like to, but even though they collapsed, the Eldrand were nobles. If there's a branch family that still exists, it might become too problematic serious. Then let's think of a new one, a developing house name gradually rising up in the world. It's like a legend Emilia. It's not like I want to rise up in the world though, serious. That is impossible. I can confidently say that having that kind of power, you will definitely become famous, serious Sama Emilia. I just want to raise disciples and have zero intentions on becoming famous though. While I was worrying, Noel gathered everyone and hastily started a meeting to decide on a new house name. Let's start the first meeting of let's think of serious Sama's house name. Everyone applause. I'm sure she said it in the spur of the moment, but does this have a chance of happening a second time? Near the person concerned, who was retorting, applause took place, and the beastkins started giving out ideas one after another. I'm thinking about something like King, a name that resembles the strongest seems good ruse. How about something like Dragon, Noel? Oh no, I don't mind it being the same as ours. Sirius, Silverian, it seems good, since it's like a husband. What was that at the end, Ni-chan? But I agree on it being the same as ours. It's like a true brother then, ruse. This is hopeless. There's no knowing what kind of a name they'll come up with if I leave it up to them. I'll decide on it myself before some weird one flies out. I thought about maintaining the name of my former life, but I completely can't remember it, as usual. A simple, not too flashy, name representing me would be nice. Representing since I'm aiming to be an educator teacher. Teacher serious. T-E Japanese letter C-H-O a Japanese letter. Anarchy, what does it mean? Ruse. In my previous lift that's not it. According to old literature, it means teacher. It seems serious teacher, it suits serious Sama perfectly. I also think it's good Emilia. Me too, serious Sama is our master and teacher Noel. He knows everything, so the person is exactly like his house name. It suits you D. That settles it, doesn't it, Noel? Yeah, my name is Sirius, teacher Sirius. And so my house name was decided. After that, we held a showy party and spent our last night in this house all together. The next morning, having finished the preparations, we were lined up in front of the house. I've been in this house for 8 years. It's obvious I have an attachment to it, and honestly, I don't like leaving it. Even for the siblings that lived here for a short time, this is their home, so they are spilling tears in regret, and Dee with Noel just looked at the house without saying a word, seemingly being flooded with memories. We can't be clinging to memories forever. Everyone probably won't move away until start to. I tap the shoulders of the siblings and turn my back towards our home. While hearing the footsteps of the servants, I'm moving forward without looking back. I'm off Ka-san, serious teacher. A man who, in the far future, would be the cornerstone of fate embroiling the world, started walking the outside world today. The closest town to our home, Armesto. Compared to Midoriya, where we went to the other day, the scale of the town is one size smaller and its public order isn't very good. In addition, the number of beastkins is extremely small. Is this the work of that ex-father of mine, Baldemir? Be that as it may, Dee and Noel said that it's the town they come to for shopping. It's also here that they used to sell Alina's medicine. It's a town that has been crucial in our daily lives. Having left the house early in the morning, we finally arrived at Armesto just before noon. As soon as we reached the town, Dee parted from us, heading towards his customer's side so as to secure a means of transport. As for the rest of us, after wandering leisurely through the town, we had merged in one of the town's restaurants where we were currently eating lunch. Come to think of it, this is your first time visiting a town, isn't it? Wearing a hood low over her eyes, Noel questioned the siblings, who were wearing similar hoods. Naturally, they are keeping their hoods on so that the fact that their beastkins won't be exposed. But when a group of 3 people does that, doesn't it actually make them stand out even more? No, it's not our first time. We did several times when we were slaves. However, we weren't able to see the streets because we were in a carriage all through the visits. Emilia. We did reach some towns, but we were imprisoned the whole time, so it's our first time strolling in one. Ruse. Even though they were speaking of painful times, I didn't feel any sorrow in the brother and sister's expressions. I guess that's proof that their minds have strengthened. I see. Then it wasn't odd for you to look around restlessly like that, Noel. Yeah, it was full of new things. Ruse. It was mysterious, the various people, the various smells blending together. Emilia. Right, I couldn't really settle down the first time either. That was at the time right after I was picked by Arya-sama. I was uncontrollably anxious. However, I was holding onto Arya-sama's warm hand, and I didn't let go even after we got out of the town. Noel. So even big sis Noel had such times, huh, Emilia? It's only natural, isn't it? I mean, I noticed how you two have been holding serious Sama's clothes. Noel. That's right, though the siblings are away from me right now due to our sighting positions. They kept on holding onto my sleeves from the moment we arrived at the town. They might be somewhat distrustful of humans because of their time as slaves. That being the case, they've been completely stretching my sleeves, so I'd like them to get used to being in towns and all as soon as possible. It's filled with people, so I can't calm down. But when I'm WT serious Sama, I can compose myself. Emilia. Yeah, it's so full of people. And yet, Big Brother is just like usual. As expected, he's incredible. Ruse. That's experience. I've been to more populated towns. Serious. After tasting the man avalanches that were the pedestrian scrambles in the cities of my previous life, a population density like this one feels light. People are everywhere. You had better get used to it soon. Besides, you two could thoroughly win against any of the adventurers around here. Have some self-confidence. Serious. Understood, Emilia. Yeah, if that many people were like you and the old man, it would be scary. Anyway, this is Ruse. Extending his chopsticks to the meat and the fried vegetables we ordered, Ruse was titling his head in confusion. He didn't stop eating, but it certainly didn't make it seem very tasty. It's completely different from the things that Big Brother and Big Bro D usually make. Ruse. I know, right? It's sloppy, or rather, it wasn't heated uniformly. Emilia. Ahaha, that's not at you too. This isn't bad, it's just that Sirius, Sama, and D are amazing. Noel. I guess it's because, besides the fact that the heating wasn't done uniformly, the food wasn't parboiled. They've cheated using salt and pepper to give taste to the vegetables, and they made the dish by putting forward the taste of the meat only. It was made sloppily, but it does have some taste to it, so it isn't bad. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. D. Around the time we finished eating our meals, D appeared accompanied by a certain man. He has tawny short hair, a black eye patch on his left eye, and tough. He's a little plump. His body build is that of a healthy-looking man. Sirius Sama, this is Gad, a former adventure companion of mine. D. Nice to meet you. I am Gad, head of the Gargan company of this town. Gad. Nice to meet you too. My name is Sirius. Sirius. I shook the hand he held out to me, and it was missing a little finger. Moreover, on that dominant hand of his, I felt traces that came from the continuous grasp of a weapon. Judging from that, he's probably an adventurer who retired because of an injury, just like D. Don't be absurd. We got high-quality medicines and materials on a long-term period. We should be the ones thanking you. Now that I've actually met you, I understand. You're as splendid of a person as D said. Gad. Right, and that yakisoba you spoke so highly of, it's from Sirius Sama that I've learned it. D. For real, for you to have the creativity to cook like that with such a thick and hard-to-use sauce, I dare say I want to associate with you for decades to come. Gad. His handshake suddenly strengthens, and he swings my arm up and down. This Gad person feels like the complete opposite of D, but since he seems close to him, who's cautious and untalkative, it should be fine to trust him. Excuse my rudeness, but what kind of relation do you have with D? Serious. No need to speak so politely. Please address me the same way you do D. Our relation, as this fellow said it before, is that of former adventure companions. We used to be members of a certain party. One day, I was attacked by a ferocious monster, and I was saved by this guy. However, because of that, my little finger and one of my eyes got done in. I took it as an opportunity to retire, like I had wanted to for a long time, and I became a merchant. Gad. When I first came shopping here, I was astonished. I never would have thought you'd be in this town. D. Same for me. I was quite surprised when you came shopping as an attendant. You're my benefactor, but I wasn't expecting much from our trades, and yet my profits actually did nothing but increase. To you and this Mr. right here, I'm indebted. Gad. He has been calling me Mr. and treating me like a superior, but I'm not an aristocrat anymore, and this is my first time meeting this person, isn't it? Well, the bottom line is that this fellow is my benefactor, and we share an unbreakable bond. Now then, shall we get down to business? You want me to secure a safe carriage, was that it, Gad? That's right, we want you by the end of the day to prepare a carriage that will go east, for Noel and I, and one that will go west, for Sirius Sama and his 2 followers. D. By the end of the day, may I hear the reason? It's very abrupt. Gad. Gad, she's groaning with a bitter face, as expected. Maybe going so soon is unreasonable, but we want to leave the town today if possible. The thing is that we are planning on doing a moonlight flit. It doesn't have to be at night though, so as to avoid being tailed by Baldemir. I don't think he'll come by today or even tomorrow. Heck, there might be no reason to worry at all, but just in case, I want to leave that person's territory and fast. Gad-san, if today is impossible, then we can do it tomorrow. It's no problem. I know we're asking for a big favor here. D. No, I'll manage to do it one way or another. But still, it's kind of lonely, bidding farewell so soon after our long-awaited meeting. Gad. What are you blathering about, Gad-san? You're just thinking of being taught by Sirius Sama or something like that, aren't you, Noel? Noelle answered him with great timing, as if snarling at him. She always comes together with D to the town, and gad she doesn't behave like he dislikes beastkins, so I guess they'd get along well enough to joke with each other. Ahahaha, I'm no match for you, Noelle-chan. I was sincere when I said that bidding farewell would feel lonely though, but D has been taught various things by him, so I want to be taught too, gad. You say you want to be taught by me, but I'm just a child, you know, serious. You're the one who changed D to his current self. I can't possibly think of you as a child, mister, and now that I've actually met you, this belief of mine is getting stronger and stronger. Gad. Good judgment, Gad. By the way, what about the carriage matter? D. About that, you're in luck, D. I was planning to take a carriage to the east today. Though you'll be going along with some luggage, I'll give you a ride. Gad. That's good, but serious Sama takes priority though, D. Rest easy, I've got a solution for that too. You came at just the right time. For now, let us go to the carriage station. Gad. Leaving the restaurant, we headed to the town's carriage station like Gad invited us to. There were carriages of various sizes lined up, and among those, there was a carriage with the capacity to hold about 8 people. Gad turned towards it. Hey, Zach, you're done with the preparations, Gad. At Gad's voice, a man appeared from inside the carriage. The man was slightly younger than Gad. He didn't have an eye patch and his fingers were doing well too, but if one were to line them up next to each other, they would see nothing but siblings of different ages. The preparations are complete, big brother. All that's left before departing is to wait for the escort, but are we passing up on that? It's risky. This time's delivery is likely to get attacked by monsters. Zach. Don't say strange things, idiot. There is someone who wants you to give him a ride, so hurry up and unload a barrel and 2 boxes of ore. Gad. Huh, what's with that? Won't the sales drop? Zach. Don't worry about that, just hurry and do it. It's a regular customer's request. I'll take responsibility for this, Gad. It can't be helped, then you come help as well, big brother. Zach. All right. Oh, that's right. Mister, you said you're heading west, but may I hear where you're going to, Gad? Looking over his shoulder, Gad asked me a question with an apologetic look. Though he said he wouldn't inquire about my motives, I guess it would be difficult for him to explain to Zach where to go without knowing the location. My destination is Elysium. Serious. I see this guy's destination is Elysium too. That's perfect. Gad. Sorry for making you unload your luggage. Serious. With Gad's departure, we settled down in a place at a slight distance from the carriage station. However, no one uttered a word and we just kept on watching the coming and going carriages for a while. Even so, maybe it's only natural, because this is where we part. No good words came to mind. The one who made the first move was D, who took a pouch from his breast pocket. Serious Sama, before it's too late, I want to return this to you. D. I already gave that to you guys. If I were to receive it, I'd become indebted towards you, D, and I'd rather avoid that. Serious. But still, you gave me too much. Even half of this is plenty enough for us. D. D's pouch was full of gold coins. Why does D have so much money? That story goes back to last night. We're at yesterday evening. Following Baldamir's leave, a party was held, and when said party ended, I gathered everyone together. Displayed on a desk is all the money that I've kept saving up to now, and the money I got from selling the jewel. The whole mansion's riches are here except for the attendants' own purses. Property management used to be my mother's role, but I've taken over that, so I'm the one who's in charge of the management now. I count one by one the various coins which are arranged crowdedly on the desk. After that, I add up their values for a few minutes, and at last the whole family's wealth has become clear. Not counting the smallest currencies, there are 73 gold coins and 10 silver coins. Thence we have to take in consideration what's subtracted. Serious. Assuming that 45 gold coins are going for the school's entrance fee, there are 28 gold coins remaining. But even with living expenses of only 1 gold coin, the disciples and I would last for a while. Serious Sama. We're sorry to bother you while you're calculating, but would you mind lending us a little of your time? Noelle and D called out to me in a troubled manner. I temporarily put the money aside and turned my head towards the two. What is it? You look unusually serious. What's wrong? Serious. Here, please receive this, D. The thing D handed me was a gold coin. Though it's only 1 piece, that must be a lot of money for the two. It's not an amount they can pop out of nowhere. And this is serious. Actually, it's money we've received from Alina Sana's salaries, though it's not much. No. On top of thinking of the house's food expenses and other miscellaneous expenses, Mother actually took in consideration the youngsters' wages when managing the family's finances. She'd put expert housewives to shame. We've saved it, and the total of what we chipped in is this gold coin. Will you receive it, Noelle? Hold on a second, what about your lives after this? Serious. It's all right, we have a small share left for ourselves, so there is no problem. Besides, we've learned so much from you, Sirius Sama. So though it's nothing big, please allow us to do at least this much. Noel. You've taught us many things, from how to cook to how to live. I'd like you to accept this as a tuition fee. D. The two strongly bowed their heads. They looked like they wouldn't give up until I received the gold coin. And even though they said it was a tuition fee, putting Emilia and Ruse aside, I've never taught Noel anything. I just half-assedly look after her when I have some spare time. As for D, though I did teach him how to make food, that was simply because I wanted to eat that food. Your feelings are good enough for me, is what I'd like to say, but I guess it's no use. I understand, I'll gratefully receive it then. Serious. I'm being thanked for receiving money, that's not how life works. Seriously, such honest and kind-hearted servants. Oh, that's right, I also have something to hand to you guys. Then here is a salary from me. It's not returnable. Serious, what, D? As I passed a little pouch stuffed with 20 gold coins to D, the two froze with their eyes wide open. I discussed it with Mother and decided that the extra money would go to you too. Serious. This is 20 pieces, day. Hua, that's too much. Dear, return it, Noel. Though the couple gets into a panic, I'm not hearing any of it. I don't care how long you guys are going to lay in shock, but D, I believe you have a certain objective. D, do you realize how much it costs to open a business? Serious. That's D. Yes, D is planning to open a restaurant in Noel's hometown, and I don't think he'll manage without, at least, a few gold coins. Sorry, I could have given you more if I hadn't paid back Baldemir, and yet serious. Please stop, we shared the same opinion on that matter. D. That's right, anyway, we'd be troubled if we were to receive that much. Hey, Emi-chan, Ru-kun, say something, Noel. Though she sought help from the siblings who were collecting copper coins next to her, the two answered back to Noel while smiling. I am of the same opinion as Sirius Sama. If it's for D's and big sister's sake, I have no objection. Emilia. Me too, I think it would be amazing if many people could eat Big Bro D's cooking. Ruse. Noel. Those pure innocent smiles had Noel withdraw. Even so, the couple's dissatisfied faces still subsist, so I guess I'll reorient the conversation from here. If you're not convinced, then let's make a trade. After graduating from school, we'll go towards D and Co's location, therefore, at that time. Allow us to eat to our heart's contents. Free of charge, of course. Serious. It'll be free even if you don't do such a thing. D. Why, isn't it said that hardships are valuable during one's youth? If one has too much wealth, they won't understand the value of money, don't you think? Serious. We've been supported by Alina-san and you two all along. From now on, I want to live and earn money by myself. Emilia. It's fine since we'll be by Big Brother's side, and I'll work hard to earn money, too. Ruse. With our pushy persistence, some tears rise to the eyes of the couple. They bow down, and let alone bowing, they go down on their hands and knees on the floor. Why, prostrating yourselves is way too much. Just listen up and raise your heads. Wait, why is everyone doing it? Prostrating before a leader. I'm no such thing, so raise your heads already. Serious. That's the gist of it, and though this matter should have come to a close yesterday, is this fellow still worrying about it? You're still on with that story. What on earth are you dissatisfied with? We don't need it, and you need it, D. There should be no problem, right? Serious. But although I've received such a large amount of money, will I be able to live up to your expectations? Will I be able to realize my dreams? I don't know, D. Is that so, D? You're anxious, Though he has piled up the years as a former adventurer, Alina, whom he used to follow, has passed away. Hereafter, he'll have to protect his beloved partner with his own hands. Therefore, he's unbearably anxious. He's probably afraid of being a disappointment by not putting out any results despite receiving a large amount of money. D. Serious. Yes, D. First of all, a belly punch. I was holding back, but by no means did he expect to be attacked all of a sudden, and having not put himself on guard, D completely received the hit and staggered. W. What is it, D? Man up, D. Serious. I grabbed D's collar and drawing him near me, I scolded him. You're an adult already, a husband who protects Noel, and you're going to become the father of a child who will be born sooner or later, too. As such a man, don't be flustered over something of this level. Serious. Serious, Sama, D. I get that you become uneasy. However, you know how to stay strong now. Don't be afraid, live with some confidence. Serious. Yes, D. Noel, D. Dear Noel. Yees, they've entered their love bubble. It happened at last. With this, they'll receive the money without any problems. Although I'm the one who did the scolding this time, it seems like Noel will be taking over from here on. Hey, D. Mystere. I want to introduce this guy here. He's you. What the hell, Gad? Ah, bad timing, Gad. Please wait for a little while. The couple finally returned, and the man we saw not long ago was introduced to us. This fellow is Zach, my younger brother. Since he's in charge of the delivery to Elysium, he'll serve as the coachman for the carriage that will transport you, mister, and your friends. Gad. As was introduced, my name is Zach. I'm but a novice who was taken as an apprentice by my big brother Gad, but please treat me well. Zach. These two really look alike when they're next to each other. Assuming that Gad is in his 30s, Zach should be about 20 years old, I guess. He says he's a novice, but this fellow has been to Elysium many times. I've hired 2 people from the guild as escorts, so I guarantee you a safe trip. Gad. Gad, can we trust him, D? You're an anxious one, huh? No, perhaps that's only the case when your important people are involved. Rest assured, this fellow is trustworthy. He's my younger brother after all, Gad. Since he answered full of confidence, D seems to have been convinced. As the two held a conversation somewhere else, Zach came to my position and asked for a handshake. I have heard from my big brother Gad. Though Elysium is a while from here, I look forward to working with you. Zach. Same here, please treat me and my 2 companions well. It's our first time traveling, so it would be a great help if you could teach us a lot. Serious. Hahaha, I'll teach you as much as you like as long as you're satisfied with what's within the scope of my knowledge. Leaving that aside, I heard from Big Brother that you've contributed to the sales of our company together with D. Is it alright if I also call you Mr. Zach? Ha, if you don't mind doing so for a child such as myself, then by all means. Serious. Got it, mister. Since the people who'll escort us arrived a little while ago, we can leave any time. Please call me once you're ready. Zach. Not only their appearances, their characters are similar as well. However, given that he's a man who's easy to talk to, things probably won't get awkward during the travel. As I saw off Zach, who returned to the carriage, the siblings were exchanging farewell greetings with Noel and Dee at the side. What are you saying? It's not like we won't be able to meet from here on out. Don't speak like that. But still, big sis, I'll be supporting Sirius Sama, so you take care of D-san too, all right. Emilia. Oh, come on, you're so cheeky, Noel. While she said so, tears started building up in Noel's eyes, and she closely hugged Emilia in a loving manner. And then, Emilia snuggled to Noel's arm and lightly bit her shoulder. Ah, this could it be, Noel. Yes, it's because I like you very much, big sister, Emilia. Biting shoulders is a proof of affection for those of the Silver Wolf tribe. Perhaps because she's glad from being bitten, Noel puts all her strength into her embrace. Naihe, you may bite harder if you want, Noel. That's for Sirius Sama only, Emilia. Oh my, as expected, love is a great thing, Noel. The stronger the bite, the deeper the affection. Or so I assume, but if the current Emilia bites my shoulder, she just might chomp it clean off. I'll bite too. Big sis Noel, lend me your shoulder. Ruth. Well, I'm glad, but go easy on me, Ru-kun, all right. You seem like you'd bite until blood comes out and that's scary. Noel. I'll hold back properly, Ruse. Ruse also bit Noel's shoulder, and hands in hands, the beastkins continued their exchange to ascertain it. Emi-chan, Ru-kun, please take care of Sirius Sama for me. Noel. Of course, Emilia. I'll protect big brother and big sister, Ruse. However, you have to protect yourselves diligently as well. It would be bad if you were to get injured, Noel. I'll see what I can do as I follow Sirius Sama, Emilia. I'll protect everything, Ruse. Will it really be all right, Noel? I'm of the same opinion, though I'd like them to become a little bit more flexible when it comes to me. There is nothing I can do but gradually change them in the future. Emilia, Ruse, I've showed a shameful sight earlier. D. Though D, who bent down to match their gazes, spoke while scratching his head, the siblings said that they didn't mind it while shaking theirs. I tried hard to act the part of an elder brother for you two, but I guess your competences are already above mine. D. Is that how it is, Ruse? It is, and though I'm such a weak elder brother, I have request for you. I'm asking as your big brother, and as your senior in attendance, please take care of Sirius Sama. D. Yes, Ruse, Emilia. With that alone, the poor talker D seems to be done. Having finished their farewells with the siblings, the couple bowed their heads while standing before me. So that's where we part, D. Yes, we won't be able to meet for at least 5 years, until graduation. Serious. That's so long. If you hadn't said that you'd be going to school, I'd have liked to take you to my hometown. Noel. That wouldn't be bad either, but I wouldn't have a place to live, right? Serious. In your case, you could easily build a house or two, Sirius Sama. Noel. That's a little excessive, don't you think? Serious. Even if she speaks of building a house, as expected, that's oh wait, I think I could manage it somehow. I feel like if I imitate Lior's house or something like that, it'll probably go well. We'll come to meet the two of you once we graduate. No, perhaps you'll be 3 at that time. Serious. Though I feel like you're being a little hasty, we'll do our best. And when the child grows up, please make him your attendant, all right, Noel? Huh, what the hell are you saying? Serious. I'll properly drive into him the techniques I was taught by Alina San, so please look forward to it. Also, if it's a girl, I won't mind even if you take her as your mistress. Noel. Big sister, you can't decide that of your own accord. Emilia. Emilia interrupted Noel, who kept talking as she pleased. That's right, even if you're his parent, don't go arbitrarily setting up the life of a child who's not born yet. You tell her, Emilia. It's all right, Emmy-chan, the first one will always be you, so don't worry. Noel. It's all good then, Emilia. So you're already backing down. I shouldn't even have to ask, but are you really all right with that? To begin with, the first one is the elf Fia, who put a reservation and wait, no. How could she decide that on her own without my permission? The women in this world are too aggressive. It's okay, there is no way I'm gonna force him. I will entrust it all to the child's free will. Naturally serious. Which means that it'll be all right if I brainwash him and induce him to do it, right, Noel? Don't serious. For some reason, I'm tired already. With the way things are going, it seems like this talk will never end, so let's get going soon. As I thought of heading to our carriage, Noelle put her hand on my cheek and kissed me on my forehead. I wish you a very fortunate life. We'll always be praying for your happiness. No. Separating from my forehead, Noelle faced me with a wide smile. Really, you never miss a chance for a sweet scene. You're the best. So I'll absolutely find happiness, elder sister. Serious, Noelle. As expected, I'll have to pass on calling you big sister. Sorry about that. Having turned our backs to the attendants who were sobbing behind us, we boarded the carriage. As I was about to ask Zach to depart, Gad appeared in front of us and handed me a rather big bag. Mister, I took the liberty of choosing a few things you'll need in your journey. Please make use of them. Gad. Like I said to Dee, don't worry about it. Gad. Even so, though it's not much here, this is serious. I tried taking a gold coin out of my pocket to pass it to him, but Gad shook his head, refusing to receive it. That won't be necessary. I can't receive money from that guy's benefactor. Gad. Then I'll give you this. Serious. From my backpack, I took out a board made by shaving wood, a reversey board. I was thinking of playing it during the breaks of our travel, but after bringing it, I realized that playing reversey would be impossible with the swaying of the carriage. This is a world of few entertainments, so if I sell it as a game it should be somewhat profitable, right? That's what I was thinking, but... What is this? A wooden board and some black and white wooden coins. Gad. It's a game that I made. Feel free to mass produce it and sell it as you like, and please learn how to play from D. Serious. It's my first time seeing this. I'll gratefully receive it. And so, will you be leaving now, Gad? Yes, please. Serious. Understood. Hey, Zach, get going. Gad. All right, big brother, I'm off, Zach. The carriage starts moving, and the figures of Noelle and Dee gradually fade away. The two kept widely waving their hands while shedding tears, and we bid them farewell while waving back until they both went completely out of sight. It seems like the school's location, Elysium, is 5 days by carriage from here. The highway to Elysium is well developed. Its soil has been tamped firm to the point where it's almost like a straight road. It seems like monsters rarely show up there, too. Zach laughingly said that the hardest thing on that road is fighting the boredom. At present, we had taken off our robes, and we were chatting with Zach, who was sitting on the box seat. My 3 companions are dressed in clothes suitable for adventuring, as I am, and Emilia has tied her long hair into a ponytail so that it doesn't disturb her. Just like his big brother Gad, Zach doesn't hold any prejudice against beastkins. Even when he saw the two's wolf tails and ears, he wasn't disturbed. Rather, looking at their beautiful silvery hair, he complimented them for being well-bred children. Therefore, we immediately befriended each other, and the ones got along the most were. And that's when Big Brother said it. The hell you're doing to my little brother? Gee, at that time he was shining. Zach. I get what you're saying, big bro Zach. My big brother always shines too. He's my aim. Ruse. Perhaps due to a big brother link, these two got on strangely well with each other. They're talking about their mutual elder brother's splendid parts, and their conversation is getting lively as if they were longtime friends. However, will Ruse be all right? Almost an hour has passed, and yet Zach. There is no problem. This is a form of training. Serious. The only one not riding the carriage was Ruse, who was running on foot alongside it. That served as practice, and he started doing it on his own initiative, so I didn't stop him. I want him to preserve his strength in case some enemies come, but given that this speed is half of his usual and that I'm here as well, there won't be any problems. By the way, this highway is safe, right? and yet you employed guards regardless. Why is that, Emilia? Emilia shifted her attention to the two people escorting us, who were sitting at the back of the carriage. They're wearing hoods low over their eyes, just like the siblings were earlier, and whenever they get some spare time, they take care of the maintenance of the big sword and spear that they're holding. However, ever since we departed, they never talked, and honestly, they're extremely suspicious. Recently, thieves have been frequently appearing in this area. That is why I employed adventurers like from the guild. Zach. I see, however, there is something I've been worrying about for a little while. I drew my mouth near Zach's ear and muttered to him in a voice that they couldn't hear. How are their competences? I'll have to be blunt, the weapons they're holding are strangely new, and that has been bothering me. Serious. Adventurers are never far from conflict. When they fight, they naturally chip their blades and stain their weapons with blood, but these guys' weapons are oddly new and the way they're maintaining them is crude. It looks to me like they're handling weapons which they aren't accustomed to using. Didn't they just buy replacements? I hired them through the guild, so they should be reliable people. Zach. I don't know the guild well, so I have no clue. Following my intuition, I used my search spell on a wide range and there were a lot of reactions. Big brother, Ruse. In but a moment, Ruse, who was running outside, shouted towards me, pulled out the sword that was hanging from his back and became alert of his surroundings. Good, his intuition has become quite sharp. Surprised by Ruse's action, Zach panicked and hurriedly pulled the reins which stopped the carriage. Wow, what is it, Mr. Zach? An enemy attack. Though there is still some distance from them, they've deployed several people in the environs to surround the carriage. Aren't those the thieves you spoke of earlier? Serious. That's bad, hey you, some thieves came out so wah, Zach. When I turned my head to Zach's voice, I was faced by a dangerous situation occurring in the carriage. You don't you dare move. With her neck caught by an adventurer, Emilia has become a hostage. You don't you dare move. Holding Emilia's neck with one hand and a knife in his free one was the escort adventurer, who was maintaining his weapon just until now. Damn, taking a hostage at this timing, you're their accomplice. Zach's how tease. Aight, drop your weapons quickly, adventurer. Taking a child hostage, a disgrace to men, aren't you, Zach? Shut up, winning is what matters. If you don't drop 'em fast, I ain't responsible for what happens to this Jew-Chan adventurer. Zach vexingly dropped the sword that was at his hip, so I decided to follow suit. Observing while removing the weapon, I see Emilia just grimacing in displeasure. It doesn't seem like he's strangling her. There's a bag with water in her hands, so it looks like he aimed for when she tried to hand it to me. Dropped it. Quickly let the child go, Zach. Not yet. Tell the brat outside to drop it as well, adventurer. If it was the usual ruse, he would rush the carriage with no questions asked, but I called him to stand by, so he's still guarding outside. There's still time until the guys, whose presences I felt, come here, so I guess let's go with some information gathering in the meantime. You Onii-sans are adventurers, right? Serious note, he's talking to the men in a childish manner. What can't you tell by lookin', adventurer? I mean, though adventurers are strong people, they are afraid of a child with a weapon, so I thought maybe I'm wrong, serious. This brat, you cover my back, ignore the one outside adventurer. He moved one free man to guard his back and there's only one looking at us. Yeah, he got fooled so fast it's funny. Anyway, I was able to prevent disarming ruse. What's your goal? If it's money, I can give you all the luggage, just let the children off, Zach. Ooh, you're chivalrous one, aren't you, Zach-san? A merchant giving priority to us over the luggage, you know how to please a man. Ha, don't matter if we just rob everything. These brats are dressed quite nicely, should sell well as slaves, adventurer. Hearing the word slave, Emilia's face goes pale. Probably her old trauma coming back, her body's shaking, showing dangerous symptoms. Should I just shoot him? No, bit of a drastic measure, but guess I'll try make her overcome it. Emilia, listen well, serious, yes, Emilia. You've been squeaking for a while now, brat. Shut up, adventurer. You've become strong. Remember your days of training, serious. The guy's screaming, but I ignore him and continue talking to Emilia. Told to remember, Emilia closed her eyes, and after a few seconds when she slowly opened them, traces of fear were gone. Remembered, you can now easily take down a guy like that, so do it without restraint, serious. Yes, Emilia. The moment the man was disturbed by the loud voice coming from the hostage, Emilia slipped out of the arm holding her, took the hand with the knife, and using essentials of Eiki made it drop. It would be fine to separate at that point, but she didn't end it there. The only one who can touch Mei's serious Sama, Emilia. Continuing on with essentials of Suoinage, she flung the man. Together with the man who was standing behind, the two adventurers flew out of the carriage. Ha, the guy just flew, Zach. Leaving aside Zach, whose mouth was agape, I went over to Emilia and stroked her head. She was breathing heavily, but calmed down while I was stroking her and showed me her smile. Serious Sama. I did it, Emilia. Yeah, you did well. You're no longer a weak child, just waiting to become a slave. You proved that now. Serious. Yes, Emilia. Emilia withdrew behind me, and I patted Zach's shoulder while picking up the equipment. Zach-san, are you all right? Serious. Oh, Aunt Dana, what is this child? Zach. Explanations will have to wait. For now, let's get out of the carriage and get ready to fight. Enemies are about to appear. Serious. No, aren't there just a few of them? Wouldn't running instead of fighting, Zach? With a carriage full of luggage, we won't outrun them, so let's quickly get outside and intercept them. Serious. I'm not bragging, but I'm not too good with the sword. Depends on the opponent, but more than two at the time is impossible, Zach. Not a problem, as long as you can protect yourself. Ruse and Emilia will finish the rest. Serious. I shift my gaze to Emilia, and her face is full of motivation, almost spelling out leave it to me. Fumu seems she's back to normal. Anyway, let's get outside. We can't see enemies from here, and what's more, the goods will get damaged, won't they? Serious. I guess, Zach. Not really decisive attitude, but with us going outside, Zach followed suit. Aniki ni-chan, you're okay. Ruse. Right after going out of the carriage, the loyal dog not that. Ruse runs up, so I calm him down with some pats on the head. Looking at the thrown-out adventurers, they were about to get up while all shaky, presumably from a quite strong impact. Aniki, what's up with them? Enemies. Ruse. Yeah, fools who tried to sell Emilia and you as slaves. Clean them up without reservations, together with the ones about to come. Serious. They what? Emma beat them down. Ruse. Letting out a growl that is probably the remains of the transformation, he furiously scowled at the adventurers. Ones being glared at are as much in rage, though. SHSHT, what is that brat? Adventurer. I don't really get it, but she's strong. Are they not here yet? Adventurer 2. Looks like her being cautious even if it's a kid, and decided to wait for incoming reinforcements instead of facing us. That kind of situational judgment is as expected of an adventurer, I guess. What do we do, Dana? Wouldn't it be better to beat them down before other guys come? Zach. Too late for that. We're back to square one for now. Serious. I can feel their presences even without search. Blocking the front and back of the highway, dangerous-looking guys gather one after another. The adventurers go to the leader-like man's side and start reporting the situation. Oi, what's going on? Weren't you guys supposed to rob them of their weapons? Leader-like. Shut up, they are stronger than we thought. If you let your guard down 'cause they're kids, you'll get done in adventurer. Blaming brats for your own mistakes, pathetic. Oi, you go leader-like. Leader-like gives an order to his comrades, and one man starts nonchalantly walking towards us. The man stops in front of Ruse and threatens us by glaring. What can I say? Extremely easy to tell thug. Oi, brats, drop your weapons pronto, otherwise you're in for some pain. Bandit 1. Hey, are you guys bandits? Ruse. Yeah, bandits, the appreciated Mr. Bandits that are going to sell you for a high price. Bandit 1. I see, then I'm not holding back. Ruse. Ah, what arhiba, Bandit 1's. Rue's fist goes into opponent's face, and the bandit, without even getting to understand the situation, flies away. The man continues to roll while gouging out the ground, and passes out while bleeding out of his nose right before leader-like's feet. Ruse, continue to rush them. Emilia, accompany the ones in the front of the carriage. Serious. The number of enemies, not counting the one punch just now, is 10, 6 at the carriage's backside, 3 at the front, the remaining. Serious. Sama, what of the one above? Emilia. And one in the tree at the left hand of the backside, probably for long-distance attack with the bow, but at the point they prepared only one, it's useless. I pick up a palm-sized stone at my feet. I'll drop him down. Now then, are you ready? Serious. Ruse silently lowers his center of gravity. Emilia draws out her knife and heightens her concentration. And I throw the stone, aiming for the guy in the tree to get ball rolling. Open combat. Serious. Yes, Emilia. Ruse. The same moment the man that was hiding in the hits the ground, Ruse kicks off the ground running. Ruse, unlike Emilia, fights with me or Lior and gets beat up almost every day. Usually one would call it quits, but similar to Lior, he likes to fight strong opponents, so he joyfully continues to challenge us. Repeated actual combat on top of his nature, so trauma from slavery in him is non-existent. His first time cutting down people, however, against clear-cut enemies that aim for his sister or me, there's no mercy. Dashing with the force that is kicking up earth, he easily cuts off the arms of the two vanguards, and with the same momentum jumps to leader-like side. This, leader-like. You're a Ruse. While bewildered, leader-like reacts and swings down the greatsword he held, Ruse also cuts upwards. With a high-pitched metallic sound, both swords break right in the middle, and Ruse gets away from there while smacking his lips. Damn it, I'm still far away, Ruse. True, even if the opponent had a greatsword with a massive blade and he a cheap, thin iron sword, Lior would still cut down only the opponent's weapon. Simultaneous is already at sufficient level, but Rue's ideal is high and big, so he's frustrated for real. Didn't I tell you? Oi will hold him down, you aim for that black-haired kid, adventurer. That kid is their leader. If we take him hostage, this one should stop as well, adventurer too. Don't you lay your hands on Anarchy, Ruse. The two adventurers teamed up and are handling Rue's attacks. I taught him some empty-handed combat, however only to the level of might as well, so it lacks decisiveness, and Ruse is being held down by the two. Leader takes out his spare sword and approaches, but Zack stands as if covering me and holds up his sword. Can't be only relying on children. I'm not letting you get to this child, Zack. Move, lowly merchant, later like. The spirit is wonderful, but by my estimation Zack is the one lower in abilities. Zack is a good guy, I don't want him to get hurt, can't be helped. If you think I can't fight just because I'm a merchant, think again, Zack. Think you can win against a profabu, leader-like. Leader-like suddenly falls on his back, slogged back of his head and stopped moving. I feel bad for Zack, who is stiffened up with his sword over him, but I had myself ended immediately. Nothing much, I just hooked string up to opponent's leg and pulled it at full strength. Dorshia, Ruse. By that time Rue's uppercut caught the adventurer's jaw. The blow strong enough to lift off the ground, reliably reaps away his consciousness. The other one is already down on the mat, unmoving. If there was a gong, it would be grandly ringing right now. Sorry, Anarchy, I couldn't hold one down, Ruse. Don't worry about it. You took almost all of them by yourself. It's enough of an accomplishment, serious. Is there no better sword, Ruse? What's unfortunate is that there's no sword to match Rue's abilities. He swung a sword he picked up from a bandit a few times while shaking his head and reluctantly puts it into sheath. This is surprising. Ruse is amazing. I've never seen a person this strong at this age, Zack. I've a lot to learn. Anarchy is even more amazing, Ruse. Dana is wait, where's Emilia-chan, Zack? Should be ending it about now, see, speak of the devil, Ruse. When I shift my eyes to front side of the carriage, I see Emilia magnificently dancing. Unlike Ruse, her attacks are weak. If she used magic they wouldn't, but it's too powerful to be used in fights against people, so she holds off on it. An untactfully released windblade could turn it into a dismemberment murder in a blink of an eye, and I've told them to not kill if possible, so she's not using it this time. Even so, with her trained-out reflexes and speed, even against 3 opponents, she leads them by the nose, slashing at vitals with her knife if there's an opening. On top of that, she's using magic to blow tailwind onto herself, speeding up even more. The bandits, whose wounds get increased every time Emilia's silver hair draws a glittering trail, are already tearing up. What is she, man 1? Even though I can see, I can't even graze her. What the goo, man 2? You all get away, man 3. Though without heavy wounds, engraved with countless light ones, their will to fight is almost gone. Finding an appropriate time, Emilia halts and states while pointing her knife, I am going to go for the throat next. However, if you drop your weapons and surrender, I shall stop. How about it, Emilia? You Japanese letter N, that smile after thrashing them, thoroughly cute yet scary. To top it off, she is a kid, so it's probably even scarier, because the 3 bandits obediently dropped their weapons and surrendered. Serious S, a M, a Japanese letter. It is over, Emilia. Good work, let's tie their hands and get them in one place, serious. Understood, Zack-san, do you have something to tie with, Emilia? I believe there was in the carriage, Zack. I'll help too, Ruse. While the bandit trio is being tied up, the last one showed up. Not like I forgot about him, he just didn't come no matter how much time passed, so I just left him be, but why is he appearing at this timing? One asketh, takest one's mana as offering, and realizeth the avatar of great fire. Bandit. Incantation, not good, he's a magician, Zack. Anarchy, Ruse. Serious Sama, Emilia. Magician, it denotes one who can use magic above certain level. Commonly, ones who can use intermediate level magic are called this way. We didn't think that a bandit would be a magician and distanced ourselves from him, so apart from me, the 3 it was too late to deal with. I see, he was hiding because he was waiting for me to be isolated. Spear of flame pierceth one's sworn enemy, fire lance, magician. When the man chants the spell name, a big lance about my height appeared. Fumu, first time I see a magic user apart my servants, so that's 2 steps above elementary level fire lance, huh? Magician man is glaring at me who's admiring and while crooking his mouth fired the fire lance. Keel Ovier, leader of monsters, magician. Oi oi, even though they are cute pupils that got strong due to their own efforts, cruelly calling them monsters. Impact serious. Since Zack is looking, I decided to finish it not with gun but normal magic. The impact I fired is small, from the looks of it, not something that could oppose a fire lance. However, the moment the ball of magic got absorbed into the flame, and it dispersed as if the flame exploded and the fire lance vanished. Wah, my magic, magician. Your mana focusing is still too inadequate. At that level, you'll get offsetted by small magic like just now. Well, if there is a next time, though serious. The magician is stepping back from grinning me, but I can't let you off. You have a criminal record of slandering my disciples, so I need to do some educational guidance. While I was walking, thinking about the details of the guidance, 2 shadows flew past me. How dare you, Emilia Ruse. The enraged siblings run up to the man at full strength and split up to take his both flanks. Aim for Sirius Sama Anarchy, Emilia Ruse. Emilia into the abdomen, Ruse into the face. He gets pounded from both sides. As one would expect from a brother and sister, the timing was perfect, and the man drops while spewing blood and vomit from his face. From the way he collapsed without even taking a step after being punched from left and right, you can see the height of the pair's technique. More like that was quite a blunt sound. He's not dead, is he? Ni-chan looks like this guy is still alive. Do we finish it, Ruse? Let's make him regret he survived. Ruse, we're doing that, Emilia. Wait, that the hell is that? Scratch that, their eyes are serious. Even though the man is passed out, Ruse is still shaking him while holding on the scruff, and Emilia is looking with cold eyes while holding her knife. Not good, by the looks of it, they'll really do it. Emilia Ruse, house, serious. Yes, Emilia Ruse. I stoked the heads of the 2 that came before me and calmed them down for a moment. I have questions for those guys, and though I get this feeling of overkill, they all are out of commission, so it should be enough at this point. How should I put it? I have no words to describe this Zack. Leaving the explanations to the confused Zack for later, first are the disciples. You did well, guys. There were a lot of unexpected things, but you adapted yourselves appropriately. It's proof that you overcame harsh training, serious. Really, Emilia's. I did it, Ruse. One thing though, when I was attacked you guys overreacted. You won't be able to make calm decisions if you are like that, serious. It was fine because he flinched at me countering his magic when did it, but if there was one more calm opponent, they might have fallen prey to magic before getting close. Sirius Sama was aimed at, as if I could be calm, Emilia. Guys aiming at Anarchy are enemies. I'm taking down all of them, Ruse. You guys, I'm glad you feel that way, but change the order of thoughts. If you want to something about the opponent, firstly you have to prioritize calmly incapacitating him. After that you can hit him with your wrath or whatever, right? Serious. Understood, we should incapacitate, and then make them regret living, Emilia. I see, so we do it thoroughly afterwards. Ruse, these kids, aren't they a bit extreme? Zack. I can't deny Zack's words, but we were targeted for no reason, so it's reasonable that we retaliate. After that, I decided to gather them in one place and interrogate. Bandits and adventurers were working together, after all. There's a liability issue with Adventurers Guild that sent them as escorts, and I need to have them spill the beans on the bandit scale. After giving the ones in most danger minimal amount of treatment, and having dispatched a messenger bird to City Amist, Zack was interrogating the leader like man. Oi, are you guys the bandits that were roaming around here recently? Zack. So what of it, leader like? I'll have you spit out everything about your size and hideout. Due to you guys, our business has been seriously stagnating, Zack. Like I care, leader like. Even now, Zack. Zack threatens the leader like with a sword on his neck, but the man was just looking up at Zack while laughing. Ha ha ha, do it if you will. If I die you'll be left with as much information as you have. A lowly merchant shouldn't do something he's not used to, leader like. KH, Zack. Seems like he hit a bullseye, as Zack was putting away the sword while being frustrated, though looks like he recovered right away and started talking to the adventurers this time. Aren't you guys embarrassed, taking kids hostages on top of joining hands with bandits? I'm surprised people call you adventurers, brave Zack. I don't want to hear that from a merchant saved by some kid's adventurer. I don't want to hear it from a guy rolling around with ropes on him. You guys, what do you want to do going against the guild and pairing up with bandits? Zack. Shut up, a company created by some adventurer wannabe, don't be actin', all great, adventurer. What? How dare you diss Anarchy, Zach? Stop us do up serious. It's becoming just a fight, so forcefully cut in and make them stop. Calming down after getting away from the adventurer, Zach was scratching his head out of embarrassment. I apologize, Dana. I couldn't stand having Anarchy made fun of Zach. I know that feeling really well, Ruse. Since you're a merchant, try to handle it a bit calmer. That said, we still don't know anything. Sorry I acted shamefully. You see, the bandits have been only after the merchants lately, Zach. Isn't that because the merchants have more money? Serious. Even so, there are no victims among the travelers. Since they calmly attack guarded carriages, Anarchy thinks there's something behind the scenes. If we could just get some proof from these guys, Zach. But because you're inept at interrogation, you're at a standstill since you gain no information. Frankly, we can just go to Elysian. There's no need to get involved with these guys. However, they did prattle something about selling us as slaves on top of involving the unrelated us into this. I think I'll help a bit while harassing these guys. Zach, can I interrogate these guys? Serious. I don't mind really, Zach. After getting some red paint used for dyeing from the carriage, I was standing in front of the leader of the bandits. What does a brat that drags around something like subhumans with him want? Leader-like. Ignoring him saying something annoying, I draw a circle with the paint on his arm and write idiot in Japanese in it. From my point of view, it's just some bad mouthing, but for them, who don't know Japanese, it must look like some mysterious pattern. All right, it's done serious. Scribbling nonchalantly, I'll definitely make you regret it, leader-like. You'll be the one regretting. Also, this isn't a scribble but a curse serious. What the hell are you talking about, leader-like? The leader has an expression of displeasure on his face, but I give the arm with the pattern a strong pinch. The leader makes an expression of wonder, but while I gradually put in more strength, almost as if to rip it out, his face turns pale. What is this? What the hell's going on? Leader-like. Next, I take out a knife and lightly cut the surface of the pinched part. It bleeds, of course, but even though it's a minor injury, the man started trembling. Oi, what's wrong with you? Is this a wound to be so afraid of, really? Serious. Not that it doesn't hurt. Even though it was pinched so much, even though it bleeds, it doesn't hurt at all, leader-like. Lastly, I stab the knife deeper. Lots of blood spurts out and the man starts screaming while sweating. What is this? You guys, is my arm really attached? There's no pain or sensation of it, leader-like. Didn't I tell you it's a curse serious? For now, I only stop the bleeding and look into the leader's eyes while smiling. What's reflected there is confusion and slight fear. In this impossible situation, my smile must look quite eerie. I study curses as a hobby, and though this was completed just a few days ago, if you pour in some mana into the drawn pattern, the sensation of being touched, let alone pain, disappears serious. What are you talking about, leader-like? But you see, if you lie to me, or don't answer to my questions, the curse will get stronger, and eventually will spread through the whole body serious. If there's no pain, there's no point in torturing then leader-like. Don't you get it? Losing sensations means that you won't be able to taste anything you eat. Even if you hold a woman, you won't be able to feel a thing, is what it means serious. At those words, the leader's composure disappears. He must have imagined it, even if for a moment, since his body started shaking even more. Dana, isn't that a bit much? Zach. Oops, looks like I scared even the one I didn't need to. But Amelia immediately whispered to him, so I don't need to explain. Honestly, this is an application of active regeneration. I just temporarily numbed the sensation of pain by giving excess stimulus with mana. In other words, it's just like putting on some anesthetic. It'll go back to normal in half a day. Point is, there are other ways to threaten, not just with a sword or a beating. For them who don't know about anesthesia, the current situation must be nothing short of horror. When it spreads through the whole body, it becomes impossible to erase, you know. Well then, can I start asking some questions? Serious. I'll tell you anything, young master leader-like. Chuckle too easy. Well, one would become obedient after getting the strongest human desires restrained. The leader, without hesitation, fluently talks about their secrets, even including information that no one cares about. After doing the same treatment to the adventurers, I got to know the reason they joined hands with bandits. It was those guys after all. Damn, I did think they were good for nothings, but to think they would go this far. Zach. Turns out the bandits hunted down merchants because of orders from another company that was jealous of Galgan Company's development. To crush the rapidly developing Galgan Company, they used bandits by leaking them the information about transporting. Seems they also had them assault some unrelated companies to cover their tracks. The two adventurers belonged to a proper guild, it seems, but lately it didn't go well and they couldn't earn decent money. Then comes in the aforementioned company and strikes a deal with them to cooperate with bandits in exchange for a large sum. The weapons they were maintaining in the carriage seemed to be provided, thinking that with good-looking weapons they would be easier to trust. That's why even though those guys only know how to use a single-handed swords, had those brand new weapons they aren't used to. Hey, that's enough, right? I said everything there's to say, so please erase this curse. Leader like. Yeah, I will, but before that, serious. I gathered the attention of the bandits, picked up a palm-sized rock that was laying around, and broke it with a grip that was enhanced with boost. I smiled at them, showing it was broken so thoroughly it became almost only sand. Next time you call my disciples monsters or insult them, this will be your heads. Got it? Serious. The bandits nodded their heads so much vigor, you would think they would rip off. A monster should be said to an opponent who is in a whole other dimension, not something you should spew out in desperation, just because one's a little stronger than you. According to the bandits' wishes, I wiped off the pattern with a cloth and circulate mana to become light to erase the cursor, at least a performance like that. Really, I just activated light and made it shine, but on the men's faces relax, thinking the curse was erased. By the way, there are some side effects, so this won't disappear for half a day. Also, the curse isn't completely gone, so please don't try to make some weird moves against me. I might carelessly reactivate it. Serious. They turn pale again, but there's no problem if they don't get involved with me. Anyway, they are going to jail to await trial, but I believe they learned their lesson. After that, while waiting for the city guards to take over the bandits, I was receiving countless apologies from Zach. I am truly sorry. To get into this kind of predicament, when I said I'd guarantee a safe journey, I have no excuse, Zach. No, our baggage is safe, and we don't mind it a bit. Serious. There's no need to speak politely. While this might sound rude, when I heard about it from Aniki, I half doubted it, but after seeing your strength with my own eyes, I really admire you. From now on, please let me call you Dana in the true meaning of the word, Zach. What do you mean true meaning? Anyway, I'll take it as a sign that I was truly approved. Zach keeps apologizing, but for us this isn't a big deal, more like, it was just an event that served well for Amelia to conquer her trauma. That said, what shall we do? Since even if we keep on moving, sun will go down shortly, so shall we return to town together with the city guards that are coming to take these guys? Zach. There's no need to go back, is there? Serious. However, putting me aside, you haven't really slept outside much, right, Zach? Not a problem, rather, we are quite good at sleeping outside. Also, since you're delivering goods, wouldn't it be better to arrive on schedule? Serious. We don't really mind, so let's move on, like serious Sama, says Amelia. Dana, sorry, we couldn't cover much distance today, but since 2 adventurers' worth of luggage is gone, our speed should pick up, Zach. Well then, let's go with moving forward. Serious. The same time we stand up after deciding our course of action, Ruse, who was on lookout, started to make a racket. Aniki, there's smell of people from that city. Ruse. Looks like city guards have arrived. To dispatch 6 guards to this place, even though it's quite far from town, looks like Galgan Company is an organization that has some trust. By the time Zach was done explaining the situation and the bandits were taken away by the guards, an hour has passed. We, like decided, were riding towards Elysian. Speed did increase a bit, but it became evening soon, so we started to prepare camp. I'll be outside to look out for the night, so you guys sleep inside the carriage, Zach. Shouldn't we all keep watch in turns? Serious. It'll be fine even if Serious Sama doesn't. Please leave it to us, Amelia. Rejected, except for unexpected situations, everyone should do it equally. This is also an experience, Serious. If you say so, but Serious Sama's turn will be shorter, Amelia. Dana, are you really a child? I feel like I'm the childish one, Zach. Aniki can't be understood with logic. Ruse. With a bit of trouble, the turn for watch was decided. Next is preparing the meal. Usually food in camps is mainly made up of easy-to-preserve hard bread and dried meat with some soup with seasonings like salt. Preserved foods aren't really developed, so there's only that much. However, this isn't a desert or a place covered in ice, but a highway you can see a forest from. And so, Amelia, go gathering, Ruse, go randomly hunt one down, Serious. Understood, I'll go look for some herbs and such, Amelia. All right, Aniki, a mid-sized should be enough, Ruse. Seeing me taking out a pot, that is a little on the big side, and putting water to boil on a handcrafted magic circle, while giving orders to the 2, Zach remained standing while holding bread and dried meat. I prepared your portions as well, but doesn't seem like you need it, Zach. Sorry, I should have told you, we'd do it, Serious. Don't mention it. Well then, I'll be going to rest first after eating this, Zach. I stopped Zach, who was taking out a sleeping bag while nibbling on some unappetizing bread. Wait a bit, at any rate, you'd rather eat something warm, right? Even if you don't eat that, I'll make Zach's portion too, so please wait, serious. To get a meal prepared on top of getting my life and goods saved, how should ever I repay this debt? Zach. The whole thing with bandits just happened to be, no need to mind it though. Anyway, about the meal, I'm also experimenting, so I would also like to know a merchant's opinion, serious. Experiment is it? If it's Dana, I have an interest in it, so I would like to Zach. After seeing Zach fold his sleeping bag and sit on the opposite side, I took a light brown block from my bag. I cut an appropriate amount of this clay-like thing that I made at home into pieces and put it inside hot water to melt. When the clear water turns to the same color as the clay-like, a fragrant smell started drifting around. Appearance and usage is like that of miso, but this isn't miso. Think of it as soup base made from this world's ingredients. Ooh, what is this tasty smell? Is it what you put in just now, Zach? It's a thing made out of salt and various spices mixed and kneaded together. Since it's dried a bit, it's easy to preserve. You melt in hot water like this to eat, serious. If you dry it completely, it would last even longer, but since that knocks off the flavor, and this isn't a long trip, I made it into this mid-dried clay-like. Zach is looking full of interest, so tiered a bit of it and handed it to him. This is it's spicy. Zach. Oi oi, it's made to be dissolved in water, so of course it's spicy if you eat it raw. You're doing the same thing Ruse did in the past. Serious Sama, we are back, Emilia. I hunted it down, Aniki, Ruse. That's when the pair comes back and shows their results. Emilia gathered herbs I might be able to use for deodorization, mushrooms, and some edible wild grass, while Ruse got a mid-sized bird that looks worth eating. Incredible, it's a barrow bird. These birds are very cautious and hard to get near to. I'm amazed you could catch one, Zach. It ran away a few times, but I quietly got close to it, then jumped out with a bang and cut it with a swoosh, Ruse. I don't really get it, but I get that it's incredible, Zach. Ruse is the type that moves relying mainly on instincts, so it's useless to ask him for an accurate explanation. I believe Zach made the right choice. Anyway, after preparing the bird and burying everything apart parts we'll eat, I scattered salt and herbs for deodorization and made it into a yakitori. Next, I mix in mushrooms and wild grasses into the soup, and after putting in dried homemade noodles, it's finished. In relation to dried noodles, they are a simple thing made by frying the made noodles in oil, but it's still way better when compared to hard bread used for storing. Seems Zach could hide his surprise at the finished meal that was better quality than he expected. Looks like his switch was flipped on after apprehensively taking a mouthful of the noodle soup. He's the only one eating with a fork, so it looks hard to eat noodles, but he's eating the finished meal so intensely, as if pouring it down. After subjugating it in a blink of an eye, Zach was rubbing his stomach in satisfaction. Yeah, this is really incredible. This is my first time eating something this good while camping, Zach. I think D and the others are eating the same thing right about now, serious. Then Aniki's eyes are probably sparkling. This thing that dissolves in dried noodles, was it? This is revolution of preserved foods. It would definitely sell. Would you like to try selling it through the company, Zach? I don't really mind, but if you want to make and sell it, do it after getting a permission from D and consulting with Gad, serious. It's the opposite, serious Sama. Yeah, if it's deny, then he'll definitely say get a permission from serious Sama Ruse. Probably, as for me, I'd like him to say that he made it and get a bit famous, but since he's not before me, convincing him doesn't seem possible. Can't be helped, I suppose I'll permit it with some conditions. I don't mind teaching you how to make it, but only if you give me a part of the sales, serious. How much is that part, Zach? I don't know how it will sell, so decide it after consulting with Gad, serious. I believe it will definitely sell. This is a chance to earn massive amount of money. No matter how you look at it, you're being too irresponsible with this, Zach. At this point, I don't really have a fixation on money, and thinking about that kind of thing is troublesome. Also, it looks like I could trust you and Gad, so I leave it to your discretion, serious. It hasn't been long since we met, but I think Gad, who's associated with that D for a long time, and Zach, who tried to save us from bandits, are good guys. Also, I have a favor to ask. Our abilities that you saw today, I want you to not tell anyone, serious. I can understand that. That kind of strength should be hidden for a while, Zach. You understand that, serious. Of course, if there are such strong children, they'll get sold a fight by some troublesome bunch or nobles will try to take them in. Nothing but troubles, Zach. As expected of a merchant, he understands the problems I've been concerned about. I should be the one saying that. By the way, you will be enrolling at Elysian school, right, Zach? Did I talk about it, serious? No, it said that children head to Elysian mostly to enroll, so deducing it, simple Zach. Fumu, that was a blind spot. Oh well, if it's just us going to school, there's no problem even if it's known. Deducing it is fine, but is there something with us going to school? Serious. Actually, our Galgan company has a branch at Elysian, so I wanted to recommend visiting our store. I'll be coming there frequently like this time, so if at any point you have any requests, we could stock up on it, Zach. Oh my, he's developing quite a spirit for business, but this is exactly what I need right now. I can now directly deal with them for those spices I used to get through D. Looks like I won't need to reduce my repertoire even after arriving at Elysian. Please take care of us from now on as well, Zach. Odd, same here, serious. Afterwards, our journey went on smoothly. We beat down the monsters that attacked a few times, however no bandits appeared hereafter. Even if they are weak, seeing the two's performance of repelling monsters before he even has a chance to draw the sword, the only adult member, Zach, was getting depressed. Even though I'm the adult, I'm the one being escorted, Zach. It's a sad truth, so I patted his back without saying anything. While experiencing these kind of small events after 5 days passed, we finally arrived at our destination. Dania, Elysian has come into view, Zach. Ooh, it's huge. Ruzet is big, Amelia. Academy City, Elysian. What greeted us was the giant white bulwark that protects the people. The capital city of Melifist, Elysian. That is the one of the main cities in Melifist continent, and the first thing that travelers from other lands set their eyes upon are the giant ramparts that surround this huge land. However, the main point is neither the ramparts nor the scale of it. It is the fact that school, Elysian Academy, exists here. Existing nowhere in the Melifist continent, but here, you gain considerable prestige by just managing to enroll in it. The temperature change during the seasons is gentle, the ferocious monsters exterminated, abundant, easy-to-live land that naturally attracts people, and on top of it all, a famous place named school. Elysian is without a doubt a city that could be called a metropolis. When you look up the ramparts, the next thing to appear is a thing that is even higher, the castle. That is where the king that rules this country lives. The reason this town is able to preserve peace with exceptionally talented people is because of the king's capability, it seems. Misgovernment is almost non-existent. People can fulfillingly pass their days inside the ramparts, they say. When I ask about the main point, the treatment of the beastkin, it seems apart from a part of nobles being annoying, there's no problem with them walking around, and the discrimination that can be seen isn't that much. Even so, human race makes up the most, while the beastkin, around 30% of the whole population, is what Zach taught me while we were waiting outside the ramparts. Their only way to enter the town is through the gates that are set up only in 2 places of the ramparts, and of course they are stuffed with soldiers guarding them. That is where they inspect for suspicious people and social status, and after a harsh inspection, one finally gets to enter the city. It is faster if you can prove yourself as one from Galgan Company, but if you don't have such a thing, you get cross-examined. In any case, this takes time. That seems to be the case for the ones before us, so we've been made to wait for almost 30 minutes. And so Ruse is practice swinging near the carriage anyway. That's why, since we have nothing to do, I was asking about the town. There also were beastkin among school students, so there shouldn't be problems for Amelia and Ruse Zach. That's good. If it's here, you'll be able to take off the robe, Sirius. Seems so. More than that, Sirius Sama, could I have a collar put on me? Amelia. Oh, Sirius. Since we have to clearly declare to the surroundings that I belong to Sirius Sama, even if I am treated as slave, if I am Sirius Sama's, I would be honored instead, Amelia. Wait, even if you're fine with it, I'm not. It's rejected, Sirius. Understood, Amelia. Could you stop getting depressed for real? If there was a meter for loyalty points, wouldn't it be so off charts that it would break through the top of it, I wonder? Well, Amelia's statement was a bit weird, but it's a thing you should think about, Zach. You too, what are you talking about, Sirius? No, it's because Amelia is cute even from my standpoint. It's not limited to beastkin, but I've heard that some nobles start wanting them and go for abduction, so if there's an easily understandable mark that states ownership, it could act as a precaution, is what I'm talking about, Zach. As expected, if people gather just from that, darkness is born, I suppose. She who's been trained wouldn't necessarily be easily abducted, but you can't win against numbers, so I should be careful even if we go under school's protection. Zach-san is also saying that, so please give me a collar sometime. Well, I would not mind if is a ring either, Amelia. Aw yeah, I'll think about it, Sirius. Anarchy, it's a huge castle, isn't it? The gate seems sturdy, but I wonder if I cut it with my sword. Ruse. Nice one, Ruse. It became an excuse to change the topic, but I have a problem that remark, since it might cause some weird misunderstandings. Don't. I don't want them to think we came attack the castle serious. Got it, Anarchy Ruse. Hahaha, Ruse is full of energy, isn't he, Zack? That's when our turn finally came, and at last we got into Elysian. With Zack of Galgan Company as intermediary, our inspection was quickly over. Originally, those who cannot prove themselves have to pay a bit of money after the inspection, but that's where Zack vouched for us and paid the money. Sorry to make you pay the entrance fee serious. Don't worry, compared to the case with the bandits and the new merchandise, it's an insignificant thing. By the way, what are you going to do from here, Zack? School's entry examination is from tomorrow, so first is an inn serious. Then let's go to the inn I'm staying at. It's an inn I use every time I come here, but it's good from safety standpoint and the food is delicious, so I recommend it, Zack. Yeah, this is my first time here, so I don't know my right from my left in this place, so let's go with that serious. It's almost evening time, but Zack took us to the inn before delivering the merchandise. This is the Inn Spring Breeze's perch. I'll go talk things out with the landlady for a bit, Zack. It was a 2-floor wooden construction inn, about 3 times the size of our house. Coming in from the entry, there's a lobby, shifting eyes to the side, there's a dining hall right beside it, where you can see the guests eating. Seems it also doubles as a bar, as there are ones drinking alcohol in a good mood. First floor is half dining hall and half innkeeper's residence, and the second floor is mainly guests' lodging facilities, I suppose. While I was grasping the nature and facilities of the place and noting down escape routes, which is probably the influence of my previous world, Zack rung the bell on the counter in the lobby. Yes, yees. Oh, if it isn't Zack. Good evening, landlady. I'll be in your care this time as well, Zack. What came out was a human female in her 40s. She was of a bit plump figure, welcoming Zack with a sociable, gentle smile. Are you fine with the usual one single room? Ara, there are some kids I'm not familiar with. Are they yours, perhaps, landlady? You know I'm not married, don't you? These people came with me just now, so took them here to introduce this in Zack. Please take care of us as well. There's 3 of us, so a double room for men and a single room for a wom. Serious. 1 triple or a large room, please, Emilia. Before I finished saying the room assignments, Emilia came to front and told her demands. Wait a little, I don't really want to say this, but would one usually push aside one's master and talk? Ara, what a lovely child. In short, you 3 customers want to have the same room, huh? But your girl Ju-chan, are you okay with that, Rona? Yes, this is my brother, and if it's my master Sirius Sama, there are no problems, Emilia. Of course, Ruse. All right, well then, let's make it a big room that is in the back, Rona. They just decided by themselves. Well, I don't want to let the 2 out of my sight, so I don't really mind, but I wonder what should I do with this unclear feeling. It's only 1 day for Zack, but how long are you going to stay, Rona? Right, there's the exam for tomorrow, and how long will it take for us to set into the dorms? Serious. According to what I heard from 1chan, seems it would take at least 3 days. Emilia note, she's referring to Noel if you forgot. I've also heard it's about that long. Landlady, going with 5 days to be safe, how much is the fee, Zack? Let's see, with 3 meals and a large room it's a bit expensive, so 3 silver coins I suppose, Rona. I don't know if 3 silver coins is expensive or cheap, but a large room with meals included, I guess it's on the cheaper side. When I try to take silver coins from my chest pocket, Zack stepped forward and handed 4 silver coins. This is mine and theirs share. Don't worry about the change, Zack. Ara, how generous for one meticulous with money like you. Did something happen, Rona? Despite how they look, they are quite amazing, you see. I got helped in various ways on while coming here this time, Zack. Are they perhaps nobles? I am very sorry, I'll fix my attitude immediately, Rona. The landlady jumped out of the counter and tried to very deeply lower her head, so I stopped her while panicking. Noble power is amazing. Are you counted as disrespectful if you don't this much? We're not nobles, but normal commoners, so no need to be so respectful. Please interact with us normally, serious. Yeah, landlady, Dana isn't a noble, but he's a gentleman with even more possibilities than that. He'll be a frequent customer of Galgan Company, so I would like to look after him even after I go back, Zack. All right, I understand. I would have done it originally, but I shall service you customers in all sincerity, Rona. The landlady that went back to her original position bowed to us after taking out the guest book. Not as much as Kasan, but a quite magnificent bow. Oops, rather than the landlady is Zack. Zack, I would feel bad to have you pay lodging fee as well. Here, 3 silver coins, serious. Did you see that, landlord? That's the kind of proper gentleman this is. Anyway, just like a while ago, please let me pay for it, Zack. But serious. I'm sorry, but may I cut in, Rona? While smiling, the landlady came in to intervene between us, who were shifting silver coins towards each other. Please let Zach pay here and save face. He too is a merchant, so he won't be able to accept it if he doesn't tie loose ends properly, Rona. Just like the landlady says, I'll be leaving tomorrow, so please let me do at least this much, Zach. Seeing them both lowering their heads, I lost the will to say anything. If he starts saying something like tying loose ends, then it can't be helped. I'll go along with Zach here. However, the landlady is good at mediating, as expected from one managing lodging business, which involves various people. All right, I'll thankfully take you up on that, serious. Okay, have a safe trip. Well then, customers, please sign your names here, Rona. After seeing off Zach, we wrote down our names in the guest book. I took a look at the previously written names, but I wonder why is there a lot of the same handwriting. Sirius Sama, Emilia Sama, Ruse Sama, is it? Not only can everybody write, but the letters are really clean too. Since there are quite a lot of people that cannot write, I often write on their behalf, Rona. That's why there's a lot of the same handwriting. So this is an inn oriented towards the commoners, not the nobles, serious. Exactly, we are aiming to be an inn where commoners can relax. Though seeing your politeness and attire, it wouldn't be weird to mistake you for nobles, Rona. Putting politeness aside, our attire is that of adventurers, so which part looks like that, I wonder. Ah, not good. Our luggage is still left in the carriage. Ruse, let's chase after Zach San Emilia. Got it, Nay-chan, Ruse. I see the hair because commoners don't care about the luster of their hair that much. Especially Emilia, who, to be a servant appropriate for me, learned the way to arrange one's personal appearance directly from Ka-san. The shiny silver hair is smooth anytime you look, doesn't make you think of her as an uncouth adventurer. Well then, I'll guide you to the room when the two come back. The dining hall will be closing in 2 hours. What will you do about dinner, Rona? I want to eat together with Zach, but I don't really know when he'll be back, serious. Galgan Company's branch store is not far from here, and it seems he'll be just checking and handing over the merchandise. It won't take even an hour. Shall I tell him to come to your room to call you after he comes back, Rona? Then please do so, serious. The pair came back right after that, so we were led to the room we checked into. Seems the large room was originally for 4 people, as there were 4 beds, but because of that, other space is small, so it's a room precisely only for sleeping. Unfortunately, however, there's no bath. In this world, maintenance costs for baths is high, so for the most part, apart from nobles' mansions, there are no baths in private homes. When I was in our house, I homebuilt one from a pseudo-drum and went into a drum bath, too. Usually washing yourself with a towel soaked in warm water is mainstream, but is expected of the continent's #1 metropolis. Charge is a bit on the higher side, but there's a public bath-like establishment, so I was told I could use that. We placed our luggage and sat down on the bed to take a breather. One thing or another, you really can't rest during a travel, as I thought, having a bed is relaxing. I guess let's talk a bit until Zach comes back. We're going to take the entry test tomorrow. You do remember the contents, serious. Interview with the lecturers and magic practical skill test, right, Emilia? Correct. What's important during the practical is to not let voiceless incantations be found out. Doesn't matter what, just make sure to whisper something before the magic's name, serious. As one would expect, using voiceless incantations at this age would cause them to probe into various things. Explaining that imagination is important is hard to explain, and I feel like foolishly announcing it would result in a serious protest from hard-headed researchers. The times can't keep up with 2 sudden changes, and it's not like I want to get famous in the first place, so if we can use it, that's enough. If we whisper incantation-like words during practical test, they should take it as incantation shortening. I was mostly swinging the sword, so I'm not too good with magic ruse. It's alright, ruse. Seems like they only want to see if you can use magic or not, so there's no problem with it being elementary level. You might as well show them that, Emilia. That is it, okay, ruse. Not a problem. I don't know in what kind of a situation you'll be doing it, but you can show it off to the school's people, serious. Got it, I'll show them Anaki's direct teachings, ruse 3. I just taught him the general idea. I didn't actually use it, though. Ruse became able to use it purely because of his ability and results of his efforts. I am more worried about the interview part. How will your manner of speech will influence it, Emilia? You're right about that. Will your polite speech be all right, serious? It'll be fine, Anaki. I'll make it somehow with basics taught by Irina San Ruse. There are a lot of people every year, so I don't think they'll spend few hours on one, but because of his usual actions, I feel uneasy. Especially recently, he's been eager to see if he can cut sturdy things, so things can start turning into a dangerous direction if he gets careless. What's left is serious Sama, but but there shouldn't be any problem, Emilia. Yeah. Worrying about Anarchy is just pointless ruse. Seems they do an attribute assessment before the practical test. I don't know how them confirming my colorless impact it, but, well, guess I'll manage somehow. Leave it to me, I'll make it somehow or the other. Worst case, even if I fail, I'll have someone like Galgan Company hire me and flourish as a core that delivers ingredients to D and the others. Serious. Of course, we will be coming to Emilia. If bandits and the like come, I'll send them all flying. Ruse. The siblings are coming to school because they want to be together in the first place, so even I alone fail, it think they'll calmly kick their qualification and come along. What reliable disciples. As we went on with preparations for tomorrow, the two who were resting on bed pricked up their ears and started getting wary. Relax, it's not an enemy. O Japanese letter I, D a N N a Japanese letter Zach. What could be heard together with door knocking was Zach's voice. Emilia tried to immediately open the door, but Ruse stopped her. Ooh, seems you understand. Even if it's a voice of an acquaintance, doors aren't to be carelessly opened. Anarchies are, Ruse for. The best, Zach. I fell over. Which part? When did you decide to use a password? Or the contents of the password? There's a lot I want to retort to. While I was holding my head in my arms, the door was opened, and Zach appeared with a satisfied smile on his face. I made you wait. I'm touched you especially waited for me to eating, Zach. Ah yeah, let's go eat for the time being serious. You said the food here is very delicious. I am looking forward to it, Emilia. It is. This place's grilled gyora snake is the best, Zach. I don't think it will win out to Anarchy, but it sounds delicious. Ruse. We harmoniously headed to the dining hall, and it became a dinner which doubled as a bit of a party. Well then, for you guys' successful passing of school, Zach. Wait a minute, we haven't even yet been at school though. Serious. Japanese letter, but I can't really even imagine you failing, Zach. Even so, here there's the meeting with Zach, among various other things serious. That's good as well, then to me and you meeting. Cheers, Zach. We had a bit of a rough start, but anyway, the party began. We ate Zach's recommended gyora snake. Despite it having a strong flavor due to oil sunk into it, it's tasty. More like this is just an eel. I'd like to eat it with some kabyaki sauce, but it's regrettable that I can't make it since there's no soy sauce. 5. I cannot eat a lot of this, but it is very delicious. I can see why it is worth recommending Emilia. I like it too, it just goes well with bread anyway, tasty. Ruse. You Japanese letter N, I think this would go best with rice, though serious. Rice, is it a garnish that suits this meat? Emilia. What's rice, Anarchy? Is it a new dish? Ruse. Ho ho, I would like to hear more about that, Zach. Since the trio asked while leaning forward, I briefly explained the shape, natural growing conditions and the like, and also the soy sauce. The siblings aside, Zach is a merchant. If I explain it to him, he might just be able to find it somewhere. Gad did find that pseudo sauce that D asked for. Understood. I'll try looking for it after getting back to honest Zach. I'll leave it to you. Nevertheless, you have it rough, Zach, spending a few days delivering to Elysian and you have to go back the next day serious. Hahaha, usually I stay for a couple of days, but this time is an exception, since we have to suitably return the favor to that company using the bandit's testimony. You lose if you get looked down upon, Zach. Yeah, you lose if you get looked down upon. Ruse. They made us have quite a bitter experience, so when Anarchy hears this, he'll be really up for it. Since Anarchy will probably be back about the same time as me, after that our company will gather together and crush them. Zach. Zach is raring to go for it. We were fine one way or another, we did get attacked, so it's only natural for guys who do foolish things like that get crushed. This time I really felt my lack of power. You made an opportunity for us to crush the source of our trouble, so even if it's by chance, I'm really glad to have met Dana and the others, Zach. It's not like I aimed for it, but since I did set up the table, do it so they don't cause any future trouble serious. Roger, next time I come here, I'll bring some gifts with Anarchy, Zach. The dinner continued with a calm mood, and we ended our day. The next day, after seeing off Zach, who went back to Amist early in the morning, we came to our objective, Elysian Academy. Ha, it is big, Emilia. It's huge, so this will be our new home, Ruse. Just like the two says, the school is so big, you could mistake it for a castle. No, it's already a castle. Looking from outside the town, it's hidden behind the castle where the king lives, so you can't see it, but I didn't think the backside had a castle of exactly the same level. Now then, where's the examination venue? Serious. Serious Sama, the people are gathering over there. There are a lot of young people, so it is probably their Emilia. In the direction Emilia was looking there was indeed a crowd, and after getting closer, there was a sign put up saying enrollment examination venue. There was a building with reception written on it, so we headed there. I turned my eyes over to other enrollment applicants on the way there, but most of them were dressed like nobles. As expected, the beastkin were a minority. Even so, there were cat-eared or rabbit-eared, various races that had different ears than the siblings' wolf ears, were chatting, gathered in a place away from the nobles. Seems like several factions are already in the making. There was a mildly-looking young man sitting at the reception, and after noticing us, he started talking. "Hello, did you come to take the enrollment test, receptionist?" "Yes, with me included. We three came to take it serious." "I see. By the way, do you have the money for the enrollment? Sorry, but sometimes there are ones that come as a joke, receptionist." "It is all right. It is 15 gold coins, right? Serious." "That it is. Well then, since there's 3 of you, that's 45. In exchange for the gold coins, it's a rule for this to be handed to you, receptionist." While saying that, what he showed us was a pendant embedded with a jade gem and a number engraved on the bottom. This is proof of one taking the test, so always hang it on your neck. It is engraved with a magic circle that attacks the one wearing it if it leaves the school grounds. Don't run away with it, receptionist. Understood. Then these are the gold coins, serious. The money I earned doing various things gone just like that. It's not like I regret it, but it makes you think about it. After the young man finished counting the coins, he put them away into a box and handed each of us a pendant and one piece of paper. Seems like it is a school guide pamphlet, so we put on the pendants and read it in a place a bit away from there. The start of the exam is in a few hours after gathering in the school's annex. Firstly, we'll start from writing our own profiles, it seems. It says that those that can't read and write don't have the qualifications to take it, and you can't consult with anyone in the venue, so at that point you're out. After that, the interview and the practical test will take place at the same time, in groups of 5. Looks like a number of teachers will be split up among a few rooms and examining, so the rotation rate doesn't seem that bad. Right after that, the results are announced, and after a few days, it's the enrollment ceremony, is how it goes. By the way, ones who failed, 5 gold coins will be returned when turning in the pendant, it seems. For this kind of world, the aftercare service is properly done, so I think it's proof that not only the school has leeway, but on top of that it has an excellent headmaster. When I tell my thoughts to the siblings, they said to me while pointing at the headmaster's words written on the pamphlet. The headmaster seems to be this man named Rodwell. Ah, looks like he is of elven race, Emilia. Elves are really long-living race, aren't they? Awesome. According to this, he's over 400 years old, ruse. Though elves are a rare race that are aimed at, if you get this famous, it makes you harder to aim at you instead. I wonder what kind of person he is, serious. You have met an elf, right, serious, Sama, Emilia? Indeed, I wonder what she's doing right now, serious. It's a law that Fia can't leave her hometown forest for 10 years. It's been a little bit over 3 years since then, so meeting her is still quite far away in the future. Well then, we've got the information, so it's about time to enter the venue. My number is 156, serious. Mine is 155, Emilia. Mine's 154, ruse. Ah, then I'm the only one going with another group. It's not something I should say this late, but it's fine if you just believe your abilities and go at it as usual. Do your best, serious. Yes, Emilia, ruse. And so we attended the enrollment examination. Rodwell. I am the headmaster of Elysian Academy, Rodwell. I'm glad to see a lot of energetic, youthful freshmen gathering this year as well. Now then, from today onwards, for a few days enrollment examination will be taking place, but the first day has the most examinees. From what I heard from the receptionist, today we have 163 people. If it's like the last year, it will eventually go over 300, but as I thought, the first day is the hardest. After the venue's examinees are done writing their profiles, next they are called into separate rooms in groups of 5 and the interview starts. Even if I say profile, it's a simple thing, stating your name, attribute, and magic you're good at. My school's teachers personally inspect them while looking at that profile and decides on the result after seeing the magic. Generally, 1/10 of the entirety fails out of tension or lack of aptitude, but that can't be helped. They'll have to try again or give up thinking they don't have what it takes. Now then, this is that kind of interview, but they wouldn't even dream that there's me, the headmaster, mixed in among the teachers. Of course, after disguising myself that I wouldn't be found out I'm an elf. As expected, I can't see all of them, but seeing young ones doing their best like this is fun. I look forward to it a little every year. I regret there are a lot of problems, like the fact that I'm together with Gregory Sensei. He's a man of excellent talent with affinity for fire and earth attributes, but that arrogant attitude that looks down on everyone who's not a noble stands out. Truthfully, I want to discharge him immediately, but he's a high-ranking noble, so it will become a troublesome thing if I play my hand poorly. Seems like he's plotting something lately. I'm worrying if I should put someone to watch him. Putting my depressing thoughts aside, let's look at the future's main stars, the freshmen. My attribute is Earth. I can't use offensive magic yet, but I am good at making dolls commoner. Fire is mainstream in our house, and I'm not shaming that name. I'm also good at fire. I shall show you the flame lance that has been passed down for generations. Noble one. Wind the pinnacle of everything, and my wind is the strongest. The moment I enroll, a legend will be born in the school noble too. One like me expressly came to enroll. If one of our house enrolls, this, without a doubt, shall become a respected school noble 3. I'm good at water. I can't use offensive magic, and am completely hopeless with fire magic blue-haired girl. As expected, most of them are nobles. There's some promising ones among the nobles as well, but there's a lot of arrogant ones, too proud of their house name. Especially, it seems there are a few misunderstanding idiots trying to bribe the examining teachers. Regrettably, there are teachers that agree to it. Investigating and purging is up in the future. There were a lot of youths not too proud of their strength, repeating cultivating themselves in the olden days, but recently the quality just keeps on falling. I was looking forward to this examination every year, but having the sluggish reality thrust into my face, the enjoyment has become dim. The nobles that brag around just because they're a little bit good at magic, the beastkin, who only barricade themselves among their own and don't even try to learn of outside. The nobles are especially bad. Even though the school publicly announces that it doesn't take into consideration social status, there's been increase in cases of them brandishing their house name and threatening commoners and beastkin. It might be about time to think about retirement. When I was thinking that, I met them. Number 154, Ruse Silverian Ruse. Number 155, Emilia Silverian Emilia. The interview room becomes noisy. It was a pair from the Silver Wolf tribe, which is rare in this continent. Looking at the profiles, seems they are siblings, especially Ruse, who's barely of age to enroll. But the reason for the noise isn't because they are of rare race. Their clothes are those of the adventurers that commoners wear, but their posture is astonishing, and with just that one bow they showed just now, refined to the point it wouldn't be weird to mistake them for servants of the king. On top of that, their appearance. Glossy silver hair, without any tight muscles which are a sign of their proper eating habits. It's written that they are commoners, but they are elegant to the point you would actually misjudge them for nobles. Above all, they are not tense at all. As if saying that them being here is completely natural, they are sitting confidently with their chests stuck out. HMPH subhumans worrying about their appearance. Gregory. You're being imprudent, Gregory-sensei Rodwell. Good grief, beastkin or not, ones this well-ordered are rare even amongst humans. This just became interesting. After the introduction is the attribute assessment, touching the magic circle put up in the middle. It's also done to so investigate if there are no mismatches between the color of the crystal and the profile. Seems like Ruse Kunz is fire, because the crystal is glowing in red color, but what a beautiful shade of red it is. As if embodying that this is exactly the color of fire, the red light fascinated the teachers to the point of making them let out an ooh. Next was Emilia Kun, but the crystal glowed in green color of her aptitude of wind. The more aggregate mana you possess, the stronger the light, but her glow is so strong it makes one want to cover one's eyes. If the intensity is this high, she probably easily surpasses an average magician. No, she might even have more aggregate mana than the teachers here. The other three were normal. No points worth mentioning, so I'm omitting that. Well then, Ruse Silverian, can you show us your magic, examiner? And now the long-awaited practical. One side of the interview room is open to the outside, where there are human-shaped targets made by ones with Earth attribute. It's just hitting them with magic, but I'm looking forward to what kind of a thing he'll do. You see I am not really good with long-range magic Ruse. What? Don't tell me you can't even do a simple flame, as I thought demihumans only amount to this much. Gregory. Gregory-sensei, you are to be silent. And so, what is it you want to do, Ruse Kun, Rodwell? My magic is unique, you see, so I have to get close to my target. So I thought that if the target is that far, you will not be able to see it, Ruse. Is that so, Magna-sensei, please Rodwell? One of the examiners, Magna-sensei, is user or earth magic, so for him increasing the targets is of no trouble at all. In a blink of an eye, there was an enemy earth doll before Ruse Kun's eyes. Well then, please do it on that enemy Rodwell. Understood, wrap my fist in flames flame knuckle Ruse. When he chants the magic's name, a huge flame burst out of his right fist. That flame is burning in a way that envelops the whole right arm, but there's no sign of him feeling the heat. While every examinee and teacher, except his sister, were watching in a daze, he swung that fist towards the target. Together, with crushing sound, the earth doll shattered, and what's left of the singed clump of earth was just tragically laying there. Of course, there's also his physical strength, but at just 8 years old, the power that doesn't lose out to a flame lance, and the shortness of the incantation, call only for one word: amazing. I have lived for over 400 years, but ones that use flame by wearing it are rare, because it's powerful, but if you hesitate towards the flame and mistake the control, it turns into a double-edged sword that burns you as well. Even so, he did that calmly, without even a sign of hesitation. Either he's stupid enough to not care if he gets burned, or the one teaching him was just that skillful. No, with this much control and strength, he's definitely receiving teaching from someone. Isn't it just defective magic if you can't use it if you're not close, Gregory? Beside me, Gregory-sensei is whispering, but he just doesn't understand. Indeed, you can't use it if you don't get close, but when he does, that kind of power would do an even you. If you look down on him just because he's a beastkin, you'll get the rug pulled from under you, fool. And next, Emilia Silverian, please show your magic examiner. Understood, Emilia. After gracefully standing up, while gleaming her long silver hair, she directed her hand towards the target. The little brother showed that kind of magic. Just because she's an older sister doesn't necessarily mean she's stronger, but despite that, you still end up anticipating. Oh wind, rip to pieces Emilia. What? Not only is her mana convergence speed is faster than the younger brother, but she also shortened a mid-level incantation this much. I can't believe it. But the wind did blow through, so it seems like the magic activated. There's nothing happening, Gregory. Just as Gregory-sensei said, though that was clearly a clean hit, the target didn't move even by a tiny bit. That's weird. There were definitely signs of magic activating. What does this mean? Is a mid-level magic that sends short-ranged but sharp wind blades. Originally, it would easily cut that kind of target in half. Stirring us up like that, this is what happens when you put on airs and try to use something like mid-level magic. Just quickly use some elementary magic and step back, Gregory. No, it's already over. An impact of wind, air shot Emilia. This magic is one step lower than air slash, but still, this is fast. Releasing it as if just by lightly swinging her hand, this is as fast. No faster than our school's teachers. Her released air shot hit the head part of the target, but disappeared after lightly touching it. This magic should have enough power to shatter that target, though didn't that just shake the target a little? Wah, I don't know whose words were those. When you just thought that countless incisions appeared on the enemy, it fell apart into a few parts, which means there wasn't just one blade of wind, but at least 4, released at the same time, and that sharp of a blade that magic controlled to not let it fall apart until it receives an impact. One more hell of a freshman showed up. That is all, Emilia. And so, after a graceful bow, she returned to her seat. Now then, for the results. The 3 fulfilled the requirements, and there's nothing left to say about the siblings, since even beastkin-hating Gregory-sensei isn't saying anything. Well then, these ones, all of them pass. Is that fine, Rodwell? And no objections, examiner. No objections, Magna. KH, no objections, Gregory. To my words, the 5 sitting started to rejoice, with their stone faces off. Especially the siblings, as if saying it's only natural, were silently rejoicing, while hitting each other's palms. All that's left for them is to take their leave, but I was interested, so I called out to stop the pair. I'm sorry, but could you two wait a little, Rodwell? Yes, what is it, Emilia? Ah, there's no change to you passing, so you can be at ease, Rodwell. The 2 stopped while having an expression of wondering and faced towards me. I heard a clicking tongue beside me, but I'll be ignoring that. Both of your magic was truly magnificent. By the way, could you tell me if you learned your magic from someone's guidance, or did you train it out by yourselves, Rodwell? We were taught by the person we respect the most, Emilia. Who, if would be all right with you, could you tell me his name, Rodwell? It is Sirius Sama, the personage, who is our Goshujin Sama Emilia 6. Master, are you 2 servants, Rodwell? That is so, he's a wonderful personage that saved and educated us. We feel proud to be servants of that personage, Emilia. To her clear-cut, confident answer, the little brother behind her was also nodding his head. After asking what I wanted to ask and letting the 2 take their leave, we were going over the conversation just now while taking a short rest. You heard the conversation. Do you remember hearing that name before, Rodwell? I don't. The sharpness of that wind, though. I thought she studied under Dora of the Storm Examiner. I don't recall hearing it either. A magician who can teach this kind of magic should be famous, Magna. Who cares about someone who has demihumans for servants, Gregory? I wasn't asking you. In any case, training servants to this level of strength and be respected from the heart. Who is this Sirius, I wonder? Should I've asked for a bit more characteristics? Oh well, their enrollment has already been decided, so I can ask them later. Headmaster, please look at this profile examiner. And that name was not mentioned on either of their profiles, right, Rodwell? No, not her profile, at the name of the next examinee. Examiner. This is Rodwell. Number 156, serious teacher. Is this a coincidence? No, since it's a sequential number, there's a high chance that he has a connection with that pair. Age 8 years old. I don't believe he trained a pair as strong as that. Are their names just matching? However, I feel like even the name is just too good to be a coincidence. He is on standby for the adjacent interview room number 2. What shall you do, examiner? Please tell them immediately that will be in charge of him here, Rodwell. You understood, examiner. After seeing off the hastily leaving teacher, I leaned back on the backrest and closed my eyes. Ruse Kun's Fist of Flame and Emilia Kun's Refined Wind Magic, ones with beyond exceptional talent that I have not seen in a while, two of them appeared simultaneously. On top of that, the boy with a name similar to that of the one who they were trained by. Now then, I don't know if he is the pair's master or not, but what is he? Personally, I wish from the bottom of my heart for him to be that master. How did he train those two, and how much of a talent does he have himself? When I noticed, I was, unbecoming of my age, getting excited like little child. Rodwell. Number 156, serious teacher. Serious. And he and I met. He looks like an ordinary boy, the features of a black-haired boy that can be seen everywhere. But that gaze is abnormal. As if looking around the room to explore, I met his gaze and he kept doing it without diverting his sight. Has my true form been found out? No, I hid my ears perfectly, and the magic tool that makes me look human is working just fine. It's my imagination, I think, but I figured that he is not like any ordinary child. When judging from far, he looks like a child who is nervous and looking around restlessly, but I think he's actually observing to get more information. Number 157, Alstor Elmeroy. I am different from that commoner, the second son of the Honorable Elmeroy House, Alstor. Yes, I am aware about Alstor Kun, you know. As one of the prominent nobles in Elysian, I think his rank is quite high. I am aware about that child since I've seen him in several parties, to be brought up with extreme arrogance. Afterwards, I am led to Alstor Kun's number 1 servant continued till number 3 servant. Excluding Sirius Kun, I have to remove Alstor Kun followers with regret. Now there is only one problem with Sirius Kun, attribute colorless. It is surely colorless. This is extremely uncommon, and because of it is a subject to be looked down upon. No one with colorless attribute has tried to enter the school before. Perhaps the inspection magic tool may have malfunctioned when I examined it in the past. Well then, let's check the attribute, starting from number 156 examiner. Then the moment his hand touches, that fool starts to make a noise, to sink below than a commoner, to touch it first before me, the noble here. Oi, is there any other magic property inspection tool? Is my hand going to be tainted, Alstor? Please forgive my rudeness, but here in this place, it doesn't matter even if you are a noble. Too much rudeness will lead to rejection, you know. Rodwell, HMMPH, there won't be any other way. See me, my attribute, Alstor. When Alstor Kun touches the crystal ball, it lights up with alternating red and green color, typically known as double properties, which is a rare existence. That person has 2 attributes, fire and wind. It has been known since few years ago because Alstor Kun's parents greatly advertised about it. If you notice, this resulted in him having an insolence attitude due to the rank and being too pampered. More importantly, it's Sirius Kun. Without having a smug-looking face, he swiftly reached out to touch the crystal ball. Move. Next is my first attendant. I think commoners should be last. Alstor. How really a fool. Gregory Sensei, who was sitting next to me, is grinning too, truly a rotten person. However, since the person who was being looked down upon was looking fine, it calmed me down. Well, he hasn't tried to run away yet. In fact, he is waiting rather leisurely. Well then, number 156, please touch the magic formation. Examiner. And he touches the magic formation. The color of the crystal was colorless. Ha 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 ha. What is happening here and incompetent in such place? Alstor. Honestly, far from being a wrong identification, it's a commoner who doesn't get love from any of the 4 attributes. Servant 1. No, indeed he is incompetent. Servant 2. No need to have an incompetent to be close to Alstor Sama. Servant 3. An insulting laugh rings in the interview room. Except myself, the other teachers were judging Sirius Kun with eyes full of pity, but Gregory Sensei stood up, pointed at him and shouted, "My school doesn't need incompetence. I don't need to see your magic. You should go home immediately." Gregory. Yeah, the teachers are saying the same too. Go back quickie, Alstor. I feel corrupted being together with an incompetent. Servants. Go home, incompetent servants. Silence, Rodwell. I have included a bloodthirst unintentionally in the words that I was using to stop the excessive laughter. After that, from laughing, they completely changed to trembling body with warped expressions of fear. Oops, I almost seriously ruined it unintentionally. If you look at it, I can see that the other teachers are also trembling, including Gregory Sensei, but Serious Kun is different. My bloodthirst was received calmly. This is going to be interesting, I see. This is not Alstor Kun's house. In the first place, does a noble not know their place and just laugh at others? Surprisingly, what kind of intolerant noble is this? As a noble who serves the people, if you have spare time to laugh and look down on others, you better go for self-study. Isn't this such a place to study, Rodwell? Alstor Kun glares at me firmly, but his knees are shaking. Maybe he will brush me off, but if he notices my true form, I think he will give up. Since all of you know the ability of these 4 people, let them pass the exam without having to use or show their magic. I would like to see that boy only, so all of you can take your leave. Rodwell. HMMPH, it's unpleasant to be together with incompetence. You guys, let's go. Alstor. Yes, servants. Alstor Kun brings along his 3 attendants out of the room, and at the same time Gregory Sensei also stands up. I also have to be impolite here, because it's pointless to see the mystery magic of this incompetent. I expect fair judgment from the teachers. Gregory. He rushed after Alstor Kun to get out of the room, brushing his shoulder against mine. Perhaps he's gone out to scout Alstor Kun to join his class. As a senior noble with double attributes, Alstor surely is becoming his Gregory's favorite. I'm sorry, Serious Kun. Though I said this before the entrance to the school, I have shown you an ugly part of this school. Rodwell. It's okay, you can see that kind of person everywhere. Besides, it's not a problem since the teachers are still remaining here. Serious. Good grief, I'm not sure who is the adult here. Are you listening, Gregory Sensei? This guy is many times more of an adult than you. After all the things that has happened, will you show us your magic, Rodwell? Is non-attribute magic okay, Serious? I don't mind, because I don't think of you as an ordinary non-attribute person, Rodwell. It is confirmed that his attribute is colorless, although the colorless color that I have seen in the past was somewhat hazy, but his was beaming with a transparent shine. Well then, light is light. Serious, when did he concentrates his magic? Using magic as if he was just taking a breath, a small ball of light comes out from that guy's hand. As no one has studied the casting reduction time for light, his chanting level is almost close to the incantation less level. There is no doubt this guy is the master of those 2 Ruse and Emilia. Okay, here I go. Serious. The conspicuous appearance of his produced light can't be seen. It is an extremely ordinary ball of light, and it begins to move with his shout and flew towards us. Surprisingly, it split in the air into several small balls of light, and it stopped in front of every one of us. I confirmed it by touching with my finger. Without a doubt, everyone can use or produce this light. That's all. Serious. The balls of light disappeared when he lowered his arm. The light magic consumption is considerably quite high, and his irregular way of handling it really can't be seen. This child's potential can't be seen. Interesting. It's truly a marvelous non-attribute magic, but isn't it quite difficult if you can't use any of the 4 attributes magic? Examiner 1. Yes, because it is often needed in class. Can you use any other attribute magic? Even beginner level is good enough. Examiner 2. As for me, I already gave him a pass, but there is truth in what the other teachers were saying. Even if there isn't any aptitude in other attributes, you should be able to use other attributes during beginner class, and he is shaking his head regrettably. My compatibility to the 4 attributes is really bad. To tell you the truth, I can't even use beginner-level magic satisfactorily. Serious. The information on colorless attribute is quite scarce. In fact, most scholars declare it as a pointless study, and there is no ongoing study on it. Isn't this cruel for those with colorless attribute? It is regretful to say, if only he has other attributes, he will surely cause a revolution in the magic world. If you think you can do it, can't you? Serious. Although you say that you cannot use the other 4 attribute magic satisfactorily, do you mean you can still use them? This is interesting. I don't understand well, but if there is no objection, can you use it? Rodwell. Understood, please wait a while. Serious. He removes a small container from his chest, which contains a blue liquid that shines a little. Isn't that light water? It is unusual for someone to carry something so valuable and expensive around. He touches the light water with his index finger and drew something at the back of his left hand. Could it be? Are you drawing a magic circle or formation, Rodwell? Yes, I am. It's easy because it's just a beginner level. Serious. Even if you say that, the magic will not trigger if there is any slight imperfection, you know. Although it is easy because of beginner level, how many times would I fail if I don't sit down and do it properly? He drew it in less than 1 minute, and he was using basic beginner's magic. The magic circle at the back of his hand activated with a thin glow, and a small fireball appeared floating above his palm. Subsequently, the magic lines that were drawn disappeared. Is he really 8 years old, who truly drew it magic circle? The improvisation is quite moderate, but would this be good enough? Serious. I have no problem, both of you. How was it, Rodwell? Jay, I do not have any problem too if you say so. Examiner 1. Me too, I'll see you in the future, young man. Examiner 2. Even if there were doubts initially during this interview, everyone will agree to this. Sirius Kun wipes the magic light water at the back of his hand to make sure no remaining liquid left. Magic light water attached to the skin is bad for your health, and he wipes perfectly over the area of the magic circle. One last personal question: is it true that Emilia Kun and Ruse Kun trained and followed you, Rodwell? Where did you get that idea, Sirius? Those two were very excellent. When asked regarding where they had heard and learned about magic, they answered it with pride that Sirius Kun is their master, Rodwell. Perhaps you have mistaken me due to the same name, Sirius. You don't really want to underestimate me, right? The level of your magic control by drawing that magic circle, if it is you, bringing up the abilities of these two is possible. This is what I can conclude. What do you say to that, Rodwell? His gaze and mine met. There is a brief moment of silence. He finally gave up and his mouth loosened. Yes, I trained those two, but that was a result of their talent and effort. It's just that I helped them a little bit. Serious. Yes, with their continuous effort without feeling conceited, I understand that. It is probably because you are here. You should be proud, Rodwell. But how about you? It doesn't seem that the very self-teaching will put those adults in shame, especially heights of their skills for all these years. I would like you to tell me if you can say it, Rodwell. According to that mother who raised me, who can also be called as teacher, Sirius. She was Rodwell. Before I am aware of myself, my Shishu master at dojo or so-called teacher forced various knowledge on me. I remember nothing other than the knowledge that was taught to me at that time, and since my mother already died, anything about Shishu remains unclear. Serious. I am sorry to hear this, Rodwell. Don't worry about it, things already happened. Oh, and I kept training while remembering the teaching fragmentarily, and that's the conclusion for now. Serious. It's not a story out of the ordinary, but he himself is already extraordinary. It's good if the Shishu understand about it. The most important thing is this guy here. It's hard to believe this all so suddenly, but I will take your word for it. Well then, serious teacher, I permit you to enter my Elysian school, Rodwell. There are a lot of mysteries surrounding this guy, but will definitely enter my school. Eventually the time will come where I will understand the truth, and he will be bringing a new wind of change at school. Serious. Few it seems somehow I was able to pass. There were a lot foolish guys, but there is an understanding teacher. If not because of him, I would have been rejected just because of being colorless. But I wonder if that person really is a teacher. His appearance looks like a young teacher, but the surrounding adults except for one person felt that bloodthirst, and his demeanor showed he was superior to them. By no means, an adult of 20 or 30 years old could not have pulled that off. If I roughly estimate, it could more than 100. Really, that person is the one mentioned in the brochure, the headmaster of the school, Rodwell, isn't it? If that's the case with an elf's longevity, I can understand that kind of dignity too. When he entered the room, people felt an unusual discomfort, but that was actually caused by the disguise. I was able to understand various things. Am I being anxious until it shows in my eyes? Just now a suitable lie was made up on the strengthening method, but I wonder how far it will go. Although I'm a bit angry with the noble's insult, it doesn't seem they were bad peaplates, a known thing among those tops management of school. As long as I'm not involved with weird things, I think I will be fine. Well, I don't think the things about Emilia and Ruse will be leaked, and they may become famous naturally sooner or later. Sirius Sama, Emilia. Anarchy Ruse. Immediately after I come out from the interview room, the siblings come to my side. They both looked nervous, especially with their tails, but when I gave them the thumbs up with a smile, they both changed into big smiles. We also passed, Emilia. I did it, I'll be together with Anarchy, Ruse. Ruse ran around me excitedly, truly a behavior of a dog. Are we going to return the pendant and going back to inn? The next meeting will be 3 days later from now, right, Emilia? That's right, according to the pamphlet, we need to gather here in 3 days. It seems it's for dividing students into dormitories. Serious. Student dorms, if I remember correctly, Zach Oniachin said it's 2 persons or 3 persons per room. Emilia. How does he know such a thing, Ruse? After all, as a merchant, learning various information is a standard thing. Serious. Certainly, trading information among merchants is a necessary thing, but having this kind of trivial information, that guy is really great. We returned the pendant, went back to the inn and informed the landlady, Rona, and she is pleased with the matter. Note, in Raw it says Laura is the landlady instead of Rona. You guys aren't bad, huh? I'll make a feast today, Rona. Since Ruse's stomach is rumbling many times, he was pleased with this. Then we continued exploring the town, finding new spices at the market, expanding the repertoire of dishes. Emilia is scouted seriously in order to help the landlady with the inn's work, while Ruse is searching for a new sturdy sword. Anyway, since the city is so big, while I walked around in the internal structure of the city, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And on the day of entering the student dormitory, we bowed our heads to the landlady. No. In fact, I'm the one who is being taken care of. Do you want to work here after graduating from school, Rona? I am sorry, I don't want to be separated from being Sirius Sama's servant, Emilia. Ha, that's too bad. Well, even if I stay in the student's dormitory, I'm still going to be in town. Since the meal here is good, I'll come by again. Ruse. I see, come eat Jayora snake again, Rona. After checking out from a perch of spring breeze, we went ahead to the student dormitory, which will be our home. Let me see, since the dormitory is for sharing room, what kind of roommate will I get? I hope he's not some foolish nobles, you know. The number of people have increased more than the last time we came to school. Since the entrance examination takes place over several days, the test periods were still ongoing after we had done with ours. Now, adding those people who were taking the test after us, it's natural to say the number has multiplied. What an extravagant-looking person. See that, Aniki. How many adults are wearing sparkling clothes? Are they also freshmen? Ruse. There is no such thing. Those are the parents of children who are entering the school. It's going to be troublesome if you get tangled with them, so don't get close. Serious. I roughly estimate that there are more than 200 minors. There are a lot of noble children with their parents, wearing various aristocratic dresses, and it's a scene where I often understand. This is just my theory, but I think it's kind of pointless nobles having a lot of decorations. They are going to be troublesome companion, so I give a strict order to those two Ruse and Emilia not to get close to them. Well, I wonder where is the list of room assignment for the student dormitory. Sirius Sama, they were distributing the paper, and I got them. Emilia. You work really fast, Emilia-san. There are a few big billboards with the list of room assignments on them, and there is congestion in front of those billboards. As expected, searching calmly by using the distribution paper is the best way. Only the nobles are seen having such paper. In short, only commoners are seen in front of the billboard. Emilia, the room assignment paper is only for nobles, isn't it? Sirius. That's right, but I just went to the front reception and bowed my head, saying please, and no one said anything about it. They just passed it to me voluntarily. Did Emilia's elegance win them over? Well, whatever. So that her effort is not wasted, let's not hesitate about this because it's not like I can return the paper back. Where did they put me? Emilia, I found it. Ruse. I peeked at the room assignment and searched for my name in all of the 3-person rooms. First of all, the dormitories are roughly divided into males and females, and from there, the buildings are named according to the 4 attributes. Altogether, there are 8 dormitories, and that's why the area is really big. By the way, the attribute name of a building and the person's attribute is not necessarily the same. Rue's room is located in the fire building, room 38 of the male dormitory. Emilia's room is located in the water building, room 25 of the female dormitory. As for me, it's not here, huh? Serious. That can't be Aniki, Ruse. Yeah, I didn't see my name. We rechecked it several times, all 3 of us. It's not written on the edge, and my name is also not on the straight line. An entry mistake, but it seems there are still a few available room left. Emilia. If that's the case, any room is okay, right? Since the person in my room was expelled, come to my room. Ruse. Don't say that like a joke. Anyway, I'll just go to the reception desk for confirmation. Serious. Those 2 already have their rooms, so I went to where Emilia got the room assignment paper. There wasn't any teacher around, but a man who seems to be the janitor was sitting with a tired face at the reception desk. Excuse me, I'd like to ask something about the room assignment. Serious. Yes, you're not a noble, so what about it? Receptionist janitor. I would like to ask about the room assignment. My name is not mentioned. Do you know anything? Serious. Have you looked properly? It can't be helped. What number are you? Janitor. Number 156. Serious. The man peeked into a paper that he took from under the desk while muttering my number. The list that the man has is different from room assignment map that I have. Are you serious, janitor? Yes, I am serious, teacher. Serious. With questions floating, the janitor began to guide us to some other place after he spoke to somebody. We walked across a row of student dormitory, entering a mountain road which was overgrown with weed. We kept walking for 5 minutes. It seems there is a building that is 1 kilometer away from the student dormitory. Here's your dorm, Janet. Ain't no way this is it, Amelia. What, this is Aniki's room? Are you kidding me, Ruse? There are some holes on the roof. The other parts of the building are really bad and seem likely to fall anytime. There is no opening for an entrance. There are vines tangled all over the dirty outer wall, and the windows were falling down from their hinges. In the garden, the silhouette of a vineyard that could have previously produced crops is nearly invisible and changing into an ordinary wheat field. Even the well surroundings were almost completely covered by weed. Seeing this, how can you call it a dormitory? Isn't this a common abandoned building, Ruse? Ruse is pointing angrily at the house that has changed into an abandoned building, but that man is retorting calmly while checking the paper that he brought. After all, on this paper it says there is no tradition of incompetence entering the dormitory. Janitor. Such thighs is an oppression, Amelia. Well, this has nothing to do with me. It can't be helped, and I suggest you give up. How about that? Besides, I think it's well matched for an incompetent janitor. Hyla, Amelia, and Ruse. Janitor. I rushed forward and grasped the nape of the two's necks. Otherwise, they are certainly going to attack the man. Even though they are children, their bloodthirst due to the anger is the real thing. After that, the man who was about to get hit managed to escape. Aniki, why did you stop me? That guy to Aniki, Ruse. That guy is merely following orders. Even if you hit him, it's not going to change anything, you know, serious. But still, such treatment is terrible, Amelia. They clenched their teeth to bear the anger and shed tears. To be angry so much just because of me, they are indeed a cute bunch. Their tails began to swing gently after I stroked them their head, not tail for a while, so it seems they have calmed down. Serious Sama is not incompetent. The guy who doesn't notice Serious Sama's charm is incompetent. Serious. Someday I'll look back at this one I well. Shall we begin to get changed and clean the house? Understood. But Aniki, are you really going to stay here? Ruse. Sure, but I'll have a look inside first. Anyway, since I'm the only one who is going to live here, I can spend time here comfortably without worrying too much. Serious. I'm going to practice the knowledge that this world doesn't have, and I would like to do various experiments on cooking and the study of magic. The house where I was born was located far away from any other human dwelling, so I could do anything I want there, but it's impossible here since this place is still in town. This isn't like the previous house, but it is far enough from any other houses. There is no roommate too, so I can do whatever I want without hesitation. Great, I feel like I have my own castle. I wonder how's the state of the inside. Serious. Some fittings are in a bad shape, but it appears that the entrance door can still be used. If I open the door and simply enter inside, it's going to be dusty and it's not possible to breathe. I wonder how many years it has been left unattended. I left the siblings outside, opened one functioning window and got back out immediately. Wow, that's a lot of dust. Aniki, are you okay? Ruse. No problem. First, try to limit your blow only to dust. Amelia, activate wind from the front door to the degree of not breaking the house. Serious. Understood, Amelia. Wind is only the beginner magic that creates wind, but it's ideal magic that excels in blowing dust away. The wind entered from the front door into all the areas in the house, and the dust is blown outside through the opened window and gaps. At the beginning, the color of the blowing wind was murky because there was a lot of dust. Amelia continued for a while until all the dust disappeared. In addition to dust, there was some kind of light going outside, I think. It is bad to keep a place like this. Well then, should we assign roles? Amelia and I together will search and clean. Ruse, cut the weed outside and make the outer appearance look good. Serious. Please leave it to me. This is the first house where I can fully practice my cleaning skills, so it's worth it, Amelia. As long as it looks nice, right? I'll cut the vines on the wall too. Ruse. I'll leave it to you. If there is anything suspicious, avoid it and find me. Serious. They got servants' education from mother, so cleaning is one of their forte. Ruse learned gardener's method from D, so there's no need to question even if I leave him outside alone. When I brought Amelia inside, a lot of dust had been cleared, but there are still a lot of trash and dust which have been left here for a long time. We used a cloth as a mask and went searching inside the house immediately. Are there 5 rooms altogether? Kitchen, dining room, 2 bedrooms, and 2 available rooms. This house is quite wide. Serious. There is no second floor, but this is the same like our old house, right, Amelia? The guide youth says that this house is used for night duty. I wonder if perhaps people lived here, doing night duty in shifts, but started to become obsolete because of the inconvenient location or the far distance to school. The furniture and tables were left behind, and are still likely usable once the dirt is wiped. I leave the kitchen to Emilia and concentrate on the work to separate the things that are needed and unneeded. When using Boost together with a trained body, any heavy object will become trivial matter. I bring a half-destroyed cupboard outside and saw the figure of Ruse swinging a sword to cut the weeds. Phew, raising spirit, blow blow, phew, Ruse. Ruse works fast, the grass around the house is mostly cut up. This is likely to finish sooner than expected, so let's ask him to do the next work. Ruse, this area is already good enough. After this, please clear a wide space and please make that big tree into logs and bring them here. Serious. It's time to make warehouse, isn't it? Leave it to me, Ruse. Making use of his experience of adding an extension to our old warehouse 2 years ago is the best. I enter the house to see how Emilia was doing. Serious Sama, I'm almost done here. After drawing the magic circle for cooking stove and gathering all the tools, it will only take another 10 minutes. Emilia. She was quick at work too. The kitchen that was dirty is now beautiful beyond recognition. If only there were tools, I can make dishes in about 10 minutes. It's just a small thing, and this much is natural for a servant. But Emilia. This house was abandoned, and there isn't a lot of things here. It's not a problem to live here after all the broken things have been taken outside and the dirt cleaned. Now there is only the matter of the house interior that needs to be taken care of. How is the roof? From here, it looks to be in a terrible state. Serious. Although I expected it when seeing it from outside, from here I can see various parts of the roof rotting with holes. As expected, the roof must be changed completely. While we continued doing our work, the bell can be heard telling it's already noon. Serious Sama, how about lunch? Emilia. I'm sorry, but I leave that to you, because I have to make the material for the roof. Serious. Yes, good luck, Emilia. There's an image that I always make, but they can cook properly too. In particular, Emilia, in order to hear me say that her cooking is delicious, shows incredible willingness when it's time to cook. There is not enough materials and tools. If that's the case, I'll buy them in town, Emilia. That's fine, the usual is good. Serious. Overexcited is just stressful. While she started to prepare the dishes, looking at Ruse, there are already 6 logs lined up. Using Boost, the figure of an 8-year-old child easily carrying logs that were several times larger than himself is surreal. How are you doing, Ruse? Is there any magic left? Serious. I'm still good to go, Anarchy Ruse. Is that so? Then please cut 4 more logs. Lunch should be ready by that time. Serious. This is also considered training. Ruse. To perform matters outrageously, oh well. The figure moving happily towards the forest is so childlike, I think. Now, should I start making the pieces for the roof? The tree which has just been cut contains a lot of moisture, therefore it can't be used as building material yet. Because of that, I have to remove the moisture first. If it's left to dry naturally, it's going to take half a year, so it's impossible to use that method. Thus, here comes the introduction of magic. A magic circle of fire with adjusted power is drawn on the tree to raise the temperature of the wood itself and forcibly make the moisture evaporate. The fastest time to evaporate the water is 1 hour, and an unexpected amount of steam will come out. To prevent anyone thinking there is a fire accident, the magic circle of wind is used to scatter the steam. All of the logs that were stacked are treated, and after they have dried up, the logs were cut into boards. It is impossible to cut them perfectly straight, but using one sword-style school of arts, the logs were able to be cut fairly straight. In the meantime, Emilia went to buy the nails. Next is removing the old roof and hammering the nails after putting the new boards. Everything except the roof is still strong, and I think this can last until I graduate from school. Finally, the roof was completed in the evening. It's not a simple task, but replacing heavy machineries and ladders with the power of magic, everything is finished in just half a day. In normal circumstances, it's not weird to say that the work should have taken several days or weeks because various magic were required. Anarchy, this house looks habitable now. Ruse. But Serious Sama, even if the roof was well made, the interior is not suitable for living. Emilia. Although dust and dirt were cleaned mostly, the furniture is not complete, and even if there is a structure that looks like a bed, there is no futon available. At least the present condition can withstand rain and wind. The interior will be done tomorrow. It's a bad look, but for today let's just stay at Rona-san's place. Serious. That's right, I thought of that too, Emilia. So let's go immediately, I'm already hungry. Ruse. Me too, what is it besides futon? Serious Sama, Emilia. I'm the only one going to Rona-san's inn. Aren't you guys staying at the student dormitory? Serious. That is true, but we want to stay close to Serious Sama, that's why. Emilia. That's right, I want to stay close to Anarchy too. Ruse. Well listen, what would you guys do if we can stay in this house now? Serious. Of course I'm going to stay here with you. Ruse. I am here to take care serious Sama. That's why I want to stay close to you, Emilia. Staying close together will give adverse effect. Until now, we lived in a closed world and it's natural like that, but now this is already the outside world. Rules should be followed, especially when it is not unreasonable. The time to push them away has come. Listen here, both of you have already entered this school and a student dormitory was given to you, so you must live there, serious. But Anarchy is not there, Ruse. I'm still here, right, although you can't see me, but I'm still nearby. Come on, this is like when I go to Lior's place, serious. Yes, but I want to take care of you, Emilia. I'm happy to hear that, but don't just stick to me only. I want you to try to talk and get acquainted with various people. Look, try to talk with your roommate, become friends with everyone. Serious. What if that companion is a bad guy? Emilia Ruse. At that time, just knock them without reserve. Now that you guys can distinguish between good and bad guys, become strong so that you won't be defeated by a bad guy. That will be enough even if I'm not behind your back. Serious. The siblings had watery eyes, but soon Emilia slowly nods. That's right, an older sister should become a role model for her younger brother. You're not going anywhere as you please, right, Emilia? Please tell me when you're going out, Ruse. If there is no troublesome event at school, may I stay near you, Emilia? Of course, in case I need to go out for training or something, I will be in the nearby area, serious. Understood, we will be going to student dormitory, Emilia. One-chan, will this be okay, Ruse? I'll be embarrassed to say any more selfishly. Moreover, serious Sama will be alright even if we're not here, right, Emilia? Emilia seems to have understood my intention. The children who have always walked behind me, who made me as their top priority, have now begun to walk slightly in front of me. I have to give them my blessing. Understood. Me too, even if Anarchy is not around, I'll be strong. Ruse. Is that so? That's great, both of you. Serious. Just for the sake of them getting stronger, I should allow my children to travel, because Shishu, who had a lot of experience, threw me into the middle of battle while laughing. Even if the practice is strict on the surface, I've become overprotective. At the end, I stroke their heads and we begin to walk to the student dormitory. Well, since it's impossible to eat at the inn, we'll just eat anywhere, okay? Serious. Really, Emilia Ruse? Oh my, I'm still too lenient, huh? It will be 2 more days until the entrance ceremony. We come to the school and stumble from very beginning, but we're not so weak to keep falling again. I'm not sure to what extent my colorless attribute will be a hindrance, but oh well, I think it should be fine somehow. There is no reason to stick to school, and even if I quit, it shouldn't be a problem. Since I'm also looking forward to whatever kind of lifestyle, I should enjoy school life without being afraid of anything. It would appear that there are very few differences in this world. During the school entrance ceremony, we still listen to speeches from the headmaster, some alumni, and some celebrities. All the freshmen are gathered to the school's largest auditorium, where the entrance ceremony of the Elysian School will be held 2 days after the examination. I've already seen him in his disguised form, but Headmaster Rodwell is here as himself for the first time for the freshmen. Rodwell is a handsome elf with the physical characteristics of long ears, pale white skin, and dazzling blonde hair. His face is also well structured, so much so that he wouldn't appear to be someone beyond 400 years old. Rodwell is called the Magic Master, the best magician in the continent, and he has high aptitude with 3 attributes. He is only missing the fire attribute. He holds tremendous magic power, capable of causing a storm, calling a flood, and creating an earthquake, all 3 erasing everything in its path. Even if he is not good with the fire attribute, he is considered an advanced genius in terms of magic. Taking the advantage of elves' longevity, he had continued to polish himself without becoming arrogant for a few hundred years, and has earned the title of strongest magic fighter that has become a household name in Melifist. In fact, there are numerous who apply to the academy who long to catch a glimmer of his grace, and all of the freshmen bear an ecstatic expression when they see him move to begin a speech. What do you want to study here in Elysian Academy? It would be different according to each person, but I hope that the teachings here will be used to benefit society. The magic and the technology you learned would be useful at various fields, but in turn, a person can be threatened and killed, and with magic, this can be done easily. As always, I want you to not forget that. Rodwell. Regardless of what world we are in, all the headmasters speak for too long. By the way, after seeing Rodwell's actual form, I am convinced once more he was that person at that time at the examination. He is probably outrageously powerful, but I don't think he will become our enemy, so I think it's okay to associate with him moderately. Fuea Emilia. That's unusual. Are you yawning, Emilia? Serious. Ah, that's I had to stay up late because I wanted to talk with my roommate, Emilia. Emilia stands next to me, looking embarrassed while talking in hushed voice. Apparently, she seems to get along well with her roommate. According to her story, her room is a double room, and her companion is human girl who is not wary with beastkin. Rather, I heard it seems to be the gentle girl who converses intimately with Emilia. Her name is Reese, and she is a beautiful girl with blue hair. Emilia. Have you made a friend already? That's good, serious. Yes, she's my friend, Emilia. Seeing her laugh without fear, it appears that the student dorm life would be all right. Even if it was only to see her laugh like that, I think it merits coming to this school. Anarchy, as expected, it's bad to fall asleep, foxkin boy. Sorry, Ruse. The name of the foxkin boy is Rue, and he appears to be Rue's underling. According to Rue's story, it seems he was a roommate. The first time Rue entered the dormitory, a fight broke out and Rue was thrown out. Such a thing, I really am no match for them. Please let me be your underling. I wouldn't have bothered with such a troublesome matter if it were me, but since Ruse made him promise to be good, Rue was accepted as an underling. When he introduced to me for the first time, he kept quiet, but man, this guy can read the atmosphere, because he won't be getting close unless it's necessary. I'm the only one who can call Anarchy, Ruse. I'm sorry boss, Oya Bun, it's like mafia boss. Nice to meet you, Oya Bun, Rue. What is this? I'm not sure how, but I got a new underling before the enrollment ceremony was finished. Also, the building that is my house has been renovated in only 2 days to the sufficient level where a human can reside there. I make purchases in a hurry to put a futon and other necessities in there. It has become a splendid house when compared to the original pitiful state. I am currently considering what to do with the available rooms. I'm thinking of remodeling the surroundings gradually while going to school. There are more things to be said. Next, I am going to explain the curriculum at my school. First, for freshman Rodwell. To sum up the headmaster's speech, he went over the curriculum at this school for the next 5 years. The first 2 years is studying in regular classroom with all the subjects. Starting with their 3rd year, students can then choose to learn a specialized field. Of the 4 fields in our school, Ruse is specialized in swordsmanship department, Emilia is for magic department, and since I'm specialized in magic formation creation, I plan to enter magic engineering department. Well then, I think I'm going to let teachers for every field to give a few words. First of all, I would like to invite the Earth Magic Specialist, Magna Sensei, Rodwell. After that, specialists serving as teachers in various fields such as wind magic and swordsmanship are being introduced. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed completely when a man who wore a yellow mantle that contains red and yellow lining entered and stood on the stage. I am Gregory, specialized in fire and earth attributes. I'm being an honor noble and talented in double attributes. I am searching for strong nobles for my class. Unlike beastkin, proud nobles should come to my class. I wage my house name and double attributes name, and I will work hard for this. The beastkins frown their eyebrows, while most of the nobles joyfully clap their hand when hearing those words. What on earth does that man think? He thinks it's normal to create a gap between nobles and beastkin, don't you agree? Do you hate me for being colorless? Are you a typical arrogant man? You have some troubles too, Rodwell, to employ such person, right? The bastard who pestered Anarchy is this guy, Ruse. During the interview too, there seems to be someone who is always judging us with detestable look. We have to be very careful with them. Emilia. It's troublesome since he is considerably powerful noble. I won't handle this poorly by showing him what's up my sleeves. Ruse. I kept looking at Gregory while calming Ruse, who seemed going to jump at him at any time soon. That guy's eyewear, have I seen that? Or anyway, that's it and the enrollment ceremony is over. Look at the class arrangement that has been put outside and please face towards respective departments. Rodwell. Thus the enrollment is over. No one had any hard feeling when leaving at the end. Upon exiting the auditorium, a big sign that stands in front of freshmen's class arrangement has been erected. But the freshmen's reactions are vary. Some are checking out the classes immediately, some are having a friendly chat, and a lot are questioning those who exited late. I am looking at this view absent-mindedly, while Ruse is confirming my class arrangement. There are truly unique people here, isn't there? This is the only thing that I couldn't understand while I was in a village and that house. Emilia. Emilia, who stands next to me, is wearing a robe with the school emblem. Wearing it is mandatory with the exception of practical and special events, and the color of the scarf which sticks to the robe is a proof of the grade in school. It seems easy to make, but it's a special robe that is made by the thread of rare magic as raw material. It provides strong protection when supplied with mana that can block knife's penetration. Wearing the robe is allowed in downtown, and it seems dropping by a store while wearing it can get you some service offers. What's wrong? Is there anything weird with my dress, Emilia? No, although wearing maid dress is good, I also think this dress suits you too. Emilia is cute, serious. Really, I'm happy, Emilia. She runs embarrassedly while waving her long silver hair. She's cute disciple as it is. In addition to the physical appearance, the shining silver hair reflects light, and she had attracted various people's attention by fine chest growth. In fact, several male students are looking at this direction. Even female students are fascinated with her shining silver hair. Speaking of which, even Reese too. Where is she? I would like to meet her once. Serious. It seems she was called back home, and she couldn't come today. Emilia. Is it because of substantial problem that makes you not to come to entrance ceremony? Serious. I'm not too sure about that, but the person herself is all right. She was laughing and she said she got permission from school. Emilia. If you say she's okay, the problem in particular is serious. Is it here? I would like to meet Reese once as her master and have a talk. Since people are suddenly noisy, I turn around. The teacher who gave me a pass during entrance exam is here. Correction. It's Rodwell in disguised form, standing with smiling face. It's been a while since the interview, isn't? I'm glad because you guys are able to enter school safely. Rodwell. Well, it's somewhat safe, but from now on, please take care of me. What are you doing here, headmaster? Serious. First of all, considering that's Guyame, I spoke by using small voice so that no one can hear. As expected, did you notice? I am known Vile Veru when I'm using this form as teacher for freshmen. Rodwell Vile. Well, I'm also disguising myself intentionally. What a stealthy guy, I wonder. And since Emilia couldn't notice the situation, she tries to match with the situation. Honestly, after you're finished with your stuff, I have come to apologize. Rodwell. Apologize? You have made me pass and Vile Sensei has no discontent, right? Note, serious means that it's not a big deal as long as he passed the exam. It's not that, it's a matter of dormitory. That guy decided selfishly about the place where Sirius Kun would stay while I was away. Rodwell. I think he meant it's a matter of Gregory. That guy hates Beastkin and Commoner, and since I'm colorless, he hates that fact terribly. I missed that when I confirmed the arrangement. I'll withdraw the instruction immediately and put you into an available room in the dormitory. Rodwell. No, it's fine, Sirius. But the quite distance from school to that place, and that place has become abandoned building. Rodwell. To tell the truth, I have arranged the place and it has become habitable already. Since the roof went bad, I have already replaced them. Is there any more problems? Serious. Although there is no problem, but did you do it in 3 days? Rodwell. Yes, because I know some construction skill. I tried to do it even though I'm amateur at it. If you come to apologize, I have one favor to ask. Will you hear it? Serious. Yes, if I can do it, of course. Rodwell. I would like to have permission to fiddle that house freely. The reason is I don't want to get complained because of remodeling property at school later on. Serious. I think if Rodwell doesn't do it, it'll probably okay, but judging from his character, this request is not unreasonable. Moreover, if they look it with their eyes, they may come out with suitable reason of illegally remodeling and expel me. Understood, since the building will be disposed eventually, please suit yourself. I'm going to circulate a non-intervention order from school. Rodwell. I'm saved, Serious. No, because for me, it'll be interesting to see whatever you do. However, we can't hold our hands out so much on either security or responsibility. Can you accept that, Rodwell? No problem, I will prepare various things, and since I'm a commoner, a matter of getting things stolen is not a problem. Serious. It will be a problem if there is theft in the school. Please report it properly. However, I don't want you to overdoing it so much. Rodwell. I'll act accordingly. Serious. When judging from the side, you would see a sight of a student and a teacher having friendly talks, but the contents of their discussion are not that clear. As conclusion, since that place is mine, it's not a problem to retaliate if there is a fool attacking without reserve, right? Anyway, it's in the agreement. Should I start prepare things immediately from today? I would like to start preparations early because it's troublesome to create a trap that doesn't kill. Is there a name for the building that becomes home for Sirius Sama? Emilia. No, there's nothing in particular. It will be inconvenient if there is no name, so Sirius Kun, what would you like it to be called? Rodwell. Well, Diamond Cottage, Japanese letter, please. Sirius. Who is there any reason for that name? Rodwell. Diamond is colorless, but it is a valuable jewel. It's a simple idea that I want it. Sirius. It's not bad, but I think that Sirius Kun worth is incomparable to Diamond. Well then, I will put an official petition. Oh yeah, your homeroom teacher is Magna Sensei, and he is directly under my supervision. If there's something comes up, please tell me through her, that's all. Rodwell. Although to name my cottage almost properly, he still easily decided to admire me instead, which I find strange. After he tells what he had intended on telling us, Vile-sensei waves his hand gracefully and leaves. Emilia, who is next to me, smiled and seemed to be in good mood. What happened? I think that wasn't pleasant talk. Serious. No, to think there is a person who understood about Serious-sama. But if it were me, when compared to Serious-sama, diamonds are no better than you, isn't that right, Emilia? What kind of existence am I to you? I'd also like to hear, but I stopped since I will get an obvious response. After waiting for a few moments, Ruse pops out of the crowd and screams at us with smiling face. Aniki, One-chan, we will be together in the class, Ruse. That's good, though it's a good thing to know the person in charge. It feels like there is an instruction coming from headmaster himself on the matter of class arrangement. Oh well, since 3 of us will be together, I won't have any complaint. I calm Ruse, who is so jumping delightfully. We go to the designated class. Freshmen are divided into several classes named after a great person, and each class consists of around 30 students. The classroom is a fan-shaped room, and the desks are made like a university in the previous existence where it's one step higher compared to another. But when we entered the classroom, it became quiet suddenly. What a splendid and wide room. Where should we sit down, One-chan? Ruse. Everywhere should be good. Serious-sama, that seats are available. Emilia. Despite the awkwardness of the silent class, those two don't mind and just go to the seats. The surrounding students are speaking in low voice, and what reached my ear is just about me being colorless and incompetent. I think it probably got leaked from the nobles who took the exam with me, but since my true ability will be exposed eventually, I don't worry about it. Such questions like my social standing or how can I come to school, those are endless questions about me when come to school and walk openly. Aniki, can I beat them, the rude classmates? Ruse. It's all right, I understood after they say it once. Emilia. Yes, please calm down. Since I'm not worried about it, you guys don't need to worry also. Serious. In the first place, why discriminate against the colorless? Since magic isn't the reason why it can't be used, just throw it out of chest like a bam and it's all good. When I take an available seat properly, the siblings sit down unwillingly next to me. There seems to be an absolute rule where Emilia will sit on my left and Ruse is on my right, interposing me, and they always doing it casually. After we sat down, the surrounding students began to sit down while chatting, and before long, slowly it matches the specified number of students for this class. Looking at the ratio of human to beastkin, is it half and half? There are not many nobles can be found, and the students who commoner are gathered in this class, I think. Male and female ratio are also 50-50. When they rest their elbows and waiting for the teacher in charge, 3 boys appeared in front of us. Excuse me, that lady with silver hair. What is your name? Do you mean my sister? Ruse. Shut up, you beastkin. Right now Mark-sama is speaking, don't interrupt. Servant. Ruse was a bit earlier than the person himself, but he was scolded by a kid that looks like a servant. While calming Ruse that tries to retort, I observe that we and those 3 are almost at same age. Nevertheless, the red-hair kid at center is elegant's good-looking child, and it won't probably different with other nobles. The kid with red hair display a calm pose, but the 2 furious servants at the back are despising us completely. Since Emilia is looking to me, I gave a nod, hinting her to do whatever she wants. My name is Emilia. Excuse me, but who are you, Emilia? You bastard, it's rude not to know who is Mark-sama. Servant. Calm down, my name is Mark Holtia. I am the second son of proud Holtia family, who will become respected noble eventually. Mark. The man who introduced himself as Mark bowed gracefully. Unlike his servants, this man seems to esteem politeness. Since the nobles who we have met so far are mostly arrogant, this one is unusual. What kind of business do you have with me, Mark-sama? Emilia. Emilyite's very pretty name. And that brilliant silvery hair, you are very beautiful. Would you like to become my attendant, Mark? I refuse, Emilia. Mark-sama is give a direct invitation to a beastkin wait. What did you say, servant? I refuse, Emilia. Before the servants finished speaking, Emilia decided on the spot by splendid business-like smile. Deciding in spur of moment, Mark-sama, let's make them realize that compulsion is called a viewpoint here. Servants. Would you guys be silent? I thought it won't go easily, but may I know the reason, Mark? There is already a person whom I will serve for the rest of my life. Since that being the case, I refused. Emilia. Is your master the one who next to you, Mark? Yes, that's right, Serious-sama is my master, Emilia. Emilia called me to stand and revered both of her hands, and Mark is judging this by how it look. He looks at me and give a slight bow. I am not a noble. She yearns for me voluntarily and called me master. The affection towards master is commoner's habit. Don't joke around, give an order fast to this girl and present it to Mark-sama. Servant. Wait, think about it. Isn't this guy the rumored colorless? Mark, that word stirred the surroundings. I want to hear the rumor about me being colorless too, but I think surrounding people are not listening clearly because of first meeting in class. But I understood when the students are looking and listening to us here. That's right, I am not aware about rumor or anything, but I'm colorless, so what about it? Serious. Ha, Mark Sama already have learned Flame Lance. Why there is an incompetent which can't even do beginner level of magic satisfactorily at such place. Servant. I think maybe he put money under the table. Do you have such money, servant? A thirst of blood are overflowing from both my side, but the servants don't really notice the situation. While I hold down their heads, I am openly despised in the eyes of these servants. Unless, if this Mark Sama says about it, I think you guys as a servants have no right to say anything. Emilia. What did you say, bastard? Although we're a servant, don't you know that we're a noble, servants? Even if Flame Lance is not usable, it won't be the reason that my master can't enter the school. In addition, what's the use of it if it's not for the master? Emilia. What's so bad about telling wonderful things about your master? We are the servant of Mark Sama forever. In absolute servants who can't follow the master's order. What kind of thing is that? Mark Sama was telling about it a short while ago. You guys, be silent, and Emilia. Those two servants are unable to rebut, so they can only stare hatefully. That's it. What she said, you guys don't seem to understand the servant's noble. Mark. But Mark Sama, they call us a lowly servant here, and you can't be silent. Servant. Even if I look at this, your behavior is too harsh, and it is natural for her to be angry. You servants are from my house, and they are under my father's order. Please stop with the disgraceful behavior. Mark. As expected of one's master, the two servants couldn't say anything, and they just follow him unwillingly. It seems that he is civilized man that can judge and scold his own servants. This time it is obvious that they were the one who spoke poorly. I'm sorry about my servants, serious Kun. This is not an excuse, but they just come recently to serve me as a servant. I would like you to forgive them, Mark. It's not a problem, but I would like you to take care of them because there is possibility that those two don't stop themselves from repeating it. Serious. I stroked their head while I was in a conversation, so they have already forgotten their anger and waving their tails happily. Those two are having loose face, and you wouldn't think that they were putting out a thirst of blood until several seconds ago. Get your act together. Well then, since a teacher will come, please excuse us. Mark. Is Emilia fine with this? Serious. I have decided already that to take a servant who has master by force, my pride won't allow it. Mark. This good-looking man's behavior and words are cool, huh? I change my robe to become like a mantle and take a seat that is separated a bit from other seats, and my servants followed me and sit next to me. I won't be attracted to anyone else except Sirius Sama, Emilia. I'll follow Aniki too, ruse. Oh dear, as a result of stroking them too much, their speech and conduct has come undone. For the time being, I tidy them up in a hurry. The homeroom teacher appeared at the same time as he bows his head lightly and begins the class. It seems everyone is here. I am colorism, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, homeroom teacher, Magna Sensei. Nice to meet you, Magna. He was seen during the interview as well. He is a brown-haired man in 40s, wearing a mantle that contains yellow lines on a robe with school emblem. It wasn't at principal's degree, but he was displaying a seasoned atmosphere while entering the classroom, giving overpowering impression that he is quite skilled. Before I talk about myself, first of all, I guess it should be a self-introductions. Magna. Why yes, students. After that, self-introductions are completed one by one in order. The reason I have come to school is because there are various races, and it was interesting to listen to various stories presented by fellow classmates. Our turns approach quickly. I am Ruse. My race is Silver Wolf, and I am a servant of the person who is next to me, Sirius Sama. I am specialized in swordsmanship, and my attribute is Flame Chinese letter equal Anu, Ruse. I was worried about what to say, but they seemed to finish introducing themselves safely by referring to previous students' introduction. Because I am Sirius Sama's servant, I am going to beat you, fool, or something like that. I am afraid they are going to say it. Although the class was sparse, it seems to welcome in its own way. Next is me. I am Sirius. My race is human, and as everyone knows, my attribute is non-attribute. I would like to study in magic formation and magic engineering field in the future. Sirius. So when I bowed, the surrounding reaction was the state which worries about how to react on the fact being colorless. There is additional information from me about him. I was one who examined his interview. We determined that he has enough merit to be accepted in this school. He can do beginner magic, in spite of no attribute. You want to see it, right, Magna? When she smiled to stand up and bow gracefully, surrounding boys and girls were charmed. Splendid manners as expected. As for her who received Ka-san's Irina's education, it looks like she had peace of mind. I am Emilia. I am a servant of Sirius Sama, together with my younger brother Ruse, and my attribute is wind. Since my body and heart are being devoted to my master, everyone, please acknowledge this. Emilia. This is really a bomb announcement by Emilia. The surroundings becomes noisy, but she just put up a smile and stood up proudly. Why did you make such a remark? Is that so? I'm sure of her restraint. It's not only about me being colorless, she's trying to attract attention and reduce the burden that I have on me. She's very brave and loyal. I had a wonderful servant. Fufu, I guess all I could do was admit my relationship with Sirius Sama here. Emilia. I thought so. Well, rather than being cover-up awkwardly from the beginning, it is better to expose it so that strange fellows wouldn't get even closer maybe. After Emilia, there are no bomb remarks, and the self-introductions of the whole class has been finished early. As soon as the break time starts, several boys and girls are gathered to our area, and at the same time, and Magna-sensei leaves the class. Hey, is that true that you are colorless? I think it's hard when you don't have aptitudes. What kind of training did you do? Emilia's silvery hair is beautiful. Your skin is also beautiful, and it is enviable as woman. What do you mean by that, body and mind? Are you a slave? You're good at sword. If there is training later, fight me. It seems there are a lot of strong children who are curious about us, maybe because there are lots of commoners. There are some nobles looking from surrounding distance, but somehow observing us, while we had to give suitable answer one by one to their questions. Apparently, even being a colorless, I am thought as a person who piled the training till I bleed my blood over and finally get to enroll in school. Since today is the first day, there is no lesson, and it ended after small explanation on curriculum and facilities at school by Magna-sensei. If we wait for a few minutes, is it going to be the time when a bell in the evening rings? When the teacher leaves the classroom, everyone relaxes. While we talk about what to eat, everyone else is doing as they please. By the way, I have a breakfast and lunch at school's dining room. Not only can I have supper at school, but I can also cook in the dorm or eating in the town, so it's relatively flexible. Sirius Sama, how about today's schedule? Well, I wonder, should we clean untidy room or improve the house's facilities? Sirius. Although the room and kitchen are no problem, I'd like to utilize available room, make a bathroom, so there are a lot of things need to be done. I think Emilia will follow naturally, but she lowered her head. It seems like she's trying to apologize. I'm sorry. I have to go back to my room at once since I have to confirm about luggage and Reese, so I think I will be a little late. Emilia. Don't mind it, I'll go first. Take your time and do it with Ruse. Sirius. Anarchy, I'm sorry, Ruse. The instant he said it, joined his hands together like hitting mosquito as hard as possible and apologized. Don't you dare start kneeling down on the ground. What happened, Ruse? Sirius. I'd like to go right now too. Since those guys had invited me, I couldn't decline. Ruse. When I turned my sight at the voice that called Ruse, several beastkin were waving their hand with wooden sword in their hand. Interacting with other people other than me is also important. Don't worry about it, just go. Sirius. Understood, Anarchy. I'll go immediately and beat all of them. Ruse. No, you don't have to rush, just go along leisurely. Sirius. Understood, do you really understand? Ruse joins the beastkin who had waited and goes out of the classroom while having a fun with friendly chats. Emilia too continued in a quick pace, and when I became alone and ready to go home, I got called by Mark. Are you going to go back too, Mark? Mark Sama, yeah, that's right. Sirius. Haha, yes, I'm a noble, but here, everyone is equal here, don't you agree? I missed my chance to say this a while ago, but I'm happy when you speak casually. Mark. Understood. By the way, Mark Sama, what happened to your servants? Sirius. I don't need to be called Sama. There are some urgent business, so they returned earlier. It's nothing suspicious, but I think I'll question them later. Mark. How to say this? I guess Mark also has some hard times. This might be rude, but why did those guys become your servants? Sirius. Although he said that they are absolutely his servants, his words and behavior are too inconsistent. Why he didn't take them along, the very self-important servants with him. Those guys are extended nobles of Holtia family, but their rank is quite low, so they want to make up favor with me, who is an inheritor following eldest son. The instruction came from my father, and my servants were sent unwillingly to me. Mark. Oi oi, what are you talking and make me heard? Is it all right to let commoner like me to hear talks about your family? Sirius. I don't mind. Mercy isn't given to a person who doesn't have such character. They seem to be keeping an eye on you, but if something happens, please report it immediately. Make a proper decision. Mark. Understood, I'll do that. Well then, see you tomorrow. Sirius. See you tomorrow. Mark. It's likely for me to become a good friend with him. I wave my hand and see him off. Then I also begin to stand up and walk to Diamond Cottage, which is my home. There is quite a distance to Diamond Cottage. Even though it's good to run through quickly, the two siblings seems to be late, and since I don't have any reason to hurry, I'll just walk leisurely. It's been a long time since I was last alone, but that's a good trend change for those guys. I feel a little bit lonely after walking through a student dormitory, but suddenly I felt uncomfortable and stopped. Incompetent, stop over there. Two men appeared from one of the tree and blocked the road. If I recall where and when, aren't they Mark's servant? What is it? But I'm going home now, serious. We still have some business with you. There is unfrequented place on the other side. Come with us, Mark's servants. Wow, the instruction tone is very bossy. What? I am to be pulled to an unfrequented place, and is this like being threatened for money? Note, author used word of KATSUAGE, a slang usually used among bad senior high school kids. Even if I jump, you won't hear any sound of money, you know. This is troublesome serious. Silent, you incompetent, come here quickly. Since these two already snapped, I just follow them quietly for the time being. That place is a place surrounded by trees, but there is a space where several people can move to a certain extent. Although there's not so much distances from the main road, if people don't think about looking, this place won't be seen at all. Well, I came here, so what is it? Serious. Because of you we got scolded by that bastard Mark. He scolded us in length about servants and the way of nobles. Servant 1. We're in nobles, say what you want, and it's unpleasant to lower our head to that fellow of the same age. Servant 2. Even if you say that to me, I am troubled. I thought these to be some sort of strange and fishy play, but does it mean they want to be excellent servant? Ask that to the person himself. It doesn't matter to me. Serious. It matters, those beastkin will go to Mark's place if there is an order from you. Servant 1. It is unusual for that person to be interested in beastkin. I am incompetent, but somehow I want to please him, don't you agree? Servant 2. I was certain these guys only want to get their revenge. Is it because of that? However, you guys' order is something that I can't fulfill. I refuse. I do not want to change the path she chose for my convenience. Serious. Mr. Make her hear this against her will. Servants. The number of people increased by 2 and they were coming from behind the trees. From making appearance in front of those two. Same level with nobles, to be obeyed by commoner, I think. I look at their trained body and holding wooden sword on hands while being surrounded by many people. It seems they really have no feeling of guilt based on laughing figure of these guys, and I understand the same kind of people. How about it now? Now apologize if you promise to take that demi-human to Mark. We are done here after beating you. You called that child demi-human. Well, how about this? What are you doing? Don't you understand by looking? I'm warming up. Serious. I think if in the first place you force intimidation, I'm not going to speak and just hit first. I can conclude that they have no experience in battle because they look at me absent-mindedly while I was warming up. Oi, I don't have to argue with words, don't you agree? Serious. He's thinking of fighting alone. Yay, he's incompetent indeed. I think it's different. Although I did not want to get involved since it will become various problems later when you become the enemy of nobles, but these guys have turned their back to Mark, so beating them won't become much of a problem. Don't be a hindrance, just let me do this freely. I quietly held out my fist while looking at the man who put out a vulgar laugh. Volume 4 Intermission, searching 3,000 meters for a sword. Volume 4 Intermission, searching 3,000 meters for a sword. Volume 4 Intermission, searching 3,000 meters for a sword. Author, speaking of which, he was recently forgotten, but I think I'll talk a little bit about Lior. Actually, that guy does not live in that house. The story goes back to about 1 month ago before we left our home. I didn't bring ruse and went to meet Lior alone. You've arrived, Lior. Yes, serious. During my last visit, we had decided that the next time we met, we would fight without holding anything back. As proof, Lior is wearing armor and his favorite sword proudly, while I'm using the sword that I got from D and the mithril knife as a throwing knife. This probably will be the last time. I beg you don't die before me, okay? Same goes for you, don't die on me, okay? Serious. I didn't have anything else to say. We moved our location and went at each other with the intent to kill. I switched to my battle stance, swinging down my sword seriously, and Lior swung his sword with all his killing intent. Indeed, it was a battle to the death. I was too absorbed in the battle and I don't remember much about it. If I only had to talk about the result, many craters appeared in the forest. Lior was half dead on his feet and I was so exhausted that I couldn't go back home, so I stayed the night in Lior's house. Honestly, it wouldn't have been weird for Lior to have died after all that, but because of his crazy survival instinct and my treatment, he's going to live for a very long time. Ha ha ha, I thought I died this time. Don't laugh, I'll feel bad if an old man dies by my hand. Serious. I'm sorry, then even if I was in my prime, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you, Lior. It's unusual for Lior to be in a state of despair, but it's an abnormally wonderful feeling that the strength from those years is returning. I could never have done this in my previous life. What is it? Are you finally giving up? Are you going to retire seriously this time? Serious. It's the other way around, Lior. Even though he was close to death several hours ago, Lior clenched his fist and showed a ferocious smile. Hey, if you strain yourself, you'll start to bleed again. I will go on a journey. I'm not going to search for a student. I'm going out to travel and train myself, Lior. Oi oi, think about your age. Serious. That is unrelated. If I die while on the field, then talk about that. Besides, since you are not going to visit anymore, there's no reason to stay here, Lior. Indeed, when I go to school, it'll be difficult to come here. That's why we thought this would be our last fight, or will it? Is that so? Oh well, it's an old man life. It's unreasonable for me comment on it. Serious. Such a thing, huh? By the way, how many times you're going to do this? Lior. Yes, if everything goes correctly, maybe twice. Serious. Well then, I want to meet your disciples. Emilia particularly. Lior. Why Emilia? This old man, acting like a silly child. Since Ruse is indebted to him and his sister wanted to see him, it's a great opportunity for him to finally meet Emilia. Who? What a cute and polite child. I am the old man called Lior. Sorry for wearing Ruse down so much of the time. Lior. No, since he's having so much fun, you don't have to worry about it. Lior-sama is probably having a hard time with him. Emilia. What? It's not a big deal because I'm enjoying myself too. Hey look, there's not much here, but do you drink tea? If you don't mind sweet things, there's fruit too, you know. Lior. I'll prepare it, Lior-sama. Emilia. You don't have to be so formal. Feel free to think of me as a part of your family. Lior. Well, Oji-chan, Emilia. Oji-chan, oh, ooh, what a wonderful feeling I have in my chest. Lior. Are you all right, Oji-chan, Emilia? Ooh woo, calm down, this old man is invincible, you know. Lior. There are of course more events, and Lior likes Emilia like a grandchild. Although Ruse looks similar, I heard that Lior treats him the same. Those youngsters are your disciples, and I'm like their special tutor. It's cute here and there, but it can't be compared to Emilia. Lior talking about his sword. That kind of thing. The old man isn't married, but it doesn't mean that a disciple should be treated like a child. When I think about this, I don't treat Ruse and Emilia as grandchildren. Tell the sword in front of you that your grandchildren are cute. What an easy-to-understand old man. We also came here, but why is Emilia a priority? Ruse, because I wanted to meet her, of course. Anyway, I've showed Ruse my secret moves well incidentally. Noto the opposite at least. Ruse will cry, you know. Not having been affected with that fact, Ruse wants to see Lior's secret moves. That was our last meeting with Lior, as we would leave the house in a few days. Travel outfits were arranged already for the travel. The inside of the house looked neatly. I finish greeting and go out at the same time. After finish with the parting by holding hands tightly, Lior took out small pouches from the luggage and gave it to me. This is the proof of mastering all the skills of the past, and I thought I'd hand that to my disciple. If you think that boy is good enough, I want you to hand it to him. Lior. Pouch contains a medallion with a sword mark and one letter. Your destination is Elysian. A stubborn short old man that lives there made my favorite sword. This is a letter of introduction that asks him to make a sword for Ruse. From what Lior says, a person called the stubborn old man, huh? Who on earth is this hard-to-please person, I wonder? Although having full mastery of secret arts and having Ruse's sword made are good things, but there is one other important thing for Ruse. Ruse's ability is already exceeding Emilia's, at least in relation to swords only. Nevertheless, I would like them to taste superiority. Of course I'm requesting one more for Emilia. I wrote that he should produce things that Ruse doesn't have. Lior. Even if Ruse tries hard, he still couldn't win against his sister. Well then, when next time we meet, I will definitely win against you, Lior. Lior, with a big smile on his face, begins his travels before becoming 60 again. At that time, we passed the exam at schools, and it was 2 days before entering student dormitory. We were looking for the stubborn old man introduced by Lior and were walking around the town of Elysian. That being said, it's because we only know name of the store. I wonder where on earth that old man is. Emilia. According to Jia-chan's talk, he is an irritating shorty that likes to nag people. Ruse. More insults incoming. I think the name of the shop is Destruction Annihilation Indestructible Blacksmith, isn't? Emilia. Is that really the shop's name? No naming sense at all, don't you think? Ruse. That part is easy to understand, you know. Serious Sama, how about asking the person at the stall? A stall will most likely has an apprentice working there. TLN, I'm not so sure what does this mean, and we can find information easily. Emilia. Emilia seems to understand the importance and methods of information gathering. While we admire her, she obtains the necessary information, so she comes back with grilled skewers in her hands. Understood. I heard that the shop is at the end of that curved alleyway. Emilia. It's unexpectedly close. Let's go there immediately. Serious. We advanced towards the end of the alleyway for a few minutes. Since there was clearly a signboard with Destruction Annihilation Indestructible Blacksmith on it, we entered the shop. We confirmed that this was the place from outer appearance, and when I look inside, the signboard is fading and dust is collecting on the shelf, pots, and other places. It looks unattended, but since the sound of a hammer striking metal can be heard, so there seems to be a person here. Is anyone here? Excuse me, Ruse. There is no reaction from Rue's shout. The hammering is still not stopping. Oi, excuse me, I have come as a visitor, Ruse. Still no reaction. Has he become deaf after listening to too much hammering? Come out quickly, useless drunken man with no naming sense, Ruse. What did you say, idiot? Such insult can be heard. Rather, how do you know such insult? Chan said if I say this, I will get a reaction. Ruse. I wonder what kind of relation Lior has with this man. While the man is coming out with an angry expression, I can see his height and mine are no different. His is from the dwarf race, having a tough short body with long hair and a flowing beard. As for wanting an excellent weapon, the more dwarves who love sake and exploring, the more dwarves get to know about ores and smithing. Finally, you have come out. Nice to meet you. I am serious. What I don't care about kids or nobles. Anyhow, since you were making fun of me, go home, idiot, dwarf. We come here not to tease you, but we came here on Lior's introduction. Serious. Dwarf. The dwarf was about to get back into the store, but he reacted when heard about Lior, and he turned his eyes to us. This is the letter of introduction. You will understand us if you read it. Serious. If you are lying, I'll beat you to death with my hammer, you idiot, dwarf. I wonder if this person's favorite word is idiot. He snatched the presented letter and began to read while having the eyes of an enemy's parent. The dwarf crumpled up the letter and threw it away, and at the same time he presented a sword to Ruse. Hold this and swing it. This is one of my best swords. Understood. Ooh, as expected, it's not different to my own sword. Ruse. It's okay to swing the sword since there is space, but somehow, please remain cautious when swinging in this room. Serious Sama, don't you think this knife is amazing? Emilia. While Ruse swings the sword happily at another place, Emilia is excitedly holding and trying out a decorated knife. Chan, do you understand how good is that? Ruse. Yes, it seems very sharp and there's no resistance from meat, and it is liable to slice right through it. Emilia. Is that so? I may sell this to the guy who understands it. What's your budget, dwarf? Emilia looks to me, but please do not be hesitant, and so I nodded. I don't have much on hand, I have only about 5 silver coins. Emilia. 5, so unsparing, dwarf. I think if it's this knife, even 1 gold coin is not enough. I have given 1 gold coin each to the siblings as their pocket money, so it's quite a scene to see how long Emilia will haggle. I am serving serious Sama, but I'm a little bit unreliable in case of an emergency. Would you please look at this, Emilia? What? Certainly, what a cruel idiot, dwarf. What was shown is the knife that Emilia always uses, because it's an inexpensive knife which was sold everywhere. What a professional way to do it, but I won't say anything. I'd like to be more useful to my master, and I want a wonderful knife, but it's hard as a servant to use the master's money. Emilia. I understand Aju-chan's young lady opinion, but after all, this is a place for business. Dwarf. Please, Ojai-chan, Emilia. Ojai-chan, wow, what kind of wonderful feeling is in my chest, dwarf. Aya's same reaction with Lior. It's because I call Lior Sama Ojai-chan. If there is his acquaintance, I wonder if I can treat you as an Ojai-chan. Emilia. Emilia is a tactician, isn't she? You're using the sweetness art or trick learned on Lior, with the appeal of your puppy dog eyes. Ooh, there's no problem. Call me whatever you want. That 1 knife will be free of charge, idiot, dwarf. No, free of charge would be a problem indeed, so are 5 silver coins okay? Emilia. It can't be helped if Aju-chan young lady says so, that's fine, dwarf. Idiot, take it for free. Ruse, what an interesting old man. But old man, that knife is used for cooking isn't. If the shown knife will be used only for cooking, and when this truth is known, no, with Ojai-chan's word, everything will be permitted. And since he resembles Lior, both of them might end being similarly hated. While Emilia is pushing the Ojai-san who insists that it was free of charge to accept 5 silver coins, I called Ruse who is through from swinging the swords. Oi Ak-chan old man, I'm done trying, Ruse. Ay, idiot, which's numbers came up, dwarf. The 5th and the 6th, it feels easier using either, Ruse. It seems as to be an idiot, you have an unusual habit, dwarf. I'm not an idiot, my name is Ruse. Ruse. Idiot, after all, you're a disciple of that bastard Lior, seeing as you chose the same weapon. Dwarf. My name is Ruse, I am Anaki's disciple, in what way my weapon is the same as his? Ruse. Idiot dwarf. I am Ruse, Ruse, the talk is not moving forward because their stubbornness is natural. Since it stagnated, I intervened and brought the negotiations to its conclusion. In short, the purpose of swinging various kinds of weapons are to distinguish the habits of a person. Serious, that is the idea. There should be compatibility between human and the sword. Characteristics like the weight and the destructive power, everything can be determined like this. What an idiot. Dwarf. Anarchy is not an idiot. Ruse. Because of that way of speech, be silent. By the way, what sword should Ruse have? Serious. It should be heavy and sharp. He has habits similar to that bastard Lior, by looking at his center of gravity during the swings. Serious. Although he is a stubborn and a somehow strange person, but his arms and eyes are reliable. Ruse always complains about his sword being light, and Lior's big sword seems to have a good record of performance. It seems that this can be entrusted to him. Then, could you make a sword that matches Ruse? If the money is not enough today, I'll pay it at a later date. Serious. I take 5 gold coins from my chest pocket and put it on the table. To be honest, I think this degree of payment is not enough at all, but since I am their companion, it seems better to show strong sincerity. From me as well, please, Emilia. Emilia also took 1 gold coin from her bosom and piled it up. Wait, Emilia-san, it has been steady, but you shouldn't expose that you have a gold coin. Aniki ni chan Ruse. He a master with a manly spirit, what a idiot, dwarf. But the person himself didn't notice his manliness. Since both of them are somewhat moved, let's press forward. Lior never said that his sword was wonderful. As soon as this child grows big, I want a sword that suits him until he becomes stronger. Serious. I don't have any intention to make some half-baked sword, dwarf. Is it still impossible? Serious. It's not that, the fact is as a craftsman, I won't make an incomplete sword. If it's made, I want the sword to be last until this idiot grows big. The matter is you're going to make it right. Serious. Absolutely. It's been long time since my true strength was used to make sword for a partner, the sword's owner user. Dwarf. A hammer is brandished in the shop. I feel anxious when looking at that fully motivated face with its rough, excited breathing. But anyway, there's no problem of a sword for Ruse. The money can be paid anytime. I don't mind increase in payment, you know, dwarf. But there would be probably a matter of living cost. Serious. It's okay since I have savings, but as for you, I think you should be more serious about living expenses. Dwarf. Is that so? If there is something left, please say it. As soon as we get stronger, it will be easy to get materials. Serious. Wait for that time, Akchan old man, Ruse. Speaking of that, it was written on the letter. Is this fate? Oi that what is your name, dwarf? I am serious, and you are serious. I am Grant Guranto. That bastard Lior wrote that you're very smart, that's why you're having a consultation. Grant. Since I started speaking with wry look on my face, I listened to Grant's talk. It seems that there is no new ideas recently, and it said that they want motivation for some new invention. Even if suitable weapon is made but no one can master it, we won't feel good about it. I wonder if there are any interesting ideas. Grant. My weapon is different, so would you like to take a look at it? Serious. I hand over the abnormally light sword I got from D and the mithril knife that I got from Fia. With the exception of mithril used for this knife, there is nothing else special in particular. But this sword is strange. The sword made with this ore doesn't seem to be light. Grant. Do you understand what ore was used for this sword? Grant. This sword was made using an ore called graviton. It's originally strong and heavy. Even for a short sword, a weight of 30 kilograms wouldn't be unusual, but you can't feel the weight of this particular sword. Serious. It comes down to a secret, as expected from this sword. Grant. I thought you might say that. Maybe it's due to the pattern on the blade, or a carving inside the handle. Serious. It didn't seem to be a great impetus for Grant, but as for me, I had enough. There seems to be a secret beyond expectation for this sword. It's interesting here and there. Do you have anything else, idiot? Grant. That's right, how about this? Serious. It's a technology behind a sword that I have spoken of. It's a katana that is not made from a single type of steel, using softer core steel in the center and harder, skin or sheath steel on the outside to protect the edge. By doing so, softer steel core absorbs impact and prevents breakage, while the strong sheath steel prevents bending and chipping. Unfortunately, I knew just that information and I don't know how to make it myself. However, I talked about various ideas which might turn out to be useful. Idiot, Grant. I wonder if I am hindering his spirit. A hammer is thrown on the floor and the floorboard breaks into pieces. Core steel and sheath steal an unexpected idea. If it can be implemented, then it will be an outrageous existence. Grant. He's different now. This guy is overcome by his emotions, but I'm not sure how to make it, serious. Idiot, that's my job. Ooh, I'm burning, Grant. He swung his hammer around with an ecstatic look on his face. Incidentally, this information may solve other problems that Grant had. Well, please don't forget Rue's sword. Serious. Understood. Since there is no material right now, which sword will you take? Since it takes time until I can get it, wait for a short while, idiot. Grant. Then, since we are unable to register with a guild, they won't buy the dropped material from the defeated demon. Serious. Haya, well, I don't mind. If it's not suitable and if I don't need it, worst case scenario, you can sell it to the guild through me. Grant. Idiot, it's destruction, obliteration, indestructible blacksmith. Grant TLN. The initial shop name is pronounced as GKAMITSUMSSATSUKONJUKAJ, a versus GKAMITSUMSSATSUKONJUKAJ, as pronounced by Grant, but the meanings are still the same, I think. It was one letter difference between MESSATSU and MASSATSU, but he emphasizes it intensely. That bastard Lior is the same too, my product, that sort of extreme crimson ruler. He called it crimson since it's troublesome to say. Grant. I would have given Lior a vote too. Emilia might also had the same opinion, because when she had to make a forced smile her face twitched. I think sort of extreme crimson ruler is a good name. Don't you understand, Rue's brat, Grant? Rue's you too, it's good to learn from a predecessor. Lior's transformation in Grant's naming sense, some good feelings are being absorbed by those strange things. Although I think I have said this many times, but I'm really worried about this child's future. Serious Sama, let's teach this kid properly. Emilia. That's right, let's work hard with these two. Serious. While watching the two laughing at each other, we pledged strongly that we won't let Ruse off the beaten path. This incompetent servant. He came swinging down with his wooden sword from behind, so I took one step back and avoided it by about half a body's length as I met the eyes of the man who attacked me. He had probably thought that there was no way to avoid an attack from behind without detection, and his face was dyed with surprise as my fist was sinking into the pit of his stomach. Nah, this servant. Before that guy fell down, I had already taken the next move. I took that man's wooden sword and threw it at another person at the same time, but he deflected the thrown wooden sword instinctively. I wrapped around him from the side and moved to the back during the brief moment that man focused on me. Yes, I'm here serious. I suppressed his movement by twisting his arm straight into his neck. This is not a perfectly accurate representation, but it would be easier to understand if I described it as being like a choke hold. An opponent in this state can't escape easily, and it is almost impossible to escape if both legs are hooked to the body. This time, it had been only on the neck. Nevertheless, I increased my arm strength gradually so that he would understand. But the opponent was noticeably trying to struggle, so I told him by whispering at his ear, "Do you want to stop?" He answered by nodding his head slightly since his neck is being suppressed. By the way, the two men were making a commotion about me being a coward, but they did nothing as I continued to hold the man hostage. Coward, huh? I want to return those lines entirely. If you want me to stop, tap my hand twice, but serious. Before I finished talking, my hand was tapped. Oi, oi, you challenged me proudly, but you're too weak-minded. I released my hold from his neck just as promised, and the man laughed while looking back. You fool, servant. The man tripped over when I waved with the back of his wooden sword. If you didn't think I saw that coming, you're underestimating me. Subsequently, I picked up the wooden sword which had lain on the ground and aimed my thrust at the face of the man who had fallen down. Servant. Of course, I didn't stab seriously. The sword struck straight into the ground, right next to the man's eye. It scratched his skin a little bit, and the blade is half buried in the ground, so he'd understand what would happen if I were to stab with full force. For example, if I had struck that wooden sword on his head, you could expect his life to be gone. There is no next time. Serious. Why, yes, servant. While saying that, I could see his eyes rolling back because of excessive fear. That may have been overdoing it, but fear tends to make foolish opponents remember more clearly. I think the fear will fade over time, but the meddling will not happen for a long time. This guy, are you serious, servant? Oi, what about you, serious? Since two of their fighting force were disabled suddenly, the remaining two's margin of winning had completely disappeared. The two servants trembled and had mutual glances among themselves as I got closer while putting up a smile. Use magic while I hold this guy, servant 1. Understood, servant 2. Oi, oi, to speak your plan so casually before your opponent's eyes. While I was astounded by their foolishness, I lightly dodged the servant's attack. His abdomen was full of openings where it could have been hid as it is, but I think I'll educate them a little. Even if they have been given a noble title, magic shouldn't be used excessively in school, right? Hi, what happened to that power just now? Servant. He is a noble, but that man must have experience because his movements aren't bad. It felt like an anti-personnel battle I remember from a test, to the extent of avoiding an attack by a hairbreadth, but then the man at the back seemed to have finished chanting. Release fire arrow, flame arrow, let's go. You're going down. Servant, that flame arrow and flame lance are both middle-level fire attribute magics. In flame arrow, roughly 50 centimeters of elongated flames are hurled, but its killing and wounding capabilities are low. However, if used by an unskillful person, it can cause serious injury from the burns and impact, so it isn't magic that can be used casually. It seems that the man who had cast it fired the flame arrow towards his partner's direction. Wagua, Servant 1. So I grasped the collar of the man who was about to duck and deliberately tossed him towards the flame arrow. Since stop, Servant 1. Why Taitati, Servant 2. The hand which was waving down couldn't be stopped. The servant and the flame arrow clashed in midair, and then the servant received a direct hit with a small explosion and was lying on the ground. Well, now for their lesson, if magic is used excessively, it may lead to accidental firing at your friend. They should learn that. If these were ordinary clothes, it would be a serious injury, but the school-designated robe is sturdy, and it has excellent magic resistance. As for an injury on the level of a flame arrow, it would be nothing more than a light burn and a bruise, I think. You bastard, I beg you, a great power serving as the incarnation of Fire Servant 1. Oh, serious. What is he thinking? There are no more vanguards already, and he began chanting in this situation. I wonder if they are joking with this much disorder. I stood in front of that servant full of openings and hit his cheek lightly. What are you doing, Servant 1? Well, it's because you are full of openings. Serious. Shut up, fall below, incompetent, Servant 1. Since the chanting had been interrupted, he swung his fist, so I avoided with a light step backwards. I thought he was going to come at me again, but that guy had started to chant magic again. I beg you, the incarnation of Fire Boo, Servant. The incantation stopped, of course. That guy is staggering, and he's likely to fall since I slapped him slightly stronger. Boz bastard, Servant 1. So full of openings, are you stupid? Serious. Shut up, if somehow my magic hit, you will, Servant 1. This is impact serious. A shock impact bullet grazed his cheek, gouging the tree behind him and opened a hole in the ground. The servant looked back at where he heard a smashing sound from, and his face changed completely from a bright angry red to a pale color. I won't miss it next time, you know. Next will be the belly or face, I wonder. Serious. Be bastard, do you think that you can do such a thing and get away with it? Servant 1. After all, I wonder if this fight was going to be sold from that angle. He'll say I picked a fight with him. Besides, what do you think your master, Mark, will say when he knows about this situation? Serious. Since he knows Mark's character, I hope he understands. If the situation is reported, he will be fired. And if it is reported to the head of family, his position would be compromised. In the first place, what are you going to explain from here? I challenged the incompetent opponent who doesn't have a weapon with 4 people who had them, but I lost that kind of report. Serious. Gugugu, Servant 1. How about this? If what happened here is spread, your position will fall to the ground, I think. Nobles will laugh at your loss to an incompetent, and commoners will despise you for using cowardly tricks and still losing. Serious. Dadamit, Servant 1. He no longer had anything to say, so that guy threw a feeble fist at the ground. Since he was completely broken from the defeat, I'll call it a resounding victory. Well then, I'll excuse myself. I don't have a habit of spreading rumors in particular, but wake up, because I'll hold your defeat tightly. Serious. I turned my back on them and returned to my original purpose. Just in case, I focused my awareness to my back, but they weren't chasing and instead were seeing me off quietly. While I pushed the trees aside returning, Emilia was running on her way to Diamond Cottage. I noticed that when she called out to me, she was accelerating while wagging her tail to come to my direction. Serious, Sama, what has happened for you to be in such a place, Emilia? Well, I took a little detour. Emilia too, is everything fine? Serious. Yes, given that Reese has returned to our room, I had to explain the contents of the school entrance ceremony. Emilia. She lines up to my left now, which is the usual position for her, and we head back to the Diamond Cottage together. If I look next to me, I see that she is different from some time ago, and that now she is holding a big bag. She noticed my stare and showed me the contents of the bag. You mean this? This is maid clothes. Emilia. Well, why maid clothes? Serious. That's because it's the formal attire when serving Serious Sama, and they're battle clothes for me. Emilia. To sum it up, she changes first to maid clothes when she gets to Diamond Cottage, and then she changes back into her robes again before going back to the student dormitory. Anarchy, Ruse. Ruse also caught up on the way, and we gathered into our usual formation. Ruse lines up to my right, and he seems happy as he holds his wooden sword high. I had matches with everyone, but the going easy is difficult. Ruse. They aren't hurt, are they, Emilia's? Everything is all right, Ni-chan. When they return, they can walk properly. By the way, Anarchy, I'm not really satisfied, Ruse. I know when we get back, I'll be your fighting partner, but only once. Serious. As one would expect, Anarchy, Ruse. Illuminated by the setting sun, we're walking to the Diamond Cottage while our shadows extend. Thus, my assault case has ended secretly, well, not quite, as that story is still to be continued. On the next day, while waiting for the teacher in morning class, as soon as Mark entered the class alone, he came in front of me and lowered his head. The surroundings began to raise a commotion, but I made him raise his head and listen to him talk. I'm really sorry, Mark. No, since you understood, explain the details first before you apologize. Serious. First of all, I should probably speak from there. I think you already know, but they're my servants, Mark. Yesterday, he was worried about his servants who were late and he went searching for them. I heard that they were carried to a treatment room. When he went there, one of the servants was dumbfounded and the other had burns, and he asked why were they being treated. He forcibly interrogated his two reluctant servants, and it seems they finally told him, and he was shocked. As for those who are being accepted into the Holtia family, it's very clear subjugation as to challenge one colorless commoner boy with several people. He didn't know how angry he should have been, but his feelings had gotten to the point where he simply didn't care about them anymore. A message was sent to the house in Elysium on the same day, and it said that they reported everything, including disgraceful conduct in the past, so that's why he's alone today. Their reputation was already poor due to their bossy behavior. They were already disowned, and their release was something that couldn't be avoided. Mark. It's justified disposal, but they are likely to retaliate based on their personality. Serious. I swear in the name of my family, I promise that I will prevent that. They've already been sent away to a faraway place for voluntary labor, so at the very least, they won't be in this town. Mark. Are you worried about that, Sirius? Again, I'm really sorry, but I'm glad that Sirius Kun was unharmed. I would like to give some kind of apology. Is there something you need? If you're fine with money, I will pay you with my own pocket money. Mark. Mark had begun to take a gold coin out from his chest and place it in front of me. Stop, that apology is good enough already. I stopped him in a hurry and returned the money. Because I was unharmed, it's all good. If you really want to apologize, oh yes, think of this as a loan. Serious. Loan, Mark. If I ever get into trouble involving relations with nobles, I want you to help me only once in something. Serious. Who I think that would be good. I will lend my hand if I can do it. Mark. Mark and I shake hands and the story finally has came to an end. There is sequel of a story about me at beginning of enrollment. It seems there's a rumor that I'm the man who made the nobles bow their head and took their money forcibly. Furthermore, good morning, Anarchy. Oya bun, a lot of Ruse friends. Oh, good morning, Ruse. Yesterday, Ruse had mock matches with all of the beastkins, beat them soundly, and made everyone his underling. What is a beastkin? Just only this guy. Although I'll have nothing to do with that, I want Ruse to deal with the situation with his underlings one way or another, involuntarily if needed. Understood, Anarchy. I'll knock them into shape so that there won't be any more underlings. Ruse. Well, this and that are different, but even if you do that, it seems possible. After quite some time has passed, the establishment of the Diamond Group has been completed as one of school's clique, where they made me a Teishu Admiral Boss Leader General, but it's better if he is not doing that. Well, no, seriously. 3 days have passed since I entered school. It depends on the guiding principles of the homeroom teacher. For example, in the case of a person with fire attribute, if they are able to cast Flame Lance within 5 years, they will receive an emblem from the homeroom teacher as a possible sign of being graduated. A person can gain prestige just by being graduates, and if that is set as a target, then new students can decide to work very hard for their homeroom teacher. I came to school in order to study various things for sure, but the main purpose is to spend years safely in a protected place. Even when going out traveling and wanting to experience the world, earning daily money is a cornerstone. However, you can only register in an adventure guild when you're 13 years old. I'll be 9 years old before long, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Since I would like to avoid troublesome investigation on my knowledge and skill, I will train while hiding my real abilities for 5 years until graduation. And if I manage to pass through it safely, I think that will be good. Thus, today's morning was a lecture. Magnus Sensei talks about the basics of magic. I am writing various entries on paper using my hand, while students listen to the lecture eagerly. I know the basics of magic to a certain extent from books, and to be honest, since my magic deviates from common sense in this world, it is insignificant to hear the lecture. Therefore, I studied magic formation on my own in order to make best use during this time. Rue's also in the same situation where he is doing image training, and Emilia seems to be thinking of creating new wind magic while writing various things. It was a very impolite thing to do until the class ended as we were not listening to Magnus Sensei's lecture. Afterwards, we went to eat in the dining room together. I get overwhelmed by the taste of anikis and dinas as in denition, but the meal here is also delicious. Ruse. You're right, I wonder if the ingredients are different, Emilia. Thigh's meat is somewhat different as Emilia says. Serious. The meat is less in muscle and very tender. It has a fair taste. Too bad that the meat juice flows away and the main point, the flavor, is escaping. While thinking that the cook is a little bad with his hand not too skillful, I finished having lunch. Should we ask the cook what kind of meat this is? I think that the meat is better off boiled than roasted. Serious. I expect new dishes from Aniki. I look forward to it's Reese. Oi re, see, Emilia. Emilia raises her voice when she sees an acquaintance, but why does she look so distanced? The dining room is wide, and since a lot of people are chatting, so her voice doesn't get through. What happened? Didn't you see Reese? Serious. I saw her, but somehow she is in a very depressed state, although she was full of spirit this morning, Emilia. If you want to know, you should go to her, because it's still lunch break time. Serious. Since I don't know what Reese looks like, I follow Emilia's figure in order to find out, but I had lost sight due to the crowd of people. I was able to introduce my friend immediately, but I haven't been introduced to Ni-chan's friend yet. Ruse. Well, that isn't a friend, it's an underling, I think. It's only you who thinks that they're a friend. Me too. She might be able to get her. Serious. She returned after several minutes had passed, but unfortunately, she was alone. She had smiling face before going after her, but now she had a depressed look. Serious Sama, Emilia. You have a gloomy face, what happened? Did you have a fight? Serious. No, it's not like that. To tell you the truth, Reese seemed to be troubled, so when I listened to her story, I impulsively asked her to consult Serious Sama about it. Master's permission was not obtained, and I did this at my own convenience. I'm really sorry. Emilia. You don't have to worry about that. Is it hard to tell her troubles here? Serious. Yes, she wants to talk in a place where there are few people. Is that all right? Emilia. I'll listen as much as I can. Speaking of a place where there are no people, we can do that in Diamond Cottage. How about inviting her into the house after the class is over? Serious. Emilia is a child who cares about others. I'd like to help if I can. Diamond Cottage is my dwelling that hasn't been visited by anyone except the siblings, and this is the right place to talk about something where it can't be heard by anyone else. Instead of getting depressed, she floated a smile and went to Reese's direction again. Even though the consultation contents weren't heard yet, she was making a face as if everything had been settled. It's good, Ni-chan. If we entrust this to Aniki, it's almost settled. Ruse. You guys, it will still be impossible for me if it's a case of love consultation or female-related questions, you know. Serious. Since it's Aniki, it's all right. Ruse. On what ground did you say so? If I talk confidently about female physiology, it will probably only look abnormal. If you think that, you could say that since I have knowledge in medicine, but that is not the reason to give such talk. After that, I was talking about ways of swinging the sword with Ruse in order to kill some time, and Emilia returned after setting up an appointment. Because Reese class is Iron Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter class, we may finish faster than they do, so I made an appointment with her at the library. Emilia. That is all right, lunch break is about to end, should we return to classroom? Serious. Thus, an appointment with Reese has been set, and lunch break has ended. The class from noon is a practical skills lesson. Going outside from the class, everyone is using their best magic to hit the target, and almost all of the students have beginner level of magic, with the exception of me being the odd person for this, if it's possible to include nobles and commoners in this year on elementary level magic capabilities, they all can do it sufficiently. In the meantime, Mark is releasing intermediate level magic flame lance, and he is showing off their difference in level to the surroundings. It seems that he has talent from the beginning, but he's a man of effort who reached this level by his own, and it is said that he never been too proud to miss training without any good reason. Mark is amazing. To use this cool-looking magic to this extent, it must be caused by lots of training. Serious. I'm still not that good. I think Serious Kun is better than me. Even if there is no aptitude, it is great to be able to use all attributes in this year. He's talking about general studies where students can try to use all magics from other attributes mark. During my time or turn, since it's a request from Magna Sensei, I used magic formation requested on applications of all attributes. As a result of showing off on purpose, it seems that my admittance can be an example of great effort, even if I'm colorless. If they're defeated in their best attribute S, it will make their pride fall down, and that fact causes everyone's motivation to grow. That is the result of a so-called magic booster. If I don't have that, I couldn't even do elementary level sufficiently. Serious. Drawing magic formations immediately also can be a merit. There is a case where I saw other magic engineers, but I have never seen anybody that can draw it spontaneously just like you. Mark. Is that how it is? Unfortunately, I do not know because I have never seen any other magic engineers. Serious. I want him to inform me about magic formation soon. While I'm chatting with Mark, a large cheer remarkably went up while looking at students who fired magic in succession. Tear the wind, Air/Emilia. Put a flame on my fist, flame knuckle ruse. Being the center of attention, the siblings are showing off the magic used during the interview, their target scattered into pieces amidst a roar after being hit by wind and a fist of flame. So intense. Isn't Serious Kun proud to have servants like them? Mark. Well, I'm more than one deserves to have them, you know. Serious. The siblings are surrounded by classmates and they were asked a barrage of questions on their magic. It's dangerous. Read the flow. So awesome. How can you do such magic? The incantation is also short, and this is the first time I saw Rue's magic. Of course, our master is Serious Sama, Emilia. Since we are Aniki's disciple, it's natural to be able doing it. After all, the basics of my swordplay were thought of by Aniki. Ruse. Awesome, Serious Kun, we want to be your disciple A. I had disappeared already. Because there is a suitable teacher before everyone's eye, Magna, please forgive me. The reason is my practice is abnormal to begin with, so I'm not sure whether it can be learned by an ordinary person. In the case of these two, they didn't have any other choice and they simply didn't neglect their effort for the sake of their aim. While the classmates are trying to find me, Ruse seemed to remember something it was told to everyone. But the training is very strict, you know. For example, in the morning Ruse. Running from early morning, having a meal and running after studying. While speaking about the practice contents at the time when I was in a house, the classmates made a blue face and gave up from becoming my disciple. The general public's reaction was that they just looked doubtful on how extraordinary the siblings were. They just have talent, and that's what I usually think. Their strength is due to their diligent effort. Today's school has ended and we came to the library. Indeed, this is a continent with the only city, and the library is really wide in all directions with enormous amounts of material. When I look up, I can see books are spread all over on tall shelves. Although the book binding technology is still not developed here, I think they have guts to compile books. Since I entered a school at great pain, it's wasteful to pass through these materials without stopping. That's why this has become a daily routine in which I return here to study after class is finished. Since this is a matter with Reese, it's the most suitable place for her appointment because her group, Iron class, usually always ended late. I think there is time for light reading. Serious Sama, we're going to meet Reese soon. Emilia. When I read an interesting part while taking notes, Emilia said so and rose from her seat. Is that the time already? I began to tidy up slowly as I turned my eyes to Rue's direction. Aniki, how should I launch the flame of my flame knuckle? Flame lance was seen today, but is such feeling all right? Ruse. Ooh, you noticed that properly. That's right, try that while imagining a flying flame. Serious. But imagining that is hard. Why you can do it easily, Aniki. Ruse. That's a secret. Serious. Well, that's because I saw and used the real thing in my previous life. Numerous restless childish, I am also a child actions came from Ruse, but he is a child who doesn't feel pain when educated by me in Kasan Arena. He should go read a book because it's not bad for your head, but since he has talent for the sword, it's natural for him to be seen as an idiot. Given that he has completely received Lior's influence, I think it'll be good to beat him up a bit more next time, regrettably. Since a library is a place that strictly prohibits magic, I look at Ruse who's doing image training as Emilia comes back with another person. Serious Sama, I will introduce her. Her name is Reese. She is my roommate and friend who is of the same age as me. Emilia. Nice to meet you. My name is Reese. Reese. Based on Emilia's explanation, she is a cute girl with a matching blue hair that extends until her hip. It's a simple hairstyle, but that brings out her cuteness. She has pupils that imitate the pure and crystal clear of aquamarine and a well-featured nose and mouth. I think she will grow into a beautiful woman. Same goes here, nice to meet you. I think you have heard before from Amelia, I am serious, serious. I am Ruse. Yes, I heard from Amelia every day that you are a wonderful person, Reese. I think that's a bit excessive. If you think it's troublesome, please report it anytime, serious. No, since I can hear interesting stories, I am enjoying myself too. I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of research? I'm alright with waiting until after you finished your reading, so please continue, Reese. It's okay, because I'm done already, serious. The reason for such dialogue was probably because she saw my open book and notepad. She's a good girl who reads the atmosphere because she often looks around. What I did was a hobby, just to pass the time. Even if I'm stopped halfway close to finish, it's not a problem. I return the book to a shelf quickly and proceed with talk. Well then, there's a reason why we should go to the Diamond Cottage now, but there's no other person besides us. Will it be alright to be acquainted with an unfamiliar man? Serious. I'm not worried because you are Amelia's master. In addition, she wouldn't have recommended me to you if you weren't a good person. Reese. In case of being a man, I'm also here, you know. Ruse. You're Ruse Kun, I think. I'm not worried because you are Amelia's younger brother. Reese. Is that so? You know, you and Ni-chan are the same age. So is it alright if I call you Reese? Ain't it's kind of like Aniki for big brother. Anki is for big sister. Ruse. That's fine, hoo-hoo, it's like I'm getting a younger brother. Reese. She puts on an innocent smile without any room for doubt. It appears that she has complete trust in us. That courtesy shows that she has a very gentle heart, as she doesn't differentiate between Beastkin, whom she comes into contact with. Amelia is the one who made it possible. Since you have to lower your voice here, should we have a talk at the Diamond Cottage? Serious. You're right, is that fine, Reese? Amelia. It's fine, Reese. Well then, let's go, Ruse. I took Reese along and we continue walking towards the mountains that lead to Diamond Cottage. We finished self-introduction with her in the meantime. Is Reese-sama noble? I am sorry that I didn't use the proper honorifics just then. Serious. It's fine. It's not a problem to address me without honorifics, and could you please talk normally to me? I wasn't always a noble. I was a commoner to start with, so I'll be happy if you treat me like an ordinary companion. Reese. The dignity of a noble was felt from her polite disapproval, but it didn't feel like something that she was familiar with. She's trying to act like a noble because of sudden change in status. So you are a noble who are a commoner. I guess you had a lot of things going on. Serious. Yeah, a lot. I've been living together with Kasama mother in some village. But after Kasama died because of illnesses 1 year ago, someone appeared and claimed to be Sama's father messenger. Then I was lead to Elysian. That time was the first time I was told that Kasama was a noble's mistress, and before I had even realized, I had become a member of the nobles. Reese. Oi, is it fine to tell me when this is the first time you've met me? Besides, is it alright to become less formal as in not acting as nobles? Serious. Since I have spoken to Amelia already, it's all good. This way of manner is by the grace of Kasama's education, so please don't worry about it. In retrospect, I think Kasama would be strict on me if she could foresee this. Reese. I'm sorry about that. It made me remember things about haha, a formal word for mother, serious shishu, not Irina. Serious. Since it's all clear now, it's all right. Besides, in comparison with Amelia and Ruse Kun, Reese. Speaking of that, Amelia, serious. When I look at Amelia, who is next to me, she is acting like a child who got her secret exposed and was hanging her head. Do you think I would get angry about speaking selfishly? It seems they thought I was depressed to that extent, and Reese is trying to protect her in a hurry by standing in my way. Please wait. Amelia was not only talking about your past. She didn't speak of anything other than boasting about Serious Kun. Please don't scold her, Reese. When judging from the side, although this was a problem between master and servant, she still intervened to protect Amelia. Her lips unintentionally became loose in her kindness. I think there's no reason to scold her. Amelia may think and speak for herself and on my behalf. Such joy of having a reliable friend, there is no way I can scold her. Hey, please look up here. Serious. Serious Sama Yuhahe, Amelia. For example, even if we're talking about my past, it doesn't change the words subjected to her. When I stroke her head, Ruse, who is next to me, pulls my sleeve, so I stroke his head too. Good grief, what spoiled children. Who Serious Kun, you look like a mother rather than their master. I understand the reason why Amelia yearns for you. Reese. Oi, forgive me for having big kids at this age. Serious. For having said that, for my mental age, they look like children. Amelia was a little embarrassed while Ruse accepts all the stroking without worrying, and I was looking at Reese's reaction and laughed together with her. Then we arrived at my home, the Diamond Cottage. I heard that this place hasn't been maintained for several years. Reese. Yes, it was certainly an abandoned building, so we had done various things. Serious. Reese was stunned to see the appearance of Diamond Cottage. Wild grass and trees were cut clean by Ruse, and the worn-out walls and roof was painted beautifully with white paint. The neglected well had also been restored, and a pump with a magic formation to draw water was installed. The appearance is almost on par with the villas of low-level nobles. In that case, she either had heard about it being an abandoned building and thought it might have been a mistake, thinking we came to different place. Please don't be amazed at such. How about you straighten up? That's also include Emilia. Serious. Why yes, well then I'm coming in. Reese. Reese Ain is the first guest, isn't she? Ruse. When the entrance door was opened, Emilia, who wore maid clothes, was standing there, and she welcomed us with a clean bow. Welcome back, Sirius Sama, Ruse, and welcome, Reese. Emilia. It was a robe just now. Why are you wearing maid clothes? Reese. Because I am a servant of Sirius Sama. Please, Sirius Sama. Reese too, come, these are slippers. Here, take off your shoes. I want you to enter the house wearing this. Emilia. Why yes, understood. Is it no good with shoes? Reese. Anarchy decides the rules of the Diamond Cottage. I was wondering about it at the beginning, but once I got used to it, it becomes easy, doesn't it? Ruse. Because cleaning will be easy as the house won't get dirty, right? Reese. To explain, people in this world wear shoes inside the house. The house where I was born was my chiche oya's formal word for father, so I had worn shoes there. Here, however, is my new house. Thus, the first thought was to prohibit shoes in the house. Anyhow, welcome to Diamond Cottage. How about having tea first, Emilia? He plays, Reese. Reese remained somewhat intimidated as the curtain to an unknown world was opened for her. There is a big table placed in the middle of the dining kitchen where 5 people can sit. Several minutes later, black tea is served along with pre-made cake as a snack. What is this? It's a snack, isn't it? Reese. This is called a cake. Sirius Sama made the snack. Please cut it by using the fork and eat it. Emilia. This is a cake. It's completely different from what I know. Reese. Because it's good, try it. It's super delicious. Reese Ain. Ruse. Why yes, Reese. When she cut a bite-sized piece from the cake and placed it in her mouth, her face immediately changed from an expression of caution to bliss with a melting smile. She held it in her cheek as she relished the taste. Very sweet and soft thighs is the first time. Reese. Everyone reacts similarly when this is eaten, right? Noel Ain too had the same reaction. Ruse. Naturally, because it's good, I want to eat even more. Reese. If you eat too much, you'll get fat. It's delicious because you eat it occasionally. Serious. Nevertheless, Reese didn't return to reality until after she finished eating the cake. Finally, she realized after eating the last portion, and then she was embarrassed and looked down while having tea. I have eaten what you have prepared silently, without giving any thought. I'm sorry. Reese. I understood what you thought of it just by seeing your impression, as long as you like it. Serious. Reese, would you like to have another cup? Emilia. Itadakamasu, Reese. As the remaining cup had become lukewarm, more tea was poured and it changed the atmosphere in the room. From here on, it is the main topic. Since this is the first time we have a visitor here, please do not hesitate to say if there are any misgivings. So I heard from Emilia that you wanted to consult with me about something. Serious. Yes, well, I want to train my magic. Reese. Tell me the details. Serious. I think it's natural for you to know, but do you know the 4 attributes of beginner's level magic? Reese. Flame, aqua, wind, and earth. I think. Serious. Flame is used to light up stoves and torches instead of creating a fireball. Aqua is used to create a mass of water, and it also has various uses such as in domestic irrigation systems or extinguishing fires. Wind can be used to blow wind and circulate air, instead of using an electric fan. Earth can change the designated ground and can be used to create a wall or hole. It can also be used for road maintenance. If there is aptitude for an attribute on the above-mentioned beginner magics, it can be used easily. Even if there isn't an aptitude, a beginner magic can still be done later with some training. In my group, I am unable to use all of the beginner-level magic. I'm hopeless. Reese. Reese Iron class homeroom teacher is Gregory. Serious. Yes, that Gregory. Reese. I have to say that Gregory himself is garbage. Ruse. Calling without honorifics. Well, since I'm the only one who can't do it, everyone in the class points their fingers and laughs at me. Reese. Iron class students are recruited by that arrogant Gregory himself who is prejudiced against commoners. When there is an underachiever in a class where high-status nobles are assembled, I can't imagine how terrible it is to be called out by such thing. It's better for me to be laughed at. However, even my mother, who was not involved in this matter, was spoken badly of and laughed at, and that is not something that I can endure. I can't cast an attribute of beginner-level magic, not at all. Why to that extent? Reese. She clenches her fist and desperately tries to stay strong despite her overflowing tears. While watching this scene, Emilia held out a handkerchief with the thought as to comfort her, and this came to my mind. I don't think that has only happened to Reese. I often dislike practicing with selfish guys, and I think there are people other than you who can't do it as well. Serious. I got a pass through bribing the teacher. I have been given a strict order not to criticize him. Reese. Serious. Good grief, the homeroom teacher is a waste as well as the students. Why is she, who's like a daughter, being put into such a place? No, I'll postpone from solving her problem. Sirius wants to know the basis of her problem first. I understand the reason. But Reese, what do you mean by hopeless? Sirius. It's flame. No matter how many times I do it, I can't maintain a fireball and it disappears. Reese. What is your aptitude attribute? Also, I would like to know how good you are at it. Sirius. My aptitude is the water attribute. I can make do with it until the intermediate level, and I'm also good with recovery magic. Reese. Is it because fire is the opposite of water? A thought about contradicting attributes came to mind, but when performing at the beginner level, it should still be possible. As expected, it would be faster if I see it. Shall we go out and have you show it to me? Sirius. Yes, please, Reese. After we went out from the Diamond Cottage, Reese showed me her magic at the square in front of the house. First is earth. She had no problem in mastering it, and there are countless small holes completed in front of her. Next is wind. It creates a wind similar to the maximum output level of electrical fans from my previous life. Although she had no aptitude in wind attribute, she can still use it because she has considerable amounts of magic. By the way, when Emilia with the aptitude of wind uses wind seriously, it doesn't last long, but I think she could let out enough wind pressure to blow Diamond Cottage apart. And then the Aqua, which is her aptitude attributeth his strength, is more than expected. The original Aqua is a magic that produce a ball of water 30 centimeters in size, but hers is twice the size, and she could perform it easily in the air. Awesome. It seems like it would be comfortable if I jumped into it. Ruse. That's amazing, Reese. I have never seen such splendid Aqua before. Emilia. I'm only good at water attribute. Let's say, if there were to be an injury, I could heal it. Reese. That's wonderful, then please do flame next. Sirius. Understood, Reese. Reese releases magic and begins getting into the intonation of her troubled magic, flame. During the incantation, I used search on her, but her magic circulation was perfect. I don't see any problem in the activation of magic. Flame, Reese. However, the fire only occurs in a moment, leaving smoke, and has disappeared without leaving a trace. She fell down on her knee. She looked at me with sad eyes. That was my flame. No matter how many times I tried to do it, this is the result. Reese. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore, and tears began to spill from her eyes. Emilia looked up while holding her shoulder. Ruse was completely frustrated, just like her, and I was being looked upon too. Sirius Sama Emilia. Anarchy Ruse. These two somehow want me to help her. Emilia aside, although Ruse just met her, he is seriously worried about her. Well, frankly, I know the reason, but I don't know whether I should say it. This hasn't been published yet, but if research on aptitude attributes is kept up as it is, something might be realized. Is there anything you can do to help her, Emilia? I can't bear to see this, Anarchy Ruse. These two's gazes are painful. I'm really lenient to my disciples. I have no choice but to be prepared. Whether she is aware of it or doesn't understand because she doesn't know about it, I look at everyone and say it. Reese, you can see spirits, right? Sirius. Spirits are visible, right? There are countless spirits surrounding you with their power. It's a story from a few years ago that I heard from an elf, Fia, that was liked by the spirits of wind. In her situation, she can release wind with strength that could break a castle's wall and can bring tornado at a disastrous level if she's serious. Of course, she would never target a large group, only certain individuals. Her magic is only used against nobles and royalty that wear their greed like a robe or those who stop at nothing to obtain great power. Because of the strength of spirit magic, those who can see spirits conceal that ability in order to remain safe from the rest of the world. Riesu can see spirits, right? Sirius, why, Reese. Reese's expression hardened at my word. Her eyes shot wide open and her body was trembling with fright. That reaction, she is aware of it, as expected. Please calm down. I know we will absolutely never speak about this secret. Is that all right with the both of you too? Sirius. Of course, have a peace of mind, Reese. We swear that we absolutely never speak of this, Emilia. Same with Anarchy and Nietzsche. Me too, even if I die I won't speak, Ruse. She's relieved at those words. From her look, her panic is gone and the tension in her body is loosened. I'm sorry I lost composure for a bit, but I'm fine now. Haha-sama mother always said, absolutely never exposed that I can see spirits. If the secret is leaked, my life will be over, and since I've been informed so many times, I'm afraid. Reese. I'm sorry, I don't know if this is a good thing to say about that matter, but it seems pointless to be scared. Serious. No, after all, because I don't understand if it's all right to cling on to those words if I in the opposite situation. But how did you know that I can see as spirits? Perhaps Sirius Kun is also a spirit, Reese. That's not it. I think you know my aptitude attribute Sirius is colorless. I don't know what are the factors to be favored by spirits of 4 attributes. Sirius. Ay, I'm sorry, Reese. As a result of having friends, she felt delighted. She apologized about my attribute, and her expression is softened quickly. Reese, you don't have to apologize. However, to answer your question, I have seen a spirit in the past. No, I had met a person who was favored by wind spirits. I felt uncomfortable feeling from that person. I found out it was probably a spirit, and since I felt that from you too, I sort of figured it out from that. Serious. You had met a person like me, Reese. However, the person who was traveling was an adult, and she also was hiding that she could see spirits. Serious. Things that Haha-sama said wasn't wrong, Reese. But Sirius-sama, I understand the importance of the story, but what's the correlation between one who can see spirits and Reese, Flame, Emilia? There is a big correlation. The gathered spirits were awfully jealous of person, Sirius. Jealous spirits are said to be a great existence. Why would it feel such a thing, Emilia? Unfortunately, it seems that way. It's because I don't understand why it would bring harm to the favored person, Sirius. According to Fia, she was fully motivated when using wind, but when she tried to use earth, assistance wasn't given. Maybe she couldn't use it at all. Serious. I understand why the spirits would be jealous. Because the fire is put out and water is amplified, Reese here is favored by water spirits, which would make the fire spirits jealous. Reese can see spirit and can hear the voice, I think. When water and fire are used, it's fine to recall the spirit. Serious. Certainly when using water, I become happy, but when I use flame, the feeling doesn't even come close. Reese. Maybe you didn't understand it since you were too focused, but the feeling of uneasiness came from concentrating at your hand just before invoking flame. Probably because the amount of attention you were giving flame, the water spirits became jealous and started putting out the fire. Serious. Such a thing, the water spirit is always drifting happily. It is a good child that comes from time to talk. Such a thing was being done, Reese. Reese was noticeably sad because she felt that her spirits have betrayed her expectations. However, I want you to think. It appears that the reason is not that spirits are moody, but it is because getting jealous is their natural habit. Spirits are not beings that a person can change easily. It can't be helped since it is a spirit. If in the case you want to use it, by all means, let them know. Since just once is good, why don't you try to ask them not to disturb you? Serious. This is also the actual experience I had heard from Fia. If she requested desperately, she seems barely able to use earth. I'll try, please. Just a bit is all right. I want you to let me use fire. Reese. She closes her eyes and asks a spirit desperately, then flame is invoked. It was a small flame that emerged from her open hand, but it was a fireball for certain. The shape is distorted, but that's definitely flame. Serious. Congratulations, Reese, Emilia. It did it, I've done it, Reese. As soon as Reese raises her voice out of joy, the fire was put out immediately. Good grief, I don't understand how much is necessary to please a spirit, but it would certainly be quite a challenge. Already it can't be helped, Sarai-san's spirit, Reese. That's because of your joy. The feeling triggered the spirit to put out the fire straight away. Serious. What you did can be settled. Show it off to those guys during a practical lesson next time, Reese Ain, Ruse. No, I wonder about that, Serious. Really, I wonder if that Gregory will admit her skill. A small fire magic that can't be maintained won't be recognized, it won't be any different. In that case, which come to mind that she's to be teased again, the status quo doesn't change. This may be rude to Reese, but I feel that Reese's flame is useless. Serious. I understand, for sure I won't be recognized by this degree. Reese. If that's the case, what are you going to do? Those guys would say such rude things that will make Reese Ain sad again. I don't like it. Ruse. Everyone's eyes are turned upon me. Reese really can't enter the iron class with no plan. If I can't deal with her somehow, how about the surroundings? It seems Sabater yet, would you change class to colorless class? Serious. How much connection would be used? I'll have to tell principal through Magna Sensei. The reason is she was bullied and she wants to transfer to our class. And if I tell him I want trained to her like Emilia and others, Gakko Cho headmaster may enjoy that and allow it. Gregory too won't be interested with the person who can't use flame and he shouldn't regret releasing Reese. That's good idea, isn't it? We're happy and Reese too can have peace of mind. By all means, let's do that. Emilia. As expected, Anarchy, I'll also do anything. Ruse. Please wait a minute. There's no way I will be able to change classes so easily, Reese. Reese felt that our plan was impossible and objects to the absurdity. That is, if I suggest one student, I have to propose the subject and it will be natural. Well, there is also some truth in what Reese says. However, I would like to ask you, Reese, do you want to go into our class? Serious. That is, I'd be glad if I can study with everyone. Reese. If that's the case, it's no problem. Since I will move to tell this to headmaster immediately from tomorrow, I want you to hold yourself a little bit longer in iron class. Serious. Would you do this for me? Even if I'm a noble, I don't have mother and because I can see spur. Reese. Since she started saying something impolite, I give a light chop to her head. It won't be painful, but while she holds her head, she looks up here and I tell her with a little serious face. It's irrelevant whether you are a noble or a person who can see spirits. Reese is our acquaintance and I want to help because you are Emilia's friend. That's all. Serious. She is not seeing me as a younger brother and she has become Emilia's friend. There were partners for me in previous life, friends who can trust sincerely and truly reliable companion. If she is in trouble, I will help. That is also to Emilia's advantage and there are no problems at all. Above all, to leave such a good girl crying is something that I won't forgive. Thank you very much, Reese. If we go to dining room now, the meal won't be prepared yet. Reese. At this moment, there is nothing to eat if you go back, and it's also a celebration for inviting Reese for the first time. Serious. It's all right, Serious Sama's meal is undoubtedly better than the meal from dining room. If you think about the cake that was made, I think there should be some anticipation to his meals. Emilia. Kakit that idadakamasu Reese. While Reese swallows saliva, it's unlikely she nodded for apology. That's right, an honest kid is the best. What about the menu? Do you want to eat anything? Serious. Anything is fine, but please include some meat, Reese. For such an occasion, surely we'll have hot pot nabe. Let's eat something delicious, everyone. Ruse. Then it's Sansai nabe with meat and vegetables. We have 30 minutes. Serious. That's more than enough. I'll be going. Ruse and Emilia. I'll have to wash vegetables. Emilia. Each of them is moving to their work and Reese, who hasn't anything to do, is calling Emilia intuitively. Say Emilia. Although Serious Kun seems going to cook the meal from a flow of the conversation, but usually you as a servant would make it. Reese. Although I do cook sometimes, Serious Sama is the one who cooks usually, since Serious Sama was also the one who developed that cake. Emilia. Serious Sama made the cake. As I thought, Serious Sama is really mother like Reese. I don't have my servants do menial labor like cooking, so for a noble like Reese, of course it would look weird. It can't be helped. But a noble's house is a noble's house, and my house is mine. Well then, I wonder how much seaweed stock we have left. Emilia. Hi, it's just like Emilia said, isn't it? Although this is my first time to eat this, Nabe, it is much more delicious than the meal from dining room. Reese. There are many more of Serious Sama's dishes, because soon it will evolve beyond just Nabe. Emilia. I don't think it will be that different, but something like bad dishes has never been made even once. Serious. After finishing meal in Diamond Cottage, we returned to student dormitory. Reese appeared very pleased with Serious Sama's nabe dishes while we were walking contentedly next to each other. Reese's heart was stolen in the first meeting, as expected of Serious Sama. When I heard you talk about him, I was wondering whether such wonderful person existed, but I understood after actually meeting him. He's amazing for certain buds, somewhat a strange person, isn't he? Strange. Is he strange, Reese Ain? Rose. Yes, he's a very strange person. Although I've only been a noble for a short time, from a view of nobles, they don't treat their servant very well. And yet, to say that Sirius is a commoner, you guys are his servants, I somewhat don't dislike that relationship at all, and you make it feel like a family. Reese. Irina-san too spoke about a similar thing. That's why he's a strange person, I think. Despite of my father is only my family, I haven't seen him once after coming to Elysian, and I don't know what to think. That's with us is a bit imprudence, but I wonder if I'm a slightly envious of you guys. Reese. Then Reese too want to be a servant. Emilia. Reese. Yeah, it is an idea that came out suddenly, but I don't think it's bad. We can be together with Reese, and it is a situation where Sirius Sama too won't think badly about it. It is a matter of time before Reese also fall in love with him, but let me put myself as a candidate for the position of First Lady. Impossible. I am a noble, that's why it's impossible. Reese. You seem to have hesitated there for a moment. Did I imagine that? Emilia. No, it's not what you think. Ruse, you say something too, Reese. Reese, while getting flustered, asks for Rue's help, but since Ruse gets stuck with certain statements from time to time, he gets spaced out once in a while. It's no good, I still don't understand. Ruse. What don't you understand? You don't understand about being a servant, Reese. It's not that, Reese Ain said Anarchy is a strange person. Ruse. This kid sometimes shows a signs of clinging onto a phrase, although this time it's in a good way. No, Anarchy is wonderful and very gentle. How should I put it? Resane anyway, it's fine with being different from other nobles. Anarchy is amazing, that's it. Ruse. Yes indeed, Sirius Sama is wonderful, that's it. Ruse said a good thing. I'm going to slightly increase tomorrow's snack. That's right, Ruse Kun. Sirius Kun is wonderful and gentle person. He can easily tell that I can see spirit, and as for resolving my problems, he suggested that I change classes. Although I think that isn't possible by all means. If it were Sirius Kun, I wonder. You are also gentle not enough to lose to Sirius Sama. Because it was you, I also had immediately rely on Sirius Sama. That person will surely help you, so believe in that. That's right, it's all right to leave it to Anarchy. Ruse. I agree with Ruse. Have a peace of mind, because at least there won't be any bad things happening anytime soon. Emilia. Both of Yaois, I am waiting in hopes to be able to study together with everyone. I think so too. For the first time, I can go to school with my friend I want to see laughing more like now. I'm still worried as I reach the student dormitory. I wonder if Sirius Sama is resting properly now. Has he taken his bath yet? Oh, I'm still worried. It's absolute. I should live in the diamond cottage absolutely. I have already carried some luggage there and checked already, but it doesn't produce much results. How about the strategy of bring sake next time and pretending to be drunk so I get to stay overnight? Minors can't drink sake, but only once if possible, but Sirius Sama is likely to scold me. Emilia, hey, are you okay? You got queer suddenly. What happened, Reese? Don't worry, I'm just worried. It's a habit of mine, Emilia. Please don't worry about it since it's her usual habit. Hey Ni-chan, watch where you're going. Ruse. What are you saying? Be steady, Reese. I couldn't shake off the worrying until Reese and I went to bed. Nevertheless, I'm healthy, so I wonder why I'm feeling so anxious. Serious. I see that's certainly a problem. The next day I went to school just a little earlier than usual to see Magna Sensei in teacher's room. I thought it would be a problem if Gregory Sensei heard it, but since Magna Sensei holds a higher position, he has his own private room in teacher's room. As one would expect of headmaster's right-hand man, I was saved because I could speak without reserve here. I spoke of the aspect where Reese had bad experience of getting bullied, and if she is invited to colorist class, it's the matter of her talent will be remarkably developed. Since that's the reason, would you pass this talk to headmaster? This is a gift. Since I have two, one is for Magna Sensei, please. Serious. I am troubled. Is this bribery, Magna? No, this is purely a gift of mine. It is the snack I made, and it is popular among my servants, so I thought that I would like to hear opinion from adults. Serious. No matter where it is seen, it still look like bribery, but I have no such intention. The contents is yesterday's excess cake, but I confirm it by showing the contents just to make sure. Magna Sensei. This is my first time seeing such a snack, isn't it? If it's the normal case, I won't accept it, but I'm interested in this. I will accept this. Magna. He took it. If I show the expression inside me, it would have been an evil face unexpectedly. The information about Magna Sensei, who is a snack lover, was heard from other students seems to be right, and after that, I'll just wait until the right time. Let me say again, this is not a bribery, but it's a preparation. Come now, eating a cake with liquor added had fascinated various people, but it's fine. That's right, I understand that you guys don't need the foundation, but please pretend to take the lesson at least. Fortunately, it seems other students haven't noticed yet, because it doesn't give a good influence on the surroundings. Magna. I've been found out. I try to go to the dining hall as soon as the lunch break begins. Magna Sensei doesn't appear, but the headmaster, Rodwell, appears instead. Of course, he is in disguised form, Vile Sensei. Serious Kun. Because there are others here, could you come together with me, Rodwell Vile? Since I was called, I would like to go immediately, but these two Ruse and Emilia don't know that Vile Sensei is the headmaster. The reason is to take someone of lower status along is not allowed, and the process of asking is different. Serious Sama, you can't eat lunch with us today, Emilia. Because the talk may take a while, go ahead and eat first. I also want you to check on Reese's condition. Serious. Reese Ain is having a practical lesson today, and yesterday she said also the same thing. Ruse. Oh well, if she's depressed, let's try to encourage her. Serious Sama, I'll be leaving now, Emilia. While sending those two off in Vile Sensei direction, he was smiling gently while watching in the direction in which the siblings had left. Encouragementies it. She got a good acquaintance, doesn't she, Rodwell Vile? Do you know Reese, Serious? Just a little bit. Leaving that aside, should we have our talk? Please come with me, Rodwell Vile. I was led by Vile Sensei and went to a hallway where private rooms for teachers were lined up. At the end of this hallways is the headmaster's room, and the next is also a private room of Magna Sensei that I went this morning. Since it is lunch break, the figure of students and teachers can be seen here and there, and it's also conspicuous to enter a principal room openly and squarely. How will you go about that? Since it's only a talk, we don't have to go to my room. Let's go to Magna Sensei room, Rodwell Vile. I was interested in what kind of room is a principal room, but it would be rude to say that. I wonder if the headmaster had been informed in advance. We entered the room that says Magna without knocking, and Magna Sensei seems to have been waiting for our arrival already. Vile Sensei and I sat down around a table while Magna Sensei prepared tea. I rushed to the main point. Well then, let's hear the story. Apparently Reese-kun has had various terrible experiences, is that correct, Rodwell Vile? Yes, I talked with her for the first time yesterday, but her mind is becoming cloudy. I believe immediate action is necessary. Serious. While listening to my story about Reese's condition, Vile Sensei sighed and held his head. Ha good grief, that man is. What does he think a student is? This is terrible, Rodwell Vile. He thinks about nothing but his own position, don't you agree? Reese also could not figure out whether to speak to him or not. Serious. I know, but about Reese-kun, can you give me an example? Rodwell Vile. That as I refused. Serious. Is that so? It was expected that you can't be thoroughly dumbfounded and say it. Magna. It's a conversation between two people, so it would be harder to understand, but I understand that it would be necessary to explain thoroughly. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, your plan of bringing Reese-kun to colorless class, it was brought to Gregory Sensei this morning. Magna. I worked hard because that candy was very delicious, but it seems the man refused as it was heard a short while ago. Magna. This is just my opinion, but what charm does she hold for Gregory Sensei? He's saying it's hopeless if she can't use all elementary level, but that girl is incapable of one element, you know, and yet he doesn't want to release her. It's inconsistent, isn't it? Serious. I was thinking about this from the time Reese's story was heard yesterday. If it is to my expectation, I suppose her father is probably a considerable senior nobles of some sort. They seems to know that Gregory is gathering only famous nobles, I guess. How much do you know about her? Rodwell Vile. I only know she has become a noble recently, but other than that, I'm all good. She is Emilia's friend. I just want to help her because she's our acquaintance. Serious. Vile Sensei and Magna Sensei exchanged look, and two of them nodded slowly. I know a certain secret of hers. I think that I should share it because it is a complex problem. Would you like to hear it? Serious. There is no need. Anyway, I imagine I can hear it from her mouth herself, and I am not interested in her household problems. Other than that, do you have any other thoughts, Magna? He passed. I understood Serious-kun's spirit. I'll grant your plan from us. It is a drawback to that is cumbersome, but it is another one reliable hand. Rodwell Vile. I'd like an explanation, please, Magna. You see, in recent years, there is a game where a teacher can nominate student in a match game called as trade. Rodwell Vile. Trade. From the start, if a teacher has their eyes on a student that was in charge of another teacher, it was suggested that one could bring up the student well would be prioritized. Since there is the case of unevenness comes out in age for teachers, and there won't be a match instead, it will be a match between the students they raised. The one who wins can take the nominated student under his own wing. I see it's troublesome, but if I win, it's certain that Reese can be pulled into new class. Nevertheless, unless both parties accepts, it will be pointless. If Gregory Sensei doesn't want a student of colorist class, a match can't be done. Rodwell Vile. Does Gregory Sensei want a talented person from colorist class? Mark Kun is plausible, but if necessary, Mark would have been taken into his class already. Serious. Mark is certainly coming from good household, and he's also pretty good at magic, but his character won't fit Gregory. This has already become troublesome, and should I aim for force breakthrough? Rather, how about a one-way trade? It seems he has gotten bribed from a student, and isn't there a lot of dark rumors? Serious. Did you come with threat? That isn't a very good hand as an employee, Magna. No, it's for the discussion, of course. However, the fraud official papers on top of his desk will be omitted. Serious. That is only thing to be omitted, Magna. Yes, that is the only thing, serious. I stared at Vile Sensei. Before long, we were both made a distorted mouth with a broad grin. Hey, are you really a child? I wonder whether or not Gregory Sensei will listen to my talk, Magna. Please do your best, Magna Sensei. Speaking of that, how was my confection? That's called a cake, serious. I tried to ask the thoughts of the cake which I handed this morning to Magna Sensei, who seems gloomy. Then he switched that melancholy face until just now and grabbed my shoulder with a big smile. Ooh, it was more than just an amazing bite. It melts because it's soft to that extent and it's sweet, that is a cake. No, it's a waste to only think about what you have made. Anyway, that was very wonderful thing. When it's good, could you make for me again, Magna? Yes, eventually. Anyway, do you like cheese, Magna Sensei? Serious. When you say cheese, is that the food that the Galgan company recently began selling? Well, I ate some the other day and it was very delicious. Magna. I think I'll make a cake with cheese this time. It's a rich and bittersweet cake, but do you want to taste it? Serious. Certainly, please tell me if you need money. I will pay by your asking price. Magna. The price is 10 gold coins, even if I say so. It seems as though they would pay the price without batting an eyelid. All thought it was unexpected for him to like it this much. It seems I have lived through my preparation tightly. Since it is sampling food, I don't need money. But if Reese's matter isn't brought to an end, my concentration in making the cake is serious. Understood, I'll talk to Gregory Sensei right away. Headmaster, please, Magna. Just leave it to me, this has become interesting. Rodwell Vile. Even though Magna Sensei was walking, he went out of the room as fast as if he were flying. A moment's glance at his face foretold a scene where he would be knocking with terrible vigor at Gregory's door. Yet that vigor might be all right. Well then, should I return and prepare the documents too? By the way, serious Kun, trade is a fight matches between the students. Has it been decided who will fight? Rodwell Vile. I will, of course. There is a limit of being shameful if the one who initiated this does nothing. Serious. Such confidence, no, for sure. Is there another reason? Don't you need help, Rodwell Vile? I really don't need it. It's good enough to merely preparing the match. Serious. I thought in order not to stand out, either way, it depends on a method. The question is the match rules, but I think the method will be decided from the rules. Understood. I won't say anything more. Serious Kun, there is only one thing that I say in the end, Rodwell Vile. As soon as Vile Sensei moved and changed to serious facial expression, I put myself on guard intuitively at that intensity. He wasn't an enemy, but I was careless. If he now has a mind to kill, maybe I'll be done in. I also want to request that cake which made with cheese, with a size as large as possible. Rodwell Vile to say that while including a bloodthirst. Whether or not it's because this world is lacking in sweets, I found out that I can use cake as a drug that can even captivate the person who lived for 400 years. A cake is the strongest. Then I was handed a piece of paper from Magna Sensei after the end of a lesson. I heard that trade with Iron Class has been decided, and it will be held out. It's sudden event, but there is almost no need to prepare because it's just a match between students, and it will be held tomorrow morning. Magna Sensei and Vile Sensei somehow pressed reluctant Gregory by force and intimidation, and they seems to have succeeded in one-sided negotiations which they can have Reese. I won't feel guilt punishing the man who has a habit of doing foolish things. However, it may be because of one-sided demand. Given that the rules are decided by Gregory, I insist on the idea of wanting to be careful. Furthermore, it was also to protect the existence of a cake. We gathered in Diamond Cottage with Reese, and I handed over the held paper. A rule of trade is described on the paper put on the desk, while explaining the result Reese and the siblings. It has become serious matter, I'm really sorry, Reese. The one that made it as serious matter was me. You don't have to worry about it. If you can enter the colorist class, that is fine. Serious. Reese, please move according to my flow. It's difficult, and using cake as a buyout, it was arranged to end at 3 stages which are easy direct connection and there are no conditions. Well, there won't be a way to think about past events. Now I should turn my focus on trade that is around the corner. Then the rules Gregory written on paper was as follows. Usable magic is until intermediate level. Weapon that is made from wood. If a direct attack is not a fatal attack, everything is allowed. The number of people is 2 per side. For victory or defeat, let's say the partner give up, and once the referee determines that the match can't be continued, then the victory decision will be concluded. There will be large serving of cheesecake. The added last entry wrote in had been crossed out. I had a little hunch that the last entry was from that man. I thought whether there was a loophole in the rules, but I don't think any particular loophole that would be a problem. Since there are a lot of students with elitist thoughts in Iron Class, they seems to think something like defeating us would be easy. I hope it will be a great learning experience for them. Serious Sama, since it is written as two people in the rule, Ruse and I will go out to trade. Emilia. It's no use. I said to the teacher that since I proposed this, I've decided I want to do it. I understand your worries, but I absolutely have to go out. Serious. Anarchy, if that's the case, the second person will be me. Ruse. Ruse stands up vigorously, grasps his fist tightly, and is fully motivated. In the case of normal situation, I would push Ruse aside and nominate Emilia, but this time I was just looking at the paper without saying anything. I was thinking how to persuade them, but they're strangely obedient. Ni-chan, may I go out? I leave this to you this time, because you're stronger than me, so it's natural. Emilia. Is that really all right, Emilia? Serious. If I have to be honest about my feelings, I would like to fight together with you. However, this is the important match which will decide Reese's future. If that's the case, I certainly think of Ruse goes out is the best choice. Emilia. Reese was overcome with emotion. She clung on Emilia and was shedding tears. Is that so you gave priority to the situation even though you were constantly clinging to me, and she's pulling out now while thinking of her friend? You have grown, Emilia. I'm fine, don't cry, Reese. Because Serious Sama and Ruse always win, I will only believe that and wait. Emilia. Yeah, Serious Kun, Ruse come please. Reese. Leave it to us, Serious and Ruse. There's nothing else to do with the exception of winning tomorrow. Since several assumptions have been finished already, I will speak with Ruse later just to confirm the coordination. I conduct my daily routines, ate dinner together with everyone, and the day was finished. The following day, there are numerous facilities in this school, but it is surprising to think that it would even have an arena. Originally, it's a place that's open occasionally for annual events and festivals. If there is an application filed, it also can be used for a match between students. What a loose school regulation. In fact, it is rarely used for anything else other than to fight. Its outward appearance seemed to be the Roman Colosseum seen in my previous life. The stairs like stone chairs were lined so that a person at the back can see. There is a bare earth spread at the central arena. Ruse and I was preparing down there. Anarchy, the arena is so big. Are we going to fight here? Ruse. Indeed, even though we will be holding back, it's nice to have so much open space. Serious. The students of colorist class sits down on the back seats for the audience, and the students from iron class takes the opposite set. From the way that they are seated, the nobles appear to have doubled the colorist class size due to them bringing their servants. The most prominent difference between the two classes are their line of sight and attitude. Although our colorist class are cheering purely, but iron class is pointing here with overall insulted look. By the way, this isn't an official event. Since this is unexpected event, other classes are in their class. Serious Sama, good luck. Emilia. Anarchy Oyabun boss fight, Ruse underling. Commoners are so noisy. Do they think they can win against us who hold excellent lineage? Good grief, there is a limit being filthy, isn't? We want them not to take our time with this kind of useless thing. I was listening to each of the conversation show, dare they? It was just a bunch of foolish nobles being assembled. Looking at iron class with an amazed look, it's the commodity of trade at their edge, and Reese was looking here with worried expression. Anarchy, Reese Ain is looking. Ruse. Is that so? She seems to be saying to work hard. Serious. Yeah, because I'm going to save Reese Ain immediately. By the way, when will the opponents come? Ruse. Ruse said that because there isn't anyone else but us in the arena. We have finished warming up and can begin any time, but the opponents are not coming. To think and moving incidentally is an irresponsible call, but the referee sensei and the opponent came out. Sorry for being late. There was a little problem. Referee, I think it's normal to make an incompetent and beastkin to wait. The one who turned up was their homeroom teacher, Gregory Sensei, and iron class students as an opponent in large number. Why, there are 5 people. Well then, since it's wasteful to waste time, let's start the match immediately. Gregory. Wait a moment, I can't give a consent yet. Magna. Gregory tries to begin the match quickly and Magna Sensei, who rarely getting angry, tries to stop it. When Ruse and I floats a question mark, Vile Sensei has approached us from different direction. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. To tell the truth, it seems there is a problem with the rules. Rodwell Vile. There is no problem. The rules were certainly mentioned. Gregory. Where is the rule for this? Aren't you embarrassed as a noble? Magna. Vile Sensei is sighing at those two who are quarreling again, and he hands me a paper. That was the paper with a list of rules that we got on the previous days, but this one is what Gregory had and used it. Look and compare the contents. Rodwell Vile. While I tried to remember the details I've seen yesterday, but I didn't remember them. The number of people is 2, but that doesn't include the servant, because it wasn't this until it was compared. No matter how you look at it, that part wasn't written on ours. Common incomplete document, I wonder. Why in the world are you dissatisfied about, Gregory? At this defect, don't play around. In the first place, having a servant is common. Please think about it together, you guys. Magna. At any rate, there is no photocopy machine in this world. Since it was made with handwriting, I'm not sure how to break the ice regarding the defect of official documents, but I think this is too much. Anyway, trade has determined and it's too late to overturn it. Before you complain, if this bastard brings out servant, will this discussion over, Gregory? Gregory is enduring laughter, in case we can bring a servant out and as though he's looking here. This fellow, doesn't he realize I have a servant with me? Nevertheless, 3 piplino, me and the siblings' servants and another person, that will be 4. Still, there is a difference of a person as an opponent. Anyway, I request a redo. If it's not fair, it will be reported to the headmaster. Magna. Say whatever you want and it's fine. Since I was allowed to decide the rules, my say is without no doubt will be apparent. Gregory. Please calm down, Magna Sensei, Gregory Sensei, Rodwell Vile. While the verbal warfare continues, Vile Sensei interrupts the conversation between those two. Although Magna Sensei is dissatisfied, he goes down and Gregory is scowling disagreeably. Silent, an ordinary teacher is noisy. Gregory. Since it is unsightly for an ordinary teacher to watch this, stop it. It'll be natural for your opinion to differ from each other, but how about asking him first, Rodwell Vile? While referring to what was being said, Vile Sensei looks back, turning his sight to test me out. As for both of you, is there any problem? The fighter himself is here, so let's listen to Serious Kun. Do you have any objection to the rules, Rodwell Vile? I don't, Serious. Serious Kun, Magna. Magna Sensei and Gregory all together were surprised at me, who told them decisively, but Gregory changed to the disrespectful look immediately. Well then, Ruse Kun, how about you, Rodwell Vile? I'm with Anarchy, Ruse. That is why the students are also waiting. Let's start the game soon, Rodwell Vile. Huho, what an idiot, Gregory. A wonder-stricken Magna Sensei is put. Vile Sensei and Gregory are getting away from us. While Vile Sensei is on the way out, he had whispered in expectation. Serious Kun, I don't want to admit such method. Even if this is unfair, since there is nothing for the opponent to lose, we must renounce it outright, Rodwell Vile. If I prolong this anymore, Reese's heart will wear down. I'll be fine. These 5 people are not Ruse or my enemies. Serious. As for Anarchy and I, we're invincible. Ruse. Magna Sensei breathed out and resigned himself on our answer in full of confidence. He expressed a gentle smile and put a hand on our shoulder. Understood, please fight with care. But if it's judged to be dangerous, the match will be stopped immediately. Magna. We're winning, certainly. Serious. Leave this to us, Ruse. Magna Sensei went away, and 5 people of an opposing team were waiting with a weapon in the center of arena. If I look properly, the nobles and his servants who had an interview with me are mixed in the opposing team. That noble is the one with double attributes of flame and wind is here. This must mean an influential person is to be chosen for a match. While analyzing the opponents, if those guys are looking each other, they are grinning and making unpleasant smile and looking down on us. You should feel honored. You're being able to fight against Alstor Elmeroy, who is a double as in he possesses 2 attributes. Alstor. Ah, yes, please begin whenever you like. Serious. You bastardoy, you guys, I'll make them regret for challenging me, Alstor. Please leave it to me, it's easy to finish this incompetent. Shut up, it'll be you guys because I'll make you regret this, Ruse. While soothing Ruse, who was bearing his canine, the countdown for the match began. There's a clear difference in number. The disturbed voice from our class can be heard, but there's no need to worry. The fighting power difference is certainly disadvantages on 2 against 5. However, if a case of Ruse and I, we have paired with each other how many times? I'll show a battle of combination to these foolish nobles. So from this, trade match between Colorist and Iron is starting. Rodwell Vile. Vile Sensei looks at me and opponents, taking a big breath and raised his hand. Trade start. Before the match began, we gathered the opponent's information visually a little. The opponent team is a group of nobles with Alstor as a leader, and there are 3 servants who wear heavy-looking iron armor. Certainly there's nothing written on armor, but nothing but their wooden swords could be used as weapons. There was an unknown man in the group, and surprisingly he's wearing full body armor. He's holding iron shield and wooden spear engraved with Alstor household crest. His face can't be seen because of full face helmet. Unlike some nobles, he gives off an intimidating feeling. He's definitely not a noble, perhaps he's a mercenary. The height is not too different compared to us, but since the shoulder width is unusual. Is he of the dwarf race? Since it seems unlikely, there is a mercenary in Gregory's class. Are they employing him for the sake of this match, I wonder? Again, this isn't written in the rules to come to school is rather refreshing. Since Alstor is using magic only, he's dressing lightly. It seems it's not a problem. Anyways, they were heavily armed in contrast with us who were lightly dressed. The school-designated robe has some defense, but it's difficult to move in, so we removed it. Ruse prepared one sword at the back of his light knitted leather armor and another piece on hand, while I wore an ordinary clothes that easy to move and with empty-handed. I'm anxious about experiencing a battle here, but it doesn't feel strange. Although there is a clear difference in both equipment and number of people, Ruse and I don't feel that we will be defeated at all. Even if the opponent has iron armor, there are many ways to deal with it. I conveyed the strategy decided in advance to Ruse by a hand signal. Trade start, Rodwell Vile. The instant Vile sensei, who had also become the referee, had given the match the starting announcement. Ruse and I begun to run to the left and right separately. Alstor's team was noticeably agitated by our dash at unexpected direction immediately after the match had started. Slow and steady, you guys. After all, it's impossible for these two to win against us. Alstor. The servants are flustered, but the leader, Alstor, seems calm. He doesn't seem to be an ordinary bonbon. Note, slang for a man who can't do anything by himself or doesn't know how the world works. We keep running to the edges of the arena in order to sandwich the opponent's team in the center. I don't care what are they thinking about, but if they are going to be separated, then it's good. First, prioritize that beastkin. We'll deal with the incompetent later on. Alstor. The three servants focus on Ruse. The mercenary with full body armor is facing me, and Alstor is starting to cast magic. Judging by lip reading, the long incantation is probably intermediate level magic. He'll be alone for a little while. Whether you will be burned by Alstor Sama's magic or taken down by our strikes, choose whatever you like, it's all good. Servants. Either way, I'm sorry, look, I am here. Serious. Wait, you demi-human. Servants note, author used Amahido instead of Kemanohida. The three servants are approaching, but Ruse is running along the edge of match arena while going forward to my direction. Then I joined up again with Ruse, who was running along the edge of the match arena. While adjusting to similar running speeds, an opponent can be taken out. Wait, servants, they're absolutely not just children, eh? A rough voice came out from that full body armor, completely different from the childish image he gave off. No matter how you heard it, he is an old man. Nonetheless, even wearing full body armor, there is no doubt that he's the most powerful contestant on the opponent's team. By aiming and moving to one another, Ruse took all servants out before one could blink an eye. After that, the instant we pass each other by several steps, I contact. Light, serious. Ha, Ruse. Just before running into them, the old man and Alstor, I invoke light behind me without looking back as Ruse jumped high over me at the same time. The invoked light I had aimed at the back was brighter than usual, so it's enough to make the opponent to be dazzled stunned. The flash can't be blocked by a full-face helmet since the eyes are still exposed. The man in the full body armor had to stop and shield his eyes, as the light disappeared from the sky above. Hard break one-hand sword style break thrust Ruse note. The name is based on the meaning of kanjis. Ruse's single blow landed on the head's crown of the man in the full body armor, which soon became full of opening. The armor wasn't cut by the wooden sword, but Ruse's strike is a slashing attack that releases an extensive impact from the sword. That powerful impact is spreading to whole body from the man's helmet, and ended up cracking all of his armor in the ground below him. Since the impact can't be blocked even with steel full body armor, that man in full body armor falls onto his knees. Ruse remembered when I said to go easy on them, so that man isn't dying, I think. On the other hand, Ruse was chased by the servants in front of me, but I jumped over them with the assistance of momentum from running with the boost enchantment. If I held a spear, I might be able to knock out the servants here, but unfortunately, they are all short of reach when using a wooden sword. While calmly leaping on the air over the servants, I direct my left hand that engraved with a water magic formation at Alstor. Aqua, serious. Flame of spear pierce my sworn enemy Alstor. Alstor Sama, servants. The water ball was fired from my left hand, and it was a direct hit on Alstor's face while he's still in the middle of chanting and stopped his incantation forcibly. The servants leave us because they worried about Alstor, who had changed his appearance to the likes of a drowned rat. I also run to where Ruse at in order to join with my disciple. Yuji, get off me. I can't believe it, he targeted me. Alstor. Alstor Sama, you might get sick from getting wet. Stop this match immediately and get change of clothes. Servant. Don't be silly, am I going to be ridiculed and be made to remain silent? Alstor. That is servant. The fallen full-body armor man is surrounded by Magna-sensei and medical team, and they are observing his conditions, and Magna-sensei depicts large X with his arms after judging him to impossible to continue. Aniki, Ruse. "Ah, you did it, serious." Ruse was delighted and threw a fist bump with me when we're coming together. Ruse was the first person who did fist bump with Sirius since he came to this world. Our next plan was being considered, but before that, Ruse's condition needed to be confirmed because one of his eyes was closed. "Ruse, how's your eye, Sirius?" "Yeah, it's already all right. It is as usual, Ruse." The light that blinded full-body armor man also attacked Ruse. Nevertheless, since he knew beforehand, he closed one eye before jumping in order to defend against Flash. When one eye can't see, he can open the closed eye to secure a target and deal precise strike to the opponent. Above all, he seems to be utilizing my teachings properly. By the way, Aniki, isn't their weapon somehow strange, Ruse? Did you notice it doesn't seem to be an ordinary wooden sword, Sirius? While jumping over the servants, the sound from when they swung the wooden sword desperately remains in my ears. Ordinary wooden sword won't let out such sound. Maybe. It's something heavier than a wooden sword. I think there's steel embedded on the inside. It's disturbing, but if it doesn't hit, it's useless. Serious. It was really unfair since a while ago, as expected of nobles, Ruse. It's obvious we caught up now, but there is a skilled one, don't you agree? See, it's Mark, Serious. Although Mark is very prideful with his family honor, he's a nice fellow as he possesses fundamental politeness and courtesy. I think that is an exemplary noble for sure, but unfortunately, there are too many nobles who drown in power in this world. If foolish nobles are being mass-produced as it is, a revolution would be needed to help this world. While I feel anxious about the future of this world, Alstor and his servants who finally recovered has come here to attack. Come now, it's continuing. Reduce them to helplessness. However, don't use special techniques this time, just use pure swordsmanship. Serious. Understood, Aniki, Ruse. The three servants assaulted at the same time from the front. Ruse is attacking alone, stopping the servant's sword that contains iron, which placed Ruse at a disadvantage. Ruse's wooden sword starts making an unpleasant noise, and yet he doesn't care at the pushy assaults and he blows off every sword swing from the servant. Then the second servant is stabbing from right side, this demi-human servant. It's obvious, you know, Ruse. Although the let-out lunge is avoided by bending the body to an unnatural posture, Ruse struck the servant with his sword by using sword's back part and drove the wooden sword into second servant belly. Thereupon, the wooden sword reached its limit and it breaks. I got him, Ruse. Ruse, lie down, Serious. Wan Ruse note, Japanese word for the sound a dog makes. The third servant aims at the gap and approaches, but he makes the mistake of forgetting that I am here. Ruse bends his body at my command and the gap is closed. Then a kick is thrown as a direct hit to third servant's belly. The three servants are blown back in turn, but since they're also wearing iron armor, there seems to be little damage done. Using the gap in the servants, I shoot Aqua at Alstor for second time, but he's been very vigilant as expected, and it has been avoided this time. Nevertheless, the purpose of firing Aqua was to stop his incantation, so this is fine. Alstor does stop. Regrettably, whether he doesn't trust his vanguard or doesn't know how to reduce the incantation, he should learn a skill to chant while moving his body. Ruse takes out his reserve wooden sword and is attacking the servants again. It's simultaneous attack this time. Hand Serious. Wan Ruse. Gyuha Ku once again, seconds Serious. Wanwen Ruse. Yugu, why did I accept a match with such disadvantaged conditions? That is because I will have to cook for the headmaster, but the number one reason is I wanted to confirm the level of cooperation with Ruse. Hand means to turn the attention towards right side, when viewed from Ruse, and seconds is the opposite. By the way, lie down originally is an order to lie on a belly, but it is made to discipline in relation to the sibling stats, the basis of education. Amelia's body is moving around a lot at the corner of my eyes, but I shrug it off. Ruse moves precisely according to the commands, and I move in order to close the gap. I judge that there seems to be no problem dealing with these three servants. However, I don't really think the cooperation can only be done with hearing voice only. How about this, Alstor? It's not an attack this time. Alstor is using a strategy of creating an ordinary wall which to gain time for incantation. He makes a desperate attempt at making his spells work this time, even though he has failed twice already. If I move sideways, there's another servant assisting him and the Aqua's line of fire can't be secured. But the time is not yet. No. Is the magic incantation completed? Was it changed to beginner level magic, not an intermediate level? Crushed by the impact wind, you guys did well. Air shot, Alstor. The servants flee to the side quickly with tears coming out. An air shot is fired and aimed at Ruse. The ball of wind is invisible. Although the speed isn't at a degree of bullet, it's quite fast. I can grasp the location by search, but normally it would be best to avoid by doing big jump to the sides like those servants did. However, Ruse is concentrating on a stance with wooden sword raised. It is there. Ruse. Hard break one-hand sword style first sword, heaven's strength. By simply swinging down in one blow, Ruse cuts air shot precisely with kinetic vision and intuition which was honed by daily training. At that moment, Ruse brought down the strong wind from the initial position. What remained after Ruse swung down his wooden sword is only a whirling cloud of dust. Impossible. Whose voice was that? There were too many events happening in the arena, and everybody was simply looking amongst themselves and forgot about us. The cutting of magic. That was called Strong Sword by Lior when it was used for the first time, and the technique is hardly seen because there are only a handful of users. The arms of the person himself materializes vividly, and it's natural to cut magic with necessary speed and arts of sword, but the point of sword will be dull even if there is a little hesitation and being scared. Preparedness is also needed to cut a magic. It will be different in the case of having a person to protect from the back, but since it is only to negate magic, the hard fact is it's better to avoid it quickly. The up-close shows of skills fascinates the public, since possessing that much skill will increase the status. There are sights of people that are taken aback from amazing displays of skills. There are a lot of invisible magic, especially for the wind attribute, so the degree of difficulty is high. Nevertheless, Ruse possesses intuition comparable to animal and excellent kinetic vision, and now it's even possible for him to cut down beginner-level magic. In this case, the winding cloud of dust that occurred is a sign of ball of wind, so he brought it down with intuition. By the way, it was said that the origin of this cutting magic is Lior, and that he had reached the point of mastery of this technique where he can cut flaming lance while humming a tune. Although I have said this many times, that old man is really a monster. It's not a big deal when compared to Ni-chan's ferocious style. Ruse. What did you say, Emilia? I'm sorry, Ni-chan, Ruse. It may be because the arena became quite because of Ruse's prowess, those words seems to reach her ear. After all, the fact that Emilia fires air shot in a ferocious manner does not match her demeanor. In addition to the opponent's ridiculous behavior, the sight of quarreling with outfielder during match, and Alstor's adult tone tossed out changed to suits his tone of age because his anger shot over the limits. Goo, thistemi human, I absolutely won't allow you to disrespect me. I beg of you with my flame mana as an offering, an incarnation of great fire. It's Alstor Sama's flame lance, let's buy some time, servant. Other two servants. They tries to gain time for their master, but they already ran out of stamina because of their heavy armor. Ruse, I rely on you to stall some time. Serious. Understood, Ruse. If I were to give undivided attention to preparation, it would be natural to be targeted, I think. However, the servant's swords swing without power are light enough and are completely stopped by Ruse's sword. I can leave the defense to Ruse. My preparation is going well without getting bothered at all. Flame spear, pierce my sworn enemy flame lance, Alstor. Then Alstor's flame spear was invoked. However, the person himself loaded an excess amount of mana to flame lance, and the size is several times bigger than ordinary. If the control of the magic isn't done properly, the spear is not able to be maintained and it's likely to be explode. Naturally, if it's to explode, Alstor who stays near won't be able to escape safely. You can't do that. The magic is running out of control. Stop it immediately, Magna. That isn't necessary, do it Alstor. Defeat that incompetent, Gregory. What to do about this, Rodwell Vile. Vile-sensei appears to stay on sidelines even in such situation. Magna-sensei is the only teacher who tried to stop Gregory-sensei but couldn't make him stop. During the time Alstor poured his mana in, his face is paled while sweating. I have experienced that so many times it's just one step before mana is depleted. He fainted while several seconds haven't passed, then the control of magic is ceased and it will explode. Alstor. Whether it is noble's pride or anger, he shot an incomplete fire lance. In spite of that, there is nearby company and that is his servants. Alstor Sama. Why, servant? Please stop, help me, servant. Hey, nuo, servant. If the enormous flame lance hits directly, it will explode in wide range, and even we and the servants too will be certainly dragged into the explosion radius. Ruse and I have confidence to avoid it, but since those three servants are exhausted, they can't move satisfactorily, so they can't run away too. Let's escape fast, Anarchy. Well, please wait. All right, it came out. Serious. I was kneeling down in order to draw a slightly complicated magic formation on the ground. It's the magic formation that I found in library the other day, but it should be suitable for the situation now. Once it's completed, I pour mana into the magic square and recite the magic's name. Earth Shield, Sirius. The ground rose a little bit in front, and a big mud wall was born to protect us. Since the form was imagined properly, there is no roundness to the shape, but instead a splendid wall. The wall is too thin, Aniki. Ruse. I know, Sirius. As what Ruse is pointed at, the mud wall thickness is no different than wall for common house. Since the flame is big and the wall was also made rather widely, there is no doubt that it won't be able to hold out. I pour mana one more time. There's about 30 centimeters opened gap and another same mud wall is made. It's complete, Sirius. The moment the last measure of the mud wall gap is applied, the flame lance reaches the barrier, and it creates large sound and has exploded. The ground is shaken so hard an enormous cloud of dust flutters at surroundings and obstructs the view. It's wind, windstorm Rodwolf. When Vile Sensei invoked intermediate magic, a gust rose and blew the dust out of the surroundings quickly. Although the power is suppressed considerably, to use magic with that shortness of the incantation, he's indeed magic master. Apparently, it seems to have been decided, isn't it, Rodwell Vile? The outcome was decided already when the visibility of the arena became clear. Alstor collapsed because of mana exhaustion, and the servants were protected from the explosion remain unmoving, and they aren't capable to fight. Gregory Sensei, are you all right with the rules? Rodwell Vile. HMMPH, Gregory. It's because this will be reported to a principal by an official form. It's better not to conclude this as strange thing. Rodwell Vile. You're noisy, do whatever you want, I'm going home, Gregory. Even Vile Sensei asks, he has turned his back and left while snorting. Is it all right to let him do whatever he likes? The winner is colorist class, Rodwell Vile. Sirius Sama, Emilia. The victory is declared and Emilia has literally flown from the seats from audience and was flooded with joy. To be precise, she leapt while applying a tailwind against herself by magic. There is magic power, but that superhuman leap is soon forgotten by all class members the moment when victory is announced. Incidentally, a robe can't be rolled up to the top from the knee. This also seems to be servant skill. Are you safe? Are you injured? I believed in your victory, Emilia. Yes, I'm sorry to worry you. Please calm down, Sirius. Ni-chan, I also worked hard, Ruse. I'll have something to discuss with you later, Emilia. Hey, Ruse. Emilia's head was stroked once to calm her down, and Vile Sensei came with a gentle smile. By the way, Magna Sensei along with the medical team are tending the collapsed Alstor and his servants. That was excellent, Sirius Kun. I didn't think Flame Lance could be stopped by such protective wall really, Rodwell Vile. No, because that Flame Lance was incomplete. It could be stopped, Sirius. The Flame Lance used this time was loaded with excessive mana, and it wasn't in the shape of spear. It is to say that the shape was close to spherical. The original features, which is penetration power, wasn't utilized at all, because the impact was a problem in that state, so that Earth Shield was necessary to stop the impact. Please look at the fragments of the scattered wall, Sirius. The prototypes broke already, and he turned towards the walls which is no longer remained. A fragment of protective wall scattered in wide range indicates the power of Fire Lance, but if it's observed carefully, it can be understood immediately. There are few strange fragments of wall, aren't they? Is this a secret, Rodwell Vile? That's right, two thin but hard walls were made with a gap in between, and the gap was filled all over with pebbles. By doing so, an impact is dispersed, and everything can be stopped by two thin walls. That was the reason. Sirius. The barricade that was used in previous life when participating in guerrilla activity, although the walls at that time were thicker, and it's an excellent thing withstood a crane that dropped iron balls. Even if it's a perfect flame lance, the penetration power will be declined to a certain degree, wouldn't it, Sirius? It's absolutely wonderful to have such protective wall. Well, I've learned something, Rodwell Vile. To be honest, I thought of using Earth Shield to encircle Alstor in a dome shape for the sake of disturbing his actions, but since the situation became like that, the original method was used instead. When Vile Sensei is nodding with satisfied feelings, Reese ran from Iron-class audience side with her fluttered blue hair. Sirius Kun, Emilia, Ruse Kun, Reese. Although she isn't good at physical movement, she's running here desperately. Ha, both of you are a Yahoo anywhere, Reese. Ruse and I are not injured. Please catch your breath, Sirius. When she arrived here, her breathing became intermittent, and so I waited for Reese to calm down like Emilia. Reese calmed down after a while. She sighed in relief as she confirmed that we are safe. I'm really glad that you are safe. What would I do if two people were injured for my cause, Reese? So didn't I say it? If you believe in Anarchy and I, it's all right, Ruse. Yes, it was. Such a thing beating 5 people with only 2 people. Truly amazing. Reese. To be honest, we only beat that one person with full body armor Buto well. I won't say an insensitive thing. It's only natural, after all. Reese is also in our friend. Serious. I am your friend, Reese. What are you saying, Reese? You are my friend. We ate same meal, so aren't we friends? Emilia. From today, you will enter our class. I am not mistaken, I hope. Emilia. Tears overflowed from Reese's eyes at those words. She hugged Emilia in order to hide her tears of relief and joy. She looked up from Emilia's chest and said while turning a smiling face of the whole to face to us, by simply looking at that delightful face, it seems that was the result of working hard were well worth it. After that, Reese finally regained her usual tone when talking. Magna Sensei, who has finished treating the injured people, appeared. That's great, Reese-kun. I would like to hear just as a confirmation, but do you have no objection to enter colorist class? Magna. Why yes, I would like to enter colorist class. So what should I do from now on, Reese? That's right, there are a lot of things I have to prepare such as official documents, but first, there is a work to do, isn't it? Magna. When Magna Sensei turns his eyes to the side, all members of colorist class were coming down from the audience seats and they were making noise. As one would expect, serious Kun. You used your servant well, but to defend against mighty flame lance with that splendid wall, it truly is informative battle. I wouldn't think to win with that remaining fighting power. As expected, Aniki and Oyabun, Rue's underlings. The classmates were praising us one by one, but Magna Sensei drew attention one by clapping his hands. Well then, everyone, I will introduce the new student who enters my class from today, Magna. She stood in front of her new classmates after being pushed gently by Magna Sensei. She looked at us and confused at sudden request for a self-introduction, but when I nodded since there was no problem, she made up her mind and took a breath. Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Reese. I will enter this class because of trade. My aptitude attribute is water attribute, and I'm good with healing magic. I'll be in your care, Reese. She was welcomed by applause of classmates, and our class got a new student. After school, I was called by Vile Sensei to come alone to Magna Sensei's room. By the way, Reese is shopping for a celebration party with the siblings. I instruct them to go to Diamond Cottage immediate once they are done. Have you come? Please feel free to be seated. Magna. I sit down on so while thinking how many times I have come here in merely several days. Magna Sensei is brewing black tea quickly. Although I have thought this for a long time, Magna Sensei's skill as an attendance is quite high. Well then, what use am I to be here? As expected, there was a problem when winning against Noble. Serious. That is also part of the discussion. Let's assess and talk about the result of this trade, Rodwell Vile. So there is no problem to talk to me because I'm the only student here. Serious. I don't think of you as an ordinary student. Your inventiveness and behavior are wonderful. No, I'll say this clearly now. It's interesting to watch Serious Kun, so I will provide you with information since I want to be your bee of assistance. Are you satisfied with that, Rodwell Vile? No, I'll understand if the amusement you take in me remains at a reasonable level. On the case of giving me information, since I'll be helped, by all means, please. Serious. I can't understand the feelings of an elf who lived for more than 400 years, but yet this person doesn't neglect a person's great endeavors. Furthermore, he's a diligent elf who works hard in order to nurture school students. It's troublesome to be supported by such a grand individual, but there wouldn't be a second chance to obtain such a partner who obtains information. I was cautious at the beginning, but I am indebted by the matter of Reese, so I have a little bit confidence right now. Understood. First is with Reese Kun. Her transfer to colorist class has been finalized smoothly. Since it has been established in official documents, Gregory Sensei won't be able to say anything more. Rodwell Vile. As expected, complaining about the result would be embarrassing. In the worst case, I thought of getting out of sight, but it seems there is no problem with the matter of Reese. Now the problem is the story about you defeating a noble, Alster Kun. From the time when he was born, he has continually shown enjoyment when bullying the weak. Rodwell Vile. He's vexatious noble, right? Serious. Indeed he is. The person himself was raised while thinking that he is a special existence with double aptitude attributes. His arrogant attitude stands out, but as you expect, I am unable to act against his Chichaoya father, Rodwell Vile. That Chichaoya is a prominent noble in Elysian, and his characteristics represent an energetic military soldier. He seems to be very lenient with his son, but if he hears about today's talk, there's no mistaking that he's going to enter a hissy fit. The opponents were dressed with iron armor and equipped with wooden sword that had an iron rod embedded in it. And even if there was a difference in number of people, the defeated person himself was running out of magic, and a battle was impossible. He would be pleased to trample a colorless like you, but he didn't even think in slightest that he would be lose, right, Rodwell Vile. To summarize him in one word, he's only an outrageous fool. Apart from being nobles, this unfairness is beyond acceptance. Since it was only happening at school, there won't be impact to the head family, but he's already restricted from acting as if he was a big shot in this school. Rodwell Vile. Will there be any punishment? Serious. In the case that you got injured, it is necessary that something must be given back. Serious. Since it's troublesome, I'll have to decline. If it doesn't involve us any further, it's fine. Serious. I thought you'd say so, therefore I put a nail on Alstor Kun from my side. Rodwell Vile. When Alstor woke up at noon, he was immediately called into headmaster's room, and he seems to be interrogated. He was quiet because he was still tired from the trade, but he appeared to remember his anger towards me in his mind. However, the headmaster is getting involved with colorist class from now on, including today's injustice. He meekly informed that Alstor's father invested various projects at school. There are various legends when you live long life. His father can object directly. Look, I have the signed written oath. Rodwell Vile. I read the paper, a paper-like document that was handed to me by Vile Sensei. It has long-winded contents and Alstor's signature, which seems to be signed quickly. It looks like he was frustrated. I am Alstor Elmeroy. I swear not to get involved with colorist class from now on. Furthermore, in case if I breaks the vow, I will confess everything to my father, Lord Elmeroy, and I will accept any punishment, such as being dropped from the school for an indefinite period. Alstor Elmeroy, did you make this written oath? Serious. I had to do something to this degree because he's likely think of getting revenge. He reaped what he had sown, and it would be a good remedy for his actions this time. Rodwell Vile. Well, there is some truth in what Headmaster says. He is the person who knows Alstor better than me. Since we were promised not to be further involved with this, I am able to say that we were saved. His punishment ends here, but to be honest, there is a more basic problem. Rodwell Vile. Is there more? Serious. Yes, in fact, it was the act of someone who influenced Alstor Kun to perform various acts of unfairness this time. Rodwell Vile. Is he Gregory Sensei? Serious. As would you expect, that's right. Rodwell Vile. During the time when Alstor lost consciousness and released Flame Lance, Gregory clearly said to defeat us regardless of the risk to the students. After being a non-attribute is established, the public opinion of me will become unusually suspicious, and it's not even funny as trying to put me there on that spot. First of all, he made rules that favors the nobles, and when the appointed day arrived, Alstor Kun noticed the difference in number of people. In the beginning, it seems he had the right number of people because of a noble's pride, but he was instigated by Gregory to accept that as it is. Rodwell Vile. It is a long-lasting rumor where it is said that he likes to bully the weak and when trampling down with overwhelming violence. Furthermore, Gregory told a lie about you guys wearing strong armor. He had arranged the wooden swords too and employed a mercenary with full body armor. Rodwell Vile. Did people hear about us wearing good protective armor or about those guys equipped with iron armor? When everything is heard like this, it's clear that Gregory is the mastermind, but there doesn't seem to be any sympathy for Alstor. However, those servants and mercenaries accept anything. To begin trade with such standings, Alstor Kun is equally punishable. That written oath is a proper measures. Rodwell Vile. After all, Alstor was a fool as I expected. It's understandable. So how about Gregory Sensei? Serious. I am sorry, he is a man who is good at hiding evidence. He can't be punished without finding important evidence. Rodwell Vile. According to the story, the rules discrepancy was allowed through the official documents, and it says that the wooden swords were to be fetched from the warehouse. Then, it appears that the mercenary was employed through adventurer guilds to protect the important son of a noble. I imagine the mercenary is a dwarf. He wanted to apologize after realizing the real situation. It seems he's repented, as he is a very serious person. Finally, the instigation about him telling a lie to Alstor was just word of mouth, and thus it can't be seen as evidence. That was the reason why he couldn't be punished. Why does that person regard me as a hostile? Serious. I don't know, hating a beastkin is a noble's characteristics, but he never talks about being colorless at all. Besides, do you want to initiate a conversation with him? Rodwell Vile. I don't think so. Serious. I know, right, Rodwell Vile. Vile Sensei and I exchanged glances and we both laughed unintentionally. No, wait, although I go along laughing together, but is it okay for a chief executive of a school to do so? Because of this situation, we decided to put the shoulder to the wheel. From now on, since we will be monitoring him, if anything happens, please report it immediately, and you can interfere if they become a hindrance to Serious Kun. Rodwell Vile. Please treat me well. Serious. Nevertheless, whatever you do, you may do it without reserve. I will permit that. Rodwell Vile. Without reserve, is that right? Serious. Yes, without reserve. Rodwell Vile. Once again we laughed, this time with evil smiles. I feel like I may have antagonized a terrible person. Magna. No one replies to the statement of Magna Sensei. Well then, in celebrating the transfer of Reese to colorist class Emilia. Cheers, everyone. That night at the Diamond Cottage, we are holding quite a party to celebrate the victory of trade. The 4 members of the party are the siblings. Reese and I, we enjoyed various dishes that were put on the desk. Aniki, this meat is still raw, you know. Ruse. This dish is called roast beef. It's a bit raw, but it is cooked thoroughly while going through fire. Serious. It's delicious. Is it all right to eat more? Ruse. Please eat without reserve. Today's achievement is without a doubt because of Ruse. You worked really hard. Serious. Hooray, Aniki praised me. Ruse. Rue's tension is reaching the climax. In contrast, Emilia's expression was not good. I also wanted to fight. Emilia. That's right, although I found that the servants weren't counted in the number of participants. The battle ended without calling in Emilia. She was unusually sulky when she found about it after the toast. She was dissatisfied and had puffy cheeks while eating the roast beef silently. I'm sorry, Emilia. Since I wanted you to keep our secrets, I don't want any action other than magic to be seen. Serious. But still I wanted to be together. Emilia. I didn't call out Emilia because I want to conceal cards on the table, but I have feeling there is no longer meaning behind such actions when her physical abilities were seen, when she was able to jump from audience seat to in front of us. Oh well, what could possibly happen if that high jump is revealed? I have received permission from the headmaster to repel all troublesome people when involved with strange things. If I do that properly, it should be fine. However, although I have continuously pet her head since some time ago, her mood rather irreparable. It can't be helped should I take out my trump card. Emilia, what do you think this is? Serious. It is a comb, perhaps, Emilia. That's right, yes, take out your tail. Serious. Yes, Emilia. The dissatisfied face from a moment ago has disappeared. She delightfully held out her tail in front of me. I gently groom her bushy tail with the comb. Phew, Emilia. The tail is an important thing for the beastkin, and they only allow it to be touched by the people they trust. I do this as a way to show affection that is usually done by family or lovers. It seems Emilia's mood is restored with this act of grooming. This shouldn't be done during the meal, but pardon me by putting those aside. How nice, Ni-chan. Ruse. Yours will be some other time. Serious. Even though the tail grooming was done by only several minutes, Emilia is caressing her tail happily. Lucky Emilia. Seeing as she could die of happiness as it is, suddenly I meet Reese, who is next to me. She was laughing a moment ago, but now she has unusual firm look. Have you decided on something? That is look of determination. Serious kun. Reese. What's wrong? Does the food not suit your taste? Serious. That's not it. Roast beef is very delicious. Reese. She ate the meat in a hurry while pointing at me. She shook her head while murmuring that it wasn't like that. Well, the meat is very delicious, but that's not it. Actually, I have something to ask. Reese. Why are you being humble? Serious. Reese is adjusting her posture, and the siblings' attentions are focused on something. After she makes an eye contact once with Emilia, she makes her mind and she opens her mouth. I want to be your disciple, please. Reese. Oh, serious. What is she saying suddenly? When I look around, the siblings are nodding in satisfaction. What, did they know already? Can I hear the reason? Serious. Yes, I entered the school because my two-sama father said so, and yet I don't have any goal. Passing the time by training magic without interest and hiding the fact that I can see spirits, I thought of that. However, I have decided when looking at Serious Kun and Ruse Kun today, everyone looks like they want to help me, and I also want to help someone else eventually if that what I think. Reese. Talking entirely like a hero, a meaningful gaze had been directed to me, but I am weak. I totally don't understand about how to treat spirit properly, and I have confidence with restoration magic. Therefore, I want to be strong. I do not want to stay behind everyone's back, but instead be able to line up to others, shoulder to shoulder. Reese. She finished speaking up to that point. She stared at me with prayer-like pose. We stared at each other for a while, staring seriously without turning away her gaze. It's not a joke, my training is harsh. Even that Ruse had nothing but to complaints at the beginning. Serious. Stop it, Aniki, Ruse. I have heard from Emilia that it is a harsh training. I'm not sure when I will catch up with everyone, but I will work hard. So please, Reese. I hope she's not hitting her head on the table from bowing vigorously. Reese stared anxiously at the siblings, and they turned towards me next. What's with that look similar to abandoned puppy's eye? Worrying to that extent we really get along with her. Maybe I should utilize the matter of you being liked by Spirit. Serious. It's alright if it's serious, Kun. I believe it is not a bad thing even if it is utilized. Reese. That's bad. I had no intention to make her do it, but I wonder what she can do with it. Because of water spirit, the water magic is amplified. Then such a thing like creating a tsunami is normally you probably shouldn't. This has become another perfectly accepted way of thinking. Understood. I permit you to become my disciple. Serious. Really, Reese? But it's really hard, you know. Be resolute. Serious. I'll endure it. After this, please treat me well. Serious-san. Reese. Why did you use san, serious? Since I have become your disciple, and you are the senior figure, and because I feel that I would like to call differently. Reese. Well, I am younger. Are you 9 years old? Serious. That's true, but I am in a position to be taught. Don't mind about it. Serious-san. Reese. Yeah, I don't get it, but are you okay with that? There is little doubt, but with this, my disciple has increased by one person. Her name is Reese. She is liked by water spirits, and she's a kind girl. I think that she will be strong enough to protect herself against the worst if she honed her ability to see spirits. While watching her and the siblings rejoice and hug, I was thinking up her new training menu. Because she is good at magic instead of physical strength, she will become unbalanced without a dedicated plan. It's been half a year since we went to the outside world. Our life is going well. Well, serious Sama. There's one more thing. Will you comb my tail, please? Emilia. It's fine, but afterwards, enter the bathroom and clean it. Serious. It can't be, Emilia. It's a normal conversation. Serious. Oi, Emilia, where are you heading? Volume 6 starts. 2 years have passed since entering school. I will soon be 11 years old. Reese has become my disciple for these 2 years, and school life has been smooth sailing. My height grew, childish appearance faded away considerably, and not to mention, impressiveness kamate feels like that. By obtaining new knowledge at school, my magic formation technique is getting more skillful. If I work a little harder, I can draw an intermediate-level magic formation. The training also has gotten more severe, and every day has passed with busy work coupled with fun at school. And now my disciples are, good morning, Serious Sama, Emilia. In the morning, I am woken up by Emilia in my room at Diamond Cottage. I usually wake up by myself in the morning, but she wakes up earlier than me, so she began to come to wake me up. The morning sun can't be seen yet or even around this time, and to think that it takes several minutes from dormitory to get here, that is the result of waking up early. 2 years ago, the siblings refused living in the student dormitory. It was a good reason with us being acquaintances, together with a friend called Reese who also became our companion. She has good relationships with classmates nowadays. Good morning, Emilia. Is there anything planned for today? Serious. The plan is to go to the Galgan company after school. Emilia. After these 2 years passed, her femininity is becoming even more apparent, not to mention that she has become even more beautiful. Her chest seems to be growing well. Her ambience has also become grown up, and sometimes I'm surprised with her gestures. My body begins to be aware of women, presumably because of how charming she has become. She measured her chest together with Reese the other day, and their joyful voice, during that time, could be heard by me who was next of the room. She also behaves like a secretary these days. I seem to be spoiled rotten by her, but she wants to do it, and since she begs for it, I let her do whatever she likes. She's becoming more and more like a servant. Emilia was making sure that I was fully awake before she left the room after preparing a change of clothes. Well, let's go out cheerfully today as well then. Serious. Shaking off the sleepiness, I walked towards the kitchen after I finished changing into the clothes, and Emilia had already started preparing the breakfast. How is Reese? Although she ran until she couldn't stand yesterday, is she all right this morning? Serious. When Emilia turned her eyes to the door with an upright ears, the door opened slowly and Reese made an appearance. Good morning, Serious-san. I made it this time. I am also ready to go. Reese. Reese also has grown up without losing to Emilia. She lined up in the kitchen with her blue hair drifting when lumped together. Because the kitchen is small, if 3 people lined up, it would become cramped as expected. Just leave it to us here, Serious-sama. Please take a break. Emilia. That's right, please wash your face at the well outside. Reese. My back was pushed along and I was thrown out from the kitchen. This pattern happens a lot these days. The end result is all of my work being snatched away when they are both together. I went towards the well with a feeling of a father that goes on a holiday, and a bipedal big wolf was covered with water. Morning Anarchy. Ruse. Is that Ruse? Why are you transformed? Serious. I have to train by transforming occasionally to get used to it. Ruse. His body immediately shrinks, and Ruse has a bit more of a masculine appearance than 2 years ago. His height has surpassed mine, only a small amount of childishness faded, but his behavior and nature didn't change too much. His sword skill increased further to a certain extent, and I feel that he has very gradually reached half of Lior's true strength. How much have you ran today? Serious. 1 lap of that mountain, I think. After all, my body becomes lighter and more comfortable by transforming. Ruse. The mountain which Ruse pointed at is 3 kilometers in the distance of a straight line. It is evident that he ran at least 10 km around the mountain. Rue's transformed state has become really strong since he performed it for a short time every morning. Don't be too overconfident, because such a thing will lead to negligence. Serious. Since I can't still win against Anarchy even when I transform myself, I cannot be careless. Ruse. Ruse reminded himself while washing his face, and then Emilia called out for breakfast. Taking a little rest after finishing breakfast, the morning training starts. Today, Emilia and Reese are practicing magic, and it's a mock battle day for Ruse and I. Now the routine of performing training is by substituting disciples to meet each other respectively every other day. What is it, Ruse? Your speed has dropped. Serious. Haha, damn it, Ruse. Although Ruse continuously swings the wooden sword and delivered dozens of swings, I warded all of them away and not a single hit landed on me. Come on, I won't move my feet. Serious. Now you've done it, Ruse. When I sweep his feet while evading his diagonal swing from the shoulder, and Rue's body is thrown out into the air, but he is still swinging his wooden sword forcibly with that posture as is. I admit he has a quick wit, but an attack beyond desperation is weak. That attack was stopped easily, and Ruse crashed his face regrettably onto the ground. Hoy, it's over. Serious. High's at no use today too, Ruse. Ruse, who was on the ground, was pulled upright and pointed out his failure. It is best to teach in the sense of defeat in case of him becoming lazy, so I explained to him in detail since he won't study and think by himself. It's over slightly early. Let's try to confirm Reese condition. Good job, Serious Sama. Here's a towel. Here's one for you too, Ruse. Emilia. She's practicing over there. Emilia. Looking at Emilia's line of sight while wiping my sweat off with the towel, there was a figure of Reese who's concentrating with closed eyes. Since she specializes in magic unlike Ruse, the physical stamina needed is a little and the ratio of magic training is a lot. However, with Ruse and Emilia's encouragement, because of the willpower and determination of the person herself, she has splendidly grown into adulthood now. When I went to check on her condition, she opened her eyes and was smiling. How's your condition, Reese? Serious. I'm doing well, please take a look. Please Aqua Mist, Reese. She invokes the magic and a fog engulfed Diamond Cottage entirely. The visibility is remarkably restricted. The house that was there a short while ago is no longer visible, as well as Reese's standing figure starts to get hazy before my eyes. It can be assumed that this is considerably heavy fog. What is this? Anarchy. Ni-chan, where are you? Ruse. Calm down, Ruse, stop moving pointlessly. Emilia, while hearing such exchanges from the back, I continuously observed this fog. It seems my search is still effective after all. It's a magic that only obstruct field of vision. Nevertheless, if it's not used for the wrong purpose, I think it would be helpful during an emergency. But it still needs improvement. This is failure, isn't it? The fog is too dense and everyone will be in danger. Reese. Can you see all of us, Reese? Serious. Yes. As the one who invoked this fog, I can see everyone clearly. Reese. If that's the case, try to include an image of us. If you convey it to your spirit, your expectation will surely be met. Serious. Yes, Reese. Reese closes her eyes while muttering about the image that I pointed out. When speaking about an ordinary person, such a thing is impossible and would be laughed at, but she has understood clearly about the importance of image in these 2 years. Watching over her figure, since there was a feeling of my clothes getting pulled from the back, I turned around and saw Emilia standing there while smiling. Serious Sama, I found you. Emilia. Was it easy to determine within this fog? Did you remember the position where I stood? Serious. No, it's because of Serious Sama's scent. Emilia. About my scent, she brags about chasing after me even if I'm on the other side of the mountain, as she proudly pursues. Putting aside that special skill of Emilia, this fog won't inhibit scent and it's easy to blow it away with wind magic. I'll say this later so that Reese won't be too overconfident. Image, please. Reese let out a big voice and the white world disappeared suddenly from our surrounding. Reese's figure, who is sitting down, can be seen clearly but not enough to not realize that we're really inside the dense fog. That's good, Reese. I can clearly see your face. Serious. I can see too, Emilia. As I expect when using spirits for magic, the spirit's magic is powerful. When it comes to generating dense fog to this extent, I think as it is invoked by an ordinary magic user, their mana would dry up for certain, but she's only at the degree of sweating on the forehead. How about that, Serious San? Ah, it was very good. However, be careful since the magic has many flaws. For example, Serious. I remind her in order to prevent from being overconfident by explaining the problems mentioned earlier, and she understood it well with a nod. You've finally obtained the secret of image. I just have this to point, and if circumstances allow, you can put it in practical use, with just a little bit more practice, I think. Serious. Really, Reese? Ah, it's natural since you've been working hard until now. Speaking of the image, if it includes a restorative function in this fog, what is the extent of the restoration that can be done? Serious. I see that as a very good idea, Reese. However, you'll most likely to be extremely exhausted. Serious. Know if something like that can be done, it can heal many people, as expected of Serious San, Reese. As for 2 years ago, it's impossible since fog is fog, that's what I would say, but it's a matter of growing up. Nowadays, stating it like that just now in order to challenge magic proactively, as well as spending every day practicing to overturn the common sense of magic. Just like this, it took nearly 2 years to break her common sense, but now it will be proper study from here on. The above mentioned is the outcome of the disciples in 2 years. So as not to lose to the disciples who continue to grow well, if I don't aim for a higher place even more, I won't achieve my target. After that, we tidied up our bodies and then we headed to school. Good morning, Amelia, Reese. Good morning, Aniki. Hey, Reese, I don't understand a certain part of yesterday's subject, so will you teach me? Morning, Aniki. Amelia is coming. Did she really turn down Mayor Sama's invitation? Be safe and happy today too, Aniki. When entering the class, people are gathering around the siblings and Reese. This is the routine every morning, so why does no one gather around me as well? Based on Rue's information, who is Rue's #1 underling? It's pointless to greet Oyabun unless it is passed through Aniki and Anigo old sister female boss. It seems the rumor is widespread, and that, since you are be able to command a strong person like Aniki as an ally, I think people are afraid of you, Rue. Come to think of it, I was giving instruction to Rue's during the trade with Alstor. It was seen by these underlings where there is an absolute hierarchical relationship between me and Rue's, and they seem to understand it by seeing that. But that's all right, there is someone who can speak just fine with me. Good morning, Serious Kun. As usual, the servants are very popular, aren't they, Mark? Today too, while good-looking men scatter, Mark makes his entrance. Despite the waving, silky red hair, he arrived in front of me while greeting with elegance. Good morning, Mark. Their popularity is a good thing, you know. Serious. You're still same as usual. Generally, it is something to be jealous of, Mark. Although I am their master for certain, popularity is something gained by an individual. Besides, it's pointless for non-nobles to feel things like envy. Serious. That's for certain. Oh yeah, the cake that I received yesterday, it was very delicious. Mark. As a matter of fact, it was Mark's birthday yesterday. Since commoners couldn't join the party, I thought I would prepare at least a cake for his present. Mark directs his line of sight to outside the window, squinting his eyes in order to reflect upon happiness. I was shocked. To thinking about the cakes that I have been eating until now, what on earth is the taste of a cake? You really are great. I have said something about inviting Amelia before. If it's good with you, won't you serve my household as well? Of course, I promise a proper position, Mark. Is that so? Understood, but it's really a shame. However, since the limit of being my servant will be removed, I want you to say it any time if you change your mind. Mark. I'm sorry, Serious. Don't mind it. By the way, will you make that cake again? I want more, but my younger brother and sister will want to eat it too for certain. Mark. Cake addicts have increased by one person again. Well, I seem to have a hunch that this will increase by one after another eventually. While I discussed about cakes to Mark, another cake addict who stands out among cake addicts, Magna Sensei, entered the class. While we were engrossed with the topic, it's about time for the morning class to start. Good morning. Today the morning lesson will be shortened a little since there is a matter we would like to inform everyone about, so it's time for an explanation. Magna. The morning lesson is expected to be a practical lesson, but it seems there is something important to be said. Since gentle Magna Sensei is making a serious face, there was a tense atmosphere in the classroom. Everyone entered Elysian's school and 2 years have passed quickly. Starting from next week, while the morning lesson still will be done here, you will learn in a specialized field classroom based on everyone's preference in the afternoon. Be sure to remember this. Magna. My preference on specialty and the disciples are as follows. I'll go for Magic Engineering Department, Ruse is Swordsmanship Department, Emilia is Wind Magic Department, and Reese is Water Magic Department. However, since we have talked about this matter last week, this is not something that can shorten the time for morning lesson. Is there something else? Here on out is the main issue. At the same time when the specialized lessons Begina Labyrinth will be opened. Magna. When hearing about the opening of the labyrinth, the tension among classmates rises. While looking at each other, they exchange eye contact to form a party. Although there seems to be people who know about the labyrinth, the explanation will include the potential risks too. First, the labyrinth refers to the cave to the northwest of this school, Magna. Despite the time with Arena, I thought the school was great during the time when I learned that there was a labyrinth. The school labyrinth is similar to a cave labyrinth that has 10 floors underground. There is no demon, but it's full of traps. There are various traps set up in large quantities, such as flying arrows and the eruption of fire pillars, so by going in unprepared, it may cause serious injuries. This is traps use magic formations made by a great man in the past. Traps will disappear once they are activated, but it seems that the traps will rematerialize again after a short while. It is a strange phenomenon, but I guess maybe the labyrinth itself is not one that relies on magic formations alone. A great man of the past, I have a hunch this involves the headmaster who is eating cake happily. As for why such a facility exists in the school, I think that the training location enforces the feeling of getting pressured. There are various labyrinths in the outside world. Although there are numerous treasures hid by people in the past which haven't been discovered, the danger that follows it makes sense. It is essential to have physical strength, willpower, and knowledge when exploring labyrinths, and if there is a mistake, it can be very severe because it could lead to a swift death. One's mistake jeopardizes another person regardless if that person is a noble or commoner, so I know I have to be cautious by watching out the traps. It seems that this labyrinth is made for the sake of gaining personal experience. As a matter of fact, in the case of graduation, it is all right to not pass through the labyrinth, but of course there is a merit when clearing the 10th basement. The merit is the priority right of using the facility, where this will prohibit other parties with the exception of authorized people, and there are other benefits too. The labyrinth can be challenged with a party of 4 people. The first rookie party that clears the labyrinth, since opening is said to receive the prestigious mantle that will be presented by the school. The nobles especially are participating actively with that aim. This will become honor for the house as the mantle is conferred, and it stands out among other honors. The labyrinth will be full with nobles for several days after the opening. That is an established rule for every year. By the way, one must apply in advance in order to enter the labyrinth. The morning and afternoon class will be exempted if permitted, and it seems that is the standard of how long an attempt will last for. That is the explanation on labyrinth. If there is any question, since I will accept it any time, please come to my office. Well then, although it's late, let's go out and start with the practical lesson. Magna. The classmates stand up after Magna Sensei's speech and head towards the training ground. I thought they wanted to invite the siblings or Reese, but the surroundings became quiet. It became clear later, but during the time I wasn't there, it was somehow affirmed that the siblings and Reese don't want to join any groups except with me. I have yet to speak whether or not I want to go to Labyrinth, but I wonder what would happen if I say that I didn't want to go. While on the way to training ground, the talks about the Labyrinth became lively here and there. Naturally, the subject of our talk is also related to Labyrinth. Anarchy, are we going to challenge the Labyrinth? Ruse. We will, of course. This will become training too. Serious. What will it be like? Since one party consists of 4 persons, ours has already been decided. Ruse. You're right, there will be no problem in our case. Emilia. Me too, in order to not slow you down, I will work hard. Reese. We're also having the intention to challenge the Labyrinth, but I think we shouldn't go immediately after it is opened. Since the first opening day of the Labyrinth will be filled with nobles, some fool might pick a fight with us. When I think about the time to challenge it, the classmates who heard our conversation talked to us. Hey, you guys challenging it too, right? Are you aiming for the first clear mantle? I know, right? It's definitely possible since there are Ruse Kun and Emilia. I have to listen to Sirius Sama about that, so what do you want to do? Emilia. I'll pass because it's troublesome. Sirius. To be frank, something like receiving that mantle is like buying the animosity of nobles, and there's almost no merit for us. If I can savor the mood of Labyrinth, it is fine to come over leisurely later. I wonder if that is really important. It can't be helped, since those iron-class guys is likely to be terribly annoying about it. That's true. Well, what should we do? We will challenge it, of course, but first we need to find another member, right? The noisy 2 are leaving the classroom while looking for other party members. When we're about to leave the classroom too, I was beckoned by Magna Sensei. I've been looked after in various by him, so I went halfway to Magna Sensei's location. Is there something the matter? Sirius. Are you going to participate on Labyrinth Challenge, Magna? Yes, that's the plan, but is there a problem with that? Sirius. No, this is not that kind of talk. In the case of you participating, I will hand this over to you. It's from the headmaster, Magna. What was handed over is a medal with the school insignia drawn on it. There's a gatekeeper standing by at the front of Labyrinth's entrance, and you can pass through if you show this to them. Magna. Although I understand how to use this, but why there is such thing, Sirius. Because I believe Sirius Kun is not employing any adventurers. In particular, since you guys are young, this is to save time for gatekeeper from worrying. Magna. A party of 4 students can challenge the labyrinth, but to tell the truth, in the case of adding up to 2 extra people, it seems that adventurers who registered to Adventurer Guild can be employed. It takes time to prepare, but it can be seen as showing active service by providing safety, and there's no problem with clearing the labyrinth if they go with the assistant of adventurers. It takes an observant eye to choose excellent adventurers that can help clear the labyrinth. Yes, in the case of Sirius Kun, I think the clear mantle will be conferred rather quickly to you, Magna. That will not do. Nobles will clear it earlier before I enter, Sirius. Is that so? The headmaster has increased the difficulty level this time, much less than conspicuous means to clear the labyrinth oops. Any more than that is prohibited. Magna. This person is absolutely leaking it on purpose, although I can understood that the headmaster is performing the adjustment of labyrinth content to increase the difficulty is not because I will be there, right? If it's the case of abusing his authority, should I stop supplying cakes to him? Let's investigate Magna-sensei for the time being. I do not understand. Grin smile. Magna. Magna-sensei, this time is a sample of a poo fruit cake. Sirius. That's right, everything is judged by principle clearly. Magna. Power is meaningless in the face of cake. I have promised to supply cake must do, even if troublesome several times in a month, but I have decided that the headmaster needs to take a break from eating cake. It seems that the headmaster lamented very much once he found out about it, but that is not my concern. Nevertheless, since the labyrinth's level of difficulty was not changed, it seems that the headmaster's obstinacy has stuck through. We head to Galgan Company, Elysian branch right after school. Has a remarkably large building and vast space when compared to other stores. There are non-stop people from coming as it displays the company's prosperity. We who are familiar with the scene make a grand entrance from the back door. Of course, the guard is there, but since our faces are known, he just gave us a slight nod. We entered the office from the back entrance. There were several people in front of the desks glaring at the register and the stock list in the center. A single person notices our appearances, stood up and came, half running. You're here, Dana. Come now, this is not the place, so please come inside. Zach. The one that came to greet us was Zach, who brought us to Elysian. During that time, he was delivering personnel to the Elysian, but he was appointed as the manager of this branch a year ago. 1 year agate was a considerable uproar during that time. It was at the Diamond Cottage, which is rarely visited by people. Zach and his boss, Gad, suddenly came in prostrating. Long time no see. However, let me first apologize before greeting you, Gad. I wondered what it could have been about, but when I listened to them talk, what happened along the way, like getting attacked by robbers while promising a safe travel. While I discovered the company's problem of fraudulent evidence, they didn't say anything for 1 year, and it seems they wanted to apologize for that. Well then, what were they doing for this year? Somehow or rather, the surroundings companies were united in hands using weapons against problematic companies who were found with fraudulent evidence, and it seems they have succeeded in crushing them without leaving a trace behind. Few days ago, we merely got rid the robbers and investigated them. Since that problem has been settled, let's stop with this formal talk. Serious. Dana, that's right. However, if I don't apologize properly, that guy D is going to hit me. Gad. After a while, they finally raised up their faces. They laughed heartily while scratching their heads. Then there was a chat about D being escorted safely, the reversey game that I handed over, and also about the new portable food, dry noodles. Is it really all right to put that into the market through our company? Honestly, this will create a revolution, and I have a feeling that the amount of sales is likely to be outrageous. Gad. I'm not a saint, and I'm not worthy to hold it, the dry noodle recipe, only to myself. Don't you agree? Besides, it's not necessary to think hard about it. As for this matter, I just want the money for the information, no more than that. Serious. The information that I sold were reversey game and original portable soup for dry noodles. Understood. To say that even when there is so much profit opposed to the cost of materials, there is no honest judgment, Gad. If that's the case, how about giving some of the monthly sales to me? For the deadline, I leave it to you as long as it is in an appropriate range. Serious. Not bad. Well then, the amount will depend on the situation, but is roughly 20% of the sales shares for Dana and a deadline of 1 year. All right. Gad. Although the deadline is good, I have something to say about the share. Since we are good with 10%, I want you to give the remaining 10% to D. Serious. In the letter that arrived a few days ago, it was written that D has successfully opened a restaurant. Since the delivery of special ingredients and seasonings is dependent on the Galgan company, I want to turn that 10% of sales into compensation. Is that fine? It will be a considerable amount of money, even with just 10%, Gad. I don't need that much money now, and I don't have hard time because I have entered school. Besides, it is hard to compare to D, and I want to do something, even a little, as his master. Serious. Zach was pushed to the front, and I was greeted again. Nevertheless, Zach is laughing strangely. Why is that? From now on, this guy, Zach of Galgan Company, will be appointed as the manager for Elysian Branch, so please talk to this guy if you need anything. Gad. I will work hard, so please take care of me, Dana. Zach. Ah, why does he sound so effeminate? The agreement with them was concluded after that. Later on, I handed over a letter and some luggage for Dee and Noel as we disbanded. That is what has transpired, and it became the relationship between Zach and I for the year. I am sometimes called to receive the yield, chatting, giving some advice from my knowledge, and building up a good relationship with Zach. Maybe I was called today to be given money. We were invited into the president's office that is not only spacious but also a little extravagant. We listened to Zach's talk while relaxing. This is this month's yield. Although 1 year has passed since the release, the sales haven't fallen and there is no sign of it falling at all. Well, I can't stop laughing. Zach. It's obvious since Anarchy thought about it. Ruse. I am told by Zach to hold and count the money contained in the pouch he handed over. I am not that particular with the money to that extent, and I don't think I will be cheated since he is a reliable companion, but since this is an important exchange between merchants, it is a courtesy to count properly. No, that was the agreement, and we have earned enough. If there is something similar later on, please take care of me. Zach. The business talk was over and then it became a small talk. Even though Zach is older, he doesn't get tired with talking because he is friendly, and since I learned a lot about the market, it became a precious source of information for merchants. The year to enter Labyrinth has finally come. If it's you, it's obvious that you'll get mantle. Zach. I don't really need the mantle, but is it popular among merchants? Serious. If I had to say, it's rather important for nobles. The raw material used to make it is the same with the school robes. A famous magic engineer drew the magic formation personally, and the practicality surpasses the school robes. You'll be famous just by having it. This is the talk between nobles. It seems even adults use the mantle. Zach. It's no wonder why the nobles are flooding the labyrinth in order to procure it. Serious. Serious Sama, the labyrinth seems to be considerably difficult according to the story of the upperclassmen students. Emilia. I heard it too. It seems there was also a time that no one clears it after half-year passed since the labyrinth opening. Zach. This is from Rue. I heard that there was a commoner who clear it quickly. Anarchy. Ruse. The opinions of my disciples are somewhat differ, but I think maybe the cause is due to an adjustment error of the headmaster. The difficulty must have been increased when it took 6 months to clear it, and I think the difficulty was lowered down when someone cleared it easily. It is a labyrinth with many irregularities, but the difficulty has been increased maliciously this time. I wonder what's in store for us. After that, we were invited to dinner by Zach, so we headed to Perch of Spring Breeze. Rue's tension goes up when eating Jaya or a snake after a long time, and it's soothing to see that despite different races, Emilia and Reese are close like a family. I was walking a little bit behind while looking at such warming scene, and Zach is suddenly whispering to me in a low voice. Dana, I'm a bit anxious about this matter, so I'm going to tell you. Zach. While maintaining a distance so that it won't be found strange by those three who are walking in the front, Zach and I continued our conversation in a low voice that won't be heard by anyone. Listen, Zach. Recently there has been strange talk. A large amount of magic tools were bought with an unknown money source, and suspicious people are often seen. The word that those guys often said is revolution. Zach. As a merchant, Zach knows a lot about Underworld. If there is anything I'm worried about behind the scenes, I can inquire about it and Zach will tell me. I was hesitating at the beginning, but I approved on investigating deeper on about certain characteristics. It seems like an extremely suspicious story this time. Zach's face looks amazed from beginning to end. However, the balance between the market and the underworld are both taken by the king's ability, and the reason to raise a revolution cannot be found. I don't understand why they want to raise a revolution, but there are few who approve of it, and such a thing like capturing Castle, where the king's lives is impossible to begin with. It's impossible unless at least half of residents of Elysian are supporters. Zach. I don't understand. King's close aide and son might be planning on something serious. I see, if we think about it, there is no end. However, I wonder if it is not a revolution and just the suspicious behavior that is common to nobles. Zach. Nobles, there are so many foolish people for some reason. To say such things like revolution is a trivial reason. Serious. I also agree, since there's a matter of contest between Dana and the nobles, I'd say you might possibly be marked. If there is anything, please be careful not to get involved. Zach. All right, in the case of Dana, our Galgan company can shelter you anytime. Please come without reservation even in the nighttime. Zach. I will be careful not to be in such a situation. Serious. When I look at Zach, who proudly beats his chest, the disciples were coming back once they realized the distance between us and them. Anarchy, don't walk leisurely, let's go quickly. Ruse. Hey Ruse, calm down a bit. Come now, Serious Sama, since I will assist you, let's go. Emilia. Jaya Ora snake is delicious, right? I want to eat fast. Ruse. My right hand is pulled by Ruse, my left hand is pulled unhesitantly by Reese, and I am pushed forward by Emilia from the back. You're so popular, Dana. Zach. Haha, really, Serious. The most change in these 2 years is our family of 3 has become a family of 4. Although I didn't touch Reese in particular, my hand is pulled just like this nowadays. I'll allow it to this extent. While smiling wryly to the 3 disciples who are influenced by a big appetite, I was made to walk to the spring breeze's perch, forcibly. Half a month has passed since the labyrinth's opening. While the nobles gather companions and employ adventurers almost every day to challenge the labyrinth, but no one has cleared it until now. The labyrinth this time is really different in everything compared to last time. The golem, which moved automatically by magic formation, seemed to appear in large quantities the moment when the number of traps decreased. It is said that the appearance of golem is big enough to block the passage, and at that time, based on large of the golem, the amount of material resources used forcibly is varied. As for these days, since nobles appear to have given up at clearing the labyrinth, commoners and other peoples have begun to challenge it. The first batch of labyrinth challenger were nobles, and now the second batch of challengers gathered today, and our figures were in that group. Although half a month has passed, there are still many people here. Ruse. Indeed, the number of people is a little bit less, isn't Serious. We have come this far, I want to at least enter the labyrinth. Emilia. Indeed, experience is important. Serious. Although it's just past the afternoon, I confirmed that the figure of not less than 20 parties at first glance. Since there were also more parties led by adventurers, it was a mess at the surrounding area of the labyrinth. Hey Anarchy, if there are so many people just like this, won't inside will be full of people. It seems that the clashes with other parties are rare. Look everyone, we can see the entrance there. Serious. I pointed at the entrance of labyrinth. There's not only one but also countless number of holes on wall of the soil where people can enter it. There are countless number of labyrinth entrances and they are wide. Therefore, we're not going to meet other people immediately. We're going to meet other parties if we make it to the lower floor. Isn't it? Apparently, the content will become totally based on entrance when challenging this labyrinth. For example, the main content for the first and fifth door entrance is trap, and even though there are less number of traps in sixth and ninth door, it's like a maze instead, and this labyrinth has become completely divided structure. Changing the entrance every time we challenge it, and I will still enjoy it no matter how many times I challenge it without getting tired. But since all 9 doors will become one, I guess we will meet other parties at that time. Therefore, it is possible to say that I clear the labyrinth if I can pass the last trial by advancing to 10th floor. For example, to cooperate or to obstruct other parties are prohibited even if we meet other parties. In case if the other party are nobles, let's prioritize them in order to avoid problems. Serious. Understood, Ruse in particular, please pay attention. Emilia. Understood, however, I'm not going to be silent if Anarchy is being ridiculed. Ruse. That's right, I also don't have confidence to stay calm. Emilia. I'll negotiate at that time. Ruse, since I suppress those 2, please. Serious. While I sigh at those 2 who declare to retaliate depending on the situation, we are waiting in line. An office is built in front of Labyrinth's entrance, and the receptionist is sending out parties who have finished the procedures one after another. I thought that this will take time, but the cycle is faster than expected, so I seem to be able to enter the labyrinth without waiting too long. Alright, check equipment while waiting. Each person must confirm it well. Serious. Yes, Reese, Emilia, Ruse. I am with my usual mithril knife, and a throwing knife hanged on my belt. The attire is school robes with durable leather breastplate underneath, and I'm wearing a full-length tights reinforced by thick leather on my elbow and knee. Talking about the full-length tights, I wasn't able to wear the school robe because it became smaller, so I sewed it myself. Since the robe must be returned no matter what, I took it over peacefully by presenting 2 cakes. It is a protective gear which emphasizes on ease of movement and stronger than inferior leather, so it is inevitable to stand out by wearing it on daily basis since the body line is straight. That is why right now I am wearing a school robe to mislead anyone. I carried a small rucksack on my back with food, water, and some handy goods. I can go anytime. Emilia. Emilia is wearing 2 knives on her waist and throwing knives concealed throughout the body. Since she makes use of her quickness as her main offensive, she's wearing adventurer attire, that there is nothing but a leather breastplate to protect vital point in exchange of easy movement. I'm also good to go, Anarchy. Ruse. Ruse is shouldering a large sword as tall as his body height, and it is made by the dwarf Grant. He is equipped with iron breastplate and gauntlet. Ruse has the highest defense in our party, but since he dislikes how these obstruct his movement, there are still many partially fragile parts. Yes, I'm fine, Reese. When the check was over, our turn has arrived. It seems that our party is the last party at that time and no one else is around. The man was shaken the moment when I show the medal given by the headmaster and we were handed a pendant, and an explanation starts for several minutes. Hold that pendant closely when you are inside of Labyrinth. The Labyrinth's trap will stop when you pour mana into this pendant, and it has a function that will tell us your location. Receptionist. Is this something similar to Transmitter that is limited within the Labyrinth? It is going to be useful when it comes to bad situations such as touching or getting caught by traps. When I see this pendant, there are many similar pendant hanged inside office. One of them is blinking with red when I see it and an arrow emerged. We have confirmed signal from number 18 party. Everyone from Wind of Hope, please rescue them. Receptionist. Understood, oi, let's go you guys. It was several adventurers in mid-20s who responded with loud voice. They are adventurers who were hired to rescue challengers. They got the pendant and medal which flashed on and off just now from reception and went into the labyrinth. The timing for explanation is perfect. When you pour mana into pendant given, the pendant over there is linked to it and will flash on and off just like now. An adventurer goes to it and rescues that mark. Receptionist. Aren't those adventurers who going in for the rescuing are likely to clear the labyrinth? Serious. First of all, it's not like that. The medal that I passed to the adventurers before going in the labyrinth is effective on not reacting to labyrinth's trap. From now on, the person who holds the medal won't be attacked by new mobilized golem. Receptionist. Well then, you are going to be the first who clear the labyrinth if you hold that medal, right, Emilia? The receptionist made Rye smile while listening to Emilia's reasonable opinion, and he answers. Well, actually, some nobles have said they wanted to sell it, but they gave up after listening to the description of the medal. It will become a situation where the 10th floor features change completely and cannot be cleared if you still hold that medal when arriving at 9th floor. Cheating is not permitted. Receptionist. Well done, by the way, is the medal that Anarchy hold different from those? Ruse. I'm going to explain that now. It is the key which can challenge the best degree of difficulty, and it is handed only to the person whom the headmaster recognized. Receptionist. Magna Sensei said that I can go through Labyrinth without being stopped, but it's different after all. I was nicely done in by those 2 cake addicts. What are you going to do? I can see that you guys are not an ordinary people when you have received that medal, but you can still challenge the ordinary one. Receptionist. When listened those words, I looked back and confirmed the states of disciples. Emilia entrusts the matter completely to me. Ruse is motivated, and Reese grasped both fists with overflow motivation too. There doesn't seem to be dissenting opinion. We will challenge it. Serious. Thus, we will challenge the highest degree of difficulty. Inside the labyrinth was not like a cave style with rugged rocks, but it had a brick wall spread continuously and even flat passage. The inside was somewhat gloomy until some time ago, but it didn't seem to be necessary to carry light in Labyrinth since it was bright enough to see. All right, let's go immediately. Ruse. Wait, serious. I stopped Ruse, who was about to take one step into Labyrinth, by grabbing the back of his neck. The foot which he was going to embark on is floating in the air. Ruse only turned his neck with dissatisfied look. Why so suddenly, Anarchy? Ruse. Don't forget it, isn't the not the best degree of difficulty here? Serious. Here is the labyrinth that the headmaster had adjusted. I have associated with him for 2 years, and I understand the part of that guy is unexpectedly playful and sadistic. I had a bad feeling when I thought that such person improvised the best degree of difficulty. Dictates by intuition, I released Rue's neck so he could adjust his posture. While Ruse wondered about my behavior, he took one step and his figure disappeared suddenly. Ruse, Emilia. Ruse kun Reese. I am here ni Chan, Ruse. To be precise, the floor fell down when he took one step forward and he fell into that hole. Water starts pouring in from bottom of the hole. It seems tension his will drop if he gets sunk, certainly like a drowned rat. However, Ruse is hanging safely in the air since I tied his waist in advance by using string. When I recover Ruse from the pitfall, magic formation sprung up and it spread to block the hole. The magic formation has loses its appearance, so I tried to step on but nothing happened this time. Aniki H helped me, but why did the hole disappeared? Ruse. It is because of the mechanism that doesn't activate if it is triggered once. Perhaps it gradually absorbs mana in the air, and I guess it will operate again after some time. Serious. I concluded it from the knowledge that I learned from a book while looking at the magic formation. Drawing high-level magic formation to create pitfalls that suits with the situation, what a waste of skill. Actually, it's not that kind of hate, but this is terrible without a warning. Even at the start, why did water pour all of a sudden? Ruse. It's because we usually don't bring change clothes. Emilia. Hey, don't move around recklessly. Serious. Reese and Emilia. It's already too late to be careful. When Emilia steps forward to approach Ruse, after that the floor sink a little, the magic formation rises to the surface and it releases a light. The siblings exchange glances with each other. A sound of wind tearing apart can be heard from the inner part of passageway. Ha, Ruse. It was arrow without tip flew, but Ruse hit it down easily with weapon. Are you all right, Reese? When Reese approaches worriedly, magic formation rises up again under her feet, and Reese is targeted by strong wind attack. Kaya, Reese. Although there will be second explanation, but her clothes is a school-designated robe. Naturally, the robe gets rolled up by strong wind from the bottom. You think I'm going to allow it? Serious. I extended string without a moment's delay, and I tied it to her thigh area and barely finished it without any trouble. I want to see it, and if I say that I want to see it, but since I'm honest man, looking without permission will only hurt my dignity. Although the wind subsided immediately, she is about to cry and she has sunk down weakly in the place. Serious Sanai was saved. Reese. No, it's all good beauty. You guys stand in a row over there just a bit. Serious. Why yes, Ruse, Emilia, Reese. Those disciples are not very concerned towards the traps. I think it can't be helped because the traps are not ordinary, but this is a bit mean. I lined up the disciples at a place that was confirmed that had no traps and I gave them lecture on traps hurriedly. Now, do you know why you were made to line up? Serious. Because we were caught by traps. That's right. I am not angry in particular, but you are not concerned enough. Since we're going to proceed while I give various lecture, refrain from selfish actions. Serious. Understood? We advance from there with me in the lead. I explain in detail when there is a trap, and I let the disciples experience getting caught by traps on purpose. A trap is often set up not only on the floor but also on the wall. Never touch the wall unless necessary, since there's a guy could trigger it unconsciously. Serious. It's dangerous. I was going to touch it a bit more. Take a look on this floor. It's nothing much, but there's dirt covering it, right? There's probably a magic formation concealed. Serious. This is I can see it well. It is difficult even if I'm aware. As for Serious Sama, this is natural for him. Emilia. It seems nothing at first glance, but to tell you the truth, there is a trap concealed. Although the passage is divided into 3, please proceed towards the direction that you think that there is no trap. Serious. Since I have bad feeling on the left, let's take right. Yua. Ruse. Serious Sama, Ruse got caught in trap. Emilia. The correct answer is inside. I didn't say there is only one trap, since thinking based on information given only is not good. Serious. By the way, I was never caught in the trap after I enter the labyrinth. When asked how, the trap is triggered by magic formation, so if I examine by mana sensing search, I can identify all the locations of the traps after that. It is almost like cheating, but I use it without reserve. As for letting the disciples to experience the highest difficulty of the labyrinth, I'll utilize it properly just for them. The problematic golem didn't appear. We continued advancing, while studying the path full of traps, and finally arrived at the stairs to the 4th floor. The disciples have understood considerably about traps at that time. I seem to begin hating the headmaster, Ruse. Well, he seems to be childish too, Emilia. He's an enemy to all women, Reese. The evaluation of the principal continued falling along with this labyrinth's adjustment. This is because the labyrinth is full of disagreeable traps, such as the arrangement of persistent pitfalls. Skirt is almost rolled up by strong wind trap again, and innumerable attacks from elementary magic of each attribute. Next time, let's listen to the disciples' impression on the labyrinth in front of Vile Sensei. We went downstairs and came over to the fourth floor, but we stopped instinctively because we felt unusual presence. Apparently, the number of traps is decreasing but serious. Anarchy, something is coming, ruse. When I use search, it reacts to something that moves rather than the magic formation on the floor or wall. When I observe the appearance, in short, there are such things like face and limbs, and the size is about the same as me. The movement is slow probably because there is hardly enough joints and it's headed here with slow movement. It's golem party from here on. This is just right. I'll vent the anger that piled up. Ruse is starting to run. He unsheathes sword from the back and swing down onto Golem's head crown. The sound of Dappa and sand burst echoed. The golem was half split and Ruse looked back while raising his thumb. Such thing like sand is an easy victory. Ruse. Ruse, behind you, Emilia. Behind you, Ruse. The golem was split into half by Ruse, but sands gathered as if regenerate reversely, and it turns back into original form immediately. Then the golem turns its back and hits Ruse, but he managed to avoid further problems because of Emilia's voice. What with this guy? I split it into half for sure. Ruse. Ruse cut its right wrist. Serious. Understood, Anarchy. Ruse. We are surprised with the regeneration, but the golem movement is still slow as usual. Ruse avoids its slow punch and he slashed the spot that I advised. Why this happened, the last part where you cut was where the magic formation was depicted. Since this guy's moves due to magic formation, golem will not be able to maintain its form if you destroy the magic formation. Serious. This deployment of magic creates golem by using earth magic. I think now it's probably the degraded version and it's easy to be destroyed since its body is made from sand. Besides, there's someone who hold weakness against sand here. Serious Sama, there are 3 more golems this time. Emilia. Reese, it's your turn. Serious. Yes, water please. Aqua shot. Reese. When Reese raises her hand, many small balls of water materialize at her surroundings, and it was launched all at once to incoming golems. The balls of water pierced body made of sands and the body of golems crumbled down. However, it was only 2 golems being hushed completely, and the remaining has been restored. It's difficult to aim at magic formation. Reese. It's not that, Reese. Since spirits are better at sensing mana, it's alright to leave it to the spirits. Try doing it one more time. Serious. Understood, everyone please. Aqua shot Reese. Only one appeared this time, but when she fired the water ball, it pierced the right side of the golem. Its body crumbled down and disappeared. Reese thanked the spirits, but Emilia and Ruse were still looking vigilant. I was of course had not dissolving cautiousness and fixed my eyes at previous dim passageway. Reese stopped being delighted and tilted her head when she realized that we were still on our guard. What is it? By any chance, are we still Reese? That's right, there are at least 30 this time. Serious. And what appear are big number of golems. They are lined up in 3 columns like troops walked here with uniform footsteps. This time, everyone will fight. Are you ready? Serious. I have no problem since I got skill. Ruse. I can go anytime. Emilia. I'll do my best. Reese. Alright, aim at the weak point and don't get surrounded. Open combat. Serious. After that, we advancing with great vigor. Ruse occasionally hurl his body to cut the magic formation. Emilia ends it with cutting magic formation with knife when she accurately discovered weak point. Reese continuously firing aqua shot and the number of golems reduced. The siblings are used to fight a group of goblins, but as for Reese, her movement was probably stiff because she had no combat experience. I proceeded while paying attention to her, suppressing over 100 and found stare around the area finally. As I breath out in relief, we tried to descend the stairs and we stopped. Naturally, the disciples look here while floating question mark. What's wrong, Anarchy? Let's go quickly. Here is as far as we go today. It has become late to return to the beginning. Serious. Isn't this still 4th floor? I don't think time has passed that much. It's hard to grasp the progression of time when inside the cave. Although you guys think it might still be early, is it already before evening? Serious. The change of visual doesn't change inside cave due to sunlight. It's difficult to notice the change outside because of the constant temperature is being kept. This is the 3's first time challenging the labyrinth, so they wouldn't know. I heard loud hungry sound echoed from Rue's tummy since before evening. Really, my tummy made sound. Ruse. Although we entered just before noon, the time has passed quickly. Emilia. It seems that teaching disciples about traps took more time than expected. However, it wasn't trivial talk since it became new motivation for disciples because of traps. If there is anything, it is dissatisfaction towards the headmaster. Reese is tired too, I think. Let's return around here today. Serious. I'm sorry, I can't move anymore like everyone. Reese. What? It can't be helped since there was few actual fighting. Leaving that aside, what are we going to do about dinner? One must walk either to return or to proceed since transfer equipment and return magic like in games or tales don't exist here. I can see trouble. When I pour mana at magic formation in front of the stairs going down to lower floor, that method doesn't react to any traps or golems on that floor, thus safety is guaranteed only on way back home. The disciples have begun to tell their opinion cheerfully when requesting menu for dinner while returning to entrance. Meat is good, vegetables too as well as meat. How about stew? How about curry rice we had that time? That was very delicious. That one, Emilia Ruse. I remembered it while smiling wryly to the harmonized siblings who while are counting the insufficient ingredient. I requested various flavoring and spices from Galgan Company for 2 years, and when I tasted things that arrived, I went to produce new dish. And finally, I succeeded in making thing which became curry powder. Of course, I failed in the combination of spices in order to find similar taste. Ruse, who did the tasting, cries painfully and ran away. I completed curry powder finally after the trouble, but the color is green, not brown. I think the spice which makes this color green spice that replaces turmeric. Anyhow, I produced the bun, but I wanted to have it with rice since the flavor is curry. While such suffering continues, the news about something similar like rice has been found by Galgan Company arrived. The rice was unusually long and narrow, but there was no mistake about the taste of rice when I cooked it using pot. The appearance was different, but that's how curry rice got completed. The scene where the disciples indulged like a beast is fresh in my memory. After that, nothing happened when escaping the labyrinth. I cooked curry rice and today was over. The next day, routine morning event is happened right after going to school, but today is a little bit different from what I've seen. Hey, you went to labyrinth yesterday, right? How was it? Did you clear to tie? Guess not. This time is difficult as expected, I wonder. Is it impossible to do even Aniki and Oya Bun? It seems to be widely known that we challenged the labyrinth yesterday. Our classmates were unanimously curious about the results. I'm vaguely viewed during such a noisy sight. We only went to see the situation yesterday, and we didn't go very deep. Distinguishing traps and ways to avoid them were studied in various ways. Were you taught by Sirius Kun? Of course, because there is nothing that Sirius Sama doesn't know. Emilia. Emilia stick out her chest when answering. I tried to answer it by raising my hand lightly since I attracted classmates' attention. Then a beastkin came close to me with coaxing voice. Hey, Sirius Kun, tell us how to identify traps. That's right, Emilia and you guys are sneaky, you know. Aniki, give me permission for that remark. Ruse. Though I don't understand it well, but it's all good. Serious. Oyabun, please tell us also. Please. I didn't know what was it, but this has become strange. I was about to refuse them since I don't think I have any more room for more disciples. The classroom door was opened vigorously. When I thought of something and directed the gaze, a student from Iron Class entered the classroom. While the surrounding was confused, the Iron Class student took along their servants and stood in front of Ruse and Emilia. Ruse Silverian. I am Heart Arcade, want to propose a match to you. Heart. Ruse. A match was proposed suddenly, and Ruse gave a stupid answer. And then the one next to him also conduct herself. Emilia Silverian, I am Melruza Mysteria, want to propose a match to you. Merluza. Emilia. With a stand of not understanding from the bottom of heart, Emilia also gave stupid answer. As expected of the siblings, their action when responding were exactly similar. While the siblings respond at other place, these two, boy and girl, are probably nobles, and each of them pointed at their match opponent while raising their voices. I won't let you say you forgot about the mock battle 2 days ago. You snatched victory unexpectedly and cowardly. Coward, I just won by fighting normally. Ruse. You too, Emilia. I won't forgive you to go so far as firing magic without looking at my splendid chants. Merluza. But isn't obvious since I finished chanting earlier. Emilia. It appears that these two had a mock battle with the siblings during afternoon elective class, and they seem to have lost, but these people themselves don't seem to understand it. The situation has become troublesome again. Anyway, as a noble, we cannot afford to lose to commoner like you guys. So I say a match, Heart. Match with sword again, Ruse. No, we're going to challenge the labyrinth, and whoever clear it first win, Heart. We intend to challenge the labyrinth this afternoon. Accept our challenge, Merluza. In this one-sided business, Emilia and Ruse exchanged glances and turned their eyes on me. What should I do? And those are faces of wanting to say something. What a shameful servant for relying on master immediately, Heart. Indeed, I feel sorry for the master having such a shameful servant, Merluza. Reese, Emilia. Despite provocation, is this such place for nobles to complain? The siblings weren't able to retaliate at those words, and they looked down regrettably. They seem to be in state of triumph, but making fool of my disciple in front of people should I educate them until they cry. But since the siblings were being picked on, I decided to read the mood. The siblings looked down for a while, then they raised their head and looked at each other and declared to the nobles loudly, Nichin, ruse. Yes, all right, we accept your challenge, Emilia. People were making a stir at the scene, but it was changed immediately and applause arose, rooting voices sounding from surrounding cheering and saying not to lose to the siblings. I'm proud because the disciples are popular. All right, if that's the case, let's meet in front of Labyrinth in the afternoon today. Heart. I will not allow you to run, Merluza. Do they feel good when they successfully provoke them? Those nobles proudly left out from the classroom. The siblings' thoughts had been throwing open because of the unusual tension here. They lowered their head with spirit, kneeling down while facing me. I accept the match voluntarily. I'm sorry, Sirius Sama. Emilia. Sorry, Anarchy, but Anarchy, I can't forgive them when they said that we're shameful servant ruse. The siblings look to me whenever something happened because they never done anything voluntarily without instruction, but when others see that, it probably looks like they are depending on me. As far as I am concerned about, those two are supporting me. The statement of provocation earlier is not something that can be ignored. Raise your face. Serious. But it's fine, raise your face and look here. Serious. The siblings put up their face unwillingly, but those faces seemed to cry at any moment. What is it, you guys? Do you intend to fight the match with such depressing faces? I want to say one thing. Did you confirm the rule before fighting for match? Serious. That is. We didn't, I thought so. The other side also didn't said anything about the condition for either victory or defeat. Serious. The match this time doesn't involve direct fighting, but whoever cleared the labyrinth first. That was that kind of talk. Since there is a number of people in a party, I can't bring along a referee, and anyone can be unjust in the case of clearing the labyrinth. That's why I think I should stop it, but I didn't stop it because I thought those nobles are all right. They are not stained like Gregory and Alstor. Their appearance are not arrogant, and from the view of child, those guys just hate to lose a match. The point is they give their name expressively and ask for rematch, so I judge that at least there won't be storm of injustice like 2 years ago, even if this is unlikely to be a big deal and it may become bitter experience for the disciples. I'm not saying about getting carried with the provocation. However, keep paying attention to the earlier remark. I expect you can do it since you guys are my disciples. Sirius understood. And to sum up the talk, you guys are going to challenge the labyrinth without me from Nooner. You all right with that? Sirius, yes. I'm really sorry, Anarchy. According to those guys, it's not good to depend only on Anarchy. Ruse. Is that so, and can you win? Sirius. I said that in order to provoke them on purpose. The siblings were surprised because they didn't think I would be saying such thing, and they became serious and talked back. Yes, as Sirius Sama's servant, we will defeat them completely. Emilia. I want to beat those guys without depending on Anarchy. I show you that I'll win absolutely. Ruse. All right, if that's the case, show those guys your power. Sirius. Yes, Emilia. Ruse. If these two can regain their usual confidence, those nobles will not be their only opponent. Before the siblings display their motivation, Reese also displays her motivation while standing in front of those two. Reese, but since this is our match, you're not related and we don't want to get you involved. Emilia. There is a relation. It's because I am your friend. Besides, since I am not a master, do you think there is a problem if we go together? Reese. Yes, leave it to me, Reese. Thus, the match began between nobles and disciples, with me excluded. And then it was lunch break. I saw the disciples off towards the labyrinth, and now I'm having tea in Magna Sensei's staff room. I wanted to tell them about the match to Vile Sensei, and this was just right since I got called here. I see. Is that why, Rodwell Vile? Vile Sensei nodded, after I finished explaining the situation, but the state of being worried couldn't be seen. The nobles whom they challenged, Hart and Merluza, are surely excellent. However, those children will not be a problem since they are serious Kun disciples. Rodwell Vile. I think so too, Magna. The disciples said that they are going to challenge the normal labyrinth this time. Well, even if I wanted to go for highest degree of difficulty, it would be impossible since I'm holding the medal. I have no doubt about Emilia and others' victory. By the way, I wanted to ask you, how about yesterday's labyrinth, Rodwell Vile? Wasn't it difficult? And it can't be helped to feel irritated at Vile Sensei, who laughed like a child that succeed at fooling me around. I can tell that the number of traps at the highest degree of difficulty. Since the trap that makes wind blows up in particular method to win hostility for women, I do something immediately. It is sufficient for Reese to say that you're the enemy to all women. Serious. It is the best trap for the boys, but there is no way I could say that. I'll amend it next time. Rodwell Vile. As expected, it seems that he is reflecting when I said he would be the enemy of all women. Besides, I gave him point to worry about. Why has the labyrinth not been cleared until this day? we experience only on the highest degree of difficulty, but if there are two expert adventurers, they could clear the normal difficulty. Serious. I gave up in matter of hours yesterday, but I would like to proceed more with that level. Although other parties are having the lower degree of difficulty, it is obviously unusual if no one has cleared it even with addition of adventurers. Well, I will tell you, since you guys are not related. To tell you truth, at the 9th floor, the last trial has a method to prevent adventurer from intervening. Even if they hire an excellent adventurer, no matter how much they will be in trouble if the person themselves have no ability. Rodwell Vile. Got it. By the way, will their safety be all right with those golems? If there was something other than strength, would it not be dangerous if you meet them in a situation where they can't move? Serious. There is an order that makes the golem become immobilized in order not to attack opponent. Oh, I had a hard time to make those magic formation. Rodwell Vile. I see, then may I analyze it next time? Serious. Go ahead, and I just want to say, Serious Kun will analyze it easily, right? If that's the case, then my hardship is Rodwell Vile. This is the latest cake. Serious. If I hold back, it's bad if I'm not having this cake, so let's allow the analysis. Rodwell Vile. After that, when I report something that I discovered, Magna Sensei opened the door suddenly and entered energetically. Headmaster Vile Sensei, I want to report. Magna. I wonder what is it, report it without being hurry. Rodwell Vile. Yes, few days ago, it's information on suspicious people that were seen recently, and they sended their request to Adventurers Guild Magna. Heh, what kind of request? Is it for safety purpose, or is it because of position such as headmaster? I'm looking at those two while admiring, and Magna Sensei appeared to be hesitated when he looks here. Is it a bad content if I hear it? I can see you are busy, so I'll take my leave. Serious. No, it's fine, you may hear it because it is such occasion. Magna Sensei, I don't mind about this, and please continue. Rodwell Vile. Understood, it is because of those suspicious people. They seem to be from Dragon's Fresh Blood. Magna. What did you say, Rodwell Vile? It's rare to see the appearance of Vile Sensei raising commotion. I mean, is that much of a big problem? Report it to every teacher immediately. Don't get close. If there is anything suspicious, report it immediately. Rodwell Vile. Understood, Magna. Vile Sensei, what is that Dragon's Fresh Blood? Serious. Well, I should explain it to you. They commit crime everywhere, and it is a notorious party that has been put on the wanted list in guild. The leader consists of a dragon's tribe member who has high combat ability, and the indication of its members is they have bright red dragon tattoo on the back of their hand. Rodwell Vile. The moment I listened to the explanation, my memory was revitalized. When I was seeing the disciples off during the lunch break period, those who were next to them were the figure of the nobles, Hart and the others moving towards Labyrinth in the same direction. Next to them, it seemed to be two adventurers that have been employed, and they wore hooded robes which covered their whole body. Furthermore, the hands that came out from him was rolled up with a bandage. I observed unintentionally because it was very suspicious. The two figures with robes walked quietly behind the nobles, but then one of the bandages came loose from their moving hand. They put it back up in a hurry. It was at that moment I had confirmed it. The back of their hand had the tattoo of the red dragon. Dragon's Fresh Blood is a pure murder group. Rodwell Vile. Rose. Somehow we ended up fighting with nobles that we don't really know, and we are going to challenge the labyrinth without Anarchy. If I say honestly, we were always being watched over, and we feel uneasy since Anarchy is not here. Ni-chan also feel the same. She always turn her sight many times to where Anarchy usually stands and sighs secretly. Here is 8th floor, isn't it? How's your condition, both of you? Emilia. I'm fine, I have enough remaining mana too. Reese. I don't have any problem too. Ruse. Although we were assaulted by golems and traps until we came here, we were able to break through everything without any problem. Anyhow, only one trap was installed in the corner, and even some golems that attacked us at the same time, and they didn't come to near to 20. There was a trap for every 2 to 3 steps forward, while 50 traps appear if compared to yesterday, so this was easy. This is an easy victory, Ni-chan. Will Anarchy praises us if we clear this first. Ruse. Stop being careless, Ruse. Hey, watch your step. Emilia. I withdrew my step, which was going to be embarked forward slowly, and made a detour around the spot that may had a magic formation. It was made really well done because there was nothing visually. You know it well, Emilia, but I still don't understand it at all, Reese. If you watch Serious Sama, you will be able to do it, Emilia. However, I don't understand some more about that one. Besides, does Ruse-kun understand it? Yeah, I am somehow barely able to do it. Anarchy explained that it is because of my intuition. Ruse. I don't understand it myself, but my heart throbs when I see suspicious parts and dangerous things which can't be explained by words. Even though Aniki said that intuition is important, I was told not to rely on it too much. That is the true strength when using experience and intuition properly, and it is difficult, and I do not really understand things that had been said. But because what Aniki says is absolute, I imagine I must not stop thinking about it. That's it for chit-chat. Come. Amelia. Leave it to me, Ni-chan, ruse. When I walked while thinking, a lot of golems appeared in front of us. Although there were more than 20 this time, there won't be a problem because of our coordination. Air/Emilia. Agua shot Reese. The golem formation is destroyed in one go by both Ni-chan's magic, and I act viciously by jumping in there. Though I might fail to cut magic formation, which was the weak point yesterday, and I finally realized that it was good to return back here where I slashed the golems. It seems that thought was right. I could defeat all golems in one blow now. When my hand didn't reach the golems that appeared from behind, Ni-chan threw knife over there, and Reese Ain's magic would not let any golems come close. As for Aniki, let alone golems, I think he wouldn't let a mouse run past him. I can't do that since I still have long way to go, but someday, surely, I want to become strong to protect an important person like Aniki. Now, this is simply and generally about me not letting them to get past behind me by beating down a lot of golems. This is the end. Ruse. The last golem crumbled down by my sword and became extinct. I realized I sweated a lot as a result of using too much strength, but Ni-chan held the towel immediately. Here you go, Ruse. Your pace has been slipped off for a little while. Be careful. You fool, doesn't Sirius-sama always said to understand properly the extent of what you can do? It becomes rude not to use the remaining disposition since we can fight too. Emilia. That's right, Ruse-kun. I want you to depend on me a little because I am training too. Reese. Ni-chan, Reese, and I'm sorry. Ruse. That was dangerous. I was barely forgetting the basics. After all, I forgot immediately when Aniki was not here. When I defeated golems and proceed earlier, stairs were found immediately. Next was 9th floor, and according to story from classmate, they said that there would last trial. We came here finally. Next is only to clear the last trial. Emilia. I wonder how is it going to be. Ruse. I wonder if an iron golem instead of a sand golem going to appear this time. But since I can cut rock if I use sword, I can defeat it easily with Ni-chan's backup. My stomach grumbles when I go down the long stairs while thinking so. I always get hungry recently. I want to go back home soon because I want to eat Aniki's dishes. Fufu, Ruse-kun, you never stop moving. Though there is beef jerky, do you want to eat it, Reese? Is that all right, Ruse? Of course, you must keep your physical condition in perfect condition, Reese. Ruse, drink water too, Reese also. Emilia. Yes, Ruse. They are sometimes scary, but they are gentle nevertheless. When I finished eating beef jerky, we arrived at 9th door. The traps did not exist, and golems did not come out on the 9th floor. It's merely a winding passage that continues on. We turned to the right and left many times, and we finally exited to a very spacious hall. Yesterday, Aniki said that we were going to meet other parties here, and I really understood the reason clearly when I came here. After all this, there are several number of entrances. This is strange because there are many passages like this. All the parties that entered from the entrances should arrived here. Many passages were extended to the wall of the spacious hall. We were walking while admiring the place, and we sensed signs of life in the center of the hall. Wait for us, Ruse. Emilia. We were waiting, Emilia, Reese. She's picked up fight with us, haha, what was that? Anyway, the nobles who challenged us for a match stood in the middle of the hall. I thought those nobles were in the same party, but they were in separate parties. As for the servant who were used to fight us and got beaten easily, is it not strange in particular? Such being case, the hall had a great number of people since there was our party, 2 parties of nobles and 4 adventurers too. I thought you to come. However, we seem to be slightly earlier. Of course, aren't there 6 of you, Ruse? As a matter of course, we are 3 people, and those guys have 6 people, including 2 adventurers for each party. Those 4 adventurers in particular, they were wearing a robe covering the whole body. I feel that I dislike them very much. Employing adventures is allowed according to Labyrinth's rule. There's no reason to call it a fraud. Merluza. That's right, it's bad, but since we came earlier, I will move on beyond this point. Heart. What did you say? You should go quickly, Ruse. Oh, don't you guys know, Heart? What is that we don't know, Ruse? HMMPH, it's pitiful that you're going to lose without knowing anything. All right, with this, Heart Arcade will explain it to you personally. Mind your own business, although I wanted to say it and Ni-chan also thought about it. She kept her mouth shut. How should I put it? Is that man's name Heart? I barely remembered him. You will arrive here no matter which entrance you enter for this labyrinth. And then the path towards 10th floor is beyond the door over there. Heart. Heart was not pointing at the direction of the path, but to a door which was seemed heavy and firm. That door was extremely unlikely to be cut by my sword. The last trial is carried out inside it, but there is a mechanism to prevent adventures from doing the trial. Therefore, we're going to attempt it with nothing but our ability from now. I wonder, will you able to understand that, Merluza? Then what about the adventurers, ruse? Of course, we employ them only to arrive here early. It is because only one pair can go in for last trail. Heart. It is first come first serve. They were prepared by Gregory Sensei, but it saves us a lot of trouble because they were excellent. So the turn is like this: first is Heart and second is me, and then the last is you, Merluza. If I don't tell you anything, I will not be giving the sense of defeat to you guys. I want to feel nothing but victory. I don't need anything other than that, Heart. How are you stuck with something? That is what Ni-chan thought too. She appeared in front of nobles to ask question. Please wait a minute. Do you not have any demand from us if you win, Emilia? What can you get from commoners? What we want is pride from reputation called victory, Merluza. That's all right if we win. Well, if we do lose conditionally, I guess we'll listen to you for anything, just once, Heart. We were annoyed because those two laugh loudly. That is, I am not worthy for Anarchy because I was provoked and I didn't decide on anything when I accept the match. These guys only want to gain victory from us. What should we do if we lose? And what a letdown since I accepted this match diligently. Now that you understand, we will go ahead. It will be over soon. You should just wait anxiously for my victory while doing nothing, Heart. Heart was going to go to the door with his servants, but one of the adventurers stood before them. What is this? I have very bad feeling at last. What are you doing? Since your contract is until we get here, just go away quickly, Heart. I want to get the reward. Isn't that after the trial is over, Heart? That's right, you're a hindrance to Heart-sama, Heart's servant. I'm tired of babysitting. I jumped reflexively and kicked Heart's back hard. Something was swung at that instant, but Heart's servants were merely standing. Therefore, I'm going to get the reward. Your face covered with despair and your scream. Next is your life right. That cold-hearted adventurer was talking happily while taking off his robes, and before our eyes, the servant's hands fell down. Heart's servant 1. What is this? Heart hands, my hands. Heart's servant 2. Screams of the servants echoed in the hall. With that as a signal, the other adventurers threw off their robes too and attacked the female nobles. That's right, it is time for lecture. Scream loudly, please entertain us. You should be destroyed. That washel that I saw once. My village friend's familiar resembled a nightmare scene where everything was done. The female nobles' servants were killed, tear and crushed by the adventurers. And then the remaining female noble was. This, I ask Blade of Wind Merluza. She was chanting determinedly, but the servants who protects the female nobles were not there anymore. Of course, the adventurer was going to attack her who was defenseless. Oi oi, is this case of carefree chanting. Air shot, Emilia. The female noble was blown off by Ni-chan's air shot, and she was barely saved before a weapon was swung down. However, she had no room to go easy as expected. The female noble was blown by a terrible force, and she became struck. I was also the same because I kicked Heart, and I didn't go easy on him too. He completely fainted at slightly remote location. Heh, you're very good in spite of being children. The adventurer who attacked Heart's servant was smiling happily with sword in his hand and looked at us. He seemed to be gentle at a glance, but just about everything are spoiled when looking at servants' dead bodies all over the place. I stood in front of Ni-chan and drew my sword. Who are you guys? Ruse. Huh, you don't know us, don't you know after seeing this tattoo? I'm sorry, but I am not interested in anything else except a certain person. If you don't mind, may I ask question, Emilia? Ni-chan asked slowly on purpose. Anyway, Reese Ain's face was pale and she was closing her mouth after cowering down at the back. Although we could bear with it because we have similar experience in the past, the scene earlier was a bit too much for gentle Reese Ain. Either we escaped or fight. We wanted to earn time until Reese Ain recovered even a little. The adventurer answered Ni-chan's question by showing red tattoo modeled after dragon, smiling to other 3 persons while spreading his hands. That's great, it has been a while, since people are just running away these days as soon as they know of us. Should we introduce ourselves? Adventurer. This guy is speaking like a human race, not a beastkin since some time ago, and this was my first time seeing that tribe. The appearance was humanoid, but the body was covered by snake-like scale here and there. The head grew with angle, and he had tail similar to lizard. But the eyes were the most interesting part. Despite of expressing gentle smile, it looks like it's harboring a dark and deep feeling. It was scary. That's not it. I really couldn't see what's being kept inside him. Then if it's not like that, he won't kill a person happily. I serve as the leader of guild party, Dragon's Fresh Blood. I am called Goryon from Dragon Tribe, and this wolf kun here is Ash. He's a rare golden wolf tribe, you know, Goryon. Our Silver Wolf Tribe and Golden Wolf Tribe are in same group. The appearance only differs on hair part, which from silver to gold. But the lifestyle is truly an exception. The Silver Wolf Tribe takes a good care of family and friends and stay in a group, but the Golden Wolf Tribe is an isolated tribe which throw families out when they grow up to a certain extent. They possess very strong combat capability, but the numbers are scarce as expected with that way of life, and this tribe is rarely seen. When Aniki knew it at that time, he said that it is exactly like a lone wolf. The other adventurers were introduced by Goryon. Ash, who was a golden wolf tribe with large build, smiled ferociously and he was looking at us. That's good, you guys are really excellent. It does feel good if I cut flesh. Ash. Not yet, Ash. Self-introduction is not over yet, and this dwarf uncle here is Ed. He's very strong. Goryon. HMMPH, it's enough for me to beat these brats alone. Ed. The dwarf's back was not too different compared to Aniki, but he carried heavy-looking shield and rustic axe around easily. The shield in particular was big as it covered the whole body, and I think that I couldn't break it with half-hearted attack. And the last is Romeo's from the human tribe. He's a great magician with double attribute of water and earth. Goryon. Nice to meet you, beastkin and human tribe's children. Romeo's. He bows politely while letting his long green color hair loose. In a glance, he could be seen as a polite young man, but he had that ugly and crooked mouth. That is it about us, dragon's fresh blood, though it's very short time. Nice to meet you. Goryon. Very short time we is that, ruse. While I talked, Ni-chan and Reese-Ain felt that those guys' position became a blind spot for them. I prepared my sword in advance, and my alertness was not loosened a single bit. Of course, because you will die immediately too, you know. We like to kill people. Goryon. Isn't thought a crime? I have one more question. Why is that person is here? Emilia. Ni-chan was trying to gain more time while stroking Reese-Ain's back. I didn't think they would answer, but their leader, Goryon, talked delightfully. That is because, you know, Gregory invited us to play at certain town. I can kill a lot of people. Therefore, despite coming here seriously, the first thing we were allowed to do was babysitting, you know. I endured it halfway, but I couldn't do it after all, and I did it unintentionally. Patience is bad for one's health, is it not, Goryon? But this wasn't very bad conversation. Even though they are children, they are special. Aren't you really happy? You're right, it makes me want to sing with good voice. Goryon. The master takes out his hand. It's my game, Ed. Is it Gregory again? To invite guys like this, that person never really do good things. When I remembered that bastard, Goryon thought of something and clapped his hand. That's right. Killing them easily is also good, but I want to hear their scream that is full of despair after all. Is not all right to have time for strategy meeting if they are going to fight us. Goryon. That bad behavior came out again. It's fine if we fight quickly. You're thoroughly reluctant as well. Is it not an extreme look when trampling on everything? You guys know it too, don't you agree? Goryon. It can't be helped, let's follow leader's opinion. Because of that, we just spend a little bit more of our time. While we were dumbfounded, the dragon's fresh blood guys sat close to the wall and began to take a rest. Are you all right, Reese-Ain? Ruse. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm already fine, Reese. Although we have requested aid through the pendant, let's stop thinking that it will come immediately. Emilia. Right, they are certainly stronger than us, Ruse. I was thinking of Aniki and his teaching, about seeing through a strong person. It's a teaching to ascertain strength in comparison with oneself from various point of view, including their appearance too, how to put out target's presence and thirst for blood. Aniki said that it was difficult if I don't piling up experience, but I could understand it the unpleasantly of this dragon's fresh blood guys. We're not as good as Aniki, but we do understand things above us. Aniki said I should escape without question if I meet opponent that is stronger than myself, but I don't feel like running away from these guys. It is hopeless even Emilia and Ruse-kun, Reese. A single person is manageable if I'm fighting together with Ni-chan, but it is impossible with 4 persons. Ruse. Then let's escape. Can we escape if I use my aqua mist, Reese? When hear about escaping, I looked immediately at the noble that was blown away, turned back immediately and shook my head. We're similar with our opponent because there is Golden Wolf Tribe which is sensitive to a smell. They will give chase immediately even if we run, and in any case, it will be over if Ni-chan and Reese-Ain are caught. Ruse. Then are we going to fight, Reese? It is harsh, but we don't have any other choice other than to fight. Reese, you're the only one to escape. Emilia. Yeah, I want you to tell Aniki. Ruse. I don't agree with that, Reese. Reese-Ain's face was pale and she was still frightened with fear, but she gripped her fist and rejected our plan. I will regret if I escape from here. Do not disappear all the way because you will hurt my feeling. Reese, do you want to die? I am scared. I don't want to die. Butevan saw such things like leaving you both. I absolutely don't agree. Reese. Reese was looking at us while shedding tears. Although I wanted to run away, we became warm-hearted when Reese Ain won't concede for the sake of Ni-chan and me. So I'm going to fight too. I want to go back home with everyone. Reese. Who should I aim for? The standard strategy is to aim at leader, but it was just said that he is from Dragon Tribe. Since Reese can't hold or suppress the Golden Wolf Tribe, will my knife go through? Emilia. It was written in book that the body of Dragon Tribe was very tough. Maybe I could do it with my sword, but I must suppress other opponents while confirming whether Ni-chan's air slash was efficient or not. I'll do it. Ruse. Reese. Emilia. As for me, I can do it. Sirius-san taught me that what I can do. Reese. You mean that, if it's that, it certainly is ruse. It is surely so, but Reese, are you going to charge onto the main enemy? The need for you to go that far is in facing risk, Emilia. It is same if I lose in anywhere. If that's the case, let's pick method even with smallest certainty. Reese. I nodded with Ni-chan. We put our hands on Reese Ain hands. I'll protect Reese Ain's back. Ruse. Yeah, good luck, Reese. We were not sure how to respond to the display of bravery by Reese Ain. Because of that, the strategy is Emilia. Nevertheless, Ni-chan had become really strong. Perhaps it's natural because she and I always ran together after Aniki's back. But right now, Ni-chan was only pretending to be strong. I noticed when I put my hand a while ago, Ni-chan's body was trembling. The tail was hanging down too, because mine was hanging even when I was relaxed. Even so, I didn't have any other choice but to do this, for the sake of returning back to Aniki. I hammered the strategy that Ni-chan thought about into my head. Those guys turned back after finishing their battle preparation. Do it slowly, okay? Well then whatever kind of fight you will show us, it is going to be fun. Goryon. He smiled as usual and he was waiting happily, whatever we were going to do. You'll see, we're going to wipe that laugh off immediately. Please, Aqua Mist Reese. First, block the field of vision with Reese Ain's magic. At the same time with Reese magic, Ni-chan and I began to run and aim at our respective opponents. That's the plan. The opponents whom I supposed to suppress were both Golden Wolf Tribe and the Dwarf. We had a perfect view of the opponents' figures with the help of Reese Ain, even though we're in a dense fog which couldn't be seen through. I invoked Boost and I began to attack the Dwarf first. Flame Knuckle, Ruse. What, Ed? I hit the Dwarf with Chantless Fist of Flame since there was no need to hide the Chantless ability. The opponent held shield at once while being surprised, so my assault was prevented. However, my real purpose was not to defeat him but to draw their attention. The dwarf man retreated while staggering by the shock that happened from Fist of Flame. Is it that brat? Sensing the smell by the explosion, the Golden Wolf Tribe man attacked me and I stopped his attack by swinging my sword. This Golden Wolf Tribe didn't hold a weapon. It seemed that his fighting style was by using his physical body. His nails was stretching strangely and he even received my attack unperturbed. Damn it, was the opponent superior even when I strengthened the attack by boost? You should stop such childish trick, I ask. I won't let you do it, Emilia. Ni-chan faced the human magician who was going to chant beginner's class wind magic. She brandished her knife and disappears into the fog, but the surprise attack was avoided. Fufu, don't think that I am weak with close-range combat since I'm a magician. Romeo's. I don't want to do it together, but I agree. Air slash, Emilia. Fast, but the trajectory is completely exposed by fog. Romeo's. Ni-chan seemed to be all right, but I was very unlikely to hold longer. The dwarf movement was slow, and I was somehow able to manage, but the Golden Wolf Tribe was unexpectedly fast and strong. Move, Ash, you're in my way. Shut up, it had been said that this guy is my prey. Ash. What's with these guys? We drew opponent's attention just like that, and Reese Ain moved around quietly from the side while drawing near to Goryon unnoticed. Interesting magic, isn't it? I can't see anything. Goryon. That carelessness can be fatal. And then Reese Ain made a big step towards Goryon's proximity and invoked special magic. I ask everyone, Aqua Cutter, Reese. That was a blade of water which Aniki devised. It was a splash water with a great force, and it was a great magic that cut anything like lump of iron or even rock. Aniki said spirit magic was simply reliable because it holds enormous power. It was said that the magic should be able to cut even solid bodies such as the dragon's tribe. This is Goryon. I aim at your head next. I want you to stop this. The others must stop their action immediately and leave. Reese. Reese Ain pretended to be tough desperately by pointing her hand, but her body trembled a little. No wonder Reese Ain trembled, because it was the first time for her to cut such things like flesh. She was disturbed because she did not understand Goryon, who was trembling while holding his laughter. What is so funny? Return quickly, Reese. No, I wonder if this is your first time to cut a person. Goryon. Gorjon picked up the cut arm by using left hand without minding at all and attached the part which has been cut from his body. It's been a while to have such injuries in battle. Though both my hand and leg were cut at that time, I did not think being attacked by a girl like you would be possible. Goryon. It can be, Reese. Although the arm was cut and removed certainly, let alone the attached arm was coming alive, but the finger moved just fine. Were you surprised? Although I am from the dragon tribe, but it is a bit of a different species and their resilience is great. Hey, even the leg is like this. Goryon. Oh, Reese. Next, the leg also got the same treatment. He stood up immediately and looked down upon Reesane. Reesane was completely overwhelmed by thirst of blood before her eyes, and she didn't seem to be able to move too. She became unable to preserve mana, and the dense fog of water has disappeared too. Gorgon wielded sword while having a smile, but Reese couldn't move. Even if I wanted to try helping, I was in a state of not able to run from these two people. Ha ha ha. Play with me with some more rather yet, Gorgon. Brat, look at me. Damn, you guys move. Reesane, ruse. I ward off those two attacks, and I moved towards Reesane with a resolution to accept the blow, but Gorgon's sword was already swung down. Reese Amelia. Nichan jumped in. Reesane was blown off by ram attack, and Nichan caught the sword swung down with her knife, but she couldn't hold it off. There was a limit for a knife to deflect a sword's trajectory. Nichan rearranged her broken posture and tried to counterattack. What a nuisance, Goryon. Goryon's was faster. Nichan received a kick and she was blown off. There was no moderation. It was a kick with the intention to kill. Nichan was blown off and crashed into the wall with the back of her body. She fell on the floor and couldn't move. Nichan, ruse. Amelia Reese. I am running while Reesane calls Nichan's name. I was looking at such scene with nothing but to be dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Nichan is to such guy. Are you looking away? First, are we going to get one arm? Shut up, ruse. I transformed at that moment. My body grew, hair was growing throughout the body, and power runs through whole body. The sword was unbelievably light. I swung sword down on the Golden Wolf tribe with full force. Ugh, I completely stopped the sword which was swung down until a while ago and I blew away the opponent. I was about to cut the dwarf, but he took a guard stance when he sensed my transformation. Do you think that you could break through my defense? You, ruse. However, when I swung my sword without minding it, the dwarf's shield and my sword emitted roaring sound reverberating inside the room. The body of dwarf rised together with his shield because of my sword, and he fell down on his back a few steps away. Despite of the tremendous impact, my sword and the dwarf's shield maintained their shape. I can do this. As for this power, I can fight those guys. I sealed this form because I didn't want Reesane to see it, but it's fine already. I these guys quickly and go to Nichan's location immediately. Note, the empty underline is in raw. I think it's censored. Che, although you receive blow from the front, what kind of brute strength is this? And to think you are really a brat. Please be careful. I can see the movement of mana from that child. Maybe the mana supplement is applied to physical body. Do you use boost with that kind of age? He is called Cursed Child. What an unbelievable boy. Ash. Cursed Child, what is that? Cursed Child can transform like this boy. It is a story passed down in our wolf tribes. They will be killed since the Cursed Child will bring misfortune if they exist. Ash. Is not he alive? Don't say a lie. I don't know to this extent. Anyway, it is slightly troublesome. Whatever they say is not my concern. Soon do it for Nichan. Note, another censored part. Then shall we do it? It can't be helped then. The silver hair brat still stays, so let's target that kid first. Good luck. I will get that blue hair girl later. I felt nothing but unpleasant when hearing those guys talked. I used boost with full power and charged at those guys. Look at me, I'm here brat, Ed. I swung down the sword because the dwarf who held the shield stepped forward, but the shield was held slantingly. The sword glide along the shield, and it only dig into the floor. It is easy to deal with only merely incredible strength. My attacks were tackled by the shield as it is, and I received surprised attacks. However, the attacks were blown away maybe because the damage on this body was little. Damn, it's only a little painful. I can still do it. Hey, your beloved Nichan is trembling in danger. A ruse. When I turned around to that voice, the Golden Wolf tribe man was walking towards Nichan who had collapsed. Reesane, whom stayed close to Nichan, was busy recovering mana, and she didn't realize the situation. I must protect them. Do not get close to Nichan, ag, ruse. I kicked the floor with all my power to run to the Golden Wolf tribe man. I caught up with the man who was few steps away from Nichan and slashed at him, but he jumped to the back while having a calm smile. Even though he took it by nails a while ago, why would he avoid it this time? My intuition barely felt it, and I had to forcibly turn around the moment I thought about it. Beginner class of earth magic, rock bullet. My chest was covered with lump of rocks that came flying. I guess the magic was coming from the magician in the back, but since I couldn't avoid it in this situation, I shook it off by using my sword. I had no choice but to kill him. Despite slashing downwards every time, it is impossible right now since I had to shake off the magic. There was no choice but to kill him in the first try. I can do it now, I can do it. It's here, ruse. My sword seized Rock Bullet with perfect timing, and it broke into small pieces. As for this form, killing human was not difficult to that extent, but I did not notice, since my concentration was high. There approached a Rock Bullet from behind, and there was another one incoming. Rather than one shot, he fired 2 shots. I was convinced I would be done with this because I was no longer in condition to swing a sword. However, maybe I could avoid it barely if I jump and twist my body, but it was unavoidable because there was Ni-chan at the back. The lump of rock sunk into my chest. Shock from the attacks that went through the iron breastplate and sound of something breaking from the chest can be heard. I was blown away without being able to endure the shock, crashed into the wall and fell on the floor. I was still conscious, but there was unbearable acute pain running through my chest and I spit out blood from my mouth because I coughed reflexively. My transformation was undone when I noticed it. Ruse kun, Reese. When I raised my head at the voice, she looked at me while crying. It was good, you were safe, Ruse. Stop talking, water please aqua heal, Reese. The pain on the chest had been relieved a little bit by Reese Ain magic, but Reese Ain's face was pale while having a lot of sweat. That was the sign of mana depletion. It's already fine, Reese Ain is going to lose consciousness. Ruse. You are in worse condition. If I don't treat you even a little, you will die, Reese. Her breath was rough. Reese Ain seems to collapse at any time soon, but she didn't stop her magic. Ni-chan fell down near at me, and the Golden Wolf Tribe man walked over here while laughing. Was not it already impossible? I did my best. Even if I lose consciousness as it is, I thought Aniki would surely come to help. And when I wake, Aniki and Ni-chan look at me worriedly. But what if Aniki doesn't make it in time? If I fainted, Ni-chan will be attacked. I don't want that. I absolutely don't want that. Why did I decide to become strong? This was because in order to protect Ni-chan, I would rather die if Ni-chan is going to be attacked. Ruse. I stood up. Reese Ain was surprised, but I walked without minding her and stood in the ways of Golden Wolf Tribe man. I heard that the Silver Wolf Tribe appreciate their family, but this is more than what I expected. What can you do with such worn-out body? Ash. Shut up, come and fight me, Ruse. You simply don't have energy, Ash. My hair was caught forcibly and I have been lifted at same height with that man's face. I was somehow remembering. During the days of slavery, my hair was caught and I was beaten whenever I said something impudent. Though I cried and apologized at that time, I was different then. I have fangs. Ruse. Wagwarg, Ash. I bit his arm, even if this letting me turn towards my sense, because Ni-chan and Reese Ain they were fading away from my eyes. Damn it, let me go, brat, Ash. Go, Rose. Do you think I will let you go? Even if I am very miserable, even if I am ashamed, I will survive. I will return to Aniki with everyone. This bastard, Ash. I was hit on the face with his vacant hand. I rolled on the floor and came back to Ni-chan's place again. Ruse Emilia. Emilia, have you woken up, Reese? When I shifted my sight, Ni-chan weakly forced to open her eyes and called me. I'm glad she's alive. I'm realigled. Please stop already. Yao have done enough. Emilia. That's right, take a rest because I will do something, Reese. Stop it, will my resolution get dull if such gentle thing is said? Hey, that guy was coming again, and this time with a very angry face. Come, because I will bite you again. I will bite Yao no matter how many times, until my fangs break. Bam bam bam, note, long SFX for a heavy thud. The movement of everyone stopped due to roaring sound that echoes suddenly. When I pay more attention to the direction of the sound, there were innumerable holes on the wall next to us. Those holes were drawn like a circle, and the wall seems to be knocked down completely. It was really going to be knocked down. I cried. Such for anyone to do such thing, I know only of one person. What is this? Something is coming. The wall was knocked down the moment when Goryan's group were cautious and something jumped out. The wall debris flew into their direction and barged toward us and to face the Golden Wolf Tribe who was approaching. Who are you, Ash? The Golden Wolf Tribe man punched reflexively, but it was avoided easily. His leg was swept under and destroyed his balance, and he received a roundhouse kick and was blown away. That person rearranged his posture and he exposed his back before us. My vision became dim and even I started losing consciousness. I could see the back of that person clearly. The back of the body that I always longed for. I can't forget that. Our favorite. Aniki, Ruse. You endured well, Ruse. Serious. Did you see someone like an enemy, Rodwell Vile? I heard the story of Dragon's fresh blood. It was a story of two adventurers who each wore a robe over their whole body, and they were leading two nobles. Yes, it was only for an instant, but I saw the tattoo of the red dragon on the back of their hand. Magna. If that is true, then this is a state of emergency. I'll send someone immediately to confirm it. Why are those dangerous people doing here? Rodwell Vile. Vile Sensei was thinking about the cause, but I closed my eyes and invoked search. Vile Sensei, there is another report. The teacher who was watching Gregory his body was discovered dead not long ago. Magna. Is that so? It is regrettable to lose such person. Where are his remains? Rodwell Vile. Yes, I have already collected them, but they're countless wounds as if he was being toyed with, and some body parts were missing. Magna. This crime is like a homicide. Please bury the remains courteously. At any rate, if that is the case of the teacher who was watching Gregory Senskit is very suspicious. Rodwell Vile. This is my personal opinion, but I think he was the guide for those people. Otherwise, the invasion at school wouldn't have been permitted. Magna. Yes, I think so too. Immediately Gregory Sensei, find Gregory. Send guards to the labyrinth at the same time. Sirius Kun is Rodwell Vile. Found them, Vile Sensei. Sirius. Yes, what is it, Rodwell Vile? Which is the shortest route that I can go to the 9th floor in the labyrinth? Sirius. If I'm not mistaken, through the 9th entrance. It is straightest route. It has no branches, but there are great amount of golem. Sirius Kun. Rodwell Vile. There was a distance, but I successfully perceived when I search based on the disciples' mana. The reaction is considerably at the bottom of the labyrinth. Maybe it is the 9th floor area. If I hear about the shortest route, there will be no problem afterward. I didn't hear Vile Sensei's talk until the end. I approached window while collecting things on the way there. Since I will going on ahead, contact the guards immediately, and I will borrow this. Sirius. Sirius Kun, here is not the 1st floor. Rodwell Vile. I heard something from the back, but I ignored it completely and jumped out of the window. Based on the height of the building, Magna Sensei's staff room is located on the 4th floor, but I jumped to a neighboring roof and gradually went down to the bottom. While making scaffolds with air step on the way, I finally got down onto the ground and began to run with every effort. I had no plan to hide my true strength anymore. I invoked boost. I ran with full power until the ground was gouged. I arrived in front of labyrinth in only several minutes. I jumped over security guard and leaped into entrance that was written with a number 9. I entered the labyrinth and golems appeared immediately, but I jumped over them in same way as the security guard and rushed to the designated target. The golems' movement were slow. As for clearing the labyrinth, it's best to avoid them while advancing forward. I was constantly invoking search even while running, and continued to perceive the disciples. The disciples seemed to be in a battle right now with multiple unknown mana reactions, and they seemed to be safe for the moment. These unknown mana reactions must be coming from the guys in question. I plan to make a call on the way there, but they may become careless if they heard my voice. I am annoyed, but I endure it and continue running forward. I had the golems line up in a long line, and I proceeded by kicking the wall since it was difficult to jump over them. And then when huge golem appeared blocking the passage, I broke through by shooting Magnum at its magic formation. 7th floor. According to mana reaction, Emilia was blown off and became stagnant. 8th floor. Rue's mana reaction swell up, but it became small soon, and this had become a dangerous situation. 9th floor. Ruse was in the grips with one man's reaction, and he was swung around. Finally, during that time, I approached the wall from the other side. I could see in a short distance that there were those guys at the other side of the wall. However, the mana reaction was approaching the disciples fast, and I won't make in time if I ran along the wall. It's a front breakthrough. I judged it an instant. I set up my right hand while running. I fired Magnum rapidly while imagining armor-piercing ammunition that is specialized in penetration. The wall was pierced almost like paper as I shot through the target, drawing a circular line. When the circle was completely round, I faced towards the wall and gave it a dropkick. The drilled wall flew towards the mana reactions which thought to be the enemies, and I ran towards reaction of my disciples without confirming it. A blonde wolf, furious that the Golden Wolf tribe or something. No, it didn't matter. This guy was the one who was beating Ruse, and they were criminals who torture people. This bastard. Here are my words. These bastards, what had they done to my disciples? I avoided his lunged fist, then I sweep his foot and threw a roundhouse kick. Anarchy. Ruse. When I looked back, there were the figures of my disciples who became dead beat. Emilia collapsed, Reese became pale because of mana exhaustion, and Ruse had wounds all over his body. I understand since I continuously perceive them until I come here. Ruse, you have protected Emilia and Reese desperately. You endured well, Ruse. Serious. Anarchy. Ruse. I was a bit relieved with Ruse who crying like the old days, and I perceived from search that something was flying. Is that rock cannon rock bullet? There were 3, but I intercepted all of it by using impact and crushed them. However, there was another big one incoming. What the hell are you doing? Is that the guy who just got kicked? I am about to be cut by his right-hand side nail, which grew strangely, but his flank is too open and full of chances. This is a proof that he hasn't challenged an expert opponent. The right arm of the opponent stops forcibly when I push from the flank with my left hand, then I threw a right-hand punch to his surprised face. Don't interfere, Wolf. Serious. I felt like breaking something on the opponent's face when I punched him angrily, because this was trivial compared to my disciples. It's fine if he dies. I won't regret it, I think. No, it is still too early, because I need to confirm the disciples first. I confirmed that there were no more attacks. I shook my head and then I approached Ruse, who collapsed. Serious San, Ruse-kun protected us. Besides, Emilia protected me too, Reese. Serious Sama Ruse is Emilia. Ay, I understand. Serious. I smiled to let those two feel relieved. Then I touch Rue's body and invoke scan. Several cracked ribs, the internal organs and muscle are damaged. The internal organs were hit by rock bullets some time ago, because there is rocks debris lying around, but the muscle seems to be different. Is that the repercussion of exceeding the transformation's limit? Either way, it's dangerous to leave it alone. I handed over a closed liquid container that I borrowed from Magna Sensei's room to Reese while performing recovery. Rather than me, please give this to Ruse-kun, Reese. If you drink that, your mana recovery will become faster. Serious, Reese. Mana recovery is slightly different from one person to another, and there is no such thing which makes mana recovers immediately when ingested. But there is something that accelerates mana recovery, and it is handed to her. Reese drinks it immediately after listening to my talk, but she makes an unusual bitter face. It is bitter, but with this Reese. I like an obedient child, you know. Excuse me, serious. During that time, I touched Reese's head and did scan, but she seemed to only to get off with mono exhaustion and some slight bruising. Reese's cheeks suddenly turn red because she is touched by me suddenly. Serious San, Reese. Sorry, I am checking whether you have injuries or not. Yeah, I'm glad that you are safe. Serious. Such thing I'm not very useful, and even now I can't do anything. Reese. You can do it. Listen, Rue's injuries are serious. Reese was a person who has greed for healing things. Therefore, I instilled medical knowledge from my previous existence as far as she could understand. She knows about non-essential body structures such as bones and muscles, which she knows in this world. Depending on the recovery magic, if the spot is known, treatment can be focused on that spot, and this was most suitable for her since she was good at recovery magic. I explained the spot where Reese should heal, and she could proceed with the instruction as soon as she finished recovering her mana. Please leave it to me, Reese. Meanwhile, I am still cautious of those guys by using search, but since for some reason they are not doing anything, I take the next measure. You've been waiting, Emilia. Serious. Serious Sama, Emilia. Emilia is somewhat absent-minded, and her response is weak even when I ask her a question. Since there may be some kind of abnormality in brain, I don't move her body while performing scan. Serious Sama, I'm realisary. Emilia. What are you apologizing for? Didn't you protected Reese? You did a good job, and same goes to Ruse. Serious. When I gently caressed her cheek, she had a gentle smile and felt comfortable. As for result of the diagnosis, she had intense bruise, but there was no abnormality in the bones. Those were considerably cured because of Reese magic. This thin consciousness seemed to be caused by light brain concussion. I tried to examine it carefully, but I couldn't find any point that has something like broken blood vessels and prognostic symptoms. I think she will recover as it, if she rests quietly in bed. I feel bad interrupting Reese, who is recovering her mana, but I have to report diagnosis of Emilia. Really, I'm really glad, Reese. Don't cry, it's all good, isn't it? Serious. I have decided not to cry. If I don't do anything to protect Emilia, I will regret it for the rest of my life, right, Reese? Hey, you can cry after. I entrust Ruse to you, since there are things that I can do or can't do. Serious. Yes, Reese. Her mana recovered a little and she started to treat Ruse with magic. When I looked to Emilia's face once more, her trembling hand moved and caught my hems. Hey, go take a rest. Serious. But there are 4 opponents, Serious, Samalone, Emilia. There is no problem with such people. Just wait a little, since it's going to be over soon. Serious. Yes, Emilia. I removed Emilia's hand gently. I took off the robe that I was wearing and I put it on her. I wore this battle attire since I planned to go into Labyrinth today and I thought it was really good idea. My only weapon was a mithril knife which I fitted on the chest and it was enough to deal with those opponents. I began to rise. I took several steps forward and declare it to my disciples. I won't let anyone touch you guys even for an instant. Just watch from there. Sirius. Sirius Sama, Emilia. Sirius San, Reese. Anarchy Ruse. Since what you will see from now honest the true me, close your eyes if you think you are scared. Sirius. It was not necessary to listen to their answers. I turned my back on them and started walking forward. When I advanced to a place where I could see those guys clearly, the wolf man seemed to be treated by a male human. A man that I thought to be from Dragon Tribe noticed my presence. He turned around here and met me with a friendly smile. Oh, are you finally done? To be honest, I had nausea when looking at them, and it's hard to be patient when we got attacked so many times, you know. But after that, I held myself, since I enjoy the most when looking at their despair expression. Goryon. Is that so, Sirius? Other than that look, Ash's nose was broken because of the attack just earlier. How did you do that? Goryon, no idea. Sirius. Is that so? By the way, are you talking after you aware of who we are? Though I did it with those children, should we introduce ourselves? I am called Goryon. The name doesn't matter. Aren't you guys from Dragon's Fresh Blood? Sirius. You know of Ushuhit's regrettable. Well then, Goryon. But I have one question. Sirius. Since he was going to talk non-stop anyway, I just had one simple question. He looked unpleasant because his talking was stopped, but he smiled immediately and pointed at me. Let's listen to his talk until the end. I usually won't permit, but since I'm an adult, I should answer your question. What do you want to know, Goryon? My disciples, these children at the back, did you guys do anything to them? Sirius. Those guys were looking at each other at my question and they were laughing except the wolf. We didn't do anything, you know. I thought it would be fun when they cried and got chopped. Goryon. There is me, my arm was freaking bitten into pieces. That kid was biting angrily. Ash. Because those brats scream in particular, right? If I don't listen to it once a day, I won't be able to settle down. I think I want them to scream with good voice. I got the confirmation. There's no mistaking it this way. These guys are clearly enemies. Well, now that you mention it, what are you going to do? Are you planning to fight us alone? No, I want you to come. I wonder what kind of sound you are going to make. Goryon. I'll fight as you wish, and I'll fight all of you. Sirius. I already enter into my battle switch. Note, the word switch is in the raw, so I leave it as it is. I boosted my mana while taking a step forward. I'll make you regret for being alive. Sirius. Third switch is. I wake up because of a ripple spread. I wake up after a long time. I say that I wake up, but I understand the situation since Sirius and I are in one body. There are 4 criminals this time. This is also opinion from me that these guys should be condemned. I'm going to give judgment without mercy. Well, if someone asks me what I am, it's merely an existence of thought. The name doesn't exist, since matter like my going out to the surface is absolutely none. For the sake of convenience, I am called out. It is slightly different from a double personality. Knowledge is shared, and because I am merely Sirius auxiliary apparatus. To explain this, Sirius olden daysthies won't become a talk about previous existence. During Sirius' childhood period, the institution which he grew up was attacked, and he was picked up by Shishu. During that time, there were ordinary children everywhere, and unyielding spirit was abnormally forced into a child. Sirius, who was picked up, trained by Shishu and fought Shishu many times. But no matter how many times he struggled, even if he tried cowardly tactics, he couldn't even reach her, let alone one against Shishu. Streak of losses after streak loses, Sirius, who hated to lose, explored a method to overcome her desperately. The physical ability is justified. There are many patterns that can be read ahead as if he foresaw it completely. As for enhancing physical ability, Sirius thought and gave attention on speed, and then everything was thought simultaneously in super speed, and there were many childish and foolish conclusions came out. It seems natural that some kind of thought came out unexpectedly. However, Sirius, who went all out to beat Shishu, repeated it earnestly, and he was finally able to attain this after several years of trial and error. Sirius calls this multitask or parallel thought. Everything is thought in parallel and handled like a machine. As an example of handling multiple opponents at the same time, he obtained thought of speed that could see everything from the opponents. That surprised Shishu big time, and Shishu was never surprised to that extent before. By the way, the series of defeats still did not change. After that, Sirius, who has grown significantly, his physical ability has been carefully trained by Shishu. He went through many battlefields by experience and intuition, and there was no enemy left because of multitask. That is the reason why Sirius was once called the strongest man. There are 3 switches on Sirius. The first one is normal time. He completely acts like a father during days off when in contact with his disciples, laughs cheerfully, and dictates curiosity, such action of a child like Sirius. The second one is battle time. He makes full use of his ability, including multitask to the maximum, and fight cold-heartedly against opponents. He is the agent era Sirius. The third one refers to present state. To put it simply, it is the state obtained after he went berserk, and it happened several times during his previous existence. That was when a certain organization kidnapped his third disciple. Sirius, who went berserk completely, then annihilated the organization. He became emotional during that time, and he killed anyone who has no relationship to him. This wasn't afraid of recurrence. Sirius understood that this existence is necessary to see everything calmly from this third point of view. Right-time existence produced by multitask. With the third switch, Sirius summarizes as a whole. The non-intention multitask assists, and I will understand the entire situation as third party or outsider. I don't have right to decide actions. I look the whole situation, think and give advices since I'm merely such existence. There are criminals who tore apart his disciples, who were standing side by side in front of Sirius. The group that call themselves Dragon's Fresh Blood includes Gorgon, a golden wolf, a dwarf and human male. I understand that they have considerable skills based on their presence and equipment. Negligence shouldn't be allowed. Hido, you regret being alive. If you think you can do it, by all means do it. He's wearing freaking unusual clothes, and that way is the place who to be sorry for. Never mind that, just come. Or is that mouth for decoration? Kay, do you think that fluke will continue get me next time? Ash. The golden wolf throws himself upon Sirius' provocation. The dwarf continues from behind Golden Wolf, and the human male is chanting from the back. The dragon tribe man wassenly looked happily at this way. Oops, over this way, you fool, Sirius. Sirius seems to be calm and angrino. Isn't his character simply rotten? The golden wolf detoured in order to avoid Sirius, and he was aiming at the disciples who were in the rear. If Sirius chases the golden wolf here carelessly, he could be attacked from both sides, and he will become a victim of magic after all. Therefore, Sirius abandoned him, and he maintained his line of sight towards the dwarf that approached from the front. Are you deserting them even though you made classy appearance? What a shameful guy. Ed. If that's the case, it can't be helped then. Let me hear their adorable death agony. Ash. The golden wolf unleash his nail after few steps. The disciples who couldn't fight anymore remains passive, and they will become prey to his nail. Reese. It's all right, Reese, Emilia. Did he think that Sirius did not predict such thing? Aura Yu-Gi-Oh! Ash note, Aura is some kind of battle cry. Sirius set up impact based on landmine in advance during he was walking, and then the golden wolf was blown in the air in response to the impact that had been released from his feet. Furthermore, there were innumerable impacts set in the air, and the golden wolf gambled around many times in the air, just like pinball due to remote blast that joined together with string. With that scene as a background, Sirius runs towards the dwarf, and he uses the dwarf's shield as a blind spot to sneak around to the rear while evading the axe that was swung down. By sneaking around, he catches the hair immediately and pulls it from behind, and then Sirius kicks the back of his knee and throws him face up at the same time. As a result of that, a heavy blow was dealt at the back of Dwarf's head, and the movement of him stopped momentarily. Get away from Ed. Gravel of the Rocks, Drill Rock Bullet, Romeo's. Because of his comrade was in a crisis, the man who had been chanting at the rear fires magic. There were 10 rocks that flew towards Sirius, but he didn't look that way at all. He pointed one hand and countered everything with impact. And then he put his other hand on Dwarf's belly at the same time and charged his mana. This brat is Ed. First it's a blow, impact, Sirius. The shock, which was shot from point-blank range, penetrated the dwarf's body and shook the floor. The dwarf received the shock as crack formed on the floor, and he fainted in agony with bubbles spurting out from his mouth. Gahuth Braddy's Ed. It's still too early, Sirius. Impact is fired off continuously, and the dwarf's body greatly jumps each time. With this amount of killings they have been doing, they can be relieved, because Sirius understood by not allowing them to die. After that, how many times 7 if the sound of breaking bones was heard, even if blood was spited out from his mouth, he doesn't stop. He just doesn't stop. Aga, Gyuha, Alrediga, stop, Ed. Agu Saragaha, forgive me Aguo, Ash. You Gravel of the Rocks, Drill Rock Bullet, Romeo's. Who will be able to imagine this? Just one single man, the golden wolf, is blown up by remote impact and being juggled in the air, while hammering impact onto dwarf who fell at point-blank range, and he intercept all magic fired from long distance with impact. Unusual chantless, even the magic name is omitted, and this feat can be done for sure since there is multitask. I will choose the timing when to advise Sirius, when to stop, and finally he stopped. Those two who were beaten thoroughly had become completely silent. The dwarf had his white eyes exposed, and blood came out from nose and mouth. The golden wolf that fell next to the dwarf had a mass of bruises throughout his body, and one of his bones was bent in an unusual direction. Whether they dead or not has not been confirmed. This is because it does not matter. Nevertheless, I felt that it was too early to beg for forgiveness in spite of remembering the pleasure of killing people. They were blinded by their own ability, was it because they never meet a strong person or tasted defeat? And then, the man who keep on firing magic. Haha, gravel of the rocks, drill rock bullet Romeos. Was that 58th shot of rock bullet, even though it was a beginner-class magic, the sign of mana exhaustion can be seen, was it because he fired in rapid succession? You haven't learned your lesson, huh? Cut it out, why don't you understand that it doesn't work? Serious. What was that? Were you not running out of mana? Romeos. The lumps of flying rock were all destroyed by the work of impact. Unlike flying rock bullet, which was a hardened rock, impact is a pure mana concentration and the mana consumption is higher. If one should think normally, Sirius should have run out of mana earlier, but he had performed recovery from mana exhaustion repeatedly for tens of thousands of times for nearly 8 years. I want you to think that the aggregate amount of mana is surely several times higher than that man. Are you done? You should use different types of magic, not just elementary level 1. Sirius. However, this is not over just yet. Gravel of the rocks, drill rock bullet, Romeos. He repeated the same magic without getting tired. Then he fired off point this time, and it wasn't sent this way. There was a fallen noble figure in the line of fire when chasing the trajectory with his eyes. The lump of rocks was shattered and hit on the floor right next to the noble. Foo-foo, did you notice? I'll hit them next time. Romeos. Do you manhwa stage, Sirius? Yes, that's right. You are surely strong, but you are not. V-boy who protects the children behind you. But can you let an unrelated child die without helping them? I guess I don't really care about the relationship between Sirius and that noble. I wonder if he plans to raise a disturbance. I can, Sirius. Romeos. The man floats lumps of rock and makes discharge preparations, but Sirius advances further without minding it. I only want to protect my disciples. Although they were here because of their own fault, why should I protect them? Sirius. Mu Q, if that is the case, look, Romeos. Besides, Sirius. If is he driven to desperation, the lump of rock is fired at the noble. The lump of rock is aimed at the noble's head, and it would surely take their life if it hits. But Sirius knocked it down by using impact, and then he aimed at the man's right hand and shot magnum. The impact of bullet exploded, and the man's right arm burst open, and it was blown off. Jaya, Romeos. I can deal with it easily, whatever you guys can do. Stop it and try to understand the difference in our abilities. Sirius. My arm, healing of the water Romeos. Are you listening? Or the other hand will become like that if you don't answer my question. Sirius. Why yes, Romeos. The man sat down and began to chant recovery magic, but Sirius stood near and aimed his finger at the man's forehead. The man himself knew the destructive power of his hand, and then he looked up with frightened eyes. The disciple who is behind Muir, you the one who fired magic to that boy over there. Sirius. No, I didn't. The wolf that fell down over there was the one who did it. Romeos. The lump of rock which you threw just a while ago closely resembles the fragment of rocks found from the chest of that child. That is true, right? If you are lying, Sirius. Why, I did it, Romeos. All right, I guess I'll stop shooting. Sirius. He admitted immediately when he was threatened with his finger that was loaded with of little mana. Sirius takes his finger off the forehead as he promised. I'll give you same pain you gave to that boy instead. Sirius. He aims his hand on the man's chest and shoot impact at point-blank range. The man was blown away before he could say anything. He crashed into the wall and lost consciousness. The remaining opponent didn't move at all from the initial position. He continuously looked happily this way, and he clapped his hand when his eyes and Sirius met. It's great. My friends are not really much an opponent for you, isn't it? What on earth are you, Gorgon? I am these children's master. There's nothing else. Sirius. Well, that's why it's fine when you are this strong, and your true nature also doesn't matter. Leaving that aside, it's been a while for me since I could show my seriousness. Gorgon. Either you are serious or something is coming. Nevertheless, when in battle, unnecessary chatter is just way too much with the likes of you. Sirius. Well then, it's my debut, Gorgon. Throwing away his sword, Gorgon's body starts growing big when he is loading it with power, and his body was dyeing with a deep red color. Is it a special characteristic similar to Ruse? There were no wings after little time, but Gorgon transforms into Red Dragon with a humanoid figure. I have overcome 10 battlefields in the past. In short, isn't this alone strong evidence, Gorgon? What a coincidence, I overcome battlefields also. Sirius. Do not tell a lie just because you want to compete. Well then, let's go, Gorgon. Even if I remember about experiencing somewhere close to 50 battlefields, it would be pointless to tell to him this. He has big body that was several times bigger than Sirius, but the movement of his speed was faster than the golden wolf. He jumps in short time before Sirius' eyes, but the unleashed nail was avoided with a backstep. I fought against strong man like you many times in battlefields. However, I won eventually. The claw attacks, which was unleashed continuously, were all seen by multitask, and it was avoided safely. And then Sirius avoided a large attack and cut his arm at the same time by using the mithril knife. However, the lost arm regenerated instantly and Sirius was attacked again. This is my ability to regenerate. Even if I am cut, not matter how many times, I will recover immediately if I receive magic. There is no opponent that can match me who can recover indefinitely. I am invincible. Gorgon. Is that the reason why defending is not necessary by making use of his resilience? Sirius shot Magnum several times while avoiding his attacks, but far from showing intent to avoid, he took it on purpose. Innumerable bullet holes were made into his body, but were closed instantly, and then Sirius shot at the head continuously, but it was regenerated immediately. I understand why he said that he's invincible. So it seems pointless after all. Hey, how long are you able to evade my assault? Together, I who can recover endlessly and you who can evade endlessly, how nice. Gorgon. He's right because the situation is gradually becoming worse. Sirius took a distance by taking a big leap to the back to change tactics. Are you thinking of running away, Gorgon? No, I only to change places. Sirius. Sirius looked behind and entered one of the innumerable passages in the hall. That way is passage, you know. Are you stupid? By going into a small place that is especially hard to avoid attacks, Gorgon. You said it earlier, but this is your end if you chase me. Think carefully and decide it. Sirius. What's that? Do you intend to provoke? Fine, I'm going to enjoy whatever you do. Gorgon. Gorgon, who has absolute confidence in himself, got provoked easily. Sirius jumped into the passage after confirming the disciples were not attacked, and then he got chased by Gorgon, of course. He stopped in the middle of long passage and performed a certain measure. The measure was merely done in a few seconds, but Gorgon approached with his laugh at the same time when he was done with the measuring. Hey, I caught up with you, Gorgon. Gorgon moved his arm, but the movement stopped as if the arm was caught on something. He moved the other arm while shaking, but the other arm also got caught and he couldn't shake it off. What is this? Did something coiled around me? Gorgon. Gorgon had fallen already into his trap. If this guy can see mana, he would have noticed that his body was coiled around with innumerable stretched of string in this passageway. Sirius runs around Gorgon and strengthens and entwines string more and more. I don't know what you're doing, but I'll tear this off. Gorgon. I won't let you do it, Sirius. String is rolled around the joints before exerting more power and changes it into human structure, which power couldn't easily be forced. Sirius seized him like a spider's prey by repeating string many times, and Gorgon was hanged into the air and in a state where he couldn't move at all. Wow, what is this? Why, I can't move my body. Damn it, I can't use my power, Gorgon. Even if you can regenerate indefinitely, it would be pointless if you can't move. Sirius. Sirius stood behind Gorgon, which hung in the air, and then he touched Gorgon's in the back of his head and invoked scan. Gorgon's information flowed through the magic, but obvious reaction of his strong element or sign could be felt. There is mysterious element that was going throughout this hanged body that it relieves and erasing his burden. I see, you're not just a dragon, but also includes powerful a self-regeneration element in particular. This is the reason of your astounding regeneration speed. Sirius. What are you doing? Damn it, don't touch me, let me go. Gorgon, isn't this perfect time to test it? Sirius. What are you? Gorgon. Sirius poured enormous amount of mana from the touch points and Gorgon screamed. When pouring down mana aggressively, unlike regeneration, it stimulates sense of pain in the body all at once and unbearable pain throughout the body could be felt. To put it simply, this is like shooting him with stun gun which cannot faint a common person. This situation continued for a while until the measure was finally finished and Sirius took out his mithril knife. Ha, that was too bad. No matter how much damage you give me, it is pointless. You see, because all the pain until some time ago has disappeared completely. Gorgon. Oh, I checked it, let alone being cut or even the pain caused by impact. You have predisposition to make it disappear at that instant. That's troublesome as far as an erasing pain. It's truly a curse. Sirius. It's something like curse, as you say. Since this body can almost reach immortality, wouldn't it be just pointless to torture me or to kill me? Gorgon. However, that is until a while ago. Sirius. Mithril knife was stabbed into Gorgon slowly. Naturally, blood started to flow out, but the blood in it didn't stop immediately. Goryan's facial expression was frozen at that reality. Why? The blood doesn't stop. The pain doesn't goes away. Why? What is this kind of thing, Goryan? It is because your regeneration element has been destroyed. Serious. What kind of incomprehensible things are you saying? Return it back. Return my power back to me, Goryan. It's already too late to notice it because the mana pouring not long ago wasn't meant to torture Goryan, but to destroy his regeneration element. Since revival is possible even if there is only one left, it took enormous amount of mana and time to spread in his body, but it seemed that the experiment was a success. This was a process to kill for certain when it's done to ordinary people, but this is the right method for this guy. Besides, since the regeneration factor was completely destroyed, it is impossible even if he said he wants it back. It's already impossible. By the way, I said it is impossible, but tell me one thing. Serious. I hit Goryan's ranting face. He's more or less tough because of transformation, but it won't be a problem if he is hit by my fist, which is strengthened by boost, while suffering from pain that wouldn't disappeared. Sirius seizes Goryan's head and blood comes out from his mouth. You're now not invincible anymore. Well then, are you ready, Sirius? What is it, Goryan? There are various things to be asked from this guy. Vile-sensei told me about their certain relationship with Gregory, the whereabouts of their victims, and the confession of their crime. That being the case, there is no need to worry about being seen by the disciples, since this passage is separated from the hall and Sirius can carry out interrogation without reservation. However, there is a more important matter, and it is something Sirius must do. That was something more important than interrogating him. Sirius didn't see it with his eyes, but he understood what was happening since he perceived by search. This guided that to Emilia. Sirius can't forgive the guy who injured the adorable Emilia. Since Sirius won't stop even if I stopped him, I was entrusted as the instinct to take a turn. This is Emilia's share. Don't get crushed easily, all right, Sirius. Sirius struck his fist. The punishment was finished and the feeling of the refreshed me. I returned from the passage to the hall. By the way, I left Goryan like a tattered dust cloth, and that guy has no will and stamina to fight anymore. The astounding resilience had completely disappeared, and I wasn't worried about being attacked, since I implanted trauma into him firmly. For example, he can attack if he recovers, but when I returned back to the hall, I discovered the nobles who were being held hostage immediately. They were still unconscious, but they were Hart and Merluza for certain, right? In any case, it can be said that it was lucky they still survived after meeting with horrific murderers. There were dozens of perceived reactions coming here, while I examined by using search. Perhaps it was the garrison whom Vile-sensei arranged. I arranged them to the wall in advance, so that the nobles can be saved by the garrison. Furthermore, I confirmed the condition of the 3 people whom I defeated. The Golden Wolf and Dwarf have already died, but I don't feel guilty, not even a little. They murdered people horribly, so it's only natural to be killed, and this is karma too. Be prepared to be killed when you kill a person. I said that to my disciples in my previous existence, but I haven't said that yet to my current disciples. The Dwarf and Golden Wolf were killed boldly in front of them, so I should tell them about that soon. The human male is still alive, and he is taken by the garrison while spouting various curses. As a matter of fact, Goryan was tortured way too much, and it's doubtful whether he can testify or not. I intend to have this guy act as a substitute. Since a blood-stained rope was found from the man that had been tied up, I restricted him firmly with a crescent-shaped pose. Those guys were using it as plaything, and that the person himself got tricked. Won't that be a foolish story? I will leave the matter of the remaining dead bodies and after-measures to someone else. After I was done with those things, I went towards my disciples, Sirius Sama, Emilia. Sirius San, Reese. Emilia and Reese went to meet me when I returned to them, but Ruse seemed to have lost consciousness and remained lying down. There is blood-stained. Are you injured anywhere, Reese? This is blood from those guys. Since I don't have any injuries, please be relieved, Sirius. Is it over, Emilia? Everything is over. By the way, is Ruse all right, Sirius? He was up until a while ago, and then he lost consciousness peaceful. Since the temporary treatment has been completed, it is fine for him to quietly take a rest, Emilia. When I touched Ruse and used scan, the cracked ribs were restored considerably, to be able to do it in short time and with less mana. Her talent for treatment is really splendid. Is that so? It's bad to get tired here, so let's leave the labyrinth quickly. Reese, can you walk, Sirius? I'm all right if it's just walking, I can do it, Reese. All right, Emilia, return back the robe because I will be piggybacking you, Sirius. Just a little bit more, Emilia. No, don't worry about that, just return it. That blood-stained cloth can't be cleaned, don't you agree, Sirius? All right, Emilia. Why is the way she returned it? She looked disappointed. The robe was full of dust and it was dirty. Ruse was held on my chest and I carried Emilia on my back supported with string and we began to walk. I chose a different way by returning to the passage where I came in order to avoid from meeting the garrisons who were coming here. Sirius-san, how about those two nobles? You can be relieved because the garrisons are coming soon. We should escape before being discovered. Sirius. We were being protected too by someone, and that person ran away. Sirius. It's slight explanation how they were beat, isn't it? We met these terrible killers and we ran away, while we had become so worn out. And then the terrible killers were attacked by someone. It will be fine with that kind of story. Sirius. It is certain to become troublesome if the news about how the terrible killers were defeated to spread. If we remain silent, then there will be no evidence, and the case will close naturally and be left in the dark. Oh, but there was a man who had been bound. It should be all right to leave Gorgon, but that fellow may confess something unnecessary. Buto well. It is unbelievable for a child to win against 4 adult opponents, and I think that guy won't say that he got defeated by child opponent because his pride will stop him. Nevertheless, it's all right if I just feign ignorance. We continued walking silently for a while. Reese walked slowly for cert, and since Emilia at the back occasionally rubs her cheek against the back of my head so it tickles. And then when we returned to the 5th floor, Reese seemed a bit sorry and began to talk. Well, isn't it heavy? I can lend my shoulder to Emilia because I have rested a little too. Reese. Well, it is surely heavy, but this is the proof of life. I want to feel it properly since it is the proof that these two being alive. Serious. It had been a while for me to have snapped after a long time. When I snapped out, the opponent's lives has been taken away, and even though I'm already used to it, I don't feel good. During that time, I calmed down when I came into contact with the disciples. I was feeling relieved. After, I felt their pulse from their hands in the back of the body. And Emilia, I'm not sure whether you were deeply moved, but stop biting my shoulder. While I'm troubled with such behavior, Reese pulled the hem of my cloth, and when I looked back, Reese was looking at me with worried look. How can you be so strong, although someone was just killed? Reese. Did you know, Sirius? The spirits of water told me that wolfkin and dwarf are already can't be saved. Reese. Is that so? Are you afraid of a murderer like me? Sirius. I don't know, even though you fought to protect us, even though we should be grateful, what should I do? Reese. While the hem was squeezed strongly, Reese had conflicted feeling. While I was thinking of words that I should say, Emilia extended her hand and put her hand on Reese's shoulder. You know, Reese, there is no need to think deeply. Aren't you the same like Sirius-sama, Emilia? Same? That's impossible. As for me, who almost got killed with everyone, I am a coward who still can't kill a person. Reese. And then she talked about the situation like she wanted to vomit. Although she said she would fight, she hesitated in front of Gorgon. Emilia got hurt because of that. She had rough breathing after letting out her confession. So I'm not the same like Sirius-san. It's just because I'm a coward. Reese. If that's the case, why didn't Reese run away? Why did you say you'll fight with us, Emilia? That is because you and Ruse-kun are important and it is like a family. Reese. Sirius-sama, what would you do if we said we wanted you to run away in the case of meeting strong enemy? Emilia. I would not escape. I decided to fight together. Sirius. See, it's the same. Sirius-sama is going along together with Reese, so it's the same. Emilia. But Reese. Well, Reese, it is fine to be a coward, you know. As a result, I happen to be troubled with killing people easily for the first time. Sirius. In the future, if Reese became someone who laughs while killing people, I would give in without a direction. She's smiling when healing people, and that look is the best look for a girl. For us, the most important thing is to be honest, and for people with common sense, we don't want to change that. As for me, your lives are more important compared to those guys. And since those guys were murderers who enjoyed taking a lives from people, I killed them without hesitation. But still, if you can't forgive me, it's not a problem even if you want to quit being my disciple. It is because I don't have right to stop you. Sirius. That is not it. It is very comfortable to stay near everyone and I don't want to leave. But if there is such thing again, I won't be hesitated. Reese. Is that so? It is not about being afraid of me. She certainly can't forgive herself for being a coward. Even if a person is killed, I proceeded without hesitation. I am something that can't be looked dazzlingly. Reese, you're not me. It still can't be helped even by imitating me. Reese, you have your own way. Isn't that so? Emilia, but what should I do, Reese? That is something that even I or anyone else can't decide. Therefore, it's worrying. You may consult with others, but you will certainly find the answer yourself. Even if you regret, then in that case, you can continue to walk straight ahead. Emilia, would that be possible? Reese. As for Reese, you can do it. Besides, you have Emilia and us. I will say it, no matter how wrong it is. Sirius. Reese put her head on my shoulder and cried quietly. Honestly, I should lend my chest to her, but it is impossible in this condition while carrying these two. I would like to leave the labyrinth as quickly possible, but I have no choice but to wait until she calms down. Yoo-hoo-hoo, Emilia. Oi, Emilia, stop walking while biting my shoulder. Serious Fufu, I want to behave like a spoiled child, you know, surely. Emilia. Let's stop carrying her on my back next time. My shoulder seems to be getting bitten sometimes. When I finally exited the labyrinth, in front of the labyrinth was a crowd of people. Most of them were armed guards. A prohibition rope was set up to all entrances and several people were on watch to prevent people from entering by mistake. Naturally, we stood out since we came out from the labyrinth. Nevertheless, since I am carrying a wounded person, they would probably think of something. Serious Kun, Magna. While I drew the attention of everyone, Magna-sensei sprang out from the crowd and came over in front of me. Are you Safate? Doesn't seem anything happened. Would you explain the situation, Magna? Before that, please take care Ruse and Emilia. I did some emergency measures, but they are still injured. Serious. Understood, let's bring them immediately to the school's treatment room. You, over there, please prepare a stretcher. Magna. I put Ruse on the stretcher, which was brought over by the instructions of Magna-sensei, and when I wanted to put down Emilia next, who was on my back, she clung to my neck and refused to get down. Emilia, come down. Serious. Just a little bit more, Emilia. You can't, you are injured, so you need to receive proper treatment. Serious. But Emilia. I don't like a bad child who doesn't want to listen, you know. Serious. I'll come down, Emilia's. Hey, come down slowly. Serious. Since she came down in a hurry, she had hard time to dropping down while not shaking her head. Since she's looking earnestly when I put her down on the stretcher, I said while patting her head, I will visit you later, so go take a rest. Serious. Yes, Reese. Reese, I want you to go together with her since I'm going to go explain things. After all, you are tired, right? Serious. Understood, that child doesn't seem to look anxious. Reese. While Reese smiled wryly, she followed those two who were being carried out to the school's treatment room. Phew, like this, I can feel relieved. When I saw them off while blowing out breath of relief, Magna-sensei, who stood nearby, was laughing. This is the first time to see Emilia behave like a spoiled child. Magna. Please say that you didn't see it coming. Serious. But it was very childlike and a very good expression, so may I ask for an explanation, Magna? Understood. After that, I went off immediately to the labyrinth, and when I finally arrived at the 9th floor, I met the dragon's fresh blood. Serious. I explained the lie that I thought up before coming back to Magna-sensei. I came across dragon's fresh blood, but they had been already neutralized, and the signs of the intense battle remained on the 9th floor. I discovered the disciples who were still alive while investigating the area and came back immediately for the treatment of injury. That's the contents, I said. Neutralized is it? Do they not know what happened? Magna. It seemed that they met and fought with dragon's fresh blood, but they had all fainted, and when they recovered from consciousness, the enemies were already neutralized. Serious. So they don't know the cause, huh? I am waiting for the investigation since I already dispatched the investigative team from the garrisons. Is there anything else to be reported? Magna. The nobles Hart and Merluza are safe, but their attendants serious. Is that so? It is a delightful matter that those two are safe, but the students who had become a sacrificed is very regrettable. Magna. I'm sorry, but will you report it to Vile-sensei when you get back to the school? He is probably in my room. Magna. Will this be all right if I talk about this to Vile-sensei? Serious. Yes, honestly, I want to go there, but I can't leave, since there is an investigation going on here. Therefore, I want Serious Kun, who was at the actual spot, to explain it directly. Magna. Understood, I will go and talk to him, since there is a matter that I want to hear about. Serious. Magna-sensei has begun to give instructions to investigation team at the back, and I ran towards school to chase the disciples. I came back to school and went to Magna-sensei's room immediately. I stood in front of the room and was about to knock, but the door was opened before I did anything and I met Vile-sensei. I was invited inside, and Vile-sensei had started to prepare the tea himself, and it was put in front of me, who sat on the sofa. I am not on par with Magna-sensei, but I also enjoyed doing this, you know. How does it taste, Rodwell Vile? The steaming wasn't enough for even a little bit, but the flavor of the tea leaves permeated in my mouth, and it was delicious. Besides, there are various things in it, and since my throat was feeling thirsty, this was just about right. Yes, it is delicious. So I came here to explain situation that happened in the labyrinth, right? Serious. Yes, please, Rodwell Vile. After that, I started to tell the details that I told to Magna-sensei to Vile-sensei. But for him, I explained in detail concerning Ruse and Emilia's injuries and the survivor of Dragon's fresh blood. When I finished the brief explanation, Vile-sensei lowered his head before saying anything. Let me apologize first. The result of previous investigation, it has been confirmed that Gregory invited those murderers. Your disciples got injured because of our school's teacher. I am very sorry. Rodwell Vile. Where is Gregory? Serious. He is not in school and we have sent guards to his house, since it is a matter of time before he gets caught, so please leave it to us. Rodwell Vile. Entrust Ida's that all right, serious. To do such thing, it really is a mess. What kind of rotten upper nobles is that? If you handle this poorly, I may not be able to protect Yao, so please bear with this. Rodwell Vile. Understood, serious. I thought that I wanted to charge towards Gregory's office immediately after this was over, but since he said to this extent, I won't do it. I'll stop from doing anything underhanded. It's also the first time to see Vile senseis being angry, and that's another reason why I thought to stop from doing it. Our limit has been overreached. Those 2 survivors of Dragon's fresh blood will be questioned, and the evidence to denounce Gregory will be obtained. He is not a teacher anymore since he is a criminal. Rodwell Vile. A teacher is an admirable person, but is he degrading to be a criminal day by day? To say that a beastkin is foolish, but the person himself is the most foolish. Yes, I'm saved, because I'm worried about my disciples' conditions. Serious. You really cherish them, Rodwell Vile. Yes, because they are my dear disciples. Serious. I smiled lightly and I exited from the office. I came to the medical treatment room. Emilia and Ruse were brought to the sickbed since the treatment for them has already been completed, and I was told to knock the door. Yisa, Sirius San, Reese. It was Reese who had opened the door, and she smiled as soon as seeing my appearance. I have come to see how things are going. Is it all right to enter? Sirius. Yes, it's all right. Emilia, Sirius San has come. Reese. Really, Emilia's. Judging from the voice, it seems Emilia has recovered mostly. When I entered the room, Emilia sat on the bed and she had a smile on her face. How's your condition? Serious. My head is a bit dizzy, but I'm fine already. Emilia. Is that so? But since being careless is most dangerous, you will rest here quietly today. Serious. Such thing is, I haven't finished cleaning Diamond Cottage yet, and the preparation for dinner. Emilia. Emilia had a look like it's the end of the world, but she softened down when I patted her head. Since both cleaning and preparing dinner can be done tomorrow, go take a rest. Or do you want me to order you? Serious. Yes, understood, Emilia. Emilia had to consent despite being unwilling. Reese watched that scene with wry smile, then she opened the door and went out from the room. I will go and see Ruse-kun. Reese. Reese went out from the room while saying it quietly with a smile. Oh dear, she can read the air nicely, but I don't need that last smile. It became just the 2 of us, Emilia and I. There is no one else around since it's already late in the evening. I stroked her head once again while looking into Emilia's face. By the way, Reese has gone away. Do you have anything to say? Serious. Serious Sama, Emilia. She made sudden warped expression and jumped into my chest by tackling me hard. Despite of telling not to move unreasonably, what an impatient child. I was scared. Ruse isses though seeing Mother Agin thinking that an important person would disappear. Wea, Emilia. As for Emilia behaving abnormally like a child, she had to deceive people while not expressing that feeling. The scene of losing her mother before her eyes is a deep wound which can't be healed yet for her. This time, she had been in a situation that reminded me of that, and she endured desperately to survive even if she wanted to cry. She continued to endure in order not to show how weak she was in front of Ruse and Reese, and she collapsed when it was only the 2 of us are here. I thought I couldn't see Sirius Sama Agin, but those 2 were holding up. I am glad that Ruse is safe. I am glad Reese is safe. To be patted Agin be Sirius Sama, I am glad Emilia. Her words were incoherent when leaking free her emotions, but that is fine. To be stimulated by a trauma and continuously enduring it, I have to react properly to her feelings. I embraced Emilia closely, while I pat her dearly and slowly. You did well. Those 2 are completely safe. It was all because of Emilia held up. Serious. But I collapsed for the whole time. I wasn't able to see how Ruse fought desperately. Emilia. That was because of your words at the beginning to protect Reese. This way, everyone can return safely and I am happy. Serious. Serious Samim too, Emilia. I remember the night when I got Emilia's trust several years ago. That time, she was merely sobbed and I simply soothed her. But now it's different. After having crying for a while, she wiped her tears and looked up at me. This time for sure I will protect. In order to stand and push such matter aside, I will become strong. Emilia. You mean while being my servant, it will be harder than before. Serious. I will endure no matter how hard it is. Even so, it is because I can't bear by simply just looking and can't do anything. Emilia. She grew up again with that powerful gaze. She surely can be strong. I'm looking forward to future. You have said it well, Emilia. As your master, I am happy. Serious. Really? Then I have one more request. Emilia. What? Say it. Serious. Can we stay like this a little bit more? Emilia. It can't be helped. Serious. I replied to her request by embracing her, and she drew close to me with a relief expression. Since she had begun to make calm breathing noise of a sleeping person after a while, I put her on the bed and I went out of the room quietly. Ah, Serious San, how was Emilia? Reese. Immediately after I went out of the room, Reese was returning from Rue's direction. It appears that she was holding flowers that she picked outside in her hands. Probably it is for the visit. Ah, she is fine already. She is sleeping calmly right about now. Serious. That's good. Ruse has woken up some time ago too, and you can talk to him if you go now. Reese. Yeah, I'm going to go talk a little bit too. By the way, don't you call Ruse with kun honorifics. Serious. I call Ruse with kun honorifics until a while ago because of formality. If I don't seize this opportunity myself, that I was just calling him with kun honorific. Therefore, I'm going to take this opportunity from today on by calling a name without honorific. Reese. Ruse will permit it that much. That fellow talks friendly with exception to enemies, but there are only several people who take it sincerely. You became one of them. Serious. Ruse holds several people dearly, Emilia and I, and then Noelle and Dee, and Reese is newly added to the list. When she heard about this, she smiles joyfully. Is that so, Fufu? I'm happy. Reese. Ah, you can be proud too. Well then, I have business with Ruse. Serious. Yes, please cheer up, Ruse. Reese. And after talking to Reese, I went to Rue's sick room that was a bit further away. Aniki, you came. Ruse. Ruse laid down on the bed with bandages wrapped around his arms and chest, but he seemed to be very energetic. Since the moment I came into the room, the tension was high and his eyes were sparkling, and he doesn't want to look away from me. He doesn't appear to be like an injured person. Is the injury all right? Serious. Such injuries will be healed immediately. Leaving that aside, Aniki is the strongest after all. We were not able to do anything, but those guys were beaten easily, so cool. Ruse. But do you know that I killed 2 of them? The opponents were murderers, but I also had done similar things. Serious. It doesn't matter, Aniki did it to protect us. I respect that, but things like being scared is absolutely none. Ruse. What an honest disciple. However, a child who is deeply moved by the dreadness of mine, and he directs a gaze of yearning wholeheartedly. However, the honest words and eyes let me feel relieved. I am aware that it was difficult to being protected in this fight. Although it is difficult this way, Aniki always watched us from the back all the time. Ruse. Don't worry about it. That is my role, and it's enough for you to understand it. Serious. Aniki, I will absolutely become strong to the extent of standing side by side with Aniki. Although it is frustrating to lose this time, I learned a lot. Ruse. Oh, will you tell me one? Serious. Yeah, Ruse. During that time, he became emotional and acted violently, but he became calm when he remembered his failure and reflected on it. Although there was target that he should have protected, he went out alone. He swung his sword with all his strength when he was drowned within his transformation strength. He reported it one by one. Judging from his appearance, Ruse didn't seem to be depressed even though he got defeated. He raised several of his mistakes calmly, and even if I don't follow up, there won't be a problem, probably. I thought so, but I couldn't understand Ruse's deepest emotions. I thought the report was finished when he suddenly became silent, and then Ruse looked outside of the window with a difficult face and talked bit by bit. Ni-chans were safe, I live, and in addition, I was able to see Aniki's greatness. Besides, since I lost only against Aniki and Lior Jiachin, I thought it wouldn't be frustrating to lose to another opponent. But Ruse. Ruse clenches his teeth hard and he endures from shedding tears, but he couldn't suppress the overflowing tears and spots were spreading on the bed. Wheeze, it's so frustrating. Aniki, am I weird? Ruse. It is not weird, that is reasonable reaction as a man. Serious. Reasonable, but for me, I am more annoyed for not being able to protect Ni-chans. Although, I don't have to compare, but don't you think it's frustrating for me to lose? Ruse. I pat Rue's head and so he could stop crying. He lost in the fight, but the enemies lost too and got caught, and all of you survived. When looking at the result, it is a victory, but Ruse is not able to understand it. Since Lior and I are special case, I guess he is frustrated to lose to others. But the feeling of wanting to protect Emilia and Reese is the truth, right? Serious. Of course, I honestly think that it is good for Nisans to be safe. Ruse. If that's the case, it's all good, right? You mustn't choose one but accept both sides of vexation. And don't forget that feeling. That is because it will surely make you strong. Serious. I wonder if that is all right. Ruse. I also said it to Reese, but it is up for you to decide. But never forget that feeling of wanting to protect Emilia. Why do you want to become strong? Say it one more time. Serious. That is because of wanting to protect Ni-chan. Ruse. That's right, therefore, let the wound heal and become strong again. As long as you wish for it, I will accompany you all the time. Serious. I got it, Ruse. Ruse wiped tears out from his eye, and he had much stronger eyes than before. Ruse, you're a strong child. Someday you will surpass Lior and me. Until that time comes, I'll be watching you from nearby, and it can't be helped but to enjoy it. I left Rue's sick room. I sat down on a chair installed in the hallway and let out a breath. This chair is probably for people who come for a visit, but it is awfully big, just like a sofa. I might have lost my disciples in this incident if I handled it poorly, but I'm glad that they are all safe. The disciples who are aware about being defeated will become strong again. The disciples didn't become broken-hearted and scared until they couldn't fight. They are truly reliable and strong disciples. I am glad to have them as disciples, but I am a bit tired as expected. I went berserk and fought with all of my power, and fatigue accumulates on my body after maintaining boost for a long time. Fatigue attacks may be because of the reaching a point where I could rest, and to be honest, it's going to be difficult to return on foot. I will return home afterwards, so let's rest a bit and go home. I set a timer in my head to wake up in 15 minutes. I closed my eyes and I leaned my back on the chair. Reese. After parting apart from Sirius San, Emilia seemed to sleep comfortably when I saw her. No, that is beyond being comfortable, and she seemed happy. Sometimes she laughs while muttering Sirius San's name. She seems really happy. What on earth did he do? I looked puzzled unintentionally. Then I arranged the flowers that I picked without making sound, and I left the room quietly. Next is Rue's room, but has the talking finished soon. When I went in front of Rue's sick room with flowers, Sirius San was sitting on the chair in the hallway. Sirius San, Reese. Sirius San does not react even when I call out to him. When I began to worry and I got close to him, Sirius San was sleeping while sitting down. Although I got to know this person and 2 years had passed, this was the first time seeing a defenseless figure of him. However, it can't be helped. He came running to rescue us and he fought with strong opponents and then cheering us up, so he is tired, of course. Emilia said that this person has strong wariness, but he is defenseless to whom he trusted. Does that include me too? I had become interested to test it out. When I sat down quietly on the chair a little away so as not to wake him up, Sirius San did not get up. I have a feeling that his body moves a bit, but the closed eyes remain as it was. I'm glad that I am also someone that he trusts. I am really happy with that, and I could continue to look at Sirius's sleeping face for a while. I feel like going together when I am with him, truly a mysterious person. He is very strong even though he is just 1 year younger than me and he knows everything. I respect this person to the extent of calling him with honorifics naturally. His height is slightly higher than me. His body is trained wonderfully, but he is smaller if I compare him to adults. However, his back looks great when looking from behind. That is a child's back no matter how I look at it, but when I get to know him, the back of body looks big and reliable. Emilia and Ruse yearn for him, and I understand their feeling of respect's enough. Is that you, Reese? Serious. I'm sorry, did I wake you up, Reese? It's bad I got too close and woke him up. Though he was taking rest with great pains, I had done a bad thing. No, I got up on my own. I would have woken up immediately if you were not there, Reese. Serious. You'll wake up if it's not me, Reese. That is because I don't really fully asleep. I would be vigilant if it's not Reese and others. Wouldn't that be natural? He laughed when he said so. He allowed such behavior if that was with me, but I felt really happy with his words. Emilia and Ruse are going to stay here, and I am going back to Diamond Cottage soon, so how about you, Reese? Serious. I think I will return to the student dormitory after seeing the condition of those two just a little bit more. Reese. Is that so? I'm sorry for leaving soon. Serious. Tu sama, am I not your chichaoya? Serious. Thaddeus nodded. Reese. Well, if someone has a child like Reese, I think they will definitely be happy. Well then, I see you tomorrow. Serious. Yes, I see you tomorrow, Reese. Laughing brightly, Sirius San turned his back on me, and I saw him off. I think when he is with an adult and teachers nearby, the back of his body cannot be compared with them. A person called Tusama Izai, am sure he will become such person. I haven't met him even once, even looking at the back of his body, and he is definitely not my real father. Maybe I will talk with him about things with me soon, but if I talk about it, the present comfortable room will change to something scary. But still I don't want to keep this secret no longer to Emilia, Rusen's serious San. That's all right, if compared to today's dreadness, isn't it still easy? If it's them, they will accept it. And I believe they will accept it without changing. I made up my mind. Even if I regret, I have to walk forward. In the morning of next day, after I defeated the bloodthirsty murderers in Labyrinth, I woke up and I wasn't alone. Good morning, Sirius Sama, Emilia. After what happened yesterday, I thought she would turn meek, but she appears to be acting normally. No, I should say she got a power-up. Sirius Sama, here is a change of clothes. Please have a wet towel because your hair is messy. Since the breakfast has been made, I'll prepare it if you want to eat. Emilia. When I got up, the morning house chores had all been completed. Since this is a world that doesn't measure time, I confirm that it is time to get up based on the position of the sun. Emilia, when did you come here? Sirius. Just a while ago. I was hugged by Sirius Sama yesterday, and I slept happily until this morning. That is why I've had enough sleep and my physical condition is perfect. A little while ago, and to think she could complete all house chores in about 1 hour. Oh well, I've also had enough sleep, so I won't say anything. Her cheeks reddened and she seemed to be squirming in happiness. Her complexion was good according to what she said. Her glossy tail moved in line with her body, and no problems with her condition could be seen at all. When I made a gesture to examine her, just to be sure, Emilia came over before me like in an instant. Did you call me, Emilia? Although I merely called her, she smiled and laughed delightfully, and she was waiting for my words while wagging her tail. When I extended my hand while remaining sitting on the bed, she understood what I wanted to do and lowered her head. I put my hand on her head and invoked scan. There is no anomaly. Serious. Of course, it feels like I can do anything right now, Emilia. She continued wagging her tail while humming. She was over the top with happiness. Yesterday, if she wasn't able to recover, I was thinking of kissing her on the forehead in order to cheer her up. I had a disagreeable feeling, so I stopped and did not do it, and it might have been a correct decision. If I did that, I wonder what on earth would have happened to this child. After that, Emilia and I went to kitchen, and we were eating the prepared breakfast. If I got careless, I might not get to taste such wonderful meal. Thankfully today, I get to eat our normal meal. Today, there is no morning practice, since Emilia is still recovering. So while we were having breakfast leisurely, I heard a sound from the entrance and Reese barged into the Diamond Cottage. Sirius San. Emilia is not in the sick room, she's here after all. Reese. Good morning, Reese. Sirius Emilia. Good morning, that's not it. You sneaked away from the sick room without permission. I was surprised when I went there in the early of morning and you were gone, Reese. I did leave a note though, Emilia. That is not the problem. I'm glad that you seem to be all right, Reese. Reese was holding her head, but after knowing that Emilia was safe, she reverted back to her usual kind expression. Reese sat down on the chair that became her spot after 2 years, then she got her serving of everything on the table. While Emilia served some soup in front of her, Reese joined her hands. She also imitated us by pressing her hands together before meal. She was not only able to use fork and spoon, but also became used to chopsticks. It seems to be delicious today too. Itadakamasu, Reese. Her manner of eating is extraordinarily refined. Her basis starts with eating soup without any sound and then eating a meal elegantly. Nevertheless, she eats as much as Ruse, who eats a lot, and yet she finishes it up in no time easily. Contrary to her refined style, her eating speed is amazing. It is not unusual for a huge meat steak to disappear. I understand Ruse eating a lot, but since she who eats as much as him never seems to gain any weight, I wondered where does all that food go to. I am wondering what's with the intense look, Reese. Sorry, I think Reese really seems to enjoy eating. Serious. Because it is delicious, Reese. As I continued eating my meal, a sound could be heard coming from the entrance again, and the kitchen's door was slammed open. Aniki, Nichan, good mornouch, Ruse. Ruse, you too, huh? Ruse appeared while still being bandaged from head to toe. He held his chest and seemed to be in pain, but why would these siblings just not behave, I wonder? Hey Ruse, it's not good if you are not sleeping properly in the sick room. Emilia. You are not convincing even if you say that, Reese. It's boring to only lie down, and the meal in the sick room is nowhere near enough. Ruse. It's not that I don't understand, but I wanted you to sleep properly. Serious. Ruse also sat down at his regular spot and started eating. Although he is still recuperating, this child really eats a lot. 2 portions have been consumed already. Delicious. Ni-chan, is there another helping? Ruse. There is more since I made a lot. Emilia. Hi, it's pointless to say anything by now. Emilia, I would like some more too. Reese. Yes, eat a lot, all right, Emilia. Although they almost got killed the day before, things were the same as usual. I put some bread in my mouth while looking at my disciples spend their time happily. It is normally practice time when the breakfast is finished, but for today I intended to change that. I waited for suitable time after finished eating and I gathered their attention. Starting from today, you guys are prohibited from fighting with the exception of training or an emergency. Therefore, I won't accept any objections. Serious. I wonder, is it because we are recuperating, Emilia? That's right, I made the tough decision yesterday. Your bodies are in a bad condition, so even if you practice, it will backfire. I also intend to be moderate today, so you guys can do whatever you like today. Serious. If that's the case, Anarchy, what are you doing this morning? Ruse. Well, serious. Since we have finished eating breakfast, there is nearly 1 hour left before school. When I think about what we should do, the frying pan and eggs in the kitchen are quite the obvious choice. I wonder if I should make some kind of pastry. Serious. Really, Reese, Ruse, Emilia. Those three leaned forward on the table and drew closer to me. Rather than that, Ruse, if you're going to complain of pain, you know you're not supposed to do that, right? I'll make an easy one for the time being. Should I make crepes? Serious. Crepes? Serious, Sama. Is there anything I can help with? Emilia. Fruit is necessary, right? I will cut fruits. Reese. I will stir anything. Ouch. Ruse. You sit down and hold still. Serious. As soon as they finished making confections, the disciples attacked the fresh-made crepes. I went to school together with everyone and then we entered the classroom. As soon as we sat down, the classmates gathered around us. So far, everything was normal except the mood, which was really different today. Hey, you were involved with incident in the labyrinth, am I right? What happened? Anarchy, what's with those injuries? How did that happen? Ruse underlings. What on earth came out? Is the injury not too severe for a golem's doing? Yesterday's incident was already widely known and the classmates were also all concerned. It looks like the rumor is spreading, but the part about dragon's fresh blood doesn't seem to be. Besides, the incident that we got involved in the labyrinth was the only thing that was spread out. To be honest, since when I was about to go home yesterday, I was told by headmaster not to talk in detail about the incident. I told my disciples not to talk about the terrible murderers, but what does the school intend to do about this situation? Good morning, serious Kun. I'm not sure what went on, but most importantly, you are safe. Mark. Good morning, Mark. I can't talk too much about it, but yeah, everyone is safe. Serious. You can't say too much, huh? Something did happen after all. Mark. I think there will be announcements soon. Leaving that aside to have company. Mark. Those guests were Mark's companion who went to school together with him. So when the classroom's door opened, the said people appeared. Excuse me, Hart. Excuse me, Merluza. It's Hart and Merluza. It was known that these two were the victims of yesterday's incident. The class became quiet suddenly by their sudden appearance. As the classroom became quiet suddenly, they walked leisurely and stood in front Emilia and Ruse. Is there something, Emilia? It looks like it, Ruse. Ruse, I have something to say to you, Hart. Emilia, I have something to say to you, Merluza. While they were glaring at each other, those two nobles lowered their heads calmly. I don't remember since I was pushed away by you, but I heard that I was saved by your help. I would like to express my sincere gratitude, Hart. Emilia, I was saved by your magic. I really appreciate it, Merluza. Hiya, Emilia, Ruse. I have expressed my gratitude properly. Well then, please excuse me, Hart. I want to beat you in a match if possible. Well then, goodbye, Merluza. After conveying the things that they wanted, the two nobles went out of the classroom. The classroom was in an extremely indescribable situation and everyone was looking here. Then Ruse, who was quiet, muttered in a low voice. What was that all about, Anarchy? Ruse. It was exactly as they said. Those two merely came to express their gratitude. They were belligerent yesterday, but they are still upright nobles who respond to favors. Serious. It is somewhat complicated. I guess so. Nevertheless, what I would like to say is you guys did well. That's all. Serious. When I continuously pat their heads lightly, whether they understood or not, they were laughing. In any case, for whatever it is, I am proud of their conduct. The classroom became quiet because of those two nobles, but just as the classroom gradually became noisy again, Magna-sensei came. When I noticed, it looks like it was time for the lesson to start. Good morning. Since I have something to tell everyone, please calm down. Magna. Magna-sensei looked entire classroom, and he nodded after confirming that the classroom was quiet. While he looked over the entire class, his eyes and mine met, and it wasn't my imagination. Everyone has probably heard about the incident happened in the labyrinth yesterday. Since the full detailed explanation will be given in auditorium this afternoon, please do not spread false rumors. And Sirius Kun, Magna. Yes, what is it, Sirius? The headmaster seems want to hear your story of what happened in the labyrinth. Please go and see headmaster now, Magna. I was a little bit surprised when I was called suddenly. Then Emilia and Ruse stood up hurriedly to protest. Magna Sensei, why only Sirius-sama, Emilia? Yeah, as for the incidents, he should hear it from us who are the victims. Ruse. Although your objection is reasonable, aren't you guys Sirius Kun's servants? Since Sirius Kun as the master is here, then he should do the explaining, you know. Magna. There was truth in Magna Sensei's words, right? The siblings who were my servants couldn't say anything. Thus they seemed lonely as I went out of the classroom. Then I came alone in front of headmaster's office. It is a different room compared to the sensei's because it has high-grade double-leaf doors that gives an intimidating feeling. That being the case, it's no use hesitating at the door, so I knocked with confidence since I was called. Sirius teacher is here. Sirius. Please come in, Rodwell. I opened the magnificent door and the headmaster was sitting in front of high-quality desk. That could be seen in the president's office of my previous life. Even so, an innocent young man who didn't feel even the slightest bit curious was called here by Rodwell. So you came. I didn't prepare tea, but have a seat on that sofa. Rodwell. Please excuse me, Sirius. I sat down on the sofa, and before I could say anything, Rodwell also sat on the opposite side. We didn't begin a conversation immediately. We were just staring each other in silence. Such awkward atmosphere stayed for a while, and then Rodwell opened his mouth. Let's get to main point without delay. The purpose of my call is to inform you of yesterday's results since I wanted to hear some things from you. Rodwell. What do you want to hear, Sirius? Since I will explain about that after this, I will tell you the results first. Yesterday, the two survivors from Dragon's Fresh Blood, Goryon the leader and Romeo's the human male, were secured in the labyrinth, and they were brought in a short while after you came back. Unfortunately, the remaining two died and they were sent to morgue. Rodwell. It's a matter of the interrogation's result, right, Sirius? Yes, it is. There were various results from it, but Rodwell. It seemed that Rodwell also participated in that interrogation, and he was going to explain the results in detail. First, it was carried out on Romeo's. He was brought into small room and had woken up already. He was handcuffed and being made to sit in front of Rodwell and some others. Across the desk, the interrogation seemed to have begun with Rodwell and several other interrogators. Well then, your name is Romeo's, right? Why did you guys come here, Rodwell? To kill people, of course, since it is fun, Romeo's. To answer calmly. If that's the case, how did you guys came here, or who invited you? We were invited by an old man who calls himself Gregory. He acted normally and didn't seem worth killing, but he said that we can kill some beastkin and a lot of other people. Romeo's. Then why were you able to enter the labyrinth without getting checked? A letter of introduction from Gregory was given. It was a useful thing, and not only in the labyrinth. Romeo's. After that, there were some other questions, and he answered them without any hesitation. Gregory's letter of introduction was seized, so it could be used as evidence. The way your answer is extremely smooth. Don't you bastards regret your actions? Regret? I am merely acting on instinct, so I don't think I did bad things. That is why I don't feel the need to hide it. Romeo's. All members were getting angry and shocked by Romeo's words, but while Rodwell sent sharp gaze, he continued to question him. It is not necessary to hide it, huh? Well then, let me ask you one last question. You guys were attacked. By whom, Rodwell? Romeo's. Romeo's, who was full of confidence, seemed to change suddenly right after that question. He couldn't calm down strangely, sweated a lot, and it seems that his eyes were not focused. After that, they continued asking who defeated them until Romeo's finally snapped. Stop being unreasonable. Why must I explain to you guys? Romeo's. But the opponent that defeated you guys must be a strong person. It is because we were not aware of such person. Rodwell. So you don't know, huh? I never want to see such a monster again. Romeo's. I can see you came across something that befits a monster. Or maybe the opponent's appearance was not what you expected. For example, Somion like a child. Rodwell. Romeo's. Headmaster, no matter how you look at it, a child is impossible. The truth is your golems were running wild and they were beaten by it, something like that, right? As Romeo's. If that's the case, then it will be a problem, I think. Oh, how about that, Romeo-san? You are strangely agitated. Could it really have been a child, Rodwell? Talking about a child in front of me is Romeo's. He stood up while screaming, then he began invoking magic and he died. And then the interrogation was carried out on Goryon next. When he was captured, he seemed to talk a lot before, but he didn't seem to want to talk at all now. The reason is, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Goryan. It seemed that there was no other reaction other than staring at nothing while holding his head and apologizing continuously. He is also hopeless. This guy was tougher when he was found in the labyrinth. He does nothing but apologize, so there is no way to have a conversation. Rodwell. This is troublesome, despite hearing several things that we wanted to know. What kind of shock was given to him? Is it as good as Headmaster's magic? Headmaster, are you the headmaster? Goryan. When Goryan noticed that the person in front of him was the headmaster, his eyes seemed to awaken and he raised his face. He tried to get near Rodwell, but he fell down awkwardly since he was tied up. Did he still want to talk with Rodwell? He was trying to get closer even by crawling. Yes, I am the headmaster, so what is it? Rodwell. I don't want to say anything to anyone except the headmaster. Come now, please ask question quick. If you're not quick, quickarg ag, Goryan. Well then, Rodwell. Rodwell wondered why Goryan became confused and weird, but he answered the related questions obediently even though he was scared. He told everything such as the number of people that he had killed after coming to this town and the measures to deal with the aftermath, his past career and his ability. Despite not getting questioned anymore, he started to talk about things like favorite food, how many times he went to toilet every day and other things. He let out everything as if he was fighting for his life desperately. That is enough already. You don't have to talk anymore. Rodwell. Are you done hearing what you want to know? If that's the case, quickly take me to that guy, Goryan. Who is that guy, Rodwell? I don't know, it is not possible to say you know. Since you asked, that guy is quickly, Goryan. Headmaster, it's dangerous. Please step back. Shut up. Take me quickly to Argarag, Goryan. And then Goryan died. Did both of them die? Serious. Yes, but I planned from the beginning to take care of them under the pretense of self-defense, because there is no reason to let them stay alive if we have evidence. Even though Romeo's, who can use magic, was handcuffed in advance, it's not me who dealt with him. Rodwell. Well then, was it the interrogation officer? Serious. It was not. Romeo's was shouting and his head exploded suddenly during that time. Then he merely became lump of flesh. Goryan was also the same. He absolutely hadn't received any external attack. Rodwell. Their head exploded. What merciless treatment. Serious. Rodwell glared like he wants to kill, letting out bloodlust at me who was trying to act dumb. What did you dodo them, Rodwell? To them what? Serious. Let me say from my experience and intuition, the total annihilation of Dragon's fresh blood was related to Sirius Kun, right, Rodwell? I was being suspected after all. My battle switch had activated automatically in response to the bloodlust. As I started up multitask, I received an overpowering pressure from Rodwell right in front of me. What is the problem, I wonder? Serious. The possibility of bluffing is high. Nevertheless, must think of the possibility of worst-case scenario. Preparing boost. Multitask 1. Confirming the positions of the disciples by search. The response is in the classroom. Multitask 2. The wall of this room contains a special ore that absorbs noise. So as for the sound, it won't be heard from outside, you know. In short, a secret talk or a little disturbance, it won't be noticed. Serious. Boost's preparation is completed. Invoke at the same time as opponent's chanting. Compromise his vision and retreat immediately after. Multitask 1. Contact the disciples by using call as the battle goes on. After escaping from the headmaster's room, ensure the disciples escape from school. Multitask 2. I will hear your answer. Why did you come here? If it is to bring harm to the school, I must use force. Rodwell. I am here for the sake of getting experience and knowledge, and thento protect and raise my disciples. Serious. Confirming the rise of mana from the opponent. Since opening with impact is obstructed, Magnum should be considered. Multitask 1. There is no opponent outside. Selecting shortest escape route confirmed. Multitask 2. There is no mistake in your words, right, Rodwell? None. Serious. Hypothesis completed. Multitask 1. Hypothesis completed. Multitask 2. I said the last word without hesitation. Rodwell and I were staring to each other in silence. I must not turn away my eyes from here. I can't show any hesitation. I do have faith in Rodwell after all, since I had proper interaction with him. The glaring persisted for several seconds, then for several minutes, then it ended with the disappearance of Rodwell's bloodlust. To endure my bloodlust until now, it seems certain that you were the one who defeated them. Rodwell. Yes, I am. I defeated them. Nevertheless, to test me by letting out blood thirst up until now, you're such a mean person. Serious. I decided to admit it honestly. It is troublesome to keep deceiving him and hiding it further, and in the case of an influential person such as this one, I judged it to be all right. I canceled multitask and was relieved that a battle didn't happen. I grew fond of the school after 2 years, and I'm glad I didn't have to run away from town and throw everything away except my disciples. I'm sorry to surprise you, but I would like to take this opportunity to hear your real intentions. It helps that Sirius Kun and I understood well that there is no reason to be hostile to each other. Rodwell. That is nice, but weren't you a bit excessive? If one of us was to be careless, it would probably have become a battle, Sirius. There was no other way. I suspected your strength for a long time, but I did not think that you could defeat Dragonkin and advanced-level adventurers easily. Thinking about the danger this time is not even amusing. Rodwell. Well, since I have gone too far this time, Sirius. It is quite reasonable. My disciples could have been injured. That was the reason I went to viciously beat them without thinking. You have power, but you don't seem to use it unjustly, and you care about your companions. This is my personal opinion. I want to build a favorable relationship with Sirius Kun. Rodwell. Me too, therefore I have a request. It is about my true strength, Sirius. Yes, I understand. With that such strength, I think it will become troublesome if the nobles were to hear about it. In regards to Sirius Kun, I will not let anyone know. Rodwell. No, since this incident is because of my clumsiness, it's only natural. Besides, if I'm not on good terms with you, I won't receive cake from now on, right, Rodwell? Was that your real intention, Sirius? Anyway, with the end of the dragon's fresh blood group, it seemed that the problem concerning my true strength was settled, and I felt relieved. There were other things that needed to be confirmed, but it seemed I couldn't proceed with those matters because Rodwell started to make a bitter face. The mastermind of this incident, Gregory regretfully, we were not able to find him. Rodwell. Did he run away, Sirius? That's right, when we broke into his house, the person himself had already disappeared along with some of the evidence too. While I said to entrust this to us, I am ashamed. Rodwell. No, the headmaster's response was not wrong. Nevertheless, that guy is fast at running away. Sirius. He is not only outstanding at magic, but also at running away. However, he is already a wanted man with the testimony that I got from yesterday's interrogation and the evidence found in his house. Wanted posters will be posted by the end of the day, and he probably can't take any conspicuous actions, at least in Elysian. Rodwell. What will become to his students and to the people close to him? And then, how about the two nobles that were led by the murderers into the labyrinth? Sirius. Although Hart and Merluza were proud, it was also admirable that they apologized. Since they were innocent, I felt sorry for them for getting involved with some adults who were acting rashly. The students who were under Gregory's wings will be put under the guidance of a substitute teacher. Then Hart Kun and Merluza Kun were judged as innocent. Those two know nothing, and they were forced by Gregory to take the murderers in. In short, all faults lies with Gregory. Rodwell. You had an unpleasant face, Sirius. Really, by the way, those two are still young and are easily tempted by others, so I think it is unreasonable to give them a heavy punishment. They lost their trusted servants, and they probably learned a lot from this incident. Rodwell. We were all safe, but those nobles lost 3 servants each, and while there probably were some disputes among the households, and I think this incident taught them a lot. Like the saying goes, sometimes a strong poison could become a strong medicine instead. I only beat them up. Even so, did I overdo it by killing them? Sirius. No, I would rather dispose of them. I'm really saved. By the way, if I was the only interrogator there, I would have done it myself. Rodwell. Rodwell was laughing with unpleasant face again. As expected, when you become a headmaster, you won't be able to keep your position without sometimes getting your hands dirty. They are dead, but the information is there, and we will spread it. Gregory will surely be dealt with, since we don't plan on capturing him alive. That is awful. Sirius. I'll accept that as a compliment. By the way, Sirius Kun, what did you do in order to kill to the remaining 2? Rodwell. That is probably about Gorion's and Romeo's heads exploding. It is an ability to blow up opponent's head at a long distance. What a terrible skill. Perhaps Rodwell's speech is justified, but it is a secret. I am unable to do it unless I touch the subject, and since I don't plan to use it except on an enemy like a killer, please don't ask me about it. Sirius. It can't be helped then. I trust your personality. Although I didn't get an explanation, that ability is dangerously powerful. I think this goes without saying, but please be careful. Rodwell. He gave up surprising easily. If I had to explain that it is nothing but the usual impact. my impact can be invoked with a delay. Besides, it is possible to be activated according to another's magic power. This time, it is nothing more than invoking with an arbitrary timing and the target being the killer's head. Then how did I put it into operation? In regards to Romeo's, I set the trigger of impact to be when he tries to use magic. For Goryon, I gave a suggestion to him in advance, that if the person himself tries to talk to anyone but the headmaster, it will become a switch to trigger his own magical power. This won't affect those who have strong will, but it is a useful skill for a weakened opponent. It was one of the things that I've been taught in my previous life. Since there is time delay, there won't be any evidence, and it is an ideal skill for assassination. In my previous life, I'd just replace impact with a small-size bomb. I discussed several other matters, and the discussion between me and the headmaster was finished. Emilia and Ruse rushed to cling to me the moment I returned to the classroom, which made Magnus Sensei angry again. All students were gathered in auditorium during afternoon, where the details of the case were revealed at that time. It was a matter of terrible killers appearing in the school's labyrinth and there being victims. Those killers were invited by Gregory. He was now a wanted man, and he has since disappeared. I thought the headmaster is a very firm person by exposing the school scandal, but because of his eloquent speech, he managed to direct all the blame toward Gregory. But still, his way with words was splendid. Being 400 years old is not just for show. Every crime was put on Gregory, as the headmaster was continuously making a point of taking a lesson from this incident on the stage. Meanwhile, Ruse, who was close, whispered softly to me. Anarchy, I wonder what happened to the remaining survivors of Dragon's Fresh Blood. Ruse. Well, maybe we won't see them for again. Serious. Is that so? To keep losing is something unpleasant, Ruse. I understand the feeling of wanting to fight back, but instead of thinking about cheap ways to win, I think it would be better if you find ways to win against me. Serious. Is that so, as one would expect of Anarchy, Ruse? The truth is, I wanted to have them defeated by the hands of my disciples, but even their personality was too dangerous to let them go. Of course, I was angry too, when those disciples of mine were harmed, but I judged that it would influence them negatively were they to deal with murderers, so I decided to handle the matter completely. Although it seems that they were going to be dealt with even if I didn't do it myself this time, I cleaned up by my own hands. As for me being an agent, I used to work in shadows without standing in the spotlight. It was not possible to live a normal life while dealing with targets behind the scenes daily. I don't plan to tell this to my disciples until the necessary time comes. It is because I don't want to explain it poorly. When talking about assassins, it is similar to those terrible killers from a different point of view, the difference being whether one is delighted about murder or not. However, if it is to protect them, I intend to undertake any dirty work. Even if I have reincarnated, my principle is not changing. As a shishwand as an agent, although it leaves a bad taste when the mastermind disappears, the case of horrific murders closed got resolved this way. As for result of the event, it had become difficult discussion. Volume 6, Intermission 1, Our Most Priceless Treasure. Volume 6, Intermission 1, Our Most Priceless Treasure. Volume 6, Intermission 1, Our Most Priceless Treasure. Noel. 2 years have passed since I parted with Sirius-sama. This time, I wonder what that lady has been doing. Maybe she is acting violently in school, probably making all the nobles kneel before her. Emi-chan is probably clinging to Sirius-sama as usual, and Ru-kun is making a racket while full of spirit. TLN, Emilia calls Ruse as Ru, it's not a typo. In the previous letter, it was written that Emi-chan got a new friend that also became a disciple. She seems to be living a steady life in school, so I am relieved. And then One-chan, I came back to reality when the door was suddenly opened by my only younger sister, Nokia-chan. TLN, the name in RAW is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Good grief, since Sirius-sama will worry about me. I was trying hard to be a smart and elegant wife in my own room, but that got spoilt because of Nokia-chan. What do you mean by a smart and elegant wife? Don't slack off just because you are having a baby, Nokia. But D-san is on a break today and he said it is okay. Noel. Whenever I showed my big swollen belly to Nokia-chan, she would shake her head in amazement. What do you mean by that? Since carrying a baby is difficult, isn't all right to sigh at such bluntness. I can't just spend all my time keeping One-chan from goofing around, especially when the baby is about to be born. Nokia. It's a wonder that D-san accepted such a frivolous One-chan. Nokia. I mean, I am properly aware that Nokia-chan has a crush on D-san. She is gradually reaching pubescence, and it can't be helped that she became dependent on a man who was close by. Even so, even if she is a sister of mine, I absolutely won't hand him over to her. What is it, One-chan, to suddenly have such an angry look? Nokia. It's nothing. Leaving that aside, is there something you need? Noel. Yes, there is something. Gad-san came just now and he called for one-chan, Nokia. Really, he came early this time, Noel. He said that he needed to take care of something important. There is also a letter from one-chan's master, Sirius Sama Nokia. Please say that earlier, Noel. Ah, if one-chan rushes like that, it would be bad for your body, hey, Nokia. Nokia-chan was shouting from the back, but I ignored her and headed outside. Even though she usually says mean things, I really like that she has become gentler now. Anyway, I slowed down in order not burden the baby. My husband, D-san, was talking to Gad a horse carriage with Galgan's company symbol. So you have come, is your tummy all right, D? I am fine, dear. Even if you say not to burden the baby, it is not fine if I don't move my body a little, Noel. It is as Noel says, you just worry too much, you know, Gad. You won't understand such a thing, D. Che, fair enough, the me who doesn't even have a woman doesn't get it, Gad. It seems like they are going to start arguing at any moment, but then again these two always give such feeling. It resembles a fight, but it is not. Men are mysterious creatures. Rather than arguing the letter, is it true that a letter from Sirius Sama has arrived, Noel? That's right, look, this share is Noel Chan's, Gad. I opened the handed-over letter and took out 3 pieces of paper from inside. The one with the solid handwriting was by Sirius Sama. Emi-chan had cute and round handwriting, while Ru-kun wrote somewhat messily and crowded the letters. The letters are similar, but they have their own personality, and that is interesting. I will read them thoroughly later, and here is for D. Besides the letter, I am also looking after this package for you. Gad didn't only bring letters, but also a bunch of wooden boxes in the interior of the carriage. Is that maybe? Ah, I read the beginning of the letter and it says that I will be taught some new recipes. These are the ingredients for that, Gad. As expected of Sirius Sama, what kind of recipe has he developed this time? Noel, I'm not worried about it. D, if you make it, I will try it too, Gad. All right, will you carry that box inside, D? No problem, don't you need some time to prepare the ingredients? Will it be all right if I came from the front, Gad? That's fine, D. Gad-san brought the wooden boxes and entered our shop that opened a year ago, Irina's dining room. Right now there were no customers because of the break needed to prepare the cooking ingredients, but when we open, this place would fill up with people because it has become somewhat popular. The reason being that even the nobles from neighboring town come here for the sake of eating D's meals. It was difficult to get this far, but right now we are able to live well. Same goes for Sirius Sama too. The wooden box was put on the table in the dining hall. Gad-san opened the boxes when our family had gathered. My 4 younger brothers and sisters who are employed in the restaurant were curiously waiting for the box to be opened. Well, it's open. Come D, please confirm it, Gad. On D. D took out a letter detailing the box's contents. The content was some kind of green powder that was in a container. Not only that, there was a delicate red fine powder, small long and narrow white fruits and others. They didn't look like something that can be eaten. D-san, what on earth are these, Nokia? While Nokia-chan asked a question, my other siblings lifted the container up wondering what was inside it. D put down the letter and placed the white fruit from before on his palm. This is called rice. According to the explanation, when cooked, it becomes a food that can replace bread. D. To replace even bread isn't that wonderful. So what are these green and yellow powders for, Nokia? These seem to be spices to be used in combination with the rice. Since a ratio is written, why not just mix it all the way, I wonder? D. To use these together, what is this, Gad? From the side, Gad-san was looking at Sirius Sama's letter, but what did he see that surprised him so much? What are these weird characters? Can you read it, Gad? Of course, these characters were invented by Sirius Sama and are called Nihongo. D. TLN, the word Nihongo is written in katakana. As for this, even if a chef finds it, the recipe won't be leaked, since we were the only ones to have received lessons in Nihongo. Noel, how to think forward to that extent at such age. Your master is really amazing. Gad. That man holds much knowledge that we can't even fathom. Of course he is amazing. I'm proud to be his servant. It seems the mixing ratio changes depending on the type of meat. Since chicken is what we have left over, the spices called cardamom and turmeric need to be increased. D. When comparing the spices that are put inside containers, D-san's eyes become like a chef's. Ah, he is so cool as usual. This place is nice, but what I like most is my dear chef's face. Therefore, Nokia-chan, even if you look at him with such innocent eyes, your relationship absolutely can't become anything more. All right, I got it. A lad, prepare them. DTLN, the name in raw is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Understood, a lad. A lad is my 3rd younger brother. He was inspired by D-san to become a cook, and nowadays, he has become his best disciple and trains day and night. I saw Alad and D-san enter the kitchen. I decided to wait for them while reading the letter they handed over. What on earth can you do with that much spices? Won't the taste become ruined? Nokia. This is an important matter. Nokia-chan doesn't believe Sirius-sama. It's not the time to read the letter because I need to explain the splendor of Sirius-sama. Nokia-chan, Sirius-sama won't do such things, don't you agree? Since that person is amazing, there is no doubt that it's going to be really delicious. Noel. How many times have I heard about Sirius-sama's greatness, but isn't that person younger than us? Nokia. Yes, he is. He is 11 years old. Noel. Are you sure, Nokia? This possibly can't be helped since she never met him, but she doesn't believe it at all. If that's the case, I'll have to rely on D-san's cooking. As I was waiting for it, I read the letter. After a short while, I smelled something really aromatic from the kitchen. Cut smelled so alluring. I swallowed my saliva unintentionally. It was the same with my younger sister and my younger brothers. They were all attracted to smell and were about to look into the kitchen. It's finished. D. It's finished, everyone, a lad. And then the meal was finally done. D-san was holding a big saucepan with green soup, while a lad was holding a pot filled with a lot of white grains. Why were there two kinds, I wondered. Those two lined up on the table, and after D confirmed that we have gathered, he began the explanation of the dishes. It seems you can eat it after you pour this green soup on the white rice. It is called curry rice. D. They must be eaten together at the same time, right? Leaving that aside, aren't the white things strangely watery? It was a little watery, but I have never seen a meal like this before. What came to my mind was whether it's really delicious or not. The appearance of Sirius-sama's meals was strange, but they were delicious. This time it would probably be wonderful too. Originally, the rice should have been fluffy, but it appears that we didn't get the amount of water and the heat level right. D. However, I guarantee the taste. To produce such a meal, Sirius-sama is really amazing. A lad. A lad who had sampled the meal had glittering eyes. Hoo, yeah right, go and submit to his power. This is Sirius-sama's true strength. I understand that your master is amazing, but let's eat quickly, okay? I am nearing my limit because of this smell. Gad. Serve it quickly, a lad on E faster. Wah, I'm going to distribute it quickly, so wait for it, wait, a lad. Everyone's eyes became sharp. They looked like they were going to rush a lad with full force at any time. That's not good. Sirius-sama's meal is something that you need calmly wait for and solemnly receive. In the olden days, I would have probably rushed to a lad, same as everyone, but I am different right now. Arrange the plates calmly. A lad, serve it quickly to me too, Noel. Wait a sec, Enki, a lad, it seems I can't hold the wild nature in me. When I got closer to a lad, D-san poked my shoulder and handed me a plate. Noel's portion is here. Since this cuisine is a bit spicy, I made a less spicy one for you. D. Dear Noel. It's all right to eat a lot, D. Ah, you are the best as I expected. I love you. I'm glad that I married you. Wait, one-chan, what are you doing? Staring suddenly Nokia. Oops, it's no good. Well then, itadakimasu, Noel. Ah, Nokia. Everyone was given a spoon and we began eating curry rice. They all solidified with a spoon in their mouth, and a short while later they began drinking water in a hurry. Despite that, their faces showed satisfaction. This is spicy. Butit's delicious. The taste is hot but very addicting. Can I have a second helping? I'm sorry, the curry aside, the rice is not enough. It won't be a meal without rice. How about eating the curry with bread, a lad? That's a good idea, a lad. If we put the curry inside the bread and fry it, the recipe will be called curry bread. D. That is also delicious. Since the rice is not enough, bring the bread. I finished late compared to everyone, but I was satisfied. D was right, even when the spiciness is subtler, it's still very easy to eat. If I had to confess my inner thoughts, I actually wanted to eat a little bit more. Noel, do you want to eat my share? My share is your share, so it's all right to eat it. D. But how about you, my dear, Noel? 'Cause you are having a baby. It's not good if you are not getting a lot of nutrients, and this is the only thing that I can do. D-san is right. A beastkin like me generally eats a lot during pregnancy. It's said to be the instinct of a strong child, but I am not sure about all the details. At the very least, the amount I ate in recent days was increasing greatly. No matter how much I eat, it seems the baby in my tummy snatches all the nutrition, and so my tummy often makes a grumbling sound. D cooks nutritious meals every time, and he cooks like that every time after all. There is no such thing because you help me a lot, Noel. Dear Noel. Noel, D. One-chan, Nokia, it's no good, I'm falling in love again with D-san. I came back to reality because of Nokia-chan's voice, but it was alright even if I dreamt a bit more. Gad, these ingredients are D. Ah, leave it to me. I will bring larger quantities when I restock next time, so that I can eat again. Gad. Of course, D. We already entered the mass production level, so we confirmed the contents of the contract with GAD. Our business transactions are usually at a low price, but D-San got surprised this time because it was cheaper than expected. Isn't it too cheap? Your profit is probably too small. D. GAD explained that 20 of the sales from Sirius Sama's self-made preservation food and ideas for new toys will be given to Master as remuneration. It seems that the duration of this arrangement is for 1 year, but the 20 amount was changed to 10. So he said that the remaining 10 will be used to cover a part of our restocking charges. Looking at the size of the crate, D-San and I lower our head while thinking of that person who is far away from us. Well, aren't you still having hard time after opening the shop for a year? So don't you think you should obediently accept it? That gentleman, your Dana, will be glad too. Gad. Sirius-san is really great person, huh? Nokia. Of course, Nokia-chan finally understands. Noel. That is wait, I don't understand after all, since I haven't met him yet. Nokia, oh dear, when will you honestly say he is amazing? He's amazing, all right, I tell you. I wonder what I should write in the next letter. How about some consultation? Don't I understand that Sirius-sama is amazing? Yet I somewhat have a feeling that he is going to say that it is going to be all right. TLN, about eating a lot during pregnancy. Oh yes, I remembered about the letters. I won't forget the flavorful taste of curry, but an important thing was written in the letter this time. My dear, I remembered something about Sirius-sama, Noel. Really, D. I handed in the letter that I had read earlier to D-san. What we would like to ask Sirius-sama is a name for our child. I sent a letter while being pregnant saying that I want him to think of a name for our children. However, he declined since it is the right of the parents. Nevertheless, after asking him repeatedly so many times, he finally gave in this time and wrote it in the letter. If the child is a boy, his name will be Dylan. TLN, the name in raw is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. If the child is a girl, her name will be Noir. TLN, the name in raw is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. They contain our names and I think the names are splendid. I gently stroked my tummy and D-san talked gently, while touching it too. Dylan or Noir is it, D. They are good names. I really want to see our baby's face soon. I'm going to give my best to bear this baby. Let's give our best from now on, my dear. Noel. Leave it to me, D. Who is it going to be a boy? Or is it going to be a girl? Since we don't mind whichever it is, please be born soon, our most priceless treasure. And then we will serve that person together with Papa and Mama. Volume 6, Intermission 2, The Reborn Challenger. Volume 6, Intermission 2, The Reborn Challenger. Volume 6, Intermission 2, The Reborn Challenger. Idle Talk, The Reborn Challenger. This story happened several days after Lior separated from Sirius. Lior. Several days after I parted with Sirius. Another name for the place where I used to live is the Ruined Forest. It is a vast forest that can throw off your sense of direction. It's also a terrible forest where even intermediate-level adventurers can be attacked at any time by the dangerous demons that lurk around the area. In my case, I kept my sense of direction, and since even the demons ran away while glaring at me, I treated it as a normal forest when I went through it. There were no particular problems that way. While eating the burned meat of the demons that attacked me, I continued walking until I finally came out of forest onto the highway. Then, I suddenly realized I was consumed with regret that I didn't notice in the past. How I'm a failure, Lou. Since I was talking to myself more, I was still focusing, but this time, it didn't feel like my willpower was wilting away. I felt that my favorite sword was getting heavier. While trudging along on the highway, I turned my gaze in the direction of where that guy and others might be. Why didn't he invite me to travel together with him, Lior? Sirius said that he wanted to go to school because he wanted to see the world and to gather experience. Even with his strength, he couldn't join the Adventurers Guild because he was still a minor and it would incur further problems. But he should have realized that there would have been no problems if he introduced me as his guardian. He could have declined, but if I had said it, I would be regretting it less now. The feeling of regret sure is unpleasant. To be fair, judging by that guy's personality, the probability of him accepting my proposal was probably not high. When I think of it, I can't help but be annoyed. Nuarg, a lifetime mistake, Lior. My life was devoted to the sword up until now. I love to fight. Fighting strong opponent makes me happy. That was going to change now, but I found 3 new enjoyments in life. First is a kid called Sirius. He has a childlike figure, but what's inside of him exceeds me. What a monster. He's a close friend of mine and a rival who wins of our fights against me than he loses. Fighting with that guy is now my purpose in life. To win more than losing is my goal now. Having a so-called goal is good. Meeting that guy really was a good thing. Then he brought Emilia. She's Sirius' servant and disciple. She's a lovely girl from the Silver Wolf tribe. During our first introduction, my heart trembled when she called me Ojai-chan. As for me who devoted my life to the sword, I don't need disciples, especially a kid. I thought that I didn't feel a yearning for kids or grandkids as well, but the burst of feeling at that time is something hard to forget. Although that fool treats her as a grandchild, but for me Amelia is just a cute kid. Whether it's foolish to have grandchildren or anything, whatever it is, it's all good. The youngster who is the younger brother of Amelia was he called Ruse. Normally it's a principle of mine not to memorize names of people that I don't recognize, but I acknowledged his hunger for strength. He keeps on challenging us, even after continuously losing against me in serious. That spirit is similar to mine. He holds natural kinetic vision, and he is a man of exceptional talent who will surpass me sooner or later. Well, I absolutely won't say such a thing in front of him. I think I will call him by his name if he were to reach half of my true strength. He is Sirius' disciple and my disciple too. Since his characteristics resemble mine when I was young, I have shown off and taught him various techniques involuntarily. The reason is I have decided not to take any disciples, so for me that youngster will become my last disciple. I clearly saw him grow every time I met him. It has been fun teaching such a youngster. The chance to travel and have fun with those three together, and I saw them off without being able to do anything. Come to think of it, isn't this quite the miserable talk? If I were to say it properly, if I could stay with the cute Amelia, see and take care of the youngsters, and fight that guy at any time. It would have been a wonderful thing, and yet here I am traveling alone, while he goes to school with his two disciples. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous, Ojai-san, be careful. Run away, Ojai-san. For some reason it was getting noisy behind me, so I deviated from the highway and took my distance. Thereupon, a horse carriage drove by me with full force. However, its speed suddenly dropped a short while after passing through the spot where I was until it stopped completely. It seemed like the horse pulling the carriage had reached its limit. However, since I didn't have any obligation to help, I kept on walking. It became noisy again at the place I just passed by. I caught up with them at last. Those guys stopped moving. This is our chance. Our spoils are going to increase too. Is it a robbery? When I stopped and looked back, several men who rode on horses were shouting and coming in this direction. Well, since it's not related to me, when I continued going forward, a man and a woman exited from the carriage and stood in front of me. You there, won't you kindly save us? Me, Lior. Yes, the person holding that big sword. Surely you must be a famous swordsman, Sama. Famous, Lior. Well, my name used to be well known to a certain extent. These thieves were such pushovers, but this was troublesome if I was to be honest, because I felt that I would be bullying the weak. I thought of leaving the two who desperately seeking for help. Adu-san, are we going to be all right? Hey, you need to hide in the carriage. Please, if it's money, I'll give it to you. Please save us. That child just now, is it yours? Yes, we're traveling merchant. No, please spare my daughter. If it's money, I have them. It's not like I want your daughter. It can't be helped then, you guys go hide inside the carriage. Lior, the girl who peeped from the carriage, reminds me of Amelia. Her appearance was entirely different and she didn't seem the same age, but when I saw her, the feeling of wanting to abandon them disappeared. I used to lack such feelings before, but I was reborn after almost being killed by Sirius. It's fine for this to be the reason I swing my sword. Ooh, what a strange big old man. Oi, Jig-san, we have business with the carriage behind you. We will take the valuables and quickly disappear. Are you going to swing that big sword? Think a little bit more if you want to threaten us with that appearance, ha. I was laughed at all of a sudden when I stood in front of those guys. This had become a situation where I was considered as a weak guy. Shouldn't thieves have the ability to discern strong people? Has the quality of thieves dropped since the olden days? Well then, should I test them? So noisy, I'm tired of all this talking. Feel free to come at me, Lior. My yell halted their movements. What? Don't tell me they hesitated because I raised my voice. How weak have bandits become? You bastard old man, to let out such a voice. We have 3 people here, It's only the shout of an old man, don't you think? Finally, one of them came to his senses, kicked his horse and ran at me. He aimed at me and swung his sword. It's good that he came to challenge me, but thy sword's swing is slow. HMMPH, Lior. I grasped my beloved sword and before his eyes, I swung down from the height of that man, splitting him in half together with his horse. The man's body was vertically cut in 2 and crumbled down behind me. What? The horse, I say. What happened just now? I brandished my beloved sword to get rid of the blood. Maybe because I hadn't fought, slashing that guy, the feeling of my dominant hand was a bit dull, so when I tried my offhand just now, it feels a bit weaker. What is it over, Lior? Damn it, stay put, being able to move such a big sword freely. Your decision is too slow, you fool, Lior. I threw myself at the enemy before he finished talking. This time, in order not to hit the horse, I aimed at his head by swinging sideways. My sword cut his head like a fruit and he died. Then I scowled at another one. He escaped immediately. It was enough to drive them away. Should I just leave the guy who ran away? As I put my sword back in its place, the merchants who were hiding in the carriage came out. They lowered their heads while smiling at me. Indeed, to defeat two people in the blink of an eye, what a splendid ability. It's not a big deal with only this much. Leaving that aside, is your horse all right, Lior? Why yes, she could barely breathe because she was continuously running. She might need to rest for a short while, and it's good if these were the only thieves, but based on my intuition, they should have a hideout nearby. Those guys were probably laying in ambush. Maybe the guy who just escaped will bring reinforcements. Abandon the carriage. I suggest you to leave this area immediately, Lior. It can't be. If we abandon the carriage and the goods, how are we supposed to live? Life or goods? Think about it and decide which one is more important. Well then, Lior. How about the gratitude for saving us? I don't need it, Lior. Since I did it by my own accord, I didn't intend to receive compensation from these guys. For the time being, I turned my back to leave since I already saved them. Adu-san, that Oji-chan was amazing, right? That's right, but we cannot feel relieved yet. Those bad guys will probably come again, you know. The child just now lined up beside her mother. As I thought the girl doesn't even resemble Amelia, but I can't bring myself to leave them behind just like that. Since when have I become so weak to children young enough to be my grandkids? Oi, the merchant over there, Lior. Yes, what is it? I have a suggestion, Lior. I went on the highway. After a short while, the sky started to become red. Just a little bit more and the sun will hide itself. Then the merchant family and I moved the carriage away from the highway and took a rest. No, the merchant family was still startled by the surprise attack, so maybe I'm the only one who is resting. Really, will they come back? It's all right if they don't come. Well, even if they did come, it wouldn't be a problem. The reason we were waiting here was because I suggested to wait until the horse recovered, keeping watch. Just now I told them the thieves might retaliate, but when I suggested to be their escort, they nodded in agreement. I received a cup of black tea from the male merchant as I turned my gaze in the direction where the thief left. But you even look manly. Why would you follow this old man's suggestion, Lior? If I had to choose between protecting the goods and throwing away my life, or abandoning the goods in order to survive, both are similarly horrible options. It is because I was shown your true strength just now that I finally have a possible way out. Is that so? By the way, I have been living in isolation, and because of that, I am not familiar with ways of the world. If it's all right with you, please teach me various things, Lior. Understood. If you don't mind the limits of my knowledge, sure. I went into retirement in the forest for years, but since I was going to continue traveling, gathering information was a necessity. I heard a story full of ups and downs from the merchant, and then he finally asked about my objective. I am traveling for the sake of getting stronger. Is there a place where I can find strong opponents, Lior? You mean at your age? I'm sorry, I was rude, but I have never seen a person as strong as you. Although you hold such strength, you still want to get stronger. Of course, there is a person that is stronger than me. I must get stronger for the sake of winning more against him. Lior TLN, he is talking about the number of match and he lost more than win against Sirius. If you're looking for strong people, how about going to Arena? Did she hear the conversation between me and the merchant? The merchant's daughter mixed into our conversation. Did he think I was offended by her sudden interruption since he was asking her to leave? However, I stopped him and asked her question. Wait a minute, what do you mean by arena, Lior? There is an arena in the town that we stopped earlier. It is said that the arena is the first in the continent, so a lot of people are going there for sightseeing. That's interesting. The location is these guys sure have bad timing, Lior. When I was about to hear more details about the arena, I felt a great number of presences which seemed to be thieves. I stood up and put my hand on the girl's head. My work isn't finished yet. Will you let me hear the details after this, Lior? Why yes, understood. Perhaps it's the thieves. That's right, Lior. I told the merchants to hide themselves behind the carriage and wait for a little while. The men who were riding horses while raising a cloud of dust while getting closer. And then they lined up in front of me. One of the men stepped forward and pointed at me. Leader, it is this guy. This guy killed two of our people. Isn't he just an ordinary old man? Really? You mean this Jig-san? Please look at the sword that he is holding. That sword cut through even the horse. Surely if it's with that sword, it seems possible. Although the man, who was called as the leader, came with suspicious eyes, he seemed to understand a little about my sword. While the leader was muttering something, the merchants who were hiding behind the carriage were startled because of the group of thieves. The whole family was shaking in fear. It couldn't be helped since even if one only took a peek, one would realize that there were more than 30 thieves. We'd become like this. Aka-san, Adu-san, it's all right. I'm sure it's going to be all right. Well, I didn't expect these number of thieves, Lior. Indeed, I really didn't expect this at all. I thought that there would be at least 50 of them. This was somewhat unexpected. Besides, they were not standing in front of me, but it was a good thing when they surrounded me since that gave me more options. Oi, old man, you dare to do that to our friend? Too noisy. It's only reasonable for me to retaliate when I am attacked. Did you guys think you could take advantage of me being surrounded? Shut up, leader, are we ready? In accordance to my own life, I give my life to the puppet rock golem. The leader put his hand on the ground and the surrounding soil started to bulge. Even I had to look up at the big golem that just appeared. That thief leader was a magician, huh? Who is it, a golem, Lior? You bastard, no matter how strong the sword you hold is, you won't be able to cut its big rock body. Go, what? These guys thought that my sword was a unique thing. It was certainly somewhat special, but it was mostly just a big sturdy sword. Besides, I have fought against bigger golems compared to this, Lior. It was made by a 400 years old elf, but the size of the golem was twice as big as this guy's, and its body was made from iron. Such a rock golem was akin to paper when compared to it. I evaded the fist that was swung down by jumping forward. I swung my sword at the golem's feet, and it fell down after having both of them cut off. Since its center of gravity was moving forward, it was going to fall onto me, but I held my sword and cut it flashily. Hard break one hand sword style hard wave slash, Lior. In order to hurl mana, I had to swing with all my strength. The form of this technique was a shockwave attack. The shockwave broke the golem that was falling forward in 1,000 pieces, and several thieves who were behind the golem got annihilated. The short range of this technique made it difficult to use, but the main feature of hard break was its huge power. But they are fragile, huh? Just like the tofu that Sirius brought. I want to eat tofu badly now that I thought about it. 30. No, the number became 20 just now, and the thieves acted dumb in unison. What is it, you guys? I'm going to attack if you are not going to run away, you know. Why are you guys acting like little kids? That's it, pull yourself together. Are you afraid of this old man alone? When I fired hard wave slash for second time, the number of thieves got reduced even more. Then they finally stopped acting dumb, and I noticed a young thief apprentice that shouted at me, "That big sword, that strength." There is no doubt this guy is the thief hunter, Lior. All members run, we're going to be wiped out. Lior, you mean the strongest sword, isn't he already dead? TLN, the title in Raw is Chinese letter. I feel nostalgic again because of this name. During the time when I wasn't famous, I went on a trip to find strong people. There was a time when I hunted thieves in order to cover my food expenses. It was a precious income for me during that time. Unlike with demons, I didn't go easy on them and usually didn't leave anything behind. TLN, no monster drops because he wiped everything. They realized at the moment I wiped out 20 people from their thieves group, and I was called Thief Hunter, among other things. The people in this continent were delighted when the damage caused by the thieves decreased, and they were pleased with me. After that, I went into retirement, and I didn't kill arbitrarily anymore. Run away, damn it. What happened to the leader? He got rolled up in that attack just now and he fainted. If that's the case, should we catch the people behind him as hostages? You idiot, against such an opponent ag. Ha ha ha, how does it feel when you change from a hunter to one's being hunted? Lior, as I thought, moving my body feels good. The usual feeling of regret finally overcame the thieves. I jumped in the center of the enemy's group, and I swung my beloved sword to my heart content, killing the thieves. At one point, the thieves approached the carriage to use the merchants as a hostage, but I obstructed them by using hard wave slash, and they were sent in oblivion. Anyhow, the reason I defeated those guys was to secure some money for the trip. As much as I was bored with demon opponents in the forest, once I felt like acting violently, I would act violently. Am I done, Lior? While putting my beloved sword back, I looked at the highway where the signs of destruction remained. There were many dead bodies and broken pieces of the golem on the gouged ground due to hard wave slash. This scenery looked similar to the destruction caused by a war. However, since I was protecting the merchants, I let several thieves escape. Well, I secured the guy who was the leader, and I could make some money if I handed him over in town. I should reflect on whether I went too far. Then I talked to the merchant whose face was all pale, but still, I feel that while it was a bit too much, the truth is our family was saved. While he was being frightened by me who created this horrible scene, he still expressed his gratitude. As I thought, this guy had courage. You should just think that you were lucky. Well, I should probably leave now, Lior. Please wait, where are you heading to? Well, if I move along the highway, I will reach a town soon, Lior. If you don't have any aim, would you like to use our carriage until the town? He was looking afraid until just now, but right now, he looked at me with an earnest face. Since even demons will run away being intimidated by me, I accepted his offer. Who, even though I am scary, what a luck, huh? The thieves were talking about it. You are Lior Sama, who is called the strongest sword. Such strength is certainly real, so isn't natural to be scared. Real or not, if it's you guys I can kill easily, you know, Lior. If that's the case, it would be fine if you abandoned us. Nevertheless, you are not an enemy because you fought for the sake of protecting us. Besides, if you come with us, we can feel relieved, better than being protected by armed guards. This is also for our own self-interest too. Ha ha ha, you talked about things cleverly, but shouldn't you be okay even with armed guards? How did you come to this conclusion, Lior? The truth is, I admire you. It is an honor to meet the legendary strongest sword Lior Sama. As he said, he requested a handshake with an excited expression. I shouldn't be called by that name anymore. I thought while he was shaking my hand. I am Lior for sure, but I'm no longer the strongest sword. The strongest sword has died. That's right, I challenged Sirius and gave my all, but I was defeated, so I threw away the name of the strongest sword. The person here was just an ordinary old man who was passing through. Right now, I'm just the ordinary Lior. From now on, I'm going to be a man who rises with a single sword. Lior, I will start from the beginning and I will get strong once again. And then someday, I'm going to have a match with the adult Sirius and I will win. Because I, from the strongest sword, was reborn to be a challenger. By the way, Aju-chan, the arena in town is Lior TLN. Aju-chan equal young lady. She ran away. If Amelia saw me just now, will she run away too? If that's happened, I may not recover myself. Should I learn some self-respect after being reborn?